All right. Morning, people. It's the final Monday of June in the year 2021. That is history, and we are absolutely stoked to have you here on the Sweat. I'm Emerson Latzi. We've got the good stuff flowing today: PGA, NBA, NHL, NFL. But we're going to get this party
Wimbledon,
started on the diamond. We don't have Wimbledon in the show,
but
unless I was looking at the wrong rundown
going
there, pal.
on.
I know I have it on my television right over here. I love tennis. I'm the biggest tennis fan in the world. I can pronounce every name perfectly. But Kenny Ducey, you've already heard him. Eric Halterman is here as well. These are our baseball bros today. So try to focus here, Kenny. It's MLB price check. Which players do you like on tonight's 9-game main slate at the following price ranges? So start me off with a pitcher at like $8,000 or higher.
I'm going to go much higher than that. Freddie Peralta at 10.5K is my guy that I'm going with here. He's got a great matchup with the Chicago Cubs. Now, he is one of the prime suspects in the sticky stuff scandal. You know, there's guys on TikTok that have been tracking this thing for like months, and his fingers stick to his glove. But you know what? He's looked great. He had 10 strikeouts in his last start. He's facing the Chicago Cubs, and the Chicago Cubs are a very, very bad team, which I know that Eric can attest to. 203 over the last week they're hitting, 36.7% strikeout rate. 36.7%. That is like unheard of for a big league team to strike out that much. That is who the Chicago Cubs are. They are three true outcome kings. They just strike out a whole bunch. By the way, Chris Bryant, where is he? Does anyone know where Chris Bryant is? The guy has had like, what does he have? 3 hits since coming back? This team is just really not hitting the ball at all. Freddie Peralta, 10 strikeouts last time out against a weak lineup. There's another weak lineup. Maybe when he runs into like the Dodgers, you know, he's not going to be quite the trusty guy that he was. But right now, he's still throwing, upper 90s. I'm still rocking with Freddie Peralta here among some pretty bad high-priced options, frankly.
Okay, Eric, who are you rocking with? Pitcher at $8,000 or higher.
Yeah, I'm actually going to end up in the same place. I think among the other expensive pitchers, Lucas Giolito is probably the next best one that I would consider. But Peralta is my top guy, even at a 5-digit price. When I look to pay that kind of price for somebody, I'm looking at elite strikeout upside, a bad opposing lineup, and pitcher-friendly park. He doesn't have that latter one in Milwaukee. It's one of the tougher places to pitch in the league. But when you strike out as many guys as he does, I care less about park factors because it doesn't really matter how small the park is if they're never hitting it in the first place. He's striking out 36.4% of opposing batters, which is the kind of number he can sustain, given that he struck out 37.6% last year. As Kenny mentioned, there's maybe some sticky stuff concerns, but he doesn't seem to be losing anything. And the Cubs are last in WRC plus in the month of June. Just nothing really going right for that lineup at the moment. So that's enough. I mean, I wish this game was taking place in a more pitcher-friendly park, but given that the other expensive options all have a decent amount of questions about them, I'm on Peralta as well.
Who are you on then, Eric, for a hitter over $5,000?
Yeah, I'm liking Yordan Alvarez at 5,800. Really liking pretty much any of the expensive Astros who are looking like, quite possibly the best team in the league, best offense in the league for sure this season. And when you get those kind of bats against Thomas Eshelman, things could get ugly. Eshelman has just 2 starts this year, hasn't been anything close to good. Over the course of his career, he has a 5.45 ERA, and there's no reason to believe things are about to get better. He doesn't walk a lot of guys, but I think that's because they've already hit it over the fence. Just a 6.4% career walk rate, but a 12.1% career strikeout rate is just about half what league average is these days. You can get by with a low strikeout rate if you get a lot of ground balls, but he has a 33.1% ground ball rate, so just nothing really that suggests he's a big league starter. Alvarez hitting 302 with 13 homers on the year. He's now played 154 career games, so basically one full season. And he has 41 homers, 131 RBI, and a lifetime batting average of 307. This guy's still just 24 years old, too. I think there's a lot more to come from him. And we could see one of his biggest days of the season against Eshelman.
Where are you going in this department, Kenny?
I'll be a little more. It's pretty simple here. Trey Turner, $5,600. Look, he's going up against Jared Eichhoff, who we all know stinks. We all know Jared Eichhoff is a bad pitcher. 7 of the last 9 games, Trey Turner's been able to get you double digits in the DKFP department. And he's going up against a team in the Mets, which he owns. He'll probably get on base a few times. James McCann will be catching. He has a really terrible arm, So I like his stolen base upside as well here. We all know that can be a big contributor here in the fantasy point department. So I do like Trey Turner quite a bit. Guy's been seeing the ball incredibly well. I like a lot of those Nationals against Jared Eichhoff. High implied total here. And I think that both offenses are probably worth a look, but, the Nationals just have the better high-priced names.
What about a value bet?
Value bet, I'm going to Christian Walker at $3,100. Yeah, I know, not the sexiest name. This is not the best team to be picking in daily fantasy, but look at a guy who's just over $3,000, really, really cheap. He has 6 hits in his last 4 games, 2 multi-hit games in there. He moved up to 5th in the order. He was slumping. He's been locked in as the cleanup hitter for the Diamondbacks. He was slumping. He was dropped to 6th, and then he really started to hit. Moved up to 5th last game. He could be back in the cleanup spot as early as tonight. And when you look at the matchup here, it is fantastic. He's a right-handed power bat against Wade LeBlanc, another guy who just really scares you, right? 85 miles an hour with that unhittable cutter, comes back with 87-mile-an-hour sinker. I mean, that is just really ridiculous, right? You can't hit 87. But no, in all seriousness, Wade LeBlanc has really not struck anybody out, which is fine when you're a sinker ball pitcher because you just get the ground balls. Well, his hard hit rate is almost 50%. He comes into this with an expected ERA over 6. He's going to get lit up by a Diamondbacks offense that just hits left-handed pitching. And the prime suspect I'm looking at here, if I'm not looking at Ketel Marte up near $5,000, is Christian Walker at $3,100. He's seeing the ball really well right now.
Eric, value bet, please.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this guy in this category, but it's Cody Bellinger at 3,900. There's 2 types of value bets. There's the guys who are always cheap, who are hitting well these days, and there's the guys who are having down years, but in ordinary seasons would be way more expensive, and that's Bellinger. And I really don't think we should overreact to his 21 bad games this season. They have been legitimately bad. He's hitting just 233, and his expected batting average of 239 says that that's basically deserved. But again, 21 games, he's missed time with a broken leg, a hamstring injury, and he seems to be turning things around now, homering in back-to-back games. And again, this is a guy who you would be totally unsurprised to see up at 5,500. He's one of the best bats in the league from season-long fantasy perspective. He's a perennial first-round pick type guy. So anytime you can get a guy like that for under 4,000, even if there are reasons that he is priced that way based on his performance this year, even if he's facing a guy who I do kind of like, in Anthony DeSclafani, you just don't get this kind of talent this cheap this often. So I would jump at that chance to get him.
Eric, who is someone you are totally fading on tonight's slate?
Yeah, there's a couple of the expensive pitchers. I think we talked about earlier how a lot of the expensive pitchers are kind of shaky. Not really interested in Zach Greinke, given that he's seemingly forgotten how to strike guys out recently. And I'm definitely not going to pay all the way up for Trevor Bauer. He's the one guy who's more expensive than Freddie Peralta. Obviously, when everything's going right for Bauer, he's Cy Young winner, but I think he may have had some help with that. He's widely known as one of the people who was probably using the Sicky stuff, and you could see it in his spin rates. His fastball RPM went from 28.41 in May to 25.82 in June. One of the bigger drops that I've seen, and that's taken a bite out of his ERA with it. 2.24 ERA in May and June, and a 3.55 ERA. Or sorry, 2.24 in April and May, and 3.55 in June. He's also facing a Giants lineup that is very good. Surprisingly, they rank 4th by WRC Plus this season. So, not going to pay up for him against an offense this good, given that I'm not sure he's quite the Bauer we're used to seeing.
Kenny, what about you? Someone you want nothing to do with tonight?
Yeah, same sort of deal. Trevor Bauer is on my list as well. 10.9K is just a ridiculous price to pay, especially against, I'm really surprised that he's this expensive against one of the best offenses in baseball in the Giants, as Eric touched on. And his spin rates are way, way down. I mean, they've just consistently dropped over the last 4 starts. And he's had 1 good start in his last 6. So, even dating back to the first couple of starts in that span when his spin rates were relatively normal, still not pitching well. And look, again, it's a guy that still has the velocity. He's still able to, he flashed the strikeout upside last time, but I'm sorry, maybe I'd be looking at him as a speculative GPP play, even at this price against the worst lineup, because I don't think anyone really trusts him to be a good pitcher anymore. But against the Giants, I mean, this is a team that has hit right-handed pitching so well. They're still just around the top 10 in WRC plus over the last week. They have a lot of talent from the left side. So I do think that this is just a spot that you absolutely want to stay away from. But I don't really agree with Eric as much on Zach Greinke. Still think he's good.
Interesting. Well, Kenny, finally, let's poke over to the sports book, shall we? I mean, what's your favorite bet on this Major League Baseball slate?
Poke over to the sports book. Look, I mentioned it earlier, but I like the Diamondbacks' first 5 run line here, money line, plus 120. I don't like Wade LeBlanc. I think everyone knows, 36 years old, not throwing hard. Everyone knows he's a bad pitcher and he's going to give up runs. And, especially the Diamondbacks, one of the things that they've always done well this year, despite all their struggles, they've hit against left-handed pitching. And even despite the fact that they've lost so many games over the last month, they're still in the top 10 in WRC plus to left-handed pitching. Now, when you look at the other side of the coin, Jake Faria is a guy that I actually used to think is really good. I still think he is. He's getting his second chance here as a starting pitcher. He's probably going to go like 4 innings. So and you're not going to get like a true first 5 where it's both starters going all the way. But I do think that Jake Faria pitches enough in these first 5 innings to make an impact. He's got a great split finger, and this Cardinals offense is just all out of sorts right now. They are quickly falling down the NL Central standings, not hitting the ball well. A lot of their talented guys just not showing up at the plate. We saw Yadier Molina hit into one of the more ridiculous ground outs yesterday against the Pirates. So I really just love fading this offense. Jake Faria has the stuff to be a really good starter. His expected ERA this year good, strikeout rate up. And Wade LeBlanc, 85 and 87, that's what he's throwing at you. And the Diamondbacks can hit that. They have the bats.
Eric, bring us home.
Yeah, just first a quick note on Zach Greinke. He hasn't struck out more than 4 batters in any of his last 5 starts. So while he still may not give up a ton of runs, that's not the kind of fantasy ceiling I'm looking for. But for this specific question, I like the Giants at plus 155 over the Dodgers. Might be a little weird since I said I liked Cody Bellinger, but I think both of those things could be true. I think you can say that the Giants are a lot closer to 50-50 than this plus 155 odds suggest, while also saying that Cody Bellinger himself is significantly underpriced. These 2 lineups are right next to each other. Giants 4th by WRC plus, Dodgers 3rd. I don't think anybody would have had that coming into the year, but I mean, again, the Giants have just smashed expectations this season, and the Dodgers have been a bit banged up. And some of their top guys like Mookie Betts not necessarily performing up to the expected levels. And the 2 pitchers, Trevor Bauer is better than Anthony DeSclafani. Even, post sticky stuff, Trevor Bauer is better, but it's not necessarily a huge gap. Like I said, Bauer is down in the month of June, 3.55 ERA, 4.13 FIP. The walk rate is inflated up near 12% too. DeSclafani has been good in the recent past. He had a 3.89 ERA in 2019, so there's precedent for him being a pretty good pitcher. Had a 24% strikeout rate against the 7% walk rate that year, so it looked very for real. Last year, he battled injuries, saw his ERA spike all the way to 7.22, while his strikeout rate crashed to 15.8%. He's got the strikeout rate back up at 23.1% this year and a career high 46.9% ground ball rate. So he's really doing some of everything. That 2.77 ERA will probably rise, but it should rise to still a mid-high threes, completely acceptable level, which is close enough to what this version of Bauer is that I would still probably say the Dodgers are favored, but not by plus 155.
Gentlemen, nice work. We got some golf to gossip about, including beefy Bryson DeChambeau aiming to defend his title at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Hang out, please. Let's talk about dudes who can roll a good meatball here. Joining us now, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. First things first, How are we feeling after night number one with the new puppy?
Fantastic, Emerson. She's trained herself. There's no problem. There wasn't any whining last night. Nothing. I mean, I'm fully rested. It's perfect. So, God, I mean, it's hard being this talented a dog trainer. No, I'm feeling good. Got a couple hours of Z's. That's all I need. Let's go.
Okay. Were you able to catch any of that epic, what was it, 8-hole playoff yesterday at the Travelers?
I caught I mean, got home. I'm like, why is this tournament still on? Yeah, I caught the last few playoff holes. It was kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. So crazy little ending there. I'm not sure if that set a record or not, but certainly felt like it should have. So that was a long one.
I honestly thought we were going to have a Bagger Vance moment where they had like all the spectators line the fairway and green with their cars. Like, come on, get those lights ablazing, boys. Let's get into this week. Let's get into the PGA Tour pin placement here. That is what the segment is called. So where will the following golfers finish at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? It's in Detroit. This is a bomber's paradise here, dude. You can just look at what defending champ, our dude, Bryson DeChambeau, did here last year. Where does he finish this week, do you think? What was his winning score? Minus 23 last year.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, look, the last two winning scores here have been minus 25, minus 23. So it gives you an idea of what's ahead here. This course is set up very easy for the pros. I mean, it's got wide fairways to begin with. They don't cut them down. The rough, excuse me, even when it is up, because the fairways are so easy to hit, that it just hasn't affected the player's ability to score here. So someone needs to go low. And quite frankly, I think Bryson can do this again. I really do. I mean, this is a guy who's been extremely consistent. We've seen with the putter lately, you know, his birdie rate is up there. Even when he's not playing that well around the green, Emerson, he's got a couple top 20s here in his last few starts. I mean, he's sharpened up there around the green game. And again, it may not have been coming to play that much, with given the course here. Again, easier to hit greens, easier to hit fairways. The approach game has actually been there for Bryson. Does it need to take a slight uptick? Yes, but he can get hot on these greens. I think you have to pencil Bryson in for a top 5 here. It would not shock me in the least if he went back to back this year either. Someone's going to have to get real hot to take him down, I think.
All right. What do you think about Jason Day? I was watching him over the weekend. It was like hurting my back. I felt like I was 90 years old, like just watching him walk around that course in Connecticut.
I mean, it was crazy to see him jump out there in front of the lead. I mean, you thought once the weekend came around, like, this probably isn't going to last. And unfortunately, that prediction came to fruit. I mean, T10, it's a good finish for Jason Day, just considering how, you know, he had 3 missed cuts, T44 at the PGA. Like, his game isn't that far off. But like you said, there's clearly a health issue. And I'm not sure how you can pencil in a guy to have a massive week at an event where you've got to take care of all your opportunities. You almost have to go bogey free at this event if you're going to win. I think Jason Day, you know, he gained over 3 strokes around the green and with the putter at the Travelers. You know, he's very consistent with those clubs, but I just don't think there's enough there with the ball striking. So I'm actually going to pencil him in for a missed cut. I'm going to be, you know, negative Nelly here, just saying that I think that was a 1-week blip. Like you said, he doesn't still look 100% healthy. And I think that with the birdie rate you need at this event, I think I could easily see Jason Day just missing the cut this week.
Dude, is there a rule against having a caddy seriously help you take the ball out of the cup in the end? Because that just looked really uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, it looks uncomfortable. It looks uncomfortable, like you said, for the viewer. But
yeah,
I don't know if there's a rule. I'm actually not sure.
Okay, great, good. I knew you would know everything. I have no clue either, and apparently neither does anybody else. Matthew Wolff, what do you think about him? I know he's been a golfer. You and I have talked about a lot about him recently. You've been pretty high on this dude.
I really like Matt Wolff long term. I mean, short term, you know, obviously we're in a funk here. I mean, he broke out of it a bit at the U.S. Open. That was really nice to see. You know, gained 6 strokes off the tee at the U.S. Open, over 4 strokes putting. But then last week, you know, he lost strokes everywhere, and it was just a really tough opening round. He bounced back a bit in the second round, though, and I'm of the opinion, like, you know, obviously Matt Wolff came in here last season. He was also in a funk when he came into this event last season, finished solo second to Bryson. He really got it going here, you know, gained over 2 strokes off the tee and on approach. I think you're going to see Matt Wolff bounce back. I think he gained some kind of confidence at the U.S. Open. Now, you didn't see it at the Travelers. That's okay. But, you know, I don't think that you necessarily saw him, you know, get super negative. I mean, his second round there was actually slightly encouraging. So I'm going to pencil Matt Wolff in here for like a top 15. Maybe I'm going to, you know what, I'm even going to go more bullish. I'm going to say a top 10. I think, saying that he's going to win the event, probably he's a little bit far off, but I think he bounces back here. This is the type of course Matt Wolff can just wheel and deal off the tee. He's not going to have to worry about spraying it too much. And, again, the round the green game isn't that super important this week. If he can just find some confidence on the greens, which he did here last year, I think he could be in for a nice week. I think he's going to be an interesting GPP play for DraftKings Daily Fantasy too.
Wait a minute. Bry Guy behind the scenes says, all right, it's a new rule under Rule 14.1b. The player's caddy is allowed to mark and lift the player's ball on the putting green anytime the player is allowed to do so without needing authorization. The caddy continues to be allowed to replace the player's ball only if the caddy was the one who had lifted or move the ball.
There you go. Bump up Jason Day like 5 spots. Give him a T65 instead of a miscut, I guess.
That's right. How about Bubba Watson? He teed off in that final group with Jason Day, and Bubba was trying to win this tournament or last week for the fourth time. So how do we feel about him this week? Is he riding a little bit of momentum?
I think he is. I mean, it's obviously a really disappointing finish, but we saw after the event, Bubba said it himself. He was in position to win. He's very happy with that. You saw him implode a little bit at the U.S. Open after, in the third round as well. But again, this is a player who's, clearly he's chipping away here. It was last week at the U.S. Open. It was after 2 rounds, at the Travelers after 3 rounds. But, he gained over 2 strokes off the tee and on approach here. He's another player. He's just going to be able to bomb it out there. Off the tee and not worry too much about, having to fit it in tiny slots in the fairway or anything. This is really just comes down to this week. Can Bubba figure out around the greens and on the greens? And he has been a pretty traditionally good POA putter, like at Riviera, and even last week at the Travelers, another POA greens. We're going to see like bent grass POA on the greens here. It's not that big a deal, but I'm actually kind of bullish on Bubba this week. Again, I think that he's going to show up at the very least, post another solid win. Can he get to like 25 under? I don't know if Bubba's there at this point in his career. We can win these outright birdie fest. Maybe he needs a bit of a tougher course, but I'm going to pencil him in for a good week. Like Matt Wolff will say top 15. I think he's definitely turned a corner in terms of play, and I think this is a player you should start to think about trusting for daily fantasy. So,
Will Zalatoris, what do you know? Talk to me.
I don't really know much about what is bothering Will Zalatoris right now. I do know he's been absolute nightmare on the greens lately. He's lost strokes in 5 straight events. He's lost over 2 strokes on the greens in his last 2 starts, including the U.S. Open, but the Charles Schwab Classic as well, with which, traditionally fairly straightforward bent grass greens. So it's not a good look. And the problem with Zalatoris right now is his approach game has also taken a downtick. So, if you don't have that elite approach game to bail you out, how are you going to make up for it on the greens? I think you're going to see a bounce back from Zalatoris fairly quickly. This isn't a player I'm worried about, but I don't know. Can he come in here and get to 25 under and win this event with a putter that's been ice cold? I don't think so. I'm going to pencil him in for a made cut. We'll say T25. I just think that around the green, the putter, it's probably not going to be sharp enough to do what needs to be done this week, which is basically sink every putt. So probably a bounce back just because his approach game is so elite, but I'm not hyper bullish on him here.
He did say recently that he believes Phil Mickelson would make a perfect Shooter McGavin if they ever decided to make Happy Gilmore again.
I don't disagree. I mean, I can see Phil breaking out the double shooter. So why not?
All right, go take your puppy for a little walk here. You have a quick break before we talk some NHL best bets with you, and also some NFL futures later in this show. Before that, though, we got NBA best bets to run through after this quick timeout. The Suns are one victory away from making the NBA Finals for the third time in franchise history. First trip since, I believe, 93. Let's dive into some best bets ahead of Game 5. DK Live manager Chirag Hira and DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Good morning, gentlemen. Home tonight against the Clippers, 5-point favorites trying to get CP3 his first trip to the finals. Do they get it done and cover, Kenny?
I think that the Los Angeles Clippers cover in this game. Now, I'm not sure the Los Angeles Clippers are going to win. I've been very, very bullish on them all series long, but let's just break this down and look at all the 4 games in this series. I really just have not been impressed with the Phoenix Suns, and I'm a guy who loves the Phoenix Suns. I've been yelling Mikal Bridges' name for the entire season. But look at Game 1, right? Ty Lue, experimental lineups. This team was gassed. That they basically rested their stars a little bit, or their best players. They only have one star. And they were within 2 points in the final minute. Game 2, Paul George, they lucked out with those 2 missed free throws. The Suns escaped. Game 3, they lost. And Game 4, we can all agree that both teams played awfully. So the Phoenix Suns have not really played a good team game in this entire series. Game 1 was the closest thing, and really it was just Devin Booker's heroics that got them there. Chris Paul has slowed down the pace as we thought he would, but he's missed a lot of jumpers. He just does not look the same right now. And the Los Angeles Clippers, they really just haven't had that good game that we know that they're capable of. Game 1, they did have a great 3-point shooting performance, but I still think that they're capable of a ton more than they've shown in this series. Paul George, I think that he'll bounce back a little bit from 2 bad games. And look, this team could be out of gas, but to me, I don't see a lot separating the 2 sides. I think the Clippers actually have the better A game if both teams brought their A game. So I do think that 5.5 points, or 5 points as it were, just a lot to lay with the Suns. I think the Clippers here make this game very close.
Who covers, Chirag?
I think there's 2 ways that this game plays out. A really tight contested contest, which sets up for the Clippers to cover, or a blowout with the Suns being able to take this game with the Clippers being gassed. I'm leaning towards the blowout a little bit just because I think this is finally the game that the Suns can feed off their crowd. And you're right, it was the last time since 93 that the Suns made it to the finals. So I think this is kind of that scenario where they feed off their home crowd and pump it up to get this blowout win.
Chirag, total for tonight set at 214. Neither team was able to reach 85 points in Game 4. So do you expect like a similar pace here, or do you think the Clippers are just going to fire a will in the overhits?
What's really interesting? That the Suns came out and tried to push the pace just a little bit in Game 4, and the Clippers are trying to make it so that DeAndre Ayton got pushed off the floor, but it just ended up being a really big slugfest, and I'm expecting a tight defensive struggle, at least for the first 3 quarters, where the teams, this is almost a Game 7 for the Clippers. They have to win or they're out, and it sets up where I believe that the Suns just have enough, and the total will be under.
All right, under or over this total, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm with Chirag here. I think that this is going to be a pretty low-scoring game. You look at Chris Paul, again, the 2 games that they've played with him, and all the games, all series long, or all season long, rather, Chris Paul has slowed the pace to a painstakingly slow, number. So I do think that there's going to be few possessions in this game. I think that both teams are going to take their time in their half-court sets. And, again, while I do think the Clippers can play well, I am bullish on their ability to shoot the ball. I mean, if we're just being real here, both teams coming off of bad shooting nights. Devin Booker not really looking quite the same after the nose injury. Chris Paul missing a bunch of shots. There's a lot that can go wrong here for both teams, and I do think that despite the fact that it's a low number, I think the Suns will easily control the pace here. The Clippers have played good defense all postseason long. The Suns defense has wavered, but we know that they can, they're capable of a very good defensive game. So I do think that I have no problems here taking the under.
DeAndre Ayton, let's talk about him. Huge game on the boards in Game 4, so 22 rebounds. His rebounding total for tonight, that's 11.5. Does he easily hit that number, Kenny?
I do think that he does. I mean, we've seen DeAndre Ayton play a boatload of minutes. 41 was his high in this series. But when you look at the way that, he's just been able to dominate Ivica Zubac, it's been pretty incredible. I wouldn't be surprised tonight to see Ty Lue just kind of throw DeMarcus Cousins out there for 10 minutes, commit a hard foul, maybe get Ayton upset, and maybe throw him off his game. But when you look at the last 3 games, I mean, game 3, he had 9 rebounds. He had double digits in Game 2, and then Game 4, obviously that monster 2022 board game. I do think that DeAndre Ayton's capable of another double-digit game. I think he'll probably get, 14 rebounds here. he has a pretty decisive advantage on the glass, and he's just seemed to really continue to exploit that and get better and better as the series has progressed. Love DeAndre Ayton, and I love this over.
What about you, Shrug?
I definitely agree there, and I find that with it sitting at plus money, there is some value there. Paul George has kind of been the Clippers' top rebounder, so why can't DeAndre Ayton grab double digits rebounds? I believe that with the total being set at 11.5, Kenny mentioned he had 9 in 2 of the games, so it's not like he's that far off, and it just sets up for a scenario where if this game doesn't end up in a blowout, that's really the only way that he goes under.
Well, the Clips' hopes fall on Paul George here, guys, who once again missed a key free throw in an LA loss. I mean, he'll need to obviously get everything together, get his game together here. So for the Clippers and his total points, rebounds, assists, I mean, that prop is set at 44.5. You like the over or the under on this one, Shrug?
I'm leaning a little bit to the under. Like I've mentioned, I think this game has the potential to be a blowout, so that's kind of why. But if the Clippers are to win this game or make it competitive, it's because Paul George went over, and he went over easily. I could see 50 points, rebounds, and assists from Paul George. You saw in those 2 games in LA, like I mentioned, he was their top rebounder, double-digit rebounds in those games, and that's what makes it a little bit easier. He can also create the offense and kick out for those 3, so 5 assists, really in the realm of possibilities, but it's going to end up being the scoring. Is he going to get over 30 actual points, maybe even 35 to keep the Clippers in this? And I think that's the only way it really goes over.
All right, so Kenny, his total points, rebounds, assists prop, 44.5. Over or under that?
Yeah, I'm going over. I think Chirag is right that it's going to come down to points here, but he also is right that, Paul George has been the leading rebounder, 15 or more rebounds in the last 2 games. The thing we know about Paul George is he's going to be on the floor for over 40 minutes in this game. I would not be surprised. He saw 43, 44 minutes. And with that kind of run, I mean, he also did get over his assist prop last game, 6 assists. He's just been everywhere. And the thing is, the last 3 games, he has not knocked down any shots. Now, of course, the Clippers could be out of gas, but Paul George, the amount of usage that he's going to get, the amount of minutes that he's going to get, I'm very confident that he can get this over. You look at the way that this Clippers coaching staff has been able to transform Paul George. He had obvious demons. They were able to get him back into a good headspace, playing well. And I do think that they're going to do that again here with Paul George kind of sitting in a slump in this series. And the last thing I'll say is entering game 4, what did we hear from all those Suns backers, all those people saying the Phoenix Suns are going to win? They said shooting variance, shooting variance, shooting variance. They said, well, it's variance. They're going to shoot better. No one ever said that the Clippers could shoot better, and they can because they're the best 3-point shooting team in the league. So why can't we argue shooting variance here with Paul George? He hasn't had a good shooting night in 3 games. We know he's a very good shooter. We know he's one of the best players in the league. Of course he can have a great game here. He almost hit this over. 23 points last game, 27 points the game before that, with basically nothing doing from the field. He can absolutely shatter this over, and I think it's very, very good money. It's very good value, and it's time to buy low on Paul George.
Gentlemen, that's it. We are out of time for this segment. We're going to do that sticky puck thing next as Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals arrives this evening. All right, the Canadiens haven't won the Cup since '93. The Lightning haven't won the Cup since last year. They'll get after it tonight in game one of the Stanley Cup final. DraftKings contributor Jeff Bulwark, RotoWire's AJ Scholes are here for the opening face-off. Lightning minus 195 favorites to win the opener at home, but Montreal beat both the Leafs and Jets on the road in game one earlier in the playoffs. So what chance are you giving the Habs to do it again tonight, Jeff?
Oh, I'm giving them a good chance to do it tonight. I mean, I think this is a really interesting spot in game one. I mean, again, we just continually underrate the Montreal Canadiens. I mean, this is a team who every series, and we say, oh, this is it. You know, they're the big underdogs. There's no chance. I did it at the start of the Vegas series. I think I called Vegas in 5 or something like that. It's a team that's 2-1 in game ones in the playoffs. They've got a better netminder and Carey Price. They've had the extra rest. This isn't a team that's going to be rusty, but they've had the extra rest. Look, Tampa Bay, they've scored 2 goals or less in 4 of their last 5 games. And now they have to face Carey Price. This is by far a wide open game, in my opinion. And I think that you're getting great value here on taking the Canadians, you know, at around plus 160 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 175, excuse me, it's now up to. Again, these odds are moving all the time, but I really like the value getting on the Montreal money line tonight. I like the fact that they're, you know, coming in under the radar again. And I like the fact that they're kind of catching Tampa with a limited amount of rest here. Tampa obviously a little bit banged up with Nikita Kucherov. I think the Canadians can jump out to a 1-0 lead here. And I think the series is going to go at least 6 games.
AJ, can the Habs do it again tonight?
Yeah, I love the value. I love everything Jeff just said. But at the end of the day, the guy that's probably going to take home the Vezina Trophy is the guy on the other end of the ice. And that's why the Lightning haven't had to score goals. They've got Andrei Vasilevsky, who's just been unbeatable. I mean, 4 shutouts in the postseason. That's crazy to even think about. So I don't expect the Habs to go down easily here. I agree with Jeff. I think 6 games is a pretty good target here. But I think Tampa comes out and takes this one right away to get off to a good start. You guys know I love the value. I love taking plus 175, taking a risk on that. But for me, I just think the Bolts are too big of an opponent here. I'm going to look the puck line on this one. Take them giving up the goal and a half. You get value on that still at plus 133 on the DK Sportsbook tonight.
Favorite Canadians player prop, AJ? Hook me up.
Well, of course, I got to go on Wisconsin with our own Cole Caulfield here tonight, snagging a goal at plus 245. But honestly, with the way the odds look for the entire Habs forward, it reminds me of what we saw all playoffs with the Isles. There's just such good prices here across the board. You could easily look at Tyler Toffoli at plus 233, Nick Suzuki at plus 270. That full second line are the guys that are leading the way in scoring for the Habs, and you're getting great value. In other places to look at Cole Caulfield tonight, I like getting even money at plus 105 to get over 2.5 shots, plus 100 to score a point of any kind here, or even a little bit more risk for 2 points at plus 425.
All right, Jeffrey, favorite Canadians player prop tonight?
So, I mean, look, AJ and I are going to be like in par with these player props because I agree 100%. It was the first thing that came to mind. These Montreal forwards are just getting discounted again. And it's just a similar story to what we saw in the Islanders series, right? So Cole Caulfield was definitely on my list. I love him to score a goal. I think he can take his shots on goal prop as well. Another player I'll throw out, Josh Anderson. You're getting kind of similar odds on him or slightly bigger odds at plus 400 actually to score a goal. But this is what this guy does. I mean, he scores goals, 20 in 69 games. I think a plus 400, that's completely reasonable. Could get a few more minutes with Joel Armia banged up as well. So Caulfield, definitely the guy who's driving the offense right now for Montreal. And quite frankly, if they win this game, I definitely think he's going to be on the score sheet. So maybe taking like Caulfield and the Montreal Canadiens to win, if you just want to pile it all into one bucket tonight, is an interesting one. But all these Canadian forwards, the ones AJ listed off, all good value. If you want to go really deep, Eric Stahl is a player I think is going to show up at some point in this series with a goal. He's got massive odds sitting around plus 510 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook to score. I think you'll see that happen at some point in this series. And, again, you're getting plus 510, so why not?
Jeff, what about on the Lightning side? Is there a player prop that catches your eye?
Yeah, Yanni Gourde. I mean, plus 125 here. I mean, just to score a point. I love it. I mean, this is a player who's getting a lot of ice time, over 16 minutes of ice right now for the Tampa Bay Lightning. You could take him over the 1.5 shots on goal prop as well. He's averaging 2.6 shots on goal over his last 10 games. This player's getting a lot of run. And again, I mean, these props, even the shots on goal prop, yeah, you're taking big, you're eating some juice there, but I mean, this guy's been so consistent. Those are pretty good, slightly undervalued odds. Again, we're only talking about over 1.5 shots on goal, but I think just grabbing him to score a point at plus 125. He's got 3 goals over his last 6 games as well. He's coming in hot. This is a player I think you should keep your eye on for DFS as well.
AJ, talk to me.
Well, the only thing that points a goal streak coming to an end did was, lower or rather increase the value you can get here out of that. Not by much. He's still plus 117, so it's not a huge value. So that's certainly in play tonight. But I actually really like getting plus 180 on Nikita Kucherov to score a goal in this one. Look, yes, dealing with that upper body injury, there's no way he's playing 100%. He's been primarily an assist guy of late. He is stuck in that 8-game goal drought, but the value is too good to pass up, especially when you consider his minutes with the man advantage here. It's easily an opportunity for him to get on the power play, fire one off at the net from the slot and put it home.
Guys, let's talk about how long this series will last. Jeff, I'll start with you because I know you mentioned earlier in this segment you think it's going to go 6 games. Right now, 5 games is the favorite on the DK Sportsbook at minus 625. So why do you expect this thing to go longer here?
I mean, it's just, you just got a classic defensive struggle here with 2 of the best, with the 2 best netminders in the playoffs so far. And when you have a netminder of the eliteness of Carey Price, I mean, he's just more than likely to steal you at least 1 game in this series. And again, Montreal, as we've seen, I mean, we can put these teams on paper. Yeah, they don't have the elite front line, but they didn't have the elite front line that Winnipeg did or Vegas did either. This just has not mattered to this team at all in the playoffs. And, with Carey Price back there, I think Montreal is going to come out and they're probably going to make this a much, much tighter series than people realize. So I'm very high on Montreal. If they end up, crashing and burning here, that's fine. They're a young team, but I just feel like we've discounted them so much. You look at the advanced stats in these 2 teams as well. Montreal was pretty close to Tampa Bay in a lot of categories during the regular season. They've been right up there in terms of things like, expected goal rate and things like that, and scoring chances allowed in the playoffs too. So they're getting more timely scoring. I think this goes over 5.5 games. It's plus 116 to take a shot there. Minus 143 to go over 5.5 games right now. So, but regardless, I like this series to go 6 or more right now. I think Montreal makes this a close series.
AJ, you like 5 games being the favorite?
I mean, it makes picking the spot difficult, that's for sure. But the guys at the DK Sportsbook know what they're talking about here. But I'm with Jeff on this one. I think 6 games is a good spot to be in. The minus 143 is an okay price to have to give up a little bit of juice on that. For me, taking the over 6.5 at plus 250 is just a little bit too steep. So yeah, I think 6 games. If you want to find some value here, Lightning winning the series 4-2 at plus 415 is kind of where I would go on this one. That would also allow you to take Tampa Bay minus 1.5 games in the series spread at minus 136. So I'm with Jeff. 6 games, a 4-2 Lightning win here.
AJ, there is a showdown contest for Game 1. So who was your favorite DFS play in tonight's Cup final opener?
I'm really struggling to convince myself not to pay up for Andre Vasilevsky, but that price tag to captain him is just so high to get him in there. So for me, I'm going to look at Alex Killorn, a little bit cheaper. He's actually got the 2nd most goals on the team behind Braden Point. He's 3rd in overall points. He's been definitely a little bit more streaky. 4 points in the last 3 games against the Islanders, but that came on the heels of a 3-game, pointless stretch. So it's a big hit or miss guy. There's certainly no guarantees there. The shot on goal total is okay in terms of giving you a bit of a floor there. But for me, just to get down a little bit, I think Alex Killorn. I'll be using Andre Vasilevsky, but I don't want to pay that captain price tonight.
Jeff, is there a price you want to pay? Let's go.
I mean, look, obviously I like the Montreal Canadiens money line tonight. And, if you're thinking, big GPPs, I mean, if Montreal wins this series, like their ownership is just going to go through the roof. Maybe not through the roof, but it's going to get higher. People are going to stop discounting them. This is the spot to take Carey Price in your captain spot. Look, just from a pure DraftKings production rate, Carey Price is outproducing Andre Vasilevsky over the last 10 games. He's facing a few more shots on goal. He's actually been a little bit sharper, if we're being honest. He's averaging over 18 DK fantasy points, whereas Vasilevsky around 16. So if Montreal gets the win here, it's going to be a big game for Carey Price. Like I don't want to say he's guaranteed to be the high scorer if Montreal wins, but it's very close to saying that, just especially with the way Montreal spreads their scoring. I think Carey Price and big GPPs is the play just for the leverage you're getting. And you pair him with Cole Caulfield, who, again, as AJ already mentioned, probably going to have a great chance to be on the score sheet if Montreal wins.
All right, gentlemen, final break of the show coming up. It's NFL Future. So, AJ, you can take off. Jeff, you stay right there. Running back rushing totals coming up next. All right, we're bringing this baby home here with the DraftKings contributor, Jeff Ulrich, a man who wears many hats, can do it all for us and help us fill an hour of content. Let's use you now for NFL Seeing the Futures. We're going to be taking an early look at running back rushing yard totals for the upcoming 2021 season. Let's start with the man many consider to be the best running back in the game here, Jeff. Tennessee's Derrick Henry. Titans added Julio Jones, but Henry's rushing total still high at 1,550 and a half. That is a lot of rushing yards. Does he get there?
Don't forget expert dog trainer in my title from now on, please. Also,
Yep. Put it on LinkedIn, bud.
Look, why would anyone want to take the under on Derrick Henry's rushing props for any reason here? Let's break it down, though. 1,550, it sounds high. It's really not. This is a dude who obviously broke 2,000 yards rushing last season. He had 1,540 the year before in 15 games. And, again, Tennessee, just the way their team is created, third in rushing attempts last year. And you add on to the fact they had a bottom 3 defense. So, typically when we talk about teams that rush the ball a lot, it's behind a good defensive team that's giving the RB a lot of late game carries. Tennessee just threw that formula out the window last year and said, we're going to rush Derrick Henry regardless of the game flow. So Tennessee has improved their defense. They've certainly, invested some stock in there this offseason, and I think they're going to improve on defense. I think that's only going to mean more rush attempts for Derrick Henry. You've got the extra game added on as well. And then you've got the fact that Derrick Henry is just an absolute freak who basically is impossible to injure because of his size, Emerson. He runs like he's basically, a scat back out there, even though he's the size of most O-linemen. So, no, I want the over on Derrick Henry. I think this prop is too low. Do you worry about the injury concerns with the running back? You always do.
Yeah.
This is one running back I'm not that concerned about, though. Give me the over.
I think a lot of people are nervous about some wear and tear after he became the 8th player in league history last year to eclipse 2,000 yards. It's just a fact, Jeff. I mean, that happens.
You've seen this guy? He's like bench pressing cars. Give me a break. He'll be fine.
Yeah. No, I know the feeling. Minnesota's Dalvin Cook had a career year in 2020. He rushed for over 1,500 yards. His season total now for 2021, that's set at 1,350 and a half, 1,350 yards and a half yards. Is this an easy cover for the Vikings back?
Dalvin Cook is definitely more of the injury concern, right? Just the style of player is a smaller back, obviously a little bit more of a scat back, but he runs pretty violently for a guy his size. So he's only played 14 games now in the last 2 years. Now, the good news is that he hit over 1,550 yards last season while playing only 14 games. He had a career year, 5 yards rushing per attempt. Very good offensive, a zone running scheme that he's in Minnesota. And while their offensive line, it's not terrific, they do have good zone blockers. I just don't see Dalvin Cook necessarily regressing to the point where we need to worry about him going over 1,350 in 17 games. Again, we have the extra game added on. The worry here with Dalvin Cook is injury concerns, but even if he plays 15 games, Emerson, I think he's going to hit this quite easily. This is another over for me for sure. You do have more injury concerns. I'd prefer to take the over on Derrick Henry if we're picking and choosing, but I'm going to take the over here on Dalvin Cook as well. I think this is too low, and this is a player who's just showed he's an elite of the elite last year.
Let's go to the quad father. The New York Football Giants are hopeful that they can get a full season out of Saquon Barkley this year. His total is 1175.5. Can he get there coming off another major injury?
Yeah, this is one where I'm either just going to lay off or take the under here. And there's a couple reasons why. First of all, you mentioned the injury concern. I expect Saquon Barkley, still a young guy, is obviously a tremendous athlete. And we see these elite athletes just bounce back so quickly from these injuries now that, he'll probably take a big workload early in the season. But what if he doesn't? What if the Giants just want to be, a little bit cautious with their investment? They did invest a little bit into the backup running back position with Devontae Booker. So I think you could see a little bit of a muted workload to begin the year. And then you also have the fact, what if the Giants are bad? Do they try and limit his workload then as well? So there's a couple factors there. The thing that scares me the most about Saquon Barkley, he's probably going to be running behind, if not the worst offensive line in football, one of the worst. This is a very young offensive line. They rated out bottom 8 in terms of pass protection and run blocking as well last year. And it really hasn't improved at all. So it's not really an elite spot for Saquon. I think this total is actually a little bit high for him, especially with the injury concerns. So this one would be an under for me.
Speaking of injuries here, Christian McCaffrey, he played just 3 games in 2020. And maybe for that reason, his rushing total is just over 1,000 yards. Is this a reasonable goal for CMC? 1025.5.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a difference between the injury concerns for Saquon, which is like a major ACL knee injury, and then for McCaffrey, who really it's not of the same league of injury. Like, it should be something he bounces back from fairly quick. I don't think it's going to limit his workload at all in the beginning of the year. So already we have a more positive indicator to the over there for me. Now McCaffrey's got a bad offensive line as well. I think Carolina's probably improved it a little bit more, or they at least have the potential to be better in terms of like the rush blocking and stuff than the Giants offensive line, but it's not a good O-line. You've got Sam Darnold back there. Their defense is still pretty young. At the same time, this one's just too low, not for me to lean over here. This is Christian McCaffrey we're talking about, a dude who's averaged 4.9 yards per carry over the last 2 years when he's been on the field, over the last 3 years, when he's been on the field. You saw him get around 287 carries in that big season in 2019. And even if he doesn't approach the same rate of carries he in 2021, we've got the extra game now. 1,025, he's just got to stay on the field, I think. Even if Carolina's bad, he's probably going to hit the over here if he stays on the field. So this one's an over for me. Again, you're getting quite a lower total here on McCaffrey than Barkley, which is really the sell factor for me to take the over on McCaffrey.
I have one more interesting proposition for you, and it's this running back. It's a rookie running back this year. It's Najee Harris. So he steps into a Steelers offense as a clear number 1 option, and his rookie season yardage total is set at 1,000.5. Do you think Harris can break 1K in his rookie season in Pittsburgh? I feel like he doesn't have a whole lot of competition there anymore.
I mean, they still have a couple backs there. Benny Snell, Anthony McFarland. Again, this is I typically don't like to take overs on rookies, and there's a couple reasons why. If he fumbles the ball a couple times in the early season, Mike Tomlin, a veteran coach, probably going to look somewhere else. Now, Tomlin has been a guy who's just been like, okay, give me one back, and I'm going to run him till the wheels fall off. So there's opportunity for Harris, but this is really one where I'd probably, instead of taking the under, just lay off. This is a terrible offensive line for the Steelers in terms of rush blocking, or at least they were last year. And I'm not sure how much they're going to improve either. So he's a rookie. There's still a couple backs in the mix there. Again, guys Tomlin has used in the past. And then you've got the bad offensive line as well. It's just not one I'm really that interested in from a prop perspective to take the over. I would probably lean under here just for the rookie. Now, I say all that. I think Najee Harris has a terrific shot of grabbing the number 1 role and smashing this over. It's just not a bet that I'm that interested in. Again, mainly from the fact that he's a rookie and Pittsburgh's offensive line was pretty bad in run blocking last year.
All right, man. That's it. You were all over the show today. Nice job. Way to carry us today.
Appreciate it.
What's the puppy's name?
Oh, it's Pepper.
Pepper. Oh
like
my God.
the condiment.
Yes, I'm well aware. And it's a black and white English Springer Spaniel, which Springer
Yes.
Spaniels hold a large chunk of our hearts here in the Latvia household. So I'll just send you some pictures and we'll fire up the chat, you and me, bud.
Yes.
That's the sweat, everybody. Really appreciate you hanging out with us and watching today on this beautiful, hot, moist Monday. 6 Madden games coming your way starting at high noon here. Raiders at the Chiefs. Glash and Rossi about to get after it. Peace out.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Put your phones away. Well, you might need it to watch the sim, but everyone, pencils on your desk. Let's get those final lineups in, sign them off, and then you can bring them to me. I'll put them in the league, and then see if you're good enough. Class is in session, Rossi.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very, very excited for today. It is a Monday. We get to start a fresh new week right here. All the wrongs, all the things that made you feel uncomfortable, insecure, bad, all that negativity, done. Start the week fresh, baby. I'm sure Glash already crushed 850 calories on the Stairmaster somewhere. But not yet, not yet.
Nope, I got to work that in somehow today.
It's all right. You also need your rest days, even though Monday shouldn't be that, but it could be.
Could be.
You're a hardworking man, dude. You're everywhere. You're traveling down. You're the voice of a team. Like, man, we understand. Everybody needs an off day.
All right. You're making me
Cheers.
feel better about my day already.
Cheers.
Cheers, dude. I got my water. So. You think I would forget this for you? There we go. Cheers.
Appreciate it. Got to stay hydrated, folks. Hot and hazy in the Northeast. Don't know how temperatures are where you are, but.
All right. Congo Cab, hope you're here. Your Raiders are in action. Taking on the Chiefs. We don't really have a singular Chiefs fan in the chat that we just know to be the Chiefs guy or gal.
It's funny you say that. I was talking about that this weekend. I was trying to get where people's allegiance is. Like, I don't know enough because like Congo Cab is outspoken, right? I think it's CEH is outspoken Colts guy. Like there's a couple of them that like as soon as there's a team, I think of them. But not a ton. Not like obviously all of us are Patriots fans and everyone hates us. But aside from that.
Yeah. We're not really everywhere as much as we like to say. Chiefs fans, though, I could see being everywhere.
Yeah.
Big brand, popular. What's your lineup look like? We've got the early classic, of course, starting up. The first sim of 6 on the day on the Dream Stream. It's Vegas at Kansas City. What do you got?
My lineup, hold on, got to go to live now. Come on, Rossi, learn. Okay. Captained Darren Waller. Feeling like we're going to, this game could go either way, obviously. We can get a noon stinker, but Emerson's not here, so hopefully that's not the case. Waller, I'm thinking a little shootout city here. Waller, Jacobs, because I really like Josh Jacobs recently in the sim, so I'm vibing with him, get down to the goal line. Dart throw to wrap up my Raiders is Nelson Aguilar, and I went with the big 3 with the Chiefs. I went Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey. Shoot him out. Let's go. Oh, jeez.
Careful.
What'd you do?
CEH is my captain.
Ooh, okay.
He's the guy I've started to get to a point now with these simulations that whenever I see a team, I'm like, I'm sticking with this guy. He's my captain's pick. So of the 2 teams, Vegas, Kansas City's the better team. I go, okay, who have I normally captained on the Chiefs side? CEH. Get that flexibility. I can't get behind Sammy Watkins. I just can't do it. He doesn't do it for me. So I played the big 3 as well. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey. Carlson, the kicker for the Raiders, and the Chiefs defense. There you go.
Ooh, okay. Very different lineup, so one of us is going to be probably a lot happier than the other, but I like that. Not a lot of crossover there, or not as much as I would have thought. Long stroke over on Twitch says, Rossi, throw your lineup in the trash, please. Oh, well, I can't. I'm sorry. It's already lineups are blocked. My bad.
So this is River Rats on Twitch. Rossi is there.
Yep.
Obi-Wan. Now, Obi-Wan, do you copy and paste your messages from one app to the other?
Oh, that's a good question.
How do you do that? Do you just type it once? Do you use the force on one chat?
And is he doing it on a desktop or mobile? Because if it's doing mobile, that's very impressive.
Time to go mobile. Totally different
series, but still works. Still works, bro.
D1 says, I stacked the Chiefs, put Jason Witten in for the Raiders.
Ooh, nice toss. We were talking right before we came on live. There was a lot of vulture scores yesterday. We got a player that I'd never heard of. What was his name? Who scored last night, you said?
Oh, Danny Vitale and then Reggie Gilliam.
Reggie Gilliam. Sounds made up. Sounds like one of those Madden draft class made up players, but I Googled him. He's real. So we'll see who is it going to be today. That's why I went Aguilar. I like the Jason Witten call. Those second tight ends can always sneak up on you.
Fire it up, Reggie. I want to burn.
Flash always pulls the most random quotes ever. Like, most random quotes.
I'm white. WHIT. E. Jalen Richard, welcome to the show. We're at the 45-yard line, 4th and 3, though. That's a problem. Hey, now not related to these two teams, but the division. Demaryius Thomas, is BK on today? Broncos receiver Demaryius Thomas has officially announced his retirement.
What a standout receiver from the last decade. Drafted that same draft class as Tim Tebow. I believe he was their first pick in the first round there, and he was excelling. He was a great player there for a few years. Then what happens with these receivers? They kind of hit that point where I don't even know whether it's injuries. Don't forget he almost he's with the Patriots for a heartbeat last season, I think 2 seasons ago. Sorry, now that in 2019.
Two.
Yeah, it's just crazy, and he had just what a stud. Obviously, the famous play that Tebow. Throwing to him in the playoffs against the Steelers where he took it to the house. A memory he'll have forever, and just a first-class guy. I feel like the Broncos have always had those very classy, obviously playing there with Peyton Manning as well, but like classy receivers, like not outspoken, not somebody you'd like hate. Demaryius Thomas always first class, and really going to be a guy I think that will just fly under the radar when we look back at this time frame.
Bless you. Sarah sneezed.
Oh, bless you, Sarah. Bless you.
Mighty sneeze. Sarah's home. Sarah was in Philadelphia for a couple days.
Yeah, it's when boys' weekend. You and Cough had floor candy. It's good times, I'm sure.
Actually, not Cough's on vacation wherever the hell he is, but it was actually Mark the Beetle Bertrand. I met him out at Mohegan Sun over the weekend, out of nowhere.
Not planned.
Not planned. It was actually really funny. I mean, a story that the chat could give no care for, but I think you'd think it's kind of funny. I mean,
well, coincidence. Chat all knows about coincidences. There's your stage going, where?
I only worked with them like 2 times, and
Sure.
I got to the casino on Saturday for the Sun game, which was Sunday at 2. Timing is everything, as we all know in this world. And ETA was 10:30. Walked in. I've got my backpack on. I've got little Target bag of toiletries. We're getting a punt here. So this is a good time for this. Little bag of toiletries and a change of clothes for bedtime, and then I've got my suit for the next day. And I'm walking, Rossi. And we go by that Irish restaurant up top on that walkway, heading towards the hotel check-in, and there he is. I go, Beetle, and it took him a second. And he's like, oh, Glashy, what's up? So I went and I had no plans that night, Rossi. I was just going to go to bed and probably watch The Dark Knight for a 1,000th time in my life. Call it a day. Went out, met up with Beetle. It's good to hang out with him. Good to talk to him.
Yeah, like-minded people getting together. Love that.
So, yeah, he was in town because he went and saw Dave Chappelle at Foxwoods.
Oh, you know who was there, right?
You were there too?
No, I was not. Not me. Much cooler. Well, maybe, depending. Vince McMahon. Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Oh.
Slumming amongst the regular folk wearing like normal clothes at the show to see Dave Chappelle. You could have been there. As one of our Drew Stacks says, looking gross. Come on, he's sweaty. He's a normal guy. He's just one of us. One of us. One of us. Just a regular dude. Who would have thunk? A billionaire.
Pass broken up, looking for Waller. So I see you guys putting out pizza deals, and I know it's lunchtime, so I feel like I'm doing you a little dirty. We'll do pizza deals at 2 o'clock today, all right?
I always like to say I don't like to steal gimmicks, but it was a Sunday fun day, me and Tom. So I owe your fake you, I owe a cheesesteak too. So I basically said an entree wager. So I try to change the name. They could pick whatever food they wanted. Tacos, whatever. So we did that yesterday. So 1-1, or should I say somebody won. And yes, it was phony you. Oh,
Who we got?
come on, Aguilar.
Tyrell.
Ty. Could be a guy to look out for in fantasy. Going to be on the Detroit Lions team that we just have no idea what that whole offense is going to look like. But this guy had some
I'm glad you brought up fantasy,
Yeah.
because folks, we're right there. I mean, you know how it goes. Like, if you have kids, I don't have kids, but I know, like, this is what my parents would always say to me. You get to the 4th of July, and then right when that's over, like, you start thinking about going back to school in like 6 weeks. And when you're going back to school, that means football season's here. Like, it's coming. The storm is coming, Mr. Wayne. It's coming. The discussion, your prep, however much prep you put into your season-long leagues, your dynasty leagues, whatever they may be, those rankings, articles, magazines, those start coming together because training camps are in action. They're in motion right after the holiday.
Yeah, love and hate the fact that everything you just said. Because my email to my friends and family league goes out right after the 4th of July. So like 5th is a holiday here in the States. Also the 4th, but I'm going to be crushing that red, white, and blue all Sunday. It's from America. And yeah, Monday, the email goes out, start making the plans for the live draft again. But yeah, I hate that feeling, Glash, a little bit, because you're almost looking forward to it, but you don't want to rush that 7 to 8 weeks left of what here, at least in the Northeast, is like the only time we have of like hot, nice weather.
DeMac Lyon says, I have to select my keepers by July 1st. So that's Thursday.
That's blasphemous. DeMac Lyon, I need to know, and anybody obviously throw your stuff, but how many keepers are in this league? And to do it on July 1st, that's so much time. The training camps don't even open. That would give me anxiety. I'd be freaking out right now.
Right. So I think what you're getting at is you're not ready yet, but you're excited to be ready.
Yeah, and I don't like the idea of like, so it reminds me when I was in rock radio for a bit. The day, summer's June 21st, the first day of summer. Yep. And we put out a promo. So we were doing a concert, but it was called the Fall Ball. So literally the first day of summer, we're like anticipating a concert in the fall. And I just like, there's something about that being where we're from in the Northeast, or anybody that deals with cold weather. Like you don't want to rush this time, but at the same time, it is a nice cherry at the end, and football will be back, full boat crowds and everything. It's going to be whatever you thought of last year. It won't be like that for the players, the fans. It's going to be great.
I'm in a little league with the Sim fam. Jordan Lindenbaum is, study those rookies. Yep. Something I underestimated going into last year. Well, last year was hard because we didn't really have I know we had a 2019 college football season to look back on to prepare for 2020. So I guess in some ways, preparing for the 2021 rookie class, or even just some younger players that did not get a bigger opportunity than others. So like a bad example of a young player that did great was like Justin Jefferson. Like we all know that dude is going to be, you could make the case he's top 7 or 8 receiver going into next year, but he was a rookie going into last year. And we were all like, I don't know, what are we going to get out of this guy? He was great. But maybe some guys that might crack the depth chart as a number 3 receiver, or even maybe a low end number 2 receiver that had a hard time getting acclimated last year because of no off season, lack of just practice time because of the protocols.
Whew. It's going to be it's a whole different ball game this year. By the way, DeMac Lyon says, brace yourself. 7 keepers. Every player has a 4-year contract in our Dynasty League, so you have to roster about 22 players in a salary cap league. I love the Dynasty fort, but 7 dudes you got to pick by this Thursday? Oof. Oh, Josh Jacobs territory. That was there. Look who it was, right, by the way. Witten.
Was that Witten?
It was on a third. Will they go for it, though? That was Witten on the catch. So let's see. Come on.
Yeah, Shane, good call. Like Chase Claypool. That's a good call. I think CeeDee Lamb had enough. CeeDee Lamb played for the Cowboys, so he was getting enough attention already, I think.
And he was excellent out the gate with him and Dak. Like, he's a guy that I think a lot of people, well, obviously, as you said, doing your research, he's a guy definitely keep your eye on. I know people like Gallup and Cooper, but, they are going for it. But Rashard is in there. No. Get it to Waller. Get it to Waller. Oh, boy.
Touchdown.
Jalen
Richard with the touchdown. He is owned in 21. Oh, sorry, that's my phone. 21.6% of lineups today.
And just to go quickly back to that, like CeeDee Lamb with Dak, if Dak's healthy, he's a huge asset, I think, to at least fantasy-wise value. Like, he could be a guy, I don't know all your leagues. I look at everything as a 12-team PPR league. That's what I base things off of. That guy right there could be, a solid, potentially slip to a 4th round just because of the namesake of Amari Cooper. But I'd rather have a CeeDee Lamb because I think he is going to be pushing for a lot of those targets. And again, look at the games they had together with Dak. Obviously, a Justin Jefferson, you mentioned he's going to go early. He's going to be coming off the board, maybe a second round late. Top 24 pick, I would assume. Who else was a rookie last year? Was Ruggs a rookie last year? Yeah, he was. He's another one I'm interested to see kind of the developments in this offense.
Well, that's why I say to Super Bowl baby when he says Justin Jefferson was on a national championship team. Look, there's plenty of guys that have been on title contenders that don't pan out. So Henry Ruggs had some moments last year, but Justin Jefferson was the best receiver in the league last year for that class.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing someone. Am I missing someone? I think it was Jefferson.
What, last year?
Yeah.
Oh, he was he was best rookie receiver. Could have been
at that position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking it up now. It's one of those things that you never know what you're going to dive into here. So it's CeeDee Lamb, Henry Ruggs. Pittman was good. Pittman had did some good stuff with the Colts.
Yeah, it was fun. Was he? I don't even really. Chenault there for Jacksonville.
Ayuk was great. Ayuk shined down the stretch with San Francisco, and when Debo went out.
Yep. Here's another one to store in your back pocket that people won't remember because there's going to be an outshining with a rookie receiver being the first round. T. Higgins for the Bengals. When him and Joe Burrow were together again, a guy that had really good numbers. Yeah, Ayuk, Jerry Jeudy, another one for Denver. And that was a nice class last year.
Very nice class.
Yeah, and just look at the reason I like Henry Ruggs a little bit more than maybe some of the names we mentioned, just because of pure target share potential. That's what you got to look at times.
Jellyfish, we see you guys again. The scores are updated manually. The ops team, Kyle's here, showing Zach the ropes.
Yeah, good team.
They use this time between quarters to update everything, and then when you go and check your lineup out, things should be up to date. So they're working their tails off there behind the scenes. Not much to show in the passing game on either side. Jalen Richard has the touchdown. His one carry today was for a single yard. CEH, 2 carries, no yards. No offense in that first quarter.
No.
Jacobs, 3 for 15. Darren Waller, 2 for 21. Nelson Aguilar, your guy, 1 for 23.
They're on the board.
I mean, D1D man. You had Jason Witten. He almost scored.
Yeah, got to the one.
Been here from the beginning. You saw that he almost got in. So would have been that's vulture level, right?
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely a vulture. I know he's in the ballpark of potential scoring, but he's vulture, dude. He's a vulture. In this game, obviously, any fullbacks, like the Shermanator, who sometimes gets involved, he's a vulture. Richard, not a vulture, way too involved for those questioning the vulture stats.
Sorry, Emerson Lazia is texting me. Emerson Lazia, host of today's Sweat.
What's he texting? Anything good?
Call me after the noon sim, or don't plan on talking to me ever again.
You know what? I dare you not to call him.
No, I actually do need to call him. I know why he's calling me.
Oh, okay, so it's like serious. It's not like a joke.
Yeah, well, you had to. Rossi, I was explaining this to the Drew Stack. The Drew Stack's on production today for the first three sims.
Love it.
Emerson left me a long voicemail. I had a missed FaceTime.
Uh-oh.
Well, this all started at like 9:30, so I'm thinking, oh, maybe something came up and he can't do the sweat. No. Then I thought, well, maybe he's just, he's being Emerson. He's just messing with me. Like, oh, you know what? Classic Emerson. There's an hour and 15 minutes to go. He actually got up, was productive, took the dogs out, had his coffee, took a shower, put on his little DK polo, put on his little cap, got his background set up, and he's like, how can I kill an hour and 15 minutes? Let me call Glash and just bug him. That's what I thought that was. He actually had to inquire about something at his other job, and I am going to join him later.
Nice.
Yeah. Talk some sun. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good show by the New England I don't actually know what that stands for. New England Sports Network. Good job. Why did I not know that off the top of my head?
Yep.
Anyway, good stuff. Good for you.
So I'm sure that will get pushed out on the socials later this week. So
I'm going to ask a selfish question, even though it has nothing to do with me. Is it a paid gig?
For me, no.
Okay.
I'm doing this. No, I mean it's like, look, I mean I've done the games on local TV. The Connecticut Sun are on Nesson, and Emerson does some work over there, and we've talked about getting working. He's going to interview me like on the air. We're going to tape the interview tonight.
Very cool.
So that's the plan at 5:30. It just came together last minute. So
Yeah.
So it's a message to all of you that usually when Emerson is texting you, calling you, or FaceTiming you, it's nothing productive. Today was actually one of those days where it was productive.
Yeah, we've all been on that side of it. Yeah. So Emerson, obviously, you know him here. He's a great dude. But like sometimes, yeah, he'll get like 17 text messages from him and then a call. But like he won't even big sack. He won't even stay on the call. So he's done the call hang up to me before. Where I think he just wants me to see a missed call from him along with his 45 text messages.
Yeah. Yeah.
A little bit of a nut. Let's be
He's
honest.
like my dad. That's what my dad does. He'll call me, and then within 5 minutes, he'll go, all right, I got to get going. I'm like, you called me.
There isn't.
Oh, that's funny.
Love it.
Jamal, what's up? Good to see you. He needs Watkins to get going. We need someone to get going here for Kansas City. Third and 21 for Mahomes.
There's one team that can complete this play, though. Look at that. No
Boom.
problem. No problem. Got it. Threw it across his body. Activated his star talents. Obviously, we'll be seeing a lot new talents in the Madden 22 release, which is a little under 2 months from now. I've been reading all about it. Back. Madden's sucking me back in. Not just Sims.
Super Bowl baby talking about Jalen Hurd, football receiver with San Francisco. He was taken 67th in the draft. For a second, I'm like, wait a minute, is he spelling Jalen Hurts wrong? But no, it's Jalen Hurd. Played at Baylor, 6'5", 230, big guy.
Speedster, too.
Well, in Super Bowl baby, that's why when you mentioned Jefferson, I don't think anyone saw him being at the top of the class, or else he would have gone before Ruggs and Judy. Or I'm sorry, well, no. Who went? I've got the draft now pulled up in front of me. Last year in the draft, in terms of the receiver position, Ruggs went first at number 12 to the Raiders. Then it was Judy at 15 to Denver. CeeDee Lamb. Okay, so I had it right. And CeeDee Lamb at 17 to Dallas. Rager went to Philadelphia at 21. Then Justin Jefferson at 22. Great pick by Minnesota.
Yeah. I believe that was a Patriots pick, too. I think it was a trade in if I'm not mistaken.
You had mentioned T. Higgins. He went next in the second round to Cincinnati. First pick of the second round. Then Michael Pittman at 34. But then you see, like, even... I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong.
You're fine.
Laviska Shenault.
Yep. Junior.
He actually did okay. Like, not, I mean, was he a second round level talent? I don't know. That's debatable. Like, I'd rather have KJ Hamler or Chase Claypool.
Well, Claypool, yes, obviously we saw, but for that offense, he was starting to click there when they were going to the rotation of Mike Lennon and the Mohawked one, or should I say the mullet one. But like that, he's somebody to definitely keep an eye on. Trevor Lawrence, if he can, be that pure pocket passer, get the ball out 3 seconds, he's a guy. And I think now you're seeing Glash overall, like we're talking fantasy, but mostly receivers. We get the bench set here. You're seeing a lot more receivers being taken early. Like people are going to take the chance on having that, ownership of a receiver for 5 years with that option. Like that's why like a lot of those guys go first round, because like, hey, if this guy hits, like we don't have to pay him, because receivers get paid in this league, franchising them or anything. So you saw it this year again. What was it, 5 in the top 20? It's insane.
Yeah, and my bad. Yeah, good call by your fat cat in the chat.
Yeah, what's up, cat?
That rhymed. Ayuk went 25th, so I skipped over Ayuk.
Yeah, so think about like these past few years. And you go the year before, there was a bunch of receivers taken, like N'Keal Harry and can't remember. I'll look it up. But like, yeah, it's very fascinating to see these offensive weapons being more and more, taken early. Not running back still, but you're seeing it a lot with receivers, quarterbacks, like because you have that. And if they bust out, now all right, we can just move on. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pay him like he used to.
Shane says, watch this first and goal play from the 3. Mahomes hands it off. CEH wiggling through to the 3. Shane says, the reason the Steelers chose Claypool is because the year before Metcalf was going to be the Steelers pick, but the Seahawks went up and took
Yeah,
him
they
to
jumped
prevent
in.
him.
I don't know if that's the exact reason, Shane. Also, Chase Claypool was a guy who wasn't known for his speed, but was a big receiver coming out of Notre Dame. Knew he could catch on the outside, exactly what the Steelers were in need of. If you look at that receiving core, and a bunch of Shermanator. Oh no! Caw! I'm a vulture! Caw! They're swarming in Kansas City. Oh.
You know, Lindenbaum gives you a lot of crap about being a mush. Well, yours truly was on the 10 o'clock game. So I will be here for 5 straight sims. The 8, the 10 last night, and then the first 3 today. 10 o'clock last night, we had a Danny Vitale and Reggie Gilliam in the same game score. And now the Shermanator scoring touchdowns.
I always say this, lean into it, folks. Lean into it. It has nothing to do with me or Glash. It is the way you guys watch every one of these games. Javier says, damn you, Rossi. Yeah, it's me. But lean into it. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm on all 3 to start the day tomorrow. So just line them up. Line up your vultures. Miguel, is that true? Miguel says he captained Sherman. And is he in our contest? Because if that's true, he's got to be in first. Miguel, what's your username? Even if he's not in our contest, if he's in the free roll, I bet she's in first.
B. Kant is our leader in the contest with the Shermanator at 3.9%. That's the first place lineup right now.
Maybe that's him.
And then in the, let's see, having a look at the $250 DraftKings free contest. We got a 7-way tie. Once again, we got Kyle and Zach on Game Ops team today. Kyle showing Zach the ropes, so things are a little behind. Please bear with us. They're doing their thing.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. Manual is scoring again. Matt, listen, I'll tell you right now. I'm going to line you up. Matt, Jordan, all the rest of you, hear this out. I am here tomorrow. This is my only sim today. I'm here tomorrow, noon to 4. Get 2 in a row with Zach Thompson. I cannot wait. It's literally, I'm antsy. And then on Wednesday, I'm here at 8 and 10. Kyle, there will be no Glash. I am here on Thursday at noon. Don't remember anything about Friday, but just that's all you need to know.
Me and you were together Friday at noon. Jason Rossi, I am so looking forward to Friday at noon. I am going to be a parts unknown. It's going to be a absolute dandy of a time.
Parts unknown. Really? Oh, that was weird. That's interesting. So I tried yesterday. I was going to do a sim from outside of my house because I want to start. I know you're local enough. Me and Emerson have talked about it. We got to get this basketball game. We got to just get together. We got to see each other. We've just seen each other on these little cubes, right? I want to get like producer Drew, like producing from my house. I want the whole shebang one day. But Freeze Puff's had a little issue with this internet, so maybe I'll test it tomorrow during my 3. I know you said you'll be in parts unknown on Friday, but future.
Weather permitting, that's the issue here with New England. We got some bad weather maybe coming this weekend.
I got
so annoying.
I got a 10.
I got a 10,
bro. I got a 10. It saves everything.
What was I going to say? Maybe I'll join you outside from my location.
Ooh, meow. What a kitty cat tease.
Smash, someone?
I don't know if Smash is here, but he's always lurking. I've noticed he's one of those guys, if you mention him, he'll jump in.
Ken Freeman needs a Watkins or Kelsey touchdown. We've got 50 plus watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Download that Twitch app on your phone. It's a nice product. Follow us on Twitch. What's the Twitch following at? 3.2 thousand followers. Terrific.
Get in there.
As we like to ask you guys on the YouTube stream, hit the like button, hit subscribe. You find out all the time when the Dream Stream is live outside of the simulations. 120,000 subscribers. I think the number... see, no one would know this. Kaufman, but he's on vacation. Kauf knows this kind of stuff. He studies it. Kauf makes flashcards and this kind of stuff.
What do you mean?
What was our subscriber number at when we first started these? I want to say it was like 107. We've gained like 13,000. I think that's accurate.
Listen, I don't know that. Obviously, it was before my time, but the numbers have surely rocketed because when I got the call from Babysitter Billy for the very first sim, he's like, hey, can you do me a favor? He basically gave me, like, subscribe here, subscribe there. I don't remember. YouTube is much lower. I can tell you, like, way, way lower. I don't remember Twitch.
Yeah, the YouTube subscriptions coming in. Love it.
Do love it. We love you guys. Appreciate it.
JE asking who has scored. So the Shermanator has scored for Kansas City. Anthony Sherman, the fullback. And then Jalen Richard for Las Vegas.
Longstroke says Rossi gets the cool smile emoji points for awesome light idea. Tired of seeing the plain wall in Swiffer. What do you mean? Well, the Swiffer is gone, but I think I still have just a plain wall. Are you saying that? Do you want me to paint my wall, bro? I've thought about it. I've thought about getting the light set up down here, but I have a weird room. We'll see.
Kenny Ducey will be here at 2. We're going to do Saints and Jets, and just as I mentioned in the free roll, Kenny Ducey. This is a scheduled loss for the Jets in real life, according to the Kenny Ducey schedule projection. So,
one of the 6.
In a way, you all should make sure you hold Kenny accountable and say, Kenny, you do not think the Jets are going to win this game. He cannot change his mind. Well, I guess he could change his mind, but we should try to see if he won't change his mind.
Good Godspeed if that's the way you're starting that sim. You should just right as soon as you crack the mics, just start it that way, and then just let the hour just roll.
It's a starting point.
He's really, really easy to talk to once you set that tone.
It's also a Jet sim, so maybe you just might not want to show up. We encourage you to show up. We love when you show up, but maybe it might be a mute 2 o'clock game because Kenny and the Jets. What else do I need to say?
Kenny, Jets. I did tell Kenny this, and I listen. The one thing about Kenny, he says stuff a little ridiculous, doesn't really have a lot of funny bones in that body, but I do tell him every time if the Jets go 10-7, we're meeting each other at his old apartment with the brick. I'm going to hug him and tell him, you were right, Kenny, and then I will leave. We will not continue to hang out. I will leave right then. I will drive back to Boston. Because he would deserve that. If they go 10-7.
When do the Jets come to Foxborough this year?
Let's take a little peek ski. That could be a good. Ooh, I like where your head's at, Clash.
October 24th.
Oh, perfect weather. Nice fall brisk. I like that. It's a second game, too. So they go in the Meadowlands on the 19th of September, which I believe is week 2.
You know what we need on the Dream Stream if we get to this point? There's Derek Carr with a flag. Final play of the half. That is intercepted. But we will find out what the flag is.
Oh, wait. So here's an interesting thing. I don't know if we're going to get the play or not, but no, they will.
One more play. Yeah.
He can reach the end zone. Those yards are huge. He got it to the 1 yard line there.
One more play. Yeah, Derek! Oh.
What the heck?
He got
It's intercepted! Oh, Derek.
Oh, Congo Cab, thank God you're not here, yes. And if you are.
Derek.
Painful.
Derek.
I mean, I got the KC defense, so I don't mind.
Derek. That was a good call by you. That was hilarious. You don't see that a lot.
Back-to-back throws, interception. We'll run through the stats. Carr's 9 of 14, 113 passing, no touchdowns, and the pick, as we all just witnessed. Mahomes is 7 of 8, 85 yards. CEH 10 for 29. Jacobs 4 for 20. Mahomes has carried the ball for 1 yard. Shermanator 1 for 3, touchdown. Richard 1 for 1 and a touchdown.
American Pie. It's a good movie. Watch it. Lindenbaum says 10-7 is pretty long odds, Mini Mush. Hashtag, I'll read it right. If they go 10-7, you should dye your hair purple, assuming it grows back. I'd be down for something. I would. How about this? I'll talk with Kenny next time we're together. Maybe I'll shave the Jets logo into my head. Maybe I'll put something like that. If he would do the same, if the Patriots go what I believe will be 11-6, could be a fun little crosstown thing? No, you're not in Glass. You want in? You want in? Shave eyebrows? What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm in, but it's just, I don't think Kenny will do it.
I don't think he will either, but I would do it. If the Jets go, I'll talk to him. Once we're back. If the sim goes off the rails next and you need to like bring it back, just say I would do that if they do it and see if that does anything.
So Kenny is going to be in Boston in September, if you remember. He's been sharing. Well, he hasn't brought that up recently, but a few weeks ago he mentioned he's going to come to town, go to a Sox-Yankees game.
Ooh.
I don't know what tickets are going to go for this year for games, but what if if I live streamed a tailgate of me and Ducey at Patriot Place from like 9 a.m. to noon, or like even just like a half hour? What if I got me and Ducey tickets? We go to Patriots Jets in October.
I don't know. Wait. How much would it cost? Or like, yes, just do it. I would be there. If you told me, hey, I just need you to do something or just hang out, and as long as the big thing where you only can call him buddy, like that would be it. It's the only word you can represent by in person.
What an experience that would be. Just watching Kenny watch Kenny watch the Jets live.
That would be amazing.
Like, forget watching the game itself. I would rather go get 2 tickets and just watch Kenny watch the Jets. Heck, we could just go tailgate at Patriot Place, then go to one of the local restaurants at Patriot Place. Now, just sit and watch.
Honestly, be anywhere. I think that would be fascinating because I get very emotional during games. I don't know how Kenny's style is. We have to make sure whatever the DraftKings plans are, we have to make sure we'll have to have Emerson do that day. And then he'll have FOMO. But
yeah.
Or cough. Interesting. Actually, you know what? Have all of us host it. Just put us on at a venue, we'll just call it, for a restaurant. And we can tell you what's going on in the NFL at the same time while Kenny is watching the Jets Patriots. And all of us. That would be an experience.
If Kenny could make the weekend work, I'll ask him at 2:00. Say, Kenny, you should come to town in October when the Patriots host the Jets. You can do that. You can do your sweat. We'll do hits. We'll do hits for the show.
That's what I'm saying.
At Patriot Place, and then we can watch the game together. It's not called Periscope anymore. It's just like Twitter Live. I don't even know what the formal name is. Yeah. But I would 100% go live on my Twitter and Instagram and just shoot the breeze with Kenny and just get a live look at Kenny watching the Jets, especially if it's not going well. That's gold content right there.
I'm telling you, there's something about watching a fan watch a team. Oh! Sorry, I thought there was going to be a pick six. But yeah, that is fat. Like I've always said, like, obviously Glash being a Patriots fan, we've been in some big games, and like if there were cameras on me, if I was, I don't want to use the word smart enough, or if I was thoughtful enough to put cameras in front of me during some of these crazy, like, finishes, I'd be embarrassed for what you would have seen.
And at that point in the year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would be the 6th game of the season.
Oh, so everyone's still a contender.
Yep, exactly. 10-7 would be alive, no matter what. Even if they're 0-5 going in, the New York Jets. You could still make the case that 10-7. Imagine if that were the case and the Jets were going into Foxborough at 0-5. That means they'd have to go 10-2 the rest of the way.
Hey, crazier things have happened in this league.
They should have a win at that point before Jets Patriots. They should.
Let me just look before I even say they should. Yes, Carolina, they could beat opening week. So you got Carolina, Patriots, Broncos. That could be a win, but in Mile High.
Honestly, man, like I remember actually going through the schedule. I wouldn't be shocked if the Jets beat the Patriots week 2.
I would be. Rookie quarterback against Belichick. That's
true.
Still something there.
Yeah, I guess I'm reflecting more on the team struggles sometimes out of the gate in September, a feel-out month. But that's a good point. Belichick against rookies it's not ever close. Usually, it's not. I can't tell you off the top of my head who was the last rookie quarterback that beat him.
I may sound crazy. I want to say it even happened last year, actually. because last year was such a weird year. But let me take a quick peek. But either way, I still think the Jets, like looking at this, Panthers, they could beat them. Let's be honest. They could beat the Panthers week 1. Patriots, you could still say it in Meadowlands. We could still put it as a possibility. Like, there's no game I'm looking at guaranteed loss. I want to say the Titans is a guaranteed loss, but at Denver should be a loss because that Denver defense should be absolutely stacked.
Yeah.
Falcons could easily be a win. Travel down to Falcon territory there in Atlanta.
I think that game, that might be a neutral site game. It's a London game.
So that's the wild card, right? So I absolutely could see it being a win. You also have to remember the new coach, Robert Salah, coming in there, making, definitely going to try to make it a run first, heavy on defense, kind of like a Rex Ryan style defensive coordinator. So,
Yep.
Could happen.
Yeah, it's not a brutal schedule to open up. Not at all. Matthew says Mitchell Trubisky beat the Patriots his rookie year.
Did he?
No, I think I know what game you're talking about. That was in Chicago, but the Pats still had Brady, and I'm pretty sure the Patriots won, but it was ugly.
I'm trying to think of last year real quick. So last year, rookie quarterbacks.
CEH, receiving touchdown.
Get it. Here's your guy.
Yeah. Decent number in terms of his captain percentage. 15% in our contest. 50% owned. Your boy's in second place. Let's go.
There you go. That helps.
And Scotty Max 77 as well as Tim V. CEH 14.6% in the $250 free contest in the captain. 43% owned overall.
No. Okay, I'm going to just take a peek at last year because I think they may have lost to a rookie last year. Why does it keep going back 2 years?
Well, okay, I tell you this. They beat Herbert. Remember that game was 45-0.
They destroyed him, yeah.
Who else was a rookie quarterback they faced last year?
So they beat the Raiders, not a rookie. Dolphins, no rookie there. Oh, did the Dolphins beat them? Did Tua beat the Patriots last year? That's the. I think he did. He did. Tua was pretty sure. Maybe am I right or wrong on that? Hold on.
Yeah, the Patriots lost to Miami. In Miami. The home game opening weekend, they won.
Yes. I think that was Tua.
I'm trying to fact check Patriots Bears a couple years ago. It's not going well because I don't think they played. Mitchell Trubisky's rookie year was 2017. And the Patriots didn't play the Bears in his rookie season. So.
No, did not happen.
In 2018, Patriots beat the Bears 38-31. Mitchell Trubisky actually had a decent game. Well, actually, his completion percentage was god-awful. It was 26 for 50, but he threw for 333 yards.
Hey, volume.
Good fantasy day for him.
Great fantasy day.
Trubisky started his rookie year, right?
Yes, he came right out the gate.
Came out right out of the gate. So it was his second year, and they lost. So
you remember, they mortgaged the future for Mitch Trubisky. They surpassed Deshaun Watson. They didn't want Mahomes. They said, Trubisky, the guy who played 1 year of college football, give me that guy. Which we can all joke about, but that's, somebody was going to take it. So, it could have been the Bears, or it would have been a little bit down the line. So let's say that was Deshaun Watson. Then guess what? The Houston more than likely was going to potentially trade up a few spots to get him there. Potentially.
So the point you made earlier, that actually makes Tua beating Belichick more surprising because at that point in the season, you have a little more tape. Now, I know Tua didn't start from week 1, but that's a case where later in the season, Bill's got a better idea of what that quarterback's made of, or you could look at it the other way around. Maybe if it's early on in the year, September, October, Bill's like, all right, I can eat this kid's lunch.
Yeah.
What I can throw at him. David, congratulations on your anniversary. 15 years. Congratulations. New edition, Glash and Rossi. I'm either dreaming, didn't go to sleep, or I'm watching last night's stream. Is this Monday, Madden, the first stream? Yep, this is it. Vegas, Kansas City. CEH has a receiving touchdown. The Shermanator ran one in, Anthony Sherman, the fullback, and then Jalen Richard, the touchdown for Vegas. Those are all the scoring plays.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Did you just say? I now I don't want to pull a glass because I won't lie. I was reading the Twitch for a second. Did you read Daryl Travis's thing in YouTube? The Pats under Bill. I don't think you did. 21-6. Oh, touchdown. Is that my guy? No. Tyrell. Having a day. This is like Madden 20. Madden 20. Terrell Williams.
Not quite a shootout, Rossi, like you predicted, but the Raiders are hanging in there.
Listen, we're getting there, though. Points are coming here second half. Still got plenty of time.
That's a good stat. I mean, 21-6 and 13-0 at home. That second game of the season is in New York.
It's true. I don't know what new edition. I don't know if you misspelled something or if I'm supposed to understand what you wrote.
Emerson's forehead. What is Glash doing up so early? Darkness is my ally, usually. Yeah, I'm here for the next two. Rossi's here for this one. Rossi's back tomorrow. You're doing 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, doing the early classic. So line up the vultures.
Nice.
Line them up.
And at noon, you get the Bills. So maybe Reggie Gilliam will.
Oh, I'm
come out.
captain him.
Maybe he'll come out in the daylight at noon and shake his feathers and score. Hey, we got 360 of you watching on YouTube. Already almost at 100 likes. You guys are great. If you don't mind, smash that like button. We greatly appreciate it. Good vibes on a Monday.
Love it.
Good attitudes. Talking football. I'm telling you, like we were saying in the first half, have a great weekend coming up. We're going to talk to you all week, but we're not doing Sims 4th of July weekend. All of you go spend some time with your family and friends.
Yes.
We all get a cleanse, get out of the bubble, out of the sim bubble, and then I'm telling you, man, we're going to come back, and training camps are starting up. Not right away. I think you got to give it a couple days. So probably, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just the training camps start like Monday the 5th? I don't think so. Maybe another week goes by.
Yeah, I think it's a little later into July.
Either way, like that's gonna fly by, and then what do you know? We're talking training camps. We're gonna get training camp storylines. We're gonna find out, yeah, he's in the best shape of his life. Then we're gonna get contract holdouts, and we're all gonna read articles, and we're all gonna take the cheese on stuff.
Absolutely, it's guys gonna look good in pads. All right, look real good. I'm seeing.
Can't wait.
A lot of speculation, a lot of fun. Everybody has a chance at the Super Bowl. Every team's a contender. You have a team that, what's this?
Oh, Patrick.
Triple coverage. But yeah, everyone, even if your team, let's say you're, Congo right now, and I'm not saying the Raiders are a bad team, but like very stacked division, like you're a contender. You're a fan of the 49ers, contender. Not that they won't be. I'm just saying, like, every team. Jets, Kenny, we've joked about it earlier. Contender. Everybody's a contender in minicamp, and you have all the best hopes. Everyone's at least a playoff team to start. Even Detroit, who could be absolute hot garbage. The Jags, playoff team, because you have to have that fandom and that belief, because anything can happen in the NFL. Week 7, maybe we're having a different conversation. That's what's exciting about training camp. And you can go. If you're a fan of those teams and you want to get outside, go to training camp. It's going to be open again.
Yeah, good point. Good point. That'd be a good time.
I've done it back in like high school. Me and my buddies, we used to always travel down there a couple times.
Yeah, I remember going when I was like 10. But the problem at the time was it was pouring out. So when it rains, they go into that indoor bubble thing and you miss out. You just pretty much... it just doesn't happen. Like you drive all the way there thinking, oh, maybe they'll practice outside, and then they didn't. So
yeah, that's the tough thing. You definitely need to make sure you get a good one. Yeah, Dwayne Asti reminding us this Friday, the opt-outs. Any players are going to opt out after this Friday.
Nice. That's like the next big date on the calendar. for the NFL. Trying to think of so one player that comes to mind is like Big Ben. Takes a pay cut. Season didn't end well at the end of last year. Dwayne Haskins really isn't the plan. Like, they're gonna give it another go with Big Ben. But Big Ben's an example of a player. I'm looking forward to the articles that will come out of Pittsburgh's training camp. They're going to be like, Big Ben's a different guy. He understands he's got to be in better shape to have a better season. So the Steelers finish strong. Like, they started strong, but they're going to finish strong. Because this chat, not all of you, but a good amount of you that were here, big Steelers presence. Of course, Steelers, big brand, great franchise. I understand. Man, people were like, it's Pittsburgh's year. And man, did that crumble.
So those are my thoughts. I'm not going to say any more, but you all have heard my thoughts on the situation. 11-0 to losing basically the rest of the way out.
Was it 11-0? It was 11-0, wasn't it?
11-0. 11-0. Then they played a Tuesday game, started losing, and yeah, ended against the Browns where they were getting absolutely destroyed. And then Ben just slung it the rest of the way to make it at least a respectable score. But if you watch the game, it was bad. Bad news.
Some of that is not necessarily Big Ben's fault because they had no other choice on offense. Connor was always hurt. They were banged up at running back.
Offensive line's brutal.
Yep, and they just let go of DeCastro. My overall point is Big Ben is an example of a player where training camp headlines are important for him. That's going to be a story. OBJ is going to get headlines. We've already seen it. Jarvis Landry's telling everybody at a softball game, I can't wait for you guys to see what this guy is made of. He's like a new off-season acquisition, but not really. Like, that's what we're going to hear about OBJ. I'm curious how the Browns look now with some success.
You want the hot take, baby? I've already said OBJ is my almost lock at this point to be comeback player of the year. I think he's going to have a massive season.
Good. I don't doubt it.
I just think he's going to fit right back in. I think Baker now has a feel. Stefanski's got that offense completely locked in. I think they're going to be absolutely trying to get him the ball in ways that they weren't able to do for the year and a half he was there with Baker and different offensive coordinators. I think he's going to have a massive season. Well, for him, I know he with New York, I think he's going to go over 1,000. I think he's going to be on the tippy toes or right on the heels of a double-digit touchdown year. And I just think he's going to be a difference maker again. Emerson's in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
So does that mean everything you told us earlier about your guys hitting it off? Is it Emerson, when you opt out, are you going to opt out with Glash on Friday? Like, you guys are going to remain friends for the next few days, then you're out? We'll wait 2.5 years. Response.
Joe says the fourth quarter, we'll let Emerson get a chance to respond. His caps lock button must be broke.
Yeah. Be positive. It's a positive day here, Emerson. We don't need that. I know you're a goofball, probably in the middle of doing a set of push-ups in between typing, but we'll bring that negative energy in here.
Yeah. Emerson, did you go to the lake yesterday to show off? To bring your dogs for a swim? Viper says, you need a friend, Emerson? You picked the movie and the popcorn. Yeah, so Emerson, I think, was a little hurt that I went to the movies with Koff on Friday. Rossi, I can't help it that everyone wants to hang out with me.
I mean, you are the center of attention. You are the belle of the ball. I did the sim with Emerson at the time. I don't think he fully grasped what was happening. But yeah, it's... Now Emerson's calling you out that you don't even try in his friendship. But I don't believe him. I know Emerson. He's trying to stir it up. Trying to stir that pot.
No. Emerson's bailed on golfing with me and Samir like 3 times.
Oh boy, this is becoming a thing.
He knows it too. He's gonna hear me say that and go, oh damn, yeah, he's right about that.
Now he's gonna say you guys purposely picked days that I couldn't go.
Right. Convenient. Shout out to the Drew Stack. Also, Kyle from Ops. Hold on a second. Where'd our man Zach go?
The chat scared him off.
He's gone.
Chat was like,
Tyreek, there you go, Joe.
The freak.
Tyreek Hill. The final frame. Time to shine. 69% owned. Nice. 22.5% in the captain.
That is huge for those owners. I have him in the lineup. Obviously not the captain, but man, what an absolute huge play to get you back in it. And Mahomes now starting to light up the scoreboard. Notice everybody who was a little, the Chiefs should be better. Notice that's calmed down. Notice those comments have slowed down as the Chiefs. That's why I always tell everybody, breathe, baby. It's 4 quarters. It's simulated football. You never know what could happen.
Right. Jeez, it's a long day.
Listen, it was 12:15 and people were already fired up saying, it's over. This stinks. Jeez,
now Lindenbaum uses the reverse jinx excuse. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that was what you were. I'm sure that was your mindset the whole way through.
I've noticed one thing. Some people never wrong. Never wrong.
Oh, the chat has it great. See, because they can hear our tone, and when we speak and use our words, they can tell if we're happy, if we're sad, if we're annoyed, if we're being sarcastic and we're being jerks. Like, we don't really have that out. The chat, though, they can just have both ways. They can have it both ways all the time.
And it's their world. We're just
Must be nice. That's why we love you so much. We're jealous. We're jealous of your being.
Our guy Litzau saying extreme configuration, oversized disc energy in the sim. He didn't say in the sim, but I'm going to take that part.
Well, I hope you're all a little bit happier now on this Monday that Tyreek Hill scored for your lineups. Also, the classic. That's Rossi. If I had to guess,
yes, sir.
I think folks get agitated when the big players don't shine right out of the gate, because then they go, well, that's it. My classic for the rest of the afternoon is done. Like, that's really where the anger shines through. A showdown, they might go, okay, at least I get the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. But the classic, if Tyreek Hill or Kelsey doesn't do squat, then you're in a bad spot because you paid up for that guy. So that's, I think, where the frustration and, folks just get too emotional, which I do all the time. I will not back down from that. But about their lineups, that's where they really do get annoyed. Retease, did you know? It's true. I have said this. Retease, did you know on Twitch? Glash, you said we should be mean to each other. I did say that. Very poor choice of words on my part. Now being held against me.
You did not mean it. Caught him on a bad day. So I like to say, spread that love amongst each other, amongst everybody.
Somebody says, I wish I was an announcer, or at least try once.
Do you, though? Do you, somebody?
So that's where I think folks get mad. They're classics. The showdowns, Hakuna Matata, right? Like, all right, it's over. Got the next one. Classic, it's the slow knife. That's what you feel it at 2 o'clock. You're going to still feel Tyreek Hill letting you down. And then at 4 o'clock, you're still going to feel it. That's just my guess, having done so many of these simulations. Ooh, I'm done. Sorry.
That's okay. Being on lock. If I'm ever in Austin, Texas, dude, I'm taking you up on that. I might be going down to Texas for some wrestling events this year. So maybe I'll hit you up. Could be sooner rather than or sooner rather than later.
Up there's Henry.
Henry.
They eat each other. Oh. It's Reed Tease, did you know? You found the clip of me saying, let's be mean to each other.
I'm going to assume it's a doctor. Because you would never say such a thing.
No, it's one thing I can't trust about these Twitch clips. Well, except Smash Lanta.
I was going to say, I've seen some. My words have been twisted on some of these.
Smash will take the clip, download the clip, and then edit. Hugh, Banks, and Emerson looks like they're going to get a date to go see Cruella. Hugh, just be prepared for an excuse to bail because, Winnie and Georgie are fighting or something. Touchdown, Jacobs.
Hungry. I always go with the hungry excuse. Yeah, Jacobs gets in. There's my dude, Ashley Edwards, screaming for Jacobs. I've noticed something about Ashley Edwards recently. I swear she must be a good luck charm, Ashley Edwards, because that account throws out Jacobs or throws out a name. It says, please, Sim Gods. And that account gets what they want. Maybe people got to start focusing on me, and maybe more on the potential Ashley with the I, Ashley Edwards account. It's a shout out. I get it. I'm joking.
Jacobs 21% owned, only 1% in the captain spot.
Also, the players' haters ball is all calmed down. Jordan Lindenbaum says, okay, that is better. Never satisfied, just said it's better, not happy. Gee, that's going to help my lineup. I'm going to take a peek now. I've been hesitant to look. Darren Waller's kind of holding me back, but Nelson Aguilar could help. I am in 79th. Nah, not good. If we get a little Waller action next time, or Kelsey scores, but I'm sure everybody has Kelsey, so.
Let's see. I am in 20th place. Ziwa's in first.
Ziwa!
Ziwa! With CEH the captain. Tyreek Hill in the winning lineup. Derek Carr, Waller, Williams, and the Raiders defense. That's our contest. The bigger free showdown has a two-way tie for first. CEH is the captain, Mahomes, Hill, Williams, Richard, and Aguilar.
Love it.
Play action Mahomes, a quarterback run. Gaining a single yard. Emerson has texted me. He logged off YouTube, so I wouldn't make it much about me. He's leaving all of you. That wasn't very nice. He did the Irish goodbye.
Ooh.
Didn't even say bye. Just out the door he goes.
All right, we'll see you later. We'll catch you.
I will call him after the sim and patch up our relationship, and everything will be fine. Maybe not, though. Could go really poorly.
Super Bowl Baby says, saw Cruella. Says it was entertaining. Fun show. Good stuff. Baby of Bulls.
So, the chat, someone else was bringing this up earlier. They're missing a stat on Renfro, I guess.
We'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it. Yep. They get it right at the end. So I know in the moment you're like, I want my points! Give me my points! Now! Renfro has nothing at the moment in the game center. We see you. We got you. They take a diligent look at the end of the game. But, every once in a while I like to remind folks that it's out of Rossi and I's control. We're just commentating here. We're reading your comments because we want to make sure that you see us and hear us and understand
Ways.
Yeah.
Conversation. I will just say again, we are the Jamotes, and I'm not trying to belittle Glash because usually when I'm in this,
no, you're not. Please.
But we're just two fools. Like, let's be real. Everybody you see talking, we're just fools. The hardworking people, the Drew Stack, Kyle, those are people doing real work. Literally, I'm in a meeting, quote unquote, right now. If you want to know what's going on in my life, I'm in a meeting. So this is a pleasure. This is a joy. We're just two guys flapping gums for an hour and a few minutes, and a pleasure to do so, and an honor. But we don't control anything. Nor should we, and nor would you want us to. If I ruled the Sims, the kickers would be getting like 10 points an attempt, even if they miss.
New addition, little late for a pizza proposition in the fourth quarter. It's a lack of integrity.
Oh, jeez.
What? Pizza deal integrity. Come on.
Oh, I didn't know how much integrity you put behind the pizza place.
I mean, hey, Rossi, if I tell you it's 21-21 at the 2-minute warning and your pizza proposition is this game doesn't go just one overtime, but two, and I'm going to pick a team that's going to win. Well, where's the challenge there? It's too easy.
Hey, you never know. I would just say new edition. If that happens, I'll if it doesn't happen, I'll buy a pizza. Patent pending, not really.
Well, We'll do. Oh, wait a minute.
No, don't do it. Just don't do it.
No, hold on.
Universe
I'm just
is 2
thinking.
o'clock.
I'm thinking. Ducey's here at 2.
A second. Oh, yeah.
I can't do pizza deal with Ducey. It's too hard to get a word in. Figure that out. I'm just being straight up, because if he's going on his thing, he's gonna be like, he'll be like, it'll be the first quarter. I'm trying to get my ducks in a row for pizza propositions, and he'll be like, what are we doing here, Flash? Like, what is this?
I've told him. The only time we've had conversations outside here, one time he shut down a conversation, and I was literally like, we had a little beef for like half a minute. Because he like shut down a conversation. Like, who does that? What are we doing? We're here to talk. But that was the one time I was like, I don't know if I can deal with you. But he was fine. We were fine. We patched it up after. We hugged it out, kissed each other on the mobile apps, and we're good. But he does that sometimes. What are we doing? I'm like, what? Kids.
It's like just let it be. Like sometimes he goes on his little rant and we just let him go. Okay, just let him go. Let him do what he needs to do. But he has a hard time doing it the other way around. The other way around is like, oh, well, I want to be part of it. I want to know what you're doing, man. It's like, no, how about we just stay in your lane.
Either get in or get off. Get in the ride, baby. See if the Chiefs can get in the winner's seat here.
But Jeff Ulrich at 4 o'clock today. See, Jeff will absolutely, because see, Jeff's got a real complete understanding of the pizza deals.
And Jeff's day one-ish. Jeff gets it.
So we'll do 4. We'll do 4 o'clock.
All right, there you go. And it's closer to dinner time, even if you're a West Coaster by the end. If you want a pizza for later, that's a good call.
We'll do 4 o'clock.
This Glash making the smartest call he's ever made, and he knows it. Literally, here's all you need to do. I'm going to program your 2 o'clock. Start off with the Jets record, and then at halftime, you'll be ranting and raving about that, and the chat will say something. He'll start going off on people. He'll start talking close to the mic and saying, hey, B-Down Walk, how about... And then once you hit half, talk about an air fryer in your game. You've got a whole second half worth of him, and you're good.
And then, don't even try to come in here at 2 and give him crap about the Clippers, because he won't touch it. But if the Clippers had won to tie the series up, he'd want to talk Clippers, but he won't want to talk Clippers since they're now down 3-1.
By the way, just real quick, catching up on all that, like the series of these games have just been incredible. These have been such entertaining ball games. Basketball fan or not, like a lot of people I know are not. I'm a huge hockey fan, and people are not huge hockey fans. But these games are fun to watch in the playoffs, right? Like Stanley Cup playoffs. But if you are not an NBA fan, these have been so much fun. And if maybe you pull your sports book and put a location online, play some of the games, have some fun with it. But these games have been a lot of fun to watch. Very entertaining night in, night out.
All right, 24-21. Waller makes the catch. We're coming up on a minute left. 1 timeout for Vegas. Nice little sim here. Like the first 2 touchdowns, couple nobodies. Richard, Sherman. Yeah, but the big names are showing up. What's up?
Couple nobodies.
I mean, come on. I mean, Richard is actually decently owned, but look, there he is.
I thought that was Waller for a second. I got excited. You're right, it's Richard. Now we're gonna play foolish games with me. We're going to. It's all right. It's all right. Stay calm. You know what? I'm gonna let everybody know. I'm really excited about today because I'm actually meeting up with some coworkers for some we'll just say day wings and polar seltzers about 3 p.m. So I will not catch your pizza bet. I'll probably pop in for a little bit of the 2. I'm very excited. I haven't gone out with people in a long time, especially during the day.
Make sure you buckle your car seat.
I'll have somebody drive me. I'll have the booster.
You have a booster seat at the restaurant you're going to?
Oh, always. You gotta be eye to eye with friends. You don't want to be staring up the whole time.
All of you just close your eyes. It's a beautiful day in Boston, Boston area. Rossi's with 4 or 5 other folks, some friends.
Could be, yep.
It's a nice table. There's a little shade, and the polars are flowing and having a nice little appetizer. It's 2 people on one side of the table, 2 on the other side of the table. They're looking in each other's eyes, and there's the end of the table. There's Jason Rossi, elevated in the booster seat at 360 pounds, at 3'6". His little chubby legs are hanging out of the wooden booster seat. He's trying to shake him free. He's kicking.
I can't fit them in. I have to sit on top of it.
And he's got a little cone on his head as a way to distract him. It's not really his birthday, but he's got a cone. You can open your eyes now.
Drink it in, man. That's reality. That's reality. I put a cone actually around my neck so that the food, I can just kind of push it to the end of the table so I don't have to, because I can't reach up to get it. So I just kind of shove the food into my feed cone and just eat it straight from there.
Tie the game, Carlson. Oh, he got it.
Son of a gun. Son of a gun. And guess what? New edition, you don't get what you want now. You son of my foot. My small chubby sausage toes. My chicken nugget toe. Shout out to former producer Madison, who used to disturb her when I used to bring it up. Look at that thing. Looks like a chicken nugget. Looks like a chicken nugget. You get and Mickey D's, your frozen section. That's what my big toe looks like.
Ian Murray says, thank God I can open my eyes. I was driving. DW Nasty, I bring my own phone book.
That's a good call. I don't have phone book here where I live. I don't know if I'm like registered. I don't even know if they make phone books anymore. But I may have to go to the registry or like town hall. That's a good call. Free.
All right, we got 400 of you watching right now. Good to have you with us. 24-24, couple of field goals down the stretch. 4 seconds for Mahomes. And they will run the ball to end regulation. Two-way tie for first place in the free contest. And in our free showdown, Ziwa still in first. All right. Let's watch the toss.
Yeah, Jordan, I don't know, dude. I'm not happy about it. I'm not going to pretend. But as long as somebody wins big money here for them overtime, I'm happy for them. So one person's going to be happy. It's definitely not me. Just transparency. I don't like overtime. But that's okay because I'm in all the time.
Disco7 on Twitch. Who has scored since the start of the game for the Raiders? Jalen Richard, Tyrell Williams. I think one more touchdown. Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs, Richard, both rushing, and then, yeah.
And then Williams.
Yes. Caught it.
Or the Chiefs. The Shermanator. CEH caught a pass.
Yep.
And then Tyreek Hill.
Nailed it. 2 field goals by each kicker.
Yep, there you go. All caught up.
Let's go. Here we go. What team? I'm going to start lining up players of the game just in case. Whoever scores the touchdown is going to be the player of the game, so spoiler there. Not my kid. Darren Waller right now is my pick, but I'm going to look at some ownership as we get here. Drew always dropping that sweet ownership.
Oh!
What a snag.
Look who it is! Tyreek!
Cheetah! Patrick Mahomes was the most owned. Watkins also came up higher ownership. Yeah, Sammy Watkins not my kid award. 42.
I tell you, man.
Yeah,
we had a 2-minute pregame. He's the one guy. I can't trust him.
Yeah. 5th highest owned in this contest. And then Darren Waller is the highest owned Raider. So either one could be the pick. If the score goes to Watkins, he goes from outhouse to penthouse, and then I'll put Waller as the not my kid. But if not.
Ooh, Bazooka X Factor is lit, and Mahomes is tripped up. And look at the day Tyreek Hill is having. Funny. All of you whining all day. What do you know? 5 for 91 and a touchdown. He's 9 yards away from the bonus. You all would have taken that if we told you that at 12:01.
The tears are starting to dry in Simland. He's going to get the bonus still. You know he's going to catch it. He's probably going to catch his touchdown pass.
There he is in the slot.
Oh, yeah. Look who's covering him. It's a potential safety. There's no reason this can't be going to Tyreek Hill unless they're going to run the ball. Okay. Thanks. Make me look foolish, which is easy enough. Number 6 forehead. I don't trust anyone. DTA, baby.
Yeah, Robinson hasn't been good either. I usually like to roster Robinson over Watkins.
I'm with you, but the ownership wasn't there. I'm going just purely based off ownership numbers. Robinson 23%, Watkins 42%. That's a huge gap.
Yeah, he's got 4 for 51 in the game. There's Tyreek!
Bonus!
I think that's enough, right? And Mahomes is 6 off in the bonus.
Here we go. Bonus City.
Boom.
Here he is. Sound the alarms!
All of you have been hating on Tyreek Hill's performance today. Apologize to virtual Tyreek Hill. All of you. Now, apologize. Apologize! 6, the bonus, and a touchdown.
And we're going to potentially get a field goal.
That's what, Rossi, that's why we watch the games. That's why we sim the games. We have to play the 32 minutes of football.
Yep, a little bonus action today. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Be right back.
Okay, yeah, this is not over.
I used to not tell people, but since Emerson started telling people, I just tried to be transparent and walk away. So, no pee.
BTs, did you know? Oh, you're tempting me with a good time. Glash, it's too late to apologize. It's too late. Hey, hey, hey. All of you, apologize. Apologize. There's a lot of you that rostered Tyreek Hill. All of you apologize now. Apologize. That is the emergency buzzword. Apologize. Jordan, we're not thanking you. Stop it. Luke Murphy says, thanks, Tyreek. I didn't say anything bad about you. That is a twisted way of thinking, Jordan Lindenbaum, to think that now you deserve credit. Come on. That's fine. But I good little strategy on your end, I guess, to make it feel better. Down goes Carr.
I gotta laugh when I'm in the bathroom and I hear, apologize! Apologize! I'm like, oh man, this is not the type of, flow you would be expecting, but I liked it.
Rossi's fat cat, I regret nothing. Good.
Nope. Regret it all. Well, don't have regrets. Just be,
No.
You can say I'm sorry.
No regrets.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Scotty Too Hottie, this feels like a line in like a press conference. If you went back and read the press conference transcript, I had faith. Taking my dime with Captain Hill. 420 of you watching. It's great to have you with us. If you don't mind, do it for Tyreek Hill. If you're appreciative of Tyreek delivering for your showdown and your classic contest. Remember, there was a moment in the second half where I felt for you all in your classic lineups with Tyreek Hill. He gave you the bonus. He gave you a touchdown. Hit that like. If you don't mind. 3rd and 4. Carr.
He's in the bonus, by the way, Derek Carr.
Yep.
Okay.
The only issue with that field goal for Kansas City, they didn't get the first down. Mahomes is 6 yards shy of the bonus. So Mahomes is not going to get the bonus. It feels like, unless the Raiders tie this thing up with another field goal. Hope you're all having a fantastic Monday. Now, there's so many of you here at this point. Is that because you're on lunch break? Please share what you're up to today. Besides the sim, of course. There is Renfro. Let's get that Renfro tally. Let's see, because folks have been asking about Renfro today. Hunter, 3-for-36. Boss man wants a field goal to tie it up. 2 o'clock sim will be the Saints at the Jets. I'll be here with Kenny Ducey.
Yeah, hey, Kenny.
Hey, Kenny. Yeah, Kenny. Derek.
Aaron says lunch break. What are you eating, Aaron? Aaron, what's for lunch? Give me some motivation or inspiration.
Must Be just says, we live here.
True.
Manny works from home. Murray says at work, downtime. Derek Carr. Another first down. Tyrell, they're in field goal range.
Tyrell Williams, what a call this one.
If we get a tie game, Jason Rossi, we're going to have to trade spaces like you did. I'm going to have to run to the...
You go to the bathroom whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. Because you know what? My bladder was kicking there since the third quarter, and I just couldn't hold it any longer. And I tinkled a little bit in the shorts. I'm not going to lie. A little tinkle in the shorts.
And Jeanette says, I didn't go to work today. Tired of my job. Going to school. Until I find another, I will be here. Or there.
Good luck, Internet. We got your back. Follow those dreams.
Ralph Flores, if you need help from DraftKings support, you want to go to DK_assist on Twitter. Very, very quick to respond. Nice people. They take care of you. Very understanding people. 2nd and 3. Another completion. Derek Carr, he keeps this up. He might hit 400 yards.
He's lighting up.
358 for Carr. 6th catch for Waller.
MF Jones says, I'm off today sitting on my roof with a drink and some gas.
Ooh.
Is he like do you have too much like beans last night? So he's watching The Sims. Like, happens to me, bro. I've been there.
This time last year, it was hard to acquire toilet paper. Henry Ruggs to the 1.
Oh, Jacobs walk it off, baby. What would it do for my lineup? Woo! Don't be in the shotgun.
If I could make a prediction now,
Please.
not for a pizza. I will not award myself with a pizza. But this is going to be a painful next 3 downs. Like, they're not going to get this in easily. God, that sounded wrong.
I'm in 110th. I need a miracle. I need Darren Waller to throw it to Josh Jacobs. Who Jacobs is in there?
Okay.
There's no linebackers in the middle of the field.
Oh, touchdown.
Yes.
I was wrong. That's the game.
Ooh, Congo Cab. Stand up, Raider Nation. Let's go. By the way,
Congo Cab.
I will give a shout to Ashley Edwards again. Earlier, before overtime, said overtime Raiders will win. And Raiders, well, making sure there's no challenge here. Just walked it off.
Okay, so he's your player of the game, right?
Josh Jacobs, player of the game. Sammy Watkins, not my kid.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all. Love y'all individually and collectively. Smash that like. Be a good person. Do the best you can out there. And say nice things about people. And drink a ton of water. Oh, yeah. Right before you pee, too. Hydrate.
Depart ways, yes. Okay, we need to go, so keep your eyes on the game center because Kyle's going to be doing those final calculations once we sign off, so there's no sense in reading who won because it might not be updated yet. So we need to bounce. Thanks to the Drew Stack, Kyle, of course, you, the DK Sim fan. We came in strong. The players you needed to shine delivered. Tyreek Hill, thank you so much. Thank you, because people were so mad at us. Rossi, have a great rest of your day. You're back tomorrow for the first 3.
Yes, I take your driver's seat for tomorrow. For the first 3, this was a pleasure. Gosh, enjoy the rest of them. You and Deucey, you and Moose. You got a nice 3-pack, nice variety. It's like when you get the popsicles. They come with 3 different flavors. So hopefully I lit some form of spark, and the rest of the day is even better with Deucey and Moose.
Yeah, 35 minutes. Me and Ducey will be here. In the meantime, I need to go call Emerson, but now you'll hear from Mr. Latzia on The Sweat with a bunch of guests getting you ready for the day in sports. Here it is.
All right. Morning, people. It's the final Monday of June in the year 2021. That is history, and we are absolutely stoked to have you here on The Sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia. We've got the good stuff flowing today, PGA, NBA, NHL, NFL, but we're going to get this party started on the diamond. We don't have Wimbledon in the show, unless I was looking at the wrong rundown there, pal. I know I have it on my television right over here. I love tennis. I'm the biggest tennis fan in the world. I can pronounce every name perfectly. But Kenny Ducey, you've already heard him. Eric Halterman is here as well. These are our baseball bros today. So try to focus here, Kenny. It's MLB Price Check. Which players do you like on tonight's 9-game main slate at the following price ranges? So start me off with a pitcher at like $8,000 or higher.
I'm going to go much higher than that. Freddie Peralta at 10.5K is my guy that I'm going with here. He's got a great matchup with the Chicago Cubs. Now, he is one of the prime suspects in the sticky stuff scandal. You know, there's guys on TikTok that have been tracking this thing for like months, and his fingers stick to his glove. But you know what? He's looked great. He had 10 strikeouts in his last start. He's facing the Chicago Cubs, and the Chicago Cubs are a very, very bad team, which I know that Eric can attest to. 203 over the last week they're hitting, 36.7% strikeout rate. 36.7%. That is like unheard of for a big league team to strike out that much. That is who the Chicago Cubs are. They are 3 true outcome kings. They just strike out a whole bunch. By the way, Chris Bryant, where is he? Does anyone know where Chris Bryant is? The guy has had like, what does he have? 3 hits since coming back? This team is just really not hitting the ball at all. Freddie Peralta, 10 strikeouts last time out against a weak lineup. There's another weak lineup. Maybe when he runs into like the Dodgers, he's not going to be quite the trusty guy that he was. But right now, he's still throwing, upper 90s. I'm still rocking with Freddie Peralta here among some pretty bad high-priced options, frankly.
Okay, Eric, who are you rocking with? Pitcher at $8,000 or higher.
Yeah, I'm actually going to end up in the same place. I think among the other expensive pitchers, Lucas Giolito is probably the next best one that I would consider. But Peralta is my top guy, even at a 5-digit price. When I look to pay that kind of price for somebody, I'm looking at elite strikeout upside, a bad opposing lineup, and pitcher-friendly park. He doesn't have that latter one in Milwaukee. It's one of the tougher places to pitch in the league. But when you strike out as many guys as he does, I care less about park factors because it doesn't really matter how small the park is if they're never hitting it in the first place. He's striking out 36.4% of opposing batters, which is the kind of number he can sustain, given that he struck out 37.6% last year. As Kenny mentioned, there's maybe some sticky stuff concerns, but he doesn't seem to be losing anything. And the Cubs are last in WRC plus in the month of June. Just nothing really going right for that lineup at the moment. So that's enough. I mean, I wish this game was taking place in a more pitcher-friendly park, but given that the other expensive options all have a decent amount of questions about him, I'm on Peralta as well.
Who are you on then, Eric, for a hitter over $5,000?
Yeah, I'm liking Yordan Alvarez at 5,800. Really liking pretty much any of the expensive Astros who are looking like, quite possibly the best team in the league, best offense in the league for sure this season. And when you get those kind of bats against Thomas Eshelman, things could get ugly. Eshelman has just 2 starts this year, hasn't been anything close to good. Over the course of his career, he has a 5.45 ERA, and there's no reason to believe things are about to get better. He doesn't walk a lot of guys, but I think that's because they've already hit it over the fence. Just a 6.4% career walk rate, but a 12.1% career strikeout rate is just about half what league average is these days. You can get by with a low strikeout rate if you get a lot of ground balls, but he has a 33.1% ground ball rate, so just nothing really that suggests he's a big league starter. Alvarez hitting .302 with 13 homers on the year. He's now played 154 career games, so basically one full season. And he has 41 homers, 131 RBI, and a lifetime batting average of .307. This guy's still just 24 years old, too. I think there's a lot more to come from him. And we could see one of his biggest days of the season against Eshelman.
Where are you going in this department, Kenny?
I'll be a little more. It's pretty simple here. Trey Turner, $5,600. Look, he's going up against Jared Eichhoff, who we all know stinks. We all know Jared Eichhoff is a bad pitcher. 7 of the last 9 games, Trey Turner's been able to get you double digits in the DKFP department. And he's going up against a team in the Mets, which he owns. He'll probably get on base a few times. James McCann will be catching. He has a really terrible arm, so I like his stolen base upside as well here. We all know that can be a big contributor here in the fantasy point department. So I do like Trey Turner quite a bit. Guy's been seeing the ball worth a look, but the Nationals just have the better high-priced names.
What about a value bat?
Value bat, I'm going to Christian Walker at $3,100. Yeah, I know, not the sexiest name. This is not the best team to be picking in daily fantasy, but look at a guy who's just over $3,000, really, really cheap. He has 6 hits in his last 4 games, 2 multi-hit games in there. He moved up to 5th in the order. He was slumping. He's been locked in as the cleanup hitter for the Diamondbacks. He was slumping. He was dropped to 6th, and then he really started to hit. Moved up to 5th last game. He could be back in the cleanup spot as early as tonight. And when you look at the matchup here, it is fantastic. He's a right-handed power bat against Wade LeBlanc, another guy who just really scares you, right? 85 miles an hour with that unhittable cutter, comes back with 87-mile-an-hour sinker. I mean, that is just really ridiculous, right? You can't hit 87. But no, in all seriousness, Wade LeBlanc has really not struck anybody out, which is fine when you're a sinker ball pitcher because you just get the ground balls. Well, his hard hit rate is almost 50%. He comes into this with an expected ERA over 6. He's going to get lit up by a Diamondbacks offense that just hits left-handed pitching. And the prime suspect I'm looking at here, if I'm not looking at Ketel Marte up near $5,000, is Christian Walker at 3,100. He's seeing the ball really well right now.
Eric, value bet, please.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this guy in this category, but it's Cody Bellinger at 3,900. There's two types of value bets. There's the guys who are always cheap, who are hitting well these days, and there's the guys who are having down years, but in ordinary seasons would be way more expensive, and that's Bellinger. And I really don't think we should overreact to his 21 bad games this season. They have been legitimately bad. He's hitting just 233, and his expected batting average of 239 says that that's basically deserved. But again, 21 games, he's missed time with a broken leg, a hamstring injury, and he seems to be turning things around now, homering in back-to-back games. And again, this is a guy who you would be totally unsurprised to see up at 5,500. He's one of the best bats in the league from season-long fantasy perspective. He's a perennial first-round pick type guy. So anytime you can get a guy like that for under 4,000, even if there are reasons that he is priced that way based on his performance this year, even if he's facing a guy who I do kind of like, in Anthony DeSclafani, you just don't get this kind of talent this cheap this often. So I would jump at that chance to get him.
Eric, who is someone you are totally fading on tonight's slate?
Yeah, there's a couple of the expensive pitchers. I think we talked about earlier how a lot of the expensive pitchers are kind of shaky. Not really interested in Zach Greinke, given that he's seemingly forgotten how to strike guys out recently. And I'm definitely not going to pay all the way up for Trevor Bauer. He's the one guy who's more expensive than Freddie Peralta. Obviously, when everything's going right for Bauer, he's Cy Young winner, but I think he may have had some help with that. He's widely known as one of the people who was probably using the sticky stuff, and you could see it in his spin rates. His fastball RPM went from 28.41 in May to 25.82 in June. One of the bigger drops that I've seen, and that's taken a bite out of his ERA with it. 2.24 ERA in May and June, and a 3.55 ERA, 2.24 in April and May, and 3.55 in June. He's also facing a Giants lineup that is very good. Surprisingly, they rank 4th by WRC Plus this season. So not going to pay up for him against an offense this good, given that I'm not sure he's quite the Bauer we're used to seeing.
Kenny, what about you? Someone you want nothing to do with tonight?
Yeah, same sort of deal. Trevor Bauer is on my list as well. 10.9K is just a ridiculous price to pay, especially against, I'm really surprised that he's this expensive against one of the best offenses in baseball in the Giants, as Eric touched on. And his spin rates are way, way down. I mean, they've just consistently dropped over the last 4 starts. And he's had one good start in his last 6. So, even dating back to the first couple of starts in that span when his spin rates were relatively normal, still not pitching well. And look, again, it's a guy that still has the velocity. He's still able to, he flashed the strikeout upside last time. But I'm sorry, maybe I'd be looking at him as a speculative GPP play, even at this price, against the worst lineup, because I don't think anyone really trusts him to be a good pitcher anymore. But against the Giants, I mean, this is a team that has hit right-handed pitching so well. They're still just around the top 10 in WRC Plus over the last week. They have a lot of talent from the left side. So I do think that this is just a spot that you absolutely want to stay away from. But I don't really agree with Eric as much on Zach Greinke. Still think he's good.
Interesting. Well, Kenny, finally, let's poke over to the sports book, shall we? What's your favorite bet on this Major League Baseball slate?
Poke over to the sports book. Look, I mentioned it earlier, but I like the Diamondbacks' first 5 run line here, money line, plus 120. I don't like Wade LeBlanc. I think everyone knows, 36 years old, not throwing hard. Everyone knows he's a bad pitcher and he's going to give up runs. And, especially the Diamondbacks, one of the things that they've always done well this year, despite all their struggles, they've hit against left-handed pitching. And even despite the fact that they've lost so many games over the last month, they're still in the top 10 in WRC plus to left-handed pitching. Now, when you look at the other side of the coin, Jake Faria is a guy that I actually used to think is really good. I still think he is. He's getting his second chance here as a starting pitcher. He's probably going to go 4 innings. So and you're not going to get a true first 5 where it's both starters going all the way. But I do think that Jake Faria pitches enough in these first 5 innings to make an impact. He's got a great split finger, and this Cardinals offense is just all out of sorts right now. They are quickly falling down the NL Central standings, not hitting the ball well. A lot of their talented guys just not showing up at the plate. We saw Yadier Molina hit into one of the more ridiculous ground outs yesterday against the Pirates. So I really just love fading this offense. Jake Faria has the stuff to be a really good starter. His expected ERA this year good, strikeout rate up. And Wade LeBlanc, 85 and 87, that's what he's throwing at you, and the Diamondbacks can hit that. They have the bats.
Eric, bring us home.
Yeah, just first a quick note on Zach Greinke. He hasn't struck out more than 4 batters in any of his last 5 starts. So while he still may not give up a ton of runs, that's not the kind of fantasy ceiling I'm looking for. But for this specific question, I like the Giants at plus 155 over the Dodgers. Might be a little weird since I said I liked Cody Bellinger, but I think both of those things could be true. I think you can say that the Giants are a lot closer to 50-50 than this plus 155 odds suggest, while also saying that Cody Bellinger himself is significantly underpriced. These two lineups are right next to each other. Giants 4th by WRC plus, Dodgers 3rd. I don't think anybody would have had that coming into the year, but I mean, again, the Giants have just smashed expectations this season, and the Dodgers have been a bit banged up. And some of their top guys like Mookie Betts not necessarily performing up to the expected levels. And the two pitchers, Trevor Bauer is better than Anthony DeSclafani. Even post sticky stuff, Trevor Bauer is better, but it's not necessarily a huge gap. Like I said, Bauer is down in the month of June. 3.55 ERA, 4.13 FIP. The walk rate is inflated up near 12% too. DeSclafani has been good in the recent past. He had a 3.89 ERA in 2019, so there's precedent for him being a pretty good pitcher. Had a 24% strikeout rate against the 7% walk rate that year, so it looked very for real. Last year, he battled injuries, saw his ERA spike all the way to 7.22, while his strikeout rate crashed to 15.8%. He's got the strikeout rate back up at 23.1% this year and a career high 46.9% ground ball rate. So he's really doing some of everything. That 2.77 ERA will probably rise, but it should rise to still mid-high threes, completely acceptable level, which is close enough to what this version of Bauer is that I would still probably say the Dodgers are favored, but not by plus 155.
Gentlemen, nice work. We got some golf to gossip about, including beefy Bryson DeChambeau aiming to defend his title at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Hang out, please. Let's talk about dudes who can roll a good meatball here. Joining us now, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. First things first, how are we feeling after night number 1 with the new puppy?
Fantastic, Emerson. She's trained herself. There's no problem. There wasn't any whining last night. Nothing. I mean, I'm fully rested. It's perfect. So, God, I mean, it's hard being this talented a dog trainer. No, I'm feeling good. Got a couple hours of Z's. That's all I need. Let's go.
Okay. Were you able to catch any of that epic, 8-hole playoff yesterday at the Travelers?
I caught got home. I'm like, why is this tournament still on? Yeah, I caught the last few playoff holes. It was kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. So crazy little ending there. I'm not sure if that set a record or not, but certainly felt like it should have. So that was a long one.
I honestly thought we were going to have a Bagger Vance moment where they had like all the spectators line the fairway and green with their cars. Like, come on, get those lights ablazing, boys. Let's get into this week. Let's get into the PGA Tour pin placement here. That is what the segment is called. So where will the following golfers finish at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? It's in Detroit. This is a bomber's paradise here, dude. You can just look at what defending champ, our dude, Bryson DeChambeau, did here last year. Where does he finish this week, do you think? What was his winning score? Minus 23 last year.
Yeah, we've seen. I mean, look, the last two winning scores here have been -25, -23. So it gives you an idea of what's ahead here. This course is set up very easy for the pros. I mean, it's got wide fairways to begin with. They don't cut them down. The rough, excuse me, even when it is up, because the fairways are so easy to hit, that it just hasn't affected the player's ability to score here. So someone needs to go low. And quite frankly, I think Bryson can do this again. I really do. I mean, this is a guy who's been extremely consistent. We've seen with the putter lately, his birdie rate is up there. Even when he's not playing that well around the green, Emerson, he's got a couple top 20s here in his last few starts. I mean, he's sharpened up there around the green game. And again, it may not have been coming to play that much, with given the course here. Again, easier to hit greens, easier to hit fairways. The approach game has actually been there for Bryson. Does it need to take a slight uptick? Yes, but he can get hot on these greens. I think you have to pencil Bryson in for a top 5 here. It would not shock me in the least if he went back-to-back this year either. Someone's going to have to get real hot to take him down, I think.
All right. What do you think about Jason Day? I was watching him over the weekend. It was like hurting my back. I felt like I was 90 years old, like just watching him walk around that course in Connecticut.
I mean, it was crazy to see him jump out there in front of the lead. I mean, you thought once the weekend came around, like, this probably isn't going to last. And unfortunately, that prediction came to fruit. I mean, T10, it's a good finish for Jason Day, just considering how, he had 3 missed cuts, T44 at the PGA. Like, his game isn't that far off. But like you said, there's clearly a health issue. And I'm not sure how you can pencil in a guy to have a massive week at an event where you've got to take care of all your opportunities. You almost have to go bogey free at this event if you're going to win. I think Jason Day, he gained over 3 strokes around the green and with the putter at the Travelers. He's very consistent with those clubs, but I just don't think there's enough there with the ball striking. So I'm actually going to pencil him in for a missed cut. I'm going to be negative Nelly here, just saying that I think that was a 1-week blip. Like you said, he doesn't still look 100% healthy, and I think that with the birdie rate you need at this event, I think I could easily see Jason Day just missing the cut this week.
Dude, is there a rule against having a caddy seriously help you take the ball out of the cup in the end? Because that just looked really uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, it looks uncomfortable. It looks uncomfortable, like you said, for the viewer, but
yeah.
I don't know if there's a rule. I'm actually not sure.
Okay, great, good. I knew you would know everything. I have no clue either, and apparently neither does anybody else. Matthew Wolff, what do you think about him? I know he's been a golfer. You and I have talked a lot about him recently. You've been pretty high on this dude.
I really like Matt Wolff long term. I mean, short term, obviously we're in a funk here. I mean, he broke out of it a bit at the U.S. Open. That was really nice to see. Gained 6 strokes off the tee at the U.S. Open, over 4 strokes putting. But then last week, he lost strokes everywhere, and it was just a really tough opening round. He bounced back a bit in the second round, though, and I'm of the opinion, obviously Matt Wolff came in here last season. He was also in a funk when he came into this event last season, finished solo second to Bryson. He really got it going here, gained over 2 strokes off the tee and on approach. I think you're going to see Matt Wolff bounce back. I think he gained some kind of confidence at the U.S. Open. Now, you didn't see it at the Travelers. That's okay. But, I don't think that you necessarily saw him, get super negative. I mean, his second round there was actually slightly encouraging. So I'm going to pencil Matt Wolff in here for like a top 15. Maybe I'm even going to go more bullish. I'm going to say a top 10. I think, saying that he's going to win the event, probably he's a little bit far off, but I think he bounces back here. This is the type of course Matt Wolff can just wheel and deal off the tee. He's not going to have to worry about spraying it too much. And, the round the green game isn't that super important this week. If he can just find some confidence on the greens, which he did here last year, I think he could be in for a nice week. I think he's going to be an interesting GPP play for DraftKings Daily Fantasy too.
Wait a minute. Bry Guy behind the scenes says, all right, it's a new rule under Rule 14.1b. The player's caddy is allowed to mark and lift the player's ball on the putting green anytime the player is allowed to do so without needing authorization. The caddy continues to be allowed to replace the player's ball only if the caddy was the one who had lifted or move the ball.
There you go. Bump up Jason Day like 5 spots. Give him a T65 instead of a missed cut, I guess.
That's right. How about Bubba Watson? He teed off in that final group with Jason Day, and Bubba was trying to win this tournament or last week for the 4th time. So how do we feel about him this week? Is he riding a little bit of momentum?
I think he is. I mean, it's obviously a really disappointing finish, but we saw after the event Bubba said it himself. He was in position to win. He's very happy with that. You saw him implode a little bit at the U.S. Open after, in the third round as well. But again, this is a player who's, clearly he's chipping away here. It was last week at the U.S. Open. It was after 2 rounds, at the Travelers after 3 rounds. But, he gained over 2 strokes off the tee and on approach here. He's another player. He's just going to be able to bomb it out there, off the tee and not worry too much about, having to fit it in tiny slots in the fairway or anything. This is really just comes down to this week. Can Bubba figure out around the greens and on the greens? And he has been a pretty traditionally good POA putter, like at Riviera, and even last week at the Travelers, another POA greens. We're going to see like bentgrass POA on the greens here. It's not that big a deal, but I'm actually kind of bullish on Bubba this week. Again, I think that he's going to show up at the very least, post another solid win. Can he get to like 25 under? I don't know if Bubba's there at this point in his career. We can win these outright birdie fests. Maybe he needs a bit of a tougher course, but I'm going to pencil him in for a good week. Like Matt Wolff will say top 15. I think he's definitely turned a corner in terms of play, and I think this is a player you should start to think about trusting for daily fantasy. So,
Will Zalatoris, what do you know? Talk to me.
I don't really know much about what is bothering Will Zalatoris right now. I do know he's been absolute nightmare on the greens lately. He's lost strokes in 5 straight events. He's lost over 2 strokes on the greens in his last 2 starts, including the U.S. Open, but the Charles Schwab Classic as well, with which, traditionally fairly straightforward bentgrass greens. So it's not a good look. And the problem with Zalatoris right now is his approach game has also taken a downtick. So, if you don't have that elite approach game to bail you out, how are you going to make up for it on the greens? I think you're going to see a bounce back from Zalatoris fairly quickly. This isn't a player I'm worried about, but I don't know. Can he come in here and get to 25 under and win this event with a putter that's been ice cold? I don't think so. I'm going to pencil him in for a made cut. We'll say T25. I just think that around the green, the putter, it's probably not going to be sharp enough to do what needs to be done this week, which is basically sink every putt. So probably a bounce back just because his approach game is so elite, but I'm not hyper bullish on him here.
He did say recently that he believes Phil Mickelson would make a perfect Shooter McGavin if they ever decided to make Happy Gilmore again.
I don't disagree. I mean, I can see Phil breaking out the double shooter. So why not?
All right, go take your puppy for a little walk here. You have a quick break before we talk some NHL best bets with you, and also some NFL futures later in the show. Before that, though, we got NBA best bets to run through after this quick timeout. The Suns are 1 victory away from making the NBA Finals for the 3rd time in franchise history. First trip since, I believe, 93. Let's dive into some best bets ahead of Game 5. DK Live manager Chirag Hira and DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Good morning, gentlemen. Home tonight against the Clippers, 5-point favorites trying to get CP3 his first trip to the Finals. Did they get it done and cover, Kenny?
I think that the Los Angeles Clippers cover in this game. Now, I'm not sure the Los Angeles Clippers are going to win. I've been very, very bullish on them all series long, but let's just break this down and look at all the 4 games in this series. I really just have not been impressed with the Phoenix Suns, and I'm a guy who loves the Phoenix Suns. I've been yelling Mikal Bridges' name for the entire season. But look at Game 1, right? Ty Lue, experimental lineups. This team was gassed. That they basically rested their stars a little bit, or their best players. They only have 1 star. And they were within 2 points in the final minute. Game 2, Paul George, they lucked out with those 2 missed free throws. The Suns escaped. Game 3, they lost. And Game 4, we can all agree that both teams played awfully. So the Phoenix Suns have not really played a good team game in this entire series. Game 1 was the closest thing, and really it was just Devin Booker's heroics that got them there. Chris Paul has slowed down the pace as we thought he would, but he's missed a lot of jumpers. He just does not look the same right now. And the Los Angeles Clippers, they really just haven't had that good game that we know that they're capable of. Game one, they did have a great three-point shooting performance, but I still think that they're capable of a ton more than they've shown in this series. Paul George, I think that he'll bounce back a little bit from two bad games. And look, this team could be out of gas, but to me, I don't see a lot separating the two sides. I think the Clippers actually have the better A game if both teams brought their A game. So I do think that 5.5 points, or 5 points as it were, just a lot to lay with the Suns. I think the Clippers here make this game very close.
Who covers, Sharag?
I think there's two ways that this game plays out. A really tight contested contest, which sets up for the Clippers to cover, or a blowout with the Suns being able to take this game with the Clippers being gassed. I'm leaning towards the blowout a little bit just because I think this is finally the game that the Suns can feed off their crowd. And you're right, it was the last time since '93 that the Suns made it to the finals. So I think this is kind of that scenario where they feed off their home crowd and pump it up to get this blowout win.
Sharag, total for tonight set at 214. Neither team was able to reach 85 points in game 4. So do you expect like a similar pace here, or do you think the Clippers are just going to fire a will in the overhits?
What's really interesting, that the Suns came out and tried to push the pace just a little bit in game 4, and the Clippers were trying to make it so that DeAndre Ayton got pushed off the floor, but it just ended up being a really big slugfest, and I'm expecting a tight defensive struggle, at least for the first 3 quarters, where the teams, this is almost a game 7 for the Clippers. They have to win or they're out, and it sets up where I believe that the Suns just have enough, and the total will be under.
All right, under or over this total, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm with Sharag here. I think that this is going to be a pretty low-scoring game. You look at Chris Paul, again, the 2 games that they've played with him, and all the games, all series long, or all season long, rather, Chris Paul has slowed the pace to a painstakingly slow, number. So I do think that there's going to be few possessions in this game. I think that both teams are going to take their time in their half-court sets. And, again, while I do think the Clippers can play well, I am bullish on their ability to shoot the ball. I mean, if we're just being real here, both teams coming off of bad shooting nights. Devin Booker not really looking quite the same after the nose injury. Chris Paul missing a bunch of shots. There's a lot that can go wrong here for both teams, and I do think that despite the fact that it's a low number, I think the Suns will easily control the pace here. The Clippers have played good defense all postseason long. The Suns' defense has wavered, but we know that they can, they're capable of a very good defensive game. So I do think that I have no problems here taking the under.
DeAndre Ayton, let's talk about him. Huge game on the boards in game 4, so 22 rebounds. His rebounding total for tonight, that's 11.5. Does he easily hit that number, Kenny?
I do think that he does. I mean, we've seen DeAndre Ayton play a boatload of minutes. 41 was his high in this series. But when you look at the way that, he's just been able to dominate Ivica Zubac, it's been pretty incredible. I wouldn't be surprised tonight to see Ty Lue just kind of throw DeMarcus Cousins out there for 10 minutes, commit a hard foul, maybe get Ayton upset, and maybe throw him off his game. But when you look at the last 3 games, I mean, game 3, he had 9 rebounds. He had double digits in game 2, and then game 4, obviously that monster 2022 board game. I do think that DeAndre Ayton's capable of another double-digit game. I think he'll probably get, 14 rebounds here. He has a pretty decisive advantage on the glass, and he's just seemed to really continue to exploit that and get better and better as the series has progressed. Love DeAndre Ayton, and I love this over.
What about you, Sharag?
I definitely agree there, and I find that with this sitting at plus money, there is some value there. Paul George has kind of been the Clippers' top rebounder, so why can't DeAndre Ayton grab double-digit rebounds? I believe that with the total being set at 11.5, Kenny mentioned he had 9 in 2 of the games, so it's not like he's that far off, and it just sets up for a scenario where if this game doesn't end up in a blowout, that's really the only way that he goes under.
Well, the Clips' hopes fall on Paul George here, guys, who once again missed a key free throw in an LA loss. I mean, he'll need to obviously get everything together, get his game together here. So for the Clippers in his total points, rebounds, assists, I mean, that prop is set at 44.5. You like the over or the under on this one, Sharag?
I'm leaning a little bit to the under. Like I mentioned, I think this game has the potential to be a blowout, so that's kind of why. But if the Clippers are to win this game or make it competitive, it's because Paul George went over, and he went over easily. I could see 50 points, rebounds, and assists from Paul George. You saw in those 2 games in LA, like I mentioned, he was their top rebounder, double-digit rebounds in those games, and that's what makes it a little bit easier. He can also create the offense and kick out for those threes, so 5 assists, really in the realm of possibilities, but it's going to end up being the scoring. Is he going to get over 30 actual points, maybe even 35 to keep the Clippers in this? And I think that's the only way it really goes over.
All right, so Kenny, his total points, rebounds, assists prop, 44.5. Over or under that?
Yeah, I'm going over. I think Chirag is right that it's going to come down to points here, but he also is right that, Paul George has been their leading rebounder, 15 or more rebounds in the last 2 games. The thing we know about Paul George is he's going to be on the floor for over 40 minutes in this game. I would not be surprised. You saw 43, 44 minutes. And with that kind of run, I mean, he also did get over his assist prop last game, 6 assists. He's just been everywhere. And the thing is, the last 3 games, he has not knocked down any shots. Now, of course, the Clippers could be out of gas, but Paul George, the amount of usage that he's going to get, the amount of minutes that he's going to get, I'm very confident that he can get this over. You look at the way that this Clippers coaching staff has been able to transform Paul George. He had obvious demons. They were able to get him back into a good headspace, playing well. And I do think that they're going to do that again here with Paul George kind of sitting in a slump in this series. And the last thing I'll say is entering game 4, what did we hear from all those Suns backers, all those people saying the Phoenix Suns are going to win? They said shooting variance, shooting variance, shooting variance. They said, well, look, the variance, they're going to shoot better. No one ever said that the Clippers could shoot better, and they can because they're the best 3-point shooting team in the league. So why can't we argue shooting variance here with Paul George? He hasn't had a good shooting night in 3 games. We know he's a very good shooter. We know he's one of the best players in the league. Of course he can have a great game here. He almost hit this over. 23 points last game, 27 points the game before that, with basically nothing doing from the field. He can absolutely shatter this over, and I think it's very, very good money. It's very good value, and it's time to buy low on Paul George.
Gentlemen, that's it. We are out of time for this segment. We're going to do that sticky puck thing next as Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals arrives this evening.
What's up, everybody? Sim number two of the day on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Kenny Ducey is here. Drew Stack remains here. Kyle and Zach from the Game Ops team. Yours truly. Ducey, how are you? What's up?
I'm good. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with my my remaining money here in the contest. And this is, there's a lot of weirdly priced players. I don't really like it. I don't like it at all, to be honest.
A little funky. Think things are a little.
You want to go with the Fick Man?
I played
Wait,
him.
why can't I do that? No, I did that, and now okay. Now I want to do this. All right, let's just. I'm not even gonna make. Oh, I am gonna make it. Okay. Yeah. So I'm doing well. It's good to see you. Wimbledon's on. Great day. It's a wonderful day out, and yeah, I don't really know what else to say. It's good to be with you again. North Face hat. I like it. Oh boy, it's not submitting my lineup here, Glash. This is potentially a disaster.
It's not 2:00 just yet. So
it's not going in though. I still have 15. It literally says checking your location, and it's not going in. So I think I'm done. I think I lost. So, oh well. I tried. Don't know why it's not working.
Well.
Oh, am I in? No, I'm not in. Missed it. You got to see that in real time.
Nicely done.
I'll send you a screenshot here.
Okay. Yes, this is the matchup, Saints at the Jets. When we first did Jets schedule day, this was a loss, one of the 7 losses for the Jets in 2021. But there is breaking news from Ducey. Not so breaking news. It's more of a reminder that I did not recall. So Ducey, I'll be fair. I'm a fair host. I will let you speak what your side of the story is.
What do you mean? What's my side? I just said I revised my pick. I think last time we were on, I think I said maybe the Saints game was a loss, but then I think I might have given them another win somewhere. So I'm still sticking with the 10 wins. But I think I said that they would maybe. Oh, you know what I said? They'll beat the Falcons, but they'll lose to the Saints.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I think you have me down as they'll beat the Saints, but they'll lose to the Falcons.
No. I think your original pick was you think the Saints are going to be good.
Right. So the Jets will lose to the Saints.
Right.
So what was the contest name? I thought it said I predicted a win for the Jets.
Ducey predicts a loss in this matchup in real life. You're predicting a Jets loss.
A loss. Okay. I thought you meant a loss for the Saints. I'm confused. So why is that breaking news? Why'd you put that in the contest title?
I don't know, because it's a game you actually picked the Jets to lose, and I'm just holding you accountable.
I mean, good.
Yeah, that's all.
I do think the Jets will lose, yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool. On the same page then.
Basically, I was just getting out ahead of it. If we were to ever discuss at one point in the next hour of the real-life matchup, you really can't make a case for the Jets to win the game because you don't have them winning the game.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
I guess you could.
Right. No, but I couldn't, though. You're right.
Ducey, it was also 12:30 in the morning last night, and I was creating contest title names, and I'm like, I got
so you do at
nothing for
12:30 in the morning? You create Madden contests?
Yeah, before I forget, because I wanted to. I had to get up early to drive Sarah home from the airport. Then I wanted to get some sleep in before the noon sim.
It's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. So I was like, I got to create the contest tonight because I don't want to wake up early and do it.
Of course.
So that's the background.
Who wants to wake up early?
How the title came to be. You must have been up early. If you want to watch Wimbledon, you've got to be up pretty early, right?
Nah, rain today. Got to sleep in.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Lucky you. Like a snow day for Ducey.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a little, it wasn't a snow day. It's like a delayed opening.
Check the radio announcements, as producer Drew says, and then back to sleep.
Pretty much. It was a delayed opening. That's what it is. That's like the best equivalent you could say. It's like, oh, got another couple hours of sleep. It's not a snow day. I mean, they're playing. let me give you what my lineup. First of all, let me send a screenshot in the group so you guys know what I was working with here.
Okay. Drew Brees, the quarterback still for the Saints in Simland.
So that's what my lineup was. Would you like to read it off to the people? So I have a verified lineup out there. Can you please read it?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
Kenny has Traquan Smith in the captain spot.
You're right, I do.
Lev Bell, Darnold, Michael Thomas, Sam Ficken, Emmanuel Sanders.
Yep, that's my lineup.
So you and I are kind of getting like weirdly similar, I think, with captain's picks lately, because I've got Traquan Smith in the captain spot as well.
And that's not good. I don't like that. I'd prefer to be different.
Well, too bad.
Yeah.
Michael Thomas
it is too bad. You're right.
Thank you. Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Drew Brees, Jamison Crowder, Sam Ficken.
The Fick man.
Mm-hmm.
Fick man.
Brian Anderson, I'm sorry. I'm going to break your heart. We will do pizza deals at 4 p.m. That's the deal today. 4 o'clock pizza deals. That is a touchdown.
Oh, boy.
Manny Sanders.
Yeah, my lineup would have been killing right now. Let me see if it made it in. Let's see. Maybe it like snuck in. You know. Maybe like it actually went in. You know, one of those, right? That could have happened, right? Right. You okay there?
I'm getting chirped. It's always the timing is so bad sometimes.
Who are you getting chirped by?
I'm getting chirped on Twitter. I shouldn't have done this. I knew this was going to come back and haunt me. So last Friday, I went on Twitter, Deucey, and I normally look at people that do this and I go, all right, you know, like there's worse going on in the world. Get over it. But I went there. I did it. Deucey, you can relate to this as being someone who's been in this business now for a solid amount of years, been out of college, and you're successful and you work hard, you grind, you put in a lot of work to get to where you've been at this point in your career and all these jobs you've got, and you're making the dream happen. And oftentimes I get LinkedIn messages and folks are just straight up asking for a job. Like they're just like, hey, you're connected with me on LinkedIn. That means it's like the golden ticket. Poof. It's a magic trick. They just think you're connected on LinkedIn. So this app has twisted people's minds that you can just go on there and ask people to put them in touch with a recruiter to hire them. And I'm like, I don't even know you. Like, what are we doing here? So I went to Twitter and said, LinkedIn is not a platform to just basically and essentially ask people for a job, establish relationships. So now, good friend of the old DraftKings programs in the past, Ryan Noonan. He works now at 444 Fantasy Football. He used to do some stuff at DK. He's giving me a hard time on Twitter. Emerson talked to me about this last week. Buchanan and Ed Lowe are now aware of it. So.
Okay, so what's the punchline here? What's the what happened? So you have the tweet. I agree with you. On the tweet.
So Ryan Noonan, as a joke, went on LinkedIn and like direct messaged me on LinkedIn and said, "Hey man, I was hoping I could get a job. Let me know. Thanks in advance." Yeah. Okay, and then I responded with a bad word. Bleep me, LOL. Like me, meaning I knew people were gonna like, knowing my personality. Folks are going to jump on that and go, hey, like Koff responded and said, next time I'll text. Emerson said, I hope they see this. So people are busting my chops. That's all. So I just, knowing how I am, folks were just like, oh, let's give Glasheen a hard time. And they did. So.
All right. Poor Glash. I feel bad.
No, you shouldn't feel bad. Like it's fine. Like it's happened.
But you're right, though. You're right. It's a
happened
problem
like 6
where
times.
it's like, oh, it's either there's a lot of different. It comes in different forms. But there is a problem and a misunderstanding of, people out there, not understanding what goes on in the sports media, where it's like, oh, can you get me tickets? Can you get me a job? Can you get, and it's there are a lot of times where I feel like a company, if a company is so big, it's unfair to just expect you to know, one of the thousands of employees. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like I get it. I've been there before. And, even at another big company where I used to work, a lot of different brands under the umbrella. And it's like, okay, well, do you know this person, or can you get me like an interview? And it's just tough. It's tough. And you want to help out, you know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. Some folks will reach out and say, hey, would love to chat with you and learn about what you're up to. Like that's all good. And I've got messages like that on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And I know, I tell this story and I come off like such a what's the
dingus.
Oh, this guy, it's like all into his head. He thinks, like, no, it's not that. It's more so like, it's really not even these people's fault. It's like teachers and professors and who is telling the next generation, yeah, you're allowed to go on this app and just straight up ask people for contacts.
Right. Or like when someone will DM you on Twitter and they'll be like, can you follow me, please?
Yeah.
Like, look, that was I used to be someone who was trying to make it, and I never did that. Like, you got to earn a follow from me. You gotta, you have to try to establish contacts other ways. But like, just asking for something, I feel like is can be a lot. So. But LinkedIn, to your point, is much different than Twitter. Like, LinkedIn, there's some weird people on there. Like, you'll just have people that'll just connect, out of the blue, out of nowhere, and they'll just be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even like there's no sort of rhyme or reason to the connection. It's not like, oh, I know this person, or like I met you. You know what I mean? It's random strangers, as to your point, just like spamming DMs and spamming. I got a connection the other day for someone who like wanted me to be on a poll for like entrepreneurs. I was like, I'm not what? How does that make any sense?
Carlos, Drew Brees is the quarterback. Sanders has the touchdown. He's owned in 30% of lineups, 4% in the captain spot. I'll just give you, I promise we'll wrap it up, but I'm not going to name names, but this was the last message I got. That is a wide open touchdown catch for Michael Thomas.
My lineup, man. My lineup. It would have been so good. Oh, man.
Hey, Brendan. No idea who this is. Hey, Brendan. Hope all is well. I was curious, if possible, if you knew any recruiters for DraftKings for an open position I could reach out to. ? Greatly appreciated. Praying hands. That's the message. Like, oh, I see. So, you have no interest in getting to know who I am. You're just looking at my
right.
profile.
Not even like, oh, I love your work. Watch you on the Dreams. Like, nothing. It's just a cold. Hey, give me contact info.
Yeah, like, no, get out of here. I don't even know you. Just put it simply, folks.
Right. Drew mentions not even a specific position that they gave you. Not even like, I'm trying to apply to this. Like, whatever. That is hilarious. Like, whatever, what happened to like establishing connections, meeting someone, talking to them, like becoming a friend, adding someone to your network, and then being like, oh, there's a position open up here. Do you have any information?
Like, just be,
right?
Can we just be people? But again, the problem is people think
it would be
LinkedIn.
Great to be people.
People think, oh, it's LinkedIn. You're allowed to do that. No, you're not. No. Stop. That's why LinkedIn's like the worst thing ever. And I'm sorry if LinkedIn ever sponsors a segment on DraftKings.
It really is unbelievable.
It's stupid. It makes no sense. And I'm getting now a message from Ben on Instagram. Ben's chiming in. I feel like people do that because the worst thing that can happen is you say no. Ben. Sure, I know that, but can we be better?
Who's Ben?
But somebody, that's not establishing a connection. That's
Right.
not a connection. That's
You're just randomly.
that's a phone
yeah,
book.
You're
you want me to be
you're-
you want me to be in your contacts. That's not a connection. Come on.
Right, you're just cold messaging someone. To your point.
Just be better, man. That's all. Like, at least try to fake it, for crying out loud. Can I read one more?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Hey, Brent, I'll skip some of this because I don't want to give too much away. But this one cracks me up. I'm a recent grad. Saw that you were as well. No idea who this is. I am reaching out because I am... Ready for it? I am urgently trying to get a starting role with a sports entertainment company, such as DraftKings, Ducey.
Sports entertainment. What are we, WWE?
One more time. I'm reaching out because I am urgently trying to get a starting role with a sports entertainment company such as DraftKings. I was wondering if you have a contact I could reach out to. Thanks, Brendan.
So nice.
So again, here's what I'm asking. So what if I just gave him the contact? Well, that's my reputation. It's not all that great, as you all know. I'm kind of nuts. I mean, I think I do a pretty good job here, but I know I acknowledge I'm nuts.
Why don't we be, it's like what you said, why don't we be humans, and why don't we recognize the position? Like, no one's thinking about you. No one's thinking about the position that you're in. No one's like, you're not a hiring manager, Glash. You're not. And I don't think you want to be, but you're not, right? And so you can't just walk up to someone on LinkedIn virtually and just be like, oh, wanted the job. Like, does the person think that, like, okay, who does Glash know? Like, how many people a day does he interact with? Would he know about job? Like, I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, if you're on LinkedIn looking to connect with people to get you a job, like, why are you the person that they think about? Why aren't they looking for other people that might be, on the production staff, or like, it's weird. It's weird. I don't get it. Maybe because they hear your voice.
So we can move on, but
yeah.
Eric Winalda chimes in. Nuts is good. You guys need to chill, though. It's more about just the avenue that the next generation thinks this app, on this particular app, we are allowed to do that. That is okay.
Right. That's the next generation just.
No, it's not okay. And it really bothered me on Friday. So like a little baby, I was a big baby and went and ranted about it on Twitter. Low point of my life. You shouldn't do that. I more or less did it, Ducey, for the purpose of, am I alone on this? Like, I can't be the only one that gets this. And you know who Emerson told me? He's like, I get it. It happens to me all the time. It's so annoying.
I also
because
think
it has nothing to do with not wanting to help people.
Right.
It's more so
and that generation, I think, has like no fear and no fear of consequence.
That's all. Sorry.
Remorse. They have no remorse.
Oh.
But I think they just they're like, well, you know what? If Glash just comes back and says sorry, or like if Glash doesn't know it at me, like, LMAO, like, who cares? Life is a meme. Like, that's how they react.
That's all. I want to know who's telling them to go do that. Like, that's okay. I don't think so. Okay, I promise we can wrap this up. And real quick, we're doing the stats now. Drew Brees, 9 of 10, 156, 2 touchdowns. Sanders and Michael Thomas. Zach is new to our game ops team. So if you're like, what the heck's going on with the scoring? It's not completely accurate yet. As we always like to tell you, scores are being updated manually. We are always adding to our team. I'm curious now how Zach got the job at DraftKings. I'm joking. I'm not going there. But Zach is new to our ops team, and he's working hard with Kyle. So please be patient for Zach. I ask of you very, very nicely. So that's that. Producer Drew says he DM'd him on LinkedIn. That's how Zach got the job.
There you go.
Oh.
There's just no thought. There's no thought. There's no. What do they expect? All their problems will just magically be fixed by that one DM.
Air Bear on Twitch, did some, in all caps, idiot really ask to get hired by Clash on LinkedIn? I think that's
Everyone
more of an
knows that
indictment
you're
of
a
me.
big-
Why would they ask
You're a big
Clash you?
hirer.
So Zach is right now, he's going through the stats right now to update your lineups. Kamara's got 5 carries, 4 yards. That's it. Lev Bell, 1 for -1.
I would even say that it's lazy to ask you, right? Wouldn't it be? Like they're not doing any work on LinkedIn. They're not like looking at people that might be hiring for a role. They're just like, I watched it. Like I watched the Dream stream. I know this guy. I'm just gonna reach out to him.
Yeah.
Don't even want to talk to him. Just want to ask for open roles. And they could go on the website and look for open roles and then find the person hiring for it, right? Nope, don't want to do that.
This is, again, it's just my point was it's not a magic trick, you know?
I would definitely agree with you though that you're not, or I guess support you. You're not alone in this.
So I don't know. Abby says, "Oh, Glash has acquired Ducey's rant style over time."
There you go, perfect duo.
Super Bowl baby 67. Are you getting this? I really could use a job at DraftKings. See, it's true. And Neville Cleanup Hitter said this. See, if you knew this was some of the backlash, only one person really gave me backlash. I mean, the chat now, it's more than one, but you're all having a good time, you know, messing with me. And I appreciate that. Makes the conversation a little more fun. Yep. Again, guys, Zach is updating scores. It's his first time doing it, so thanks for the patience. That's why, you know, if you want us to go back to the game, then that means your scores won't get updated right away. So you can't have it both ways. Hey, go. Hey, guys, good to see you both. Here's a reasonable question, I hope. What kind of degree is needed for the profession you guys are in? How did you get into DraftKings? I don't know if A-Go has listened to anything we just talked about for the last quarter.
Hey, you know, at least he's asking you, like, about yourself, right? He's asking about your story.
That's a good angle to take if you're just cold reaching out to someone.
Yeah, he cares about you. That's what's happening.
Even if it's a fake caring about me, I can appreciate just wanting to have a conversation. It's not all about how can I use someone to get them for work. It's just a genuine chit-chat. Establishing a relationship.
That's right.
Josh Cooper, who scored the 2 touchdowns, Manny Sanders, and Michael Thomas. Well, I mean, would you like to answer A-Go's question?
What? Why don't you go first?
Okay. I've been at DraftKings now for 4 years. I think I've told this story before. Yay, story time. I'll make it fast. And yeah, Jordan Lindenbaum, maybe I'll tell it at a party sometime. I'll let you know. Please give your feedback on the story coming up here. I applied for a position at DraftKings in April of 2016. I was not very qualified. Probably still am not qualified, according to most of you. Anywho, applied for the job on Indeed. It was an on-air role in Boston. I was in South Carolina calling baseball games for minor league baseball. I figured, why not throw my name in the hat? Assuming the role would start once the baseball season ended. I did not get the job. I found that out in April of 2016, applied, didn't get it. Didn't hear a peep. I figured, okay, well, we move on and put your head down and keep calling those baseball games out in South Carolina. And I was doing football at Holy Cross. I was doing some lacrosse. I was doing hockey and basketball at the University of New Hampshire. I get a random email, Ducey, from talent acquisition at DraftKings. Out of nowhere. May of 2017. Hey, we saw you recently applied for a position at DraftKings. I say to myself, recently? This is a year ago. Never heard a word. Couldn't believe it. They asked me to come in and audition. They hired 4 of us as temporary contractors to work 1 day per week. It was me and 3 others. Guess who one of them was? It was Samir, who has been on these streams before as a producer. Fun fact. He's also come on the air as a broadcaster. So it was 4 of us. 2 have now left at this point. Samir and I are still at the company. 1 day turned into 2 days. 2 turned into 3. 3 turned into 4. Was putting in about 20, 25 hours a week. Then all hell broke loose last year, and then we started these Sims, and I'm working at DraftKings more than ever. That's the story.
Yeah, some story, and it basically is like almost every day for you. And it started with 1 day a week.
Yep. So, and I would do like little mini updates.
And you forgot that you went to Syracuse.
Yeah, I know.
And you got a communications degree, right? Wasn't the question what degree you needed?
Right, broadcast. But
you left out that in your whole story, though.
I've met folks that majored in sports management and do well in the broadcasting field.
One of my best friends is a play-by-play man for the USL, NWSL, college football on ESPN. His name's Mike Watts, and he was a business major.
Yep.
Went to business school.
Yep.
Just to make sure that, if everything didn't work out, he's got a backup plan,
Yep.
So I think that I could have been a history major. Probably would have been wise because I know nothing about history, and it would have worked out well. But it was the experience that I got in college, working at WFUV, that really was the reason why I got to where I was. And I did end up being a communications major, but the lessons I learned there, how to conduct an interview, professional voice training, we got to be beat reporters in New York City at professional sporting events, go interview, real athletes, learn how to dress in a locker room, learn how to do play-by-play, learn how to produce, learn how to engineer. I've done pretty much everything. Updates, hosting, play-by-play. I did engineering. I did road engineering. I had to use a tie line and connect a broadcast. I did it all there. And so I got a really good experience. And I actually thought it was really helpful to experience, all angles of radio and really in media in general. I think that if you are trying to be on air, like we are right now, and you can understand how the whole broadcast is produced, you can understand what the producers are going through, their jobs. I think it just makes you better at your job. It makes you easier to work with, and that's the name of the game. But I did not get a broadcasting job out of school. I got a writing job, which made no sense because I hardly wrote. And I did write at the paper for about a semester, and I also got, I guess made a contact that way. My editor, Dan Gartland, was at Sports Illustrated at the time and said, "Hey," you laughed. Do you know Dan?
I don't.
Oh, you just thought it was a funny name or something. Anyway, yeah, we made a joke that, or he used to make the joke that it was like Grantland, but anyway. So I got a writing job, and I wrote breaking news. Sorry, I didn't get the writing job. Like you, I did not get the job. I was unemployed for a summer out of college, and I created a website called #important, and I came up with players' stats based on what they wear and what they listen to before games, and just tried to see if there was, some sort of random correlation between, this guy plays better when his socks are high, right? So I did all that. And then they called me back and said, "Oh, actually, we do have we've created a position for you." And then started there, did social media after a year because they really liked my Twitter account and said, "You should do social media for us." And I said, "Okay, I don't really want to." And they said, "This is what's going to be good for the company. It's going to be good for you." And I said, "Okay," and I did it, and quickly did not like it. Was still doing writing and on-air stuff at Sports Illustrated, but then I ended up going to another job to do social media. It was a better social media job, and thought it was time to leave SI, and then didn't really like that one either. And now I'm completely out of social media, and I have never been happier. My mental health has never been better. And just started to go into freelance. So this was the first job that I picked up, working on the DK Live app. Saw they were looking for writers, and I had some writing experience. And then I said, I also have interest in doing video. I have a broadcast background. I think I could do it. And then they said, how about put you on a Madden sim? Also, we have this show called The Sweat. Would you like to be on? And it has been good. And I've been doing more and more stuff with DraftKings now. And I've been here for almost a year. I started last August. And it's now late June. So it'll be almost a year. And that is more helpful than cold DMing someone on LinkedIn. Maybe getting a coffee with someone and hearing how they got their job. I heard so many stories about that, like that, and I still think that they're very beneficial to hear. When I was in college, we would have workshops every week, and people who were broadcasters or producers or whatever who worked in sports media would come in and just tell us how they got their job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very helpful, and it's also very inspirational to hear how everybody has a different path to doing what they want to do. And I think it helps you get creative with how you might want to carve out your role and find your job that's right for you. But it also is, yeah. So sorry, D-Man said, okay, now I'm asking you guys to say something about sports. And Drew said, tell him to ask a question.
Ask a question, D1D, man.
That was another thing that I learned is the talk about questions are very lazy and also not effective, and it's so true.
The worst kind of question.
But it's definitely, it's not just one of those things that journalists get mad about and for no reason. It is definitely, you definitely can get, it's a good challenge to yourself, but you can get a much better answer to a question by actually asking one. So I do think that that's absolutely true. And
hey, and the fella that asked the question in the chat, great stories, guys. Sounds like timing is a huge factor. Absolutely true. I dream of being a sports analyst. Appreciate the huge insight, guys. Well, I'm happy we pleased someone with this conversation. Anyway,
I mean, it's also something that I get asked all the time. So I think that it definitely is a good thing to talk about.
We got the Drew Stack with us. Kyle, Zach's first time updating the scores. Thank you all for your patience. We understand. You want to see how your lineup's doing. It's 14-3. Manny Sanders, Michael Thomas. They have the touchdowns. Ficken is on the board. 80 seconds to go in the first half. Glash and Ducey.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. I appreciate you guys. Someone was curious about that, and they asked. And Patrick Pittman, you're a nice fella. Thank you. Thank you both for sharing your backgrounds, education. You're both great people. I wish you continued success. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Really do. What's the latest from Wimbledon, Ducey?
The latest from Wimbledon? Well, I think everyone knows by now that there was a big morning for, really not for American men's tennis. Top-ranked American is already out. Terrible match from Riley Opelka, just awful. But Francis Tiafoe beat Stefanos Tsitsipas and taught him a lesson along the way that you can't just show up to the grass court tournaments. You have to actually play first. Tsitsipas, not really a grass court player, and no one really is, right? Because they're like, there's basically 3 weeks to get ready for Wimbledon on the grass. There's just 3 weeks worth of tournaments. There's no Masters 1000 on grass, so you have to play some smaller tournaments to get ready. And even Novak Djokovic played some doubles. Didn't really want to play in a 250, but he played doubles, right? Tsitsipas had just showed up and looked disinterested. And Francis Tiafoe, who's been just grinding away on the grass, playing challengers, playing main draw tournaments. Finally, all that hard work pays off. He gets the biggest win of his career today over Stefanos Tsitsipas, a top 5 player. So very, very big, and definitely poised for a deep run here, considering his matchup next round. Vasek Pospisil probably going to be the guy he plays. Pospisil is just kind of not really with it right now, in bad form. So I do think that he's got a pretty good route there to get to the round of 16. I'm actually going to pull up the men's draw right now. But Drew asking about Andy Murray, he just realized that he's playing. Yes, he's back at Wimbledon. He has really not played a lot this year. He was coming in 9-7 on the season. Most of those wins coming at the challenger level, which is like the minor leagues essentially of tennis. So don't think his form really inspires confidence, and I don't think that he's even going to win today. He won the first set here, but up against a pretty hot Nicolas Basilashvili. And Basilashvili, I don't know why I pronounced his name so poorly. And
Sounded good to me.
Thanks. Murray just it can't move really anymore. He relies on his serve a lot, and if he just faces a good returner, it's not going to break well for him. So I'm gonna just take a look at the draw right here real quick. So I want to look at Tiafoe's draw, but yeah, it was definitely a big win for him this morning. No doubt about it. So yeah, he'll get Pospisil. I think he'll win that match, and then he'll probably play. I actually have Mackenzie McDonald beating Karen Hatchinoff, but he is struggling at the moment. They're deep in the fourth set, but he might play him next. But I mean, either one of those guys, I'd give him the leg up on, and then his real test would probably be maybe the Brit Dan Evans in the fourth round, but I think a quarterfinal run for Frances Tiafoe very much in the cards here. No doubt about it.
Michael Thomas with another touchdown, his second of the sim. He's got 6 in the last 5 sims now for the Saints. Nice little day for MT13. Zach is on it, updating the scores. Again, it's his first time doing it really on his own. He's got Kyle alongside, so thank you all for your patience today. We understand where you're coming from. You want to see that score get updated ASAP. How's the Twitch fam doing today? Twitch, about 40 of you watching on Twitch.
How are they doing on Twitch?
Smash Lanta says it's only fitting that the Jets would be systematically dismantled while Ducey is hosting.
Have them losing this game, so
it's true. This is exactly how Ducey drew it up.
Exactly how I predicted it.
Hey, so you plan on coming to Boston still in September?
Yep, that's the plan.
Are you actually going to a Red Sox-Yankees game?
I would love to, yeah. I think it'd be fun.
But you haven't, that's not set in stone yet.
I mean, I'm coming that weekend. Would you like to schedule the Red Sox-Yankees game right now?
I mean, sure. You know what? Sure. Imagine we just bought tickets right now. I have to walk into it.
I was thinking Sunday.
Is it Sunday night game?
I mean, come on. Would it not? Why would it not be a Sunday night game?
Funny you say that, because I had to be.
I know it was just not a Sunday night game.
I know, and I couldn't believe it. Okay. Well, I was going to ask, if you want to come to Boston again in October 24th, the Jets come to Foxborough.
Oh, maybe we'll see how it goes, but I want to take a trip to the DraftKings office. I mean, maybe it's something that I'll definitely do again in October. We'll see how it goes. Okay. But yeah, the time is TBD, so I'm expecting it to be Sunday Night Baseball. Troubling, though, is that the tickets are expensive.
Yeah, as of right now, it's a 1:00 game. Saturday's a 4:00 game. That's mint.
Oh, I do love the 4 p.m. Saturday games.
Ooh, Ducey, 2 tickets in the grandstand, $90 a pop.
What's the grand? I've been to Fenway, but only in the press box. I've never sat in the stands at Fenway. What's the grandstand like? Is it the place to be?
Oh, for a loosey-goosey good time?
Let's see, where's the grandstand? Oh, it's just in the outfield there? Oh, yeah, the grandstand. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, let's...
Problem kid
Jeez,
gaming.
the monster seats are expensive. Why are the monster seats so expensive?
Because they're freaking sweet. You can't get that view really anywhere else.
Really?
I mean, maybe in like Houston, I suppose.
I didn't realize the monster seats were in such high demand. I figured they were really high, and who would want to sit there?
Super Bowl baby, 67. I hear you. It's just I only hear you more because until Fox and ESPN don't take Yankees Red Sox consistently on weekends, I know there are other teams, but the rivalries, they're slim picking in baseball.
I think that they'll. I mean, 4:00 is the Fox game, so they'll be on Fox on Saturday, and then I would imagine at that point in the season, with how well the Red Sox are playing, doesn't even matter. I think they would pick that game on Sunday Night Baseball, considering they've already not done it this year. I mean, they've been showing a lot of West Coast bias, frankly, with Sunday Night Baseball. A lot of West Coast games, a lot of NL games. So, I mean, when was the last time we had like a good AL game on Sunday Night Baseball? I feel like it's like Ohtani is a draw on Sunday Night Baseball. But I can't think of too many, really.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
So we can just assume that it's going to be.
You think it will get flexed? Well, it depends. Depends if the Yankees are in it.
I just think it'll be. I don't think it depends on whether the Yankees are in it. I think the Red Sox will be in it, and because the Red Sox are going to be in it, then they'll take it. That's my thinking here. Is that they'll take it no matter what because of how good the Red Sox are. Right?
Yeah, probably right. Probably right. So yeah, $90. That's not cheap.
No, it is not cheap. I'm also going to be going to the Laver Cup while I'm out there. It's
Right.
like one of the main things that I wanted to do. So that's why I'm going to be there.
Super Bowl baby, yeah, but people will tune into Ohtani.
What if we do? What if we go to what is it, Yawkey Way there, and we just kind of hang out, and then maybe we get some tickets like in like the first inning or something.
Could do that.
What about DK? DK can't hook it up with some tickets for us for the content.
I suppose they could. I mean, you're doing Nationals and Orioles coverage, so why don't you go through your massive friend?
Wait, what would that have to do with anything? Masson. We're not going to be in DC.
Just trying to connect the dots.
Why don't we tell him we'll just give him so much good content? I'm seeing now that it's not Yawkey Way anymore, so.
Yeah, Jersey Street.
Sorry about that. I'm not a Bostonian, so you have to forgive me.
Yeah, we'll make it happen. I mean, that's a fine strategy to wait, but we do run the risk of maybe it could be worse trying to get in. Hold on, give me one. I gotta mute myself for a second. Someone's calling me.
All right, while Glash is muted on the phone, Sam Darnold trying to lead the Jets back, and it's not going very well. Can only imagine who this is calling Glash. Surely it is either someone looking for a job or someone ready to offer Red Sox tickets. Oh boy, 3rd and 9. Big throw over the middle. That's Brashad Perriman. Oh, he almost broke it free past the 30. Care Bear wants to talk about tennis. Well, there's plenty to talk about. Big win for Sloane Stephens today. Looked fantastic against Petra Kvitova.
Andrei Rublev, showing why he is really not to be trusted. Tough win for him today. Dropped the first set. I just have not liked the way he's looked lately. When we're talking about top seeds, Novak Djokovic, fairly easy. Just kind of gave the young Brit Jack Draper the first set there. Very charitable of him. Yeah, Drew also mentioned that we already did talk about tennis. Glash, congratulations on that phone call.
Thank you. Yeah, my car's fixed. My car got
good for you. I'm glad. That's not good. Was it Congo Cab?
No, I think it was Noah Moon.
It definitely could have been Noah Moon. What a mean thing. It's like one of the top 5 just like most terrible things you could do is key someone's car.
Yeah, no idea. I wasn't even at my own place. That's why it's confusing. It's not like someone, knew where I was. We were dog sitting for Sarah's aunt. I have no idea.
That's pretty awful, to be honest. It's pretty awful that someone would do that.
Rossi's fat cat. Glash, no personal calls at work. Go back to sleep, cat. Okay.
Back to sleep. Take a nap.
Take a nap.
Take a cat nap. Fat cat.
Come on, Jets. Make this competitive. 2nd and 5.
I don't really get if your whole thing is I'm going to be a cat. Where's the cat in that response? Don't take personal calls at work. That's a very human thing to say. How about get off the phone and write meow or purr, I need some food, or but my whole point is just that person who runs that account is just not very consistent. I feel like they're trying oh boy, big run from Sam Darnold. I feel like they're trying to play the role of a cat, but then like they'll just mix in human things. Like that's not play the part or don't, you know what I mean?
Right. Possibly. Not a bad theory. Okay, so it's 21-10, 4:40 left in the third. Must be says maybe it was the previous dog sitter who keyed your car. No idea. It's clear as day. It's a key. It wasn't a side swipe. It was. I don't know.
I mean, that's horrible. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Well, and it's the new Camry I got like a month ago. That's why it really hurt and pained me. Because if it was just like an old car I've had for 5, 6, 7 years, I wouldn't really have cared. But it's like my baby, I was like, oh, a brand new, shiny new car, man. Like, it's a freaking key mark on it.
So, yeah, that's just mean.
I don't know. So it got fixed. It's one of those things, if you don't go fix it, rust would settle into the door. So you have to act on it. Or you could just not do it. I mean, that was an option, but I wanted to get it done because it's new. I want it to look nice and not rust. So.
Sound like an old man. Hey, you not go fix it, and then, you get the rust there, Yeah,
from
the Midwest.
Times. After you're done, pay for your car.
You have a mustache, and you're from the Midwest. That's you. Bless you.
Bless you. Oh, you have headphones on. She's not gonna hear.
Flash said bless you. Jason, thanks.
She called me Glash, or did she call me Brendan?
Glash.
Okay. I'll let it slide this time. Yeah. Don't know if we know each other well enough for her to, Glash me.
Well, I mean, you've been invited over, so.
Right. That is true. Speaking of all this chatter about you coming here, I got to make my way there. To the new Ducey lair. Ed Zone Dance. Kyle, Zach, this crew, producer Drew, also Andrew, our technical director. We're all here till the next sim. So the 4 o'clock sim, Kenny is off after this one, and in comes Jeff Ulrich.
And then I'll be off like for good. You'll see me on the sweat this week, but I'll be going on vacation. No Madden Sims for me.
That's it for the week?
Yeah.
Wow. Moose is here, yes, next at 4. Saints are punting. There's momentum for the Jets. If you guys don't mind, hit that like button for us. If you're just hopping in, we appreciate it. Hit subscribe on the YouTube page. Follow us on Twitch. Obi-Wan clipped the no rust on the new whip, and then Smash Lanta clipped you purring.
I like that. It's very good content.
Ooh, Trae Young questionable Tuesday against the Bucks.
Yeah. It does just really seem like it's over for them. As sad as it is. I don't think that the Bucks are particularly good. It makes me sick to my stomach that they won last night.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a hard watch.
It does really just seem to be over for the Hawks, though. Sadly.
Is it bad that I'm not all that interested in watching the Eastern Conference Finals? And now, of course, it's 3-1 on the other side, but because I just feel like there are so many things. The Bucks are the better team. Well, okay.
I mean, yeah, technically, but they're not really a good team.
They're not. No, that's exactly it. Like they're not that much better.
Right, they're better, but that doesn't make them good. You know?
No, I'm with you. They do a lot of things wrong. It's a really difficult watch. Atlanta, those games in Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta. Those folks are showing up to those games, and they've been terrific in terms of the atmosphere. Trae Young's kind of embracing it. I love Trae Young's heart. He's what you want in a franchise player.
He's done now.
What do you mean he's done? Done.
I think he's done for this series, and if he plays, I mean, he's not going to play well.
Yeah. So it doesn't help the experience. So like the Bucks, it kind of it's a little disappointing that the Bucks are the favorite remaining. And I'm not saying I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Like, I think the Suns should be the overall favorite. I don't get why the Suns are not the favorite over the Bucks. Like, why the Bucks? Because of Giannis? Because of the star power? Like, why? It's annoying. Like,
it's just because it's because of Giannis. Yeah. Everyone in the world said that the winner of Nets Bucks was going to win the finals. I absolutely disagree. Frankly, I mean, I am. Oh, the Jets get back into this game. I think that none of the teams playing right now have played well.
No, it's been kind of difficult.
I'm disappointed with the level from everybody. The Suns have played 4 bad games. Put bluntly, they played 4 bad games. Look, I want the Suns to win the finals. I want the Clippers to win the finals a little more, but I want one of those 2 teams to win. And the Suns have played bad. They have. They were lucky to win game 2. They blew a big lead late in game 1. They lost game 3. And game 4, I mean, neither team took the bull by the horns there and won that game. You know, the Clippers really should have won. I mean, they had 12 chances to take the lead. They missed all of them. Everyone knows. So I'm disappointed in the way they played. The Bucks just, look, Chris Middleton hit a bunch of shots last night, and that's why they won. And that's it. Drew Holiday played badly. Giannis was good. But other than Giannis, that team has nothing. Middleton's been bad this postseason.
He's been bad.
It was like an anomaly.
Let's be real. Yeah.
Chris Middleton.
And then like last year you had, like big games from Brook Lopez. You're just not getting that, right? It's a strange playoffs, man. The Hawks, I definitely don't think are good. They're good enough, rather, to win the finals. They're decidedly the worst team remaining. And, obviously then you've got the Clippers who are without Kawhi still. And, the reason I'm such a big Clippers advocate is I really do think that they, have played the best out of all the teams remaining in this postseason anyway. This team is capable of shooting 45% from three. They have unbelievable shooting. And if they just did that tonight, they win by 20. It wouldn't even be close. That's what happened in game 3. They hit their shots, wasn't close. Late anyway. They hit the shots in the second half. So I still think that they're the best team remaining, even though they don't have their best player. But I'm worried now that they're out of gas. I don't know if they have enough to pull 3 wins out of them. We'll see. But I'm definitely much less interested in the postseason. I agree with you than I was, a week ago.
Yeah.
It all just kind of hit a wall. Bucks, Nets, and Jazz Clippers, fantastic.
Yep.
Really Hawks Sixers was great as well. And that's that. We kind of ended the postseason with those series, right?
Well, the big take too after those other series concluded was, it's as wide open as ever. And
right.
I think, and now with Trae Young being hurt, Kawhi's injury, we're seeing that those other teams have pulled ahead. I know it's 3-1 Clippers and Suns, and then of course this series is just 2-1 Milwaukee and Atlanta. So they're not quite there yet, but we could be wrong. Who knows?
We could be. I also the finals could be good, right? We could the Bucks Suns could be a fun finals, but until we get there, I'm just kind of whatever,
Chris Adams, who finishes their career with more rings, Belichick or Brady? So just looking at your question, face value, because of course Bill's coached since the 70s, so it's unfair to make that direct comparison. But just to answer your question, Andrew, I figured you were going to say that. I'll turn it up. That's better if that even helps. What was I going to say? They might be tied. Maybe a tie. Because I think Tom Brady has no interest in being a coach / GM. Maybe an owner. Maybe. Because then if we're going to count Belichick's titles as a defensive coordinator with the Giants, then we get to count a former player that goes into coaching or owns a team. I think. So I bet you they tie, or it's a tie, because I think Brady's got maybe 2 years left, and maybe they win one more. And it would be 8-8. I think. So Ernest says the Suns only have Booker and Paul. Well, DeAndre Ayton's had a really good postseason,
and really, they only have Booker and Ayton. They don't have. Chris Paul's been really bad.
Right, he was out.
Right.
Yeah,
but he's been bad since he's come back.
Yep.
And Booker's been bad also since he got hit in the nose. I wouldn't, maybe not bad, but not as good. So it's strange, man. It's such a strange postseason. Well, again, I really don't have that much confidence in the Suns right now, the way they've played.
The Suns are certainly ready for the moment, and if there's any group of people that have helped get me on board with the Suns, it's the DK Sim fam. I know folks come in here, they're super high on the Suns, but we also we got to see the other side of this. This team is new to the scene, and I think they know, they're human beings, right? Going into this series, they're like, oh man, they don't have Kawhi. We got this. We got this. So maybe and then with Chris Paul being out for a little bit, now you're asking all those young guys to really elevate their games.
There's Alvin Kamara on the run to the 45. Saints up by 8 with about 7 minutes to go. So while the narrative going in after those other semifinal series going into the conference finals on both sides, it's as wide open as ever. Even for the Milwaukee Bucks, as good as the teams have been there the last couple years. This is new territory for all of these teams. And you can make the case not for the Clippers, but man, the Clippers, they didn't get out of the second round last year. They've had trouble with the Chris Paul, Blake Griffin days prior with Doc. So this is kind of new for the Clippers. They've never won a title. Suns have, wait, who are the two teams that haven't won a title? Atlanta? Who are the two?
I have no idea.
Two of the teams in the Final Four haven't won the title, and I'm forgetting who. So I forget. I apologize. I don't remember. Two of the four remaining have not won the title. So, the Clippers and the Suns. Okay, very good. Thank you, Andrew. So just feels really raw. The whole experience feels raw. Like no one's ready to really take it. That's all. So I don't mean to rag on if any of those four teams are your team, and I don't mean to rag on what they've done to get to this point. I don't mean to minimize what they've done. But it feels like the moment, it's been a really raw conference finals, both ends. And that's kind of right, Ducey. It's been that kind of year. Like whoever survives, not getting hurt the most. It really doesn't feel like someone's going to win the whole thing. It feels more like who is going to fall apart last.
Every team is falling apart, so you're right about that.
Yeah, the Guru says, remember when I said it was wide open at the start of the playoffs and you disagreed on my list of 8 teams? Well, the bottom 4 of my 8 are the last 4 in.
Sorry, what does that mean?
I kind of know what he's talking about. We had a discussion. I don't remember what your list was, the Guru. I don't know exactly who you had on your list. So I guess what you're trying to say is the top 4 in each conference? So you had Atlanta in this spot? Must be had Atlanta in this spot. Michael Thomas scores his 3rd touchdown of the sim. I mean, like, the Guru, please, remind me, who were the 8 teams you had?
One of my favorite things about doing Sims with you is how you just talk to the YouTube chat, like you talk to every username like they're real, like the Guru, please tell me the Guru.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
it's just funny. It's funny to hear. I don't know.
These are people I want to have a back and forth, a conversation. If I just read their comment and move on, where's the fun in that? Okay, the Guru, who are the 8 teams? I know, I heard the 8. Who were the 8? Atlanta was part of your 8? Okay, well, you're asking me to remember that you had the Atlanta Hawks as the 8th team on your list to win the title. I'm sorry, I did not remember that. Producer Drew says at the beginning of the playoffs, I had 16 teams on my list. But the Guru. Now this is where you gotta be honest with me here. Did you foresee, or when you made this list, did you keep in mind, which you're probably gonna say you did, injuries? Like, right? You knew that it was gonna shake out like this in terms of, and the other thing, the guys that are getting hurt are the stars. These are not role pieces. The stars are getting hurt.
It's also every team. It's true. Every team has one really bad injury, right? DeAndre Hunter is a bad injury for the Hawks. Really just dating back to last series, you had a team example of in the right, and you had the Clippers, or excuse me, the Lakers, right? They had the LeBron injury. Even you had the sorry, I'm trying to remember the Harden and Kyrie injuries.
You're muted, Ducey. Can't hear you.
Sorry, I was talking to someone else. But every team has been taking a LinkedIn phone call. Every team
sorry, my bad.
has every team has had a bad injury except for the Bucks, and the Bucks have the worst coach.
I mean, the Guru, with all due respect, so now here comes a kind of not an insult, but a blunder to your take. If you're going to give me 8 or 9 of the 16 can win it, then that's really not that hot of a take. I mean, you had the Clippers in your top 4. Well, not the Clippers, the Lakers. Utah had injuries. Lakers had injuries. Nets had injuries. Denver had an injury. So, yeah, I mean, hold on. But the Guru, I'm confused. So did I say that it wouldn't be wide open? Because at the time, I didn't know that Anthony Davis was going to be out. The question at the time, before the postseason started, was LeBron's health. And then Kyrie and Harden went down. If Kyrie and Harden are good, then yes, my bad. I thought the Nets were going to waltz to the finals. They got hurt in the postseason. So if you predicted that, then good on you. I guess is my overall take. Good on you. You were right.
So they don't call him the Guru for nothing.
So the Guru says everyone had Lakers Nets in the finals. Yes, because of roster construction. So you must have thought something was going to go wrong on the injury front. That was your point, I guess. Super Bowl Baby 67 keeps asking if I've heard from management. I bet they are impressed with my credentials. I'll tell you right now, I appreciate a message in the YouTube chat on the DraftKings Dream Stream more than a LinkedIn message. Producer Drew, no, the Lakers and Nets were on his list. That's kind of the double standard. That's the advantage the Guru has. So if the Guru really wanted to make a hot take, he would have excluded the Lakers and the Nets from his list. Instead, he included them. So if the Lakers and the Nets did make the finals, he could still say, well, they made my list.
Right.
That's not really a hot take. Like all you did was
smart from the Guru, though. Just smart.
He just added to
smart
the
play.
favorites. All you really did was say, okay, instead of just the 1 and the 2 seeds, or the Lakers were a 7 seed, but okay, let's play the game. If they were healthy, they're probably a top 3 seed. Now, all the Guru did was, I'm just going to add a couple teams to my contenders list. So if the hot take would have been the Guru, I do not think the Nets and or the Lakers were going to make the finals. Then that's a take. But just by telling us that you're going to have 9 of the 16 that can win it, it's like a mild take. That's kind of hot. A little hot.
Just a
Derek
bit.
says the Suns and the Bucks will be in the finals because they don't play as much hero ball as the other 2 teams. Truly says 8 teams is half the field. When I flip a coin, I get heads half the time too. Jets are down 15. About 2 minutes left. Sam Darnold ran in a touchdown. And we got 2 field goals. Right now, Bobby 831 is our leader. Again, subject to change. Zach is new to the ops team. He's updating scores.
Thank you, Zach.
Kyle alongside Zach. We have the Drew stack on production.
Rhymed. You're rhyming today. This has really just been a terrible performance from the Jets. We're here talking about LinkedIn, just everything, except for the sim, because the Jets have been that bad.
So the Guru says nobody ever says teams are contenders.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
No one ever says teams are what does that even mean?
He's saying no one ever says that 8 teams are contenders. Meaning going into a season, no one ever says, Guru's point is, no one ever goes into a year and says there are 8 teams that can win the championship.
Except for the Guru, though, is what he's saying.
Right, yes. Which...
Yeah. So the Guru is saying, I'm the only person saying there's 8 teams. I go into the season saying 30 teams, and then I always am right.
No,
30 teams can win the championship.
I get that. I know what he's trying to say. I get it.
I don't get it, but whatever.
I do. But I think the Guru is only starting to... the Guru, did you have that take at the very beginning of the year, or did that come to fruition when you found out everyone was getting hurt at the end of the regular season? The Guru, you should be very, very fortunate that you're getting all this attention right now. Touchdown, Chris Hogan. He plays lacrosse.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm finding this so funny today with this, with the Guru. Like you could call him Guru, or
I just go down a rabbit hole with one particular chatter. I just want to go back and forth and understand where they're truly coming from. I want the full story.
You do like to do that.
Again, I don't find it productive, and we get a booth review. I don't find it productive just to be like, yeah, you were right. Moving on to the next chatter. Well, let's discuss. When did you come up with this doozy of a take? That's all. I mean, that's no fun just to go, yeah, you were right. Is that what you want? Yeah, you were right. You get a pizza. Super Bowl baby, yes, you're welcome to sleep on the couch. Not a problem. Who else wants to fire out a take and we can go back and forth? Let's move on from the Guru. The Guru was right. The Guru had 8 contenders, even threw in the Knicks, Ducey, as a possibility.
Wow, what a guy.
We're giving you a hard time, Guru, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
You're right. But he's not right though, because look at you're saying with the injuries. Like the Lakers, if the Lakers didn't lose LeBron and AD in the middle of the year, the Lakers would be in the playoffs right now, and the Lakers would easily win the finals. Like once again.
Well, but the Guru said he acknowledged.
But also, he acknowledged what?
He acknowledged the fact that the Lakers were in the finals last year and thought that would do them in. So, all I'm trying to say, the Guru, because of the fatigue, yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. To make your take better, the Guru, I am here to elevate people's takes and make them better and make them more bold. You should have said the Lakers will not be a contender, because that's kind of what you're saying. You didn't think they would be in there at the end.
Right. So that and then that is going out on a limb.
Yep.
That
is must
read
like. Material.
Yes.
Then you're making a point. No, Guru, I get it. I do, but you can't have it both ways. If you thought the Lakers weren't going to be there, you can't call them a contender. Because in your explanation, you didn't think they'd make it.
I like how you say it like it's like his name's like Jeff. You're like Guru.
Yeah. So if you're going to say the chalk ain't winning when everyone else just saying chalk, then fine. Tell me that the Lakers weren't going to be there. You didn't do that. Therefore,
he didn't do that. He said, well, the Lakers might be there, but they also, maybe they're not. Maybe they won't be.
Therefore, the take is just mild salsa. It's not hot salsa.
Drew says, take is void.
Take is void.
It's void. It's void.
Not that hot. It's mild. Good
the take is a push.
Yep.
It's a push.
Okay. Good.
That's
Good.
my dog. My dog's chewing on a squeaky toy.
The Guru,
Someone
you didn't.
Lovingly gave him one.
You left them in your contender list. then your contender list should have been 7. The Nets. Now the Nets, on the other hand, the Nets injuries happened.
Right. Well, that was also what I was getting at. So you could, I think that, I mean, it's not a hot take, right, to say that this would have been a Nets Lakers finals, but absolutely would have been. If you had injuries turned off, it's a Nets Lakers final 100%.
Right. Yeah. If it was
because look at what happened
version.
during the regular season.
Right.
The Lakers were clearly the best team out west in the regular season. Sorry, the Jazz. I think the Jazz were. The Jazz were 100%, but no one thought that the Jazz were going to go far in the playoffs, and we saw why. But the Lakers were great, and the Lakers just kind of lost all their momentum because they had those injuries come at such a terrible time. And I just think that if you just kind of back up and remember, what was going on in the beginning of the season, I mean, it would probably be a Lakers Jazz or whatever. I mean, the Lakers would have beat the Suns, so it would have been like a Lakers Jazz Western Conference final, maybe a Lakers Clipper final. I think it would have been really good if Kawhi was in it. But the bottom line is that they would have been the finals. The Nets, we saw what the Nets were doing to the Bucks, right? They would have trounced everybody on their way to the final, and then we would have had probably the Nets winning the finals over the Lakers. But now we're left with just misery, basically.
Drew Brees hit the bonus, threw for 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. Saints hold on for the win. Once again, if you're hopping in, you're wondering, how's my lineup doing? My score doesn't look right. We've got some new members of the ops team, so we appreciate the patience. Once they're all trained and good to go, they're going to be running like a well-oiled machine. Okay? So
yeah.
Hang in there. We try to look, most of the time we're doing 6 of these a day.
Well, Glash, they're people. We have to treat each other like people. They're not well-oiled machines. They're
right. They're
well-oiled people.
They're not. This isn't like.
Let's all be humans here.
Yeah, right. This isn't like LinkedIn where we all just show up and poof, you get what you want.
Exactly.
Talk to randos.
So let's look at who did well in this. Let's look at that, huh? I think my player of the game has to be Sam Darnold. Why? Because the Jets were bad, but he had the 3rd most fantasy points in this contest. 20.36. And no one rostered Sam Darnold. So player of the game for sure.
You did.
I did roster him, you're right. Yeah, Michael Thomas had 3 touchdowns, but Michael Thomas also was the most popular chalky player. I think that Sam Darnold made your lineup here. Player of the game. Controversial, maybe. You can think what you want. I'm going to say my LVP here is going to be Traquan Smith. Very popular value play, 6.6K, and he had just the 2 catches for 24 yards. Pretty miserable. We had him both. We both had him as our captain.
We did,
and just terrible.
Terrible. It's terrible. Arnie.
It was just terrible to have Traquan Smith today. So that's where I am with him.
Last thing I will share, producer Drew says, if you think you can contribute to our ops team, you can DM me on LinkedIn. And don't even ask me how I'm doing. Don't even ask me about what kind of coffee I drank today. Just come right in, ask for contact info, and then see what you get.
Do it. Please do it. I'd love to hear Glash rant a little bit more. Maybe you made me look sane today, and that's always appreciated. Really, it really is.
Well,
you were the one who came in hot with something to get off your chest, and that's definitely good. That was good.
So real fast before we go, I mean, Sarah was in Philadelphia for a couple days, so when this LinkedIn thing got an itch about it on Friday, I had no one to talk to about it, so she heard a little bit about it today. Okay. We need to go. Keep your eyes on the Game Center as Zach and Kyle make updates. Ducey, have a great rest of the week on the sweat. No more Sims this week. If I don't talk to you, have a great holiday.
You too, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay, sounds good. Coming up, Jeff Ulrich.
Good. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, Jeff Ulrich.
What? I said sounds good. What else do you want me to say?
Nothing. I'm just saying. Sounds good. Jeff Ulrich's coming up.
Coming up, Falcons at the Panthers with Jeff Ulrich. In the meantime,
Falcons.
That's how he says it.
It is. I'm laughing.
Falcons, yeah.
He says Falcons.
In the meantime, let's go back to Emerson Latzia. He was on the Sweat earlier today with beautiful people giving beautiful sports analysis.
Lightning minus 195 favorites to win the opener at home, but Montreal beat both the Leafs and Jets on the road in game one earlier in the playoffs. So what chance are you giving the Habs to do it again tonight, Jeff?
Well, I'm giving them a good chance to do it tonight. I mean, I think this is a really interesting spot in game one. I mean, again, we just continually underrate the Montreal Canadiens. I mean, this is a team who every series it was, oh, this is it. You know, they're the big underdogs. There's no chance. I did it at the start of the Vegas series. I think I called Vegas in 5 or something like that. It's a team that's 2-1 in game ones in the playoffs. They've got a better netminder and Carey Price. They've had the extra rest. This isn't a team that's going to be rusty, but they've had the extra rest. Look, Tampa Bay, they've scored 2 goals or less in 4 of their last 5 games. And now they have to face Carey Price. This is by far a wide open game, in my opinion. And I think that you're getting great value here on taking the Canadians, you know, at around plus 160 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 175, excuse me, it's now up to. Again, these odds are moving all the time, but I really like the value getting on the Montreal money line tonight. I like the fact that they're, you know, coming in under the radar again. And I like the fact that they're kind of catching Tampa with a limited amount of rest here. Tampa obviously a little bit banged up with Nikita Kucherov. I think the Canadians can jump out to a 1-0 lead here. And I think this series is going to go at least 6 games.
AJ, can the Habs do it again tonight?
Yeah, I love the value. I love everything Jeff just said. But at the end of the day, the guy that's probably going to take home the Vezina Trophy is the guy on the other end of the ice. And that's why the Lightning haven't had to score goals. They've got Andrei Vasilevsky, who's just been unbeatable. I mean, 4 shutouts in the postseason. That's crazy to even think about. So I don't expect the Habs to go down easily here. I agree with Jeff. I think 6 games is a pretty good target here. But I think Tampa comes out and takes this one right away to get off to a good start. You guys know I love the value. I love taking plus 175, taking a risk on that. But for me, I just think the Bullets are too big of an opponent here. I'm going to look the puck line on this one. Take them giving up the goal and a half. You get value on that still at plus 133 on the DK Sportsbook tonight.
Favorite Canadians player prop, AJ? Hook me up.
Well, of course, I got to go on Wisconsin with our own Cole Caulfield here tonight, snagging a goal at plus 245. But honestly, with the way the odds look for the entire Habs forward, it reminds me of what we saw all playoffs with the Isles. There's just such good prices here across the board. You could easily look at Tyler Toffoli at plus 233, Nick Suzuki at plus 270. That full second line are the guys that are leading the way in scoring for the Habs, and you're getting great value. In other places to look at Cole Caulfield tonight, I like getting even money at plus 105 to get over 2.5 shots, plus 100 to score a point of any kind here, or even a little bit more risk for 2 points at plus 425.
All right, Jeffrey, favorite Canadians player prop tonight?
So, I mean, look, AJ and I are going to be like in par with these player props because I agree 100%. It was the first thing that came to mind. These Montreal forwards are just getting discounted again. And it's just a similar story to what we saw in the Islanders series, right? So Cole Caulfield was definitely on my list. I love him to score a goal. I think he can take his shots on goal prop as well. Another player I'll throw out, Josh Anderson. You're getting kind of similar odds on him or slightly bigger odds at plus 400 actually to score a goal. But this is what this guy does. I mean, he scores goals, 20 in 69 games. I think a plus 400, that's completely reasonable. Could get a few more minutes with Joel Armia banged up as well. So Caulfield, definitely the guy who's driving the offense right now for Montreal. And quite frankly, if they win this game, I definitely think he's going to be on the score sheet. So maybe taking like Caulfield and the Montreal Canadiens to win, if you just want to pile it all into one bucket tonight, is an interesting one. But all these Canadian forwards, the ones AJ listed off, all good value. If you want to go really deep, Eric Stahl is a player I think is going to show up at some point in this series with a goal. He's got massive odds, sitting around plus 510 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook to score. I think you'll see that happen at some point in this series. And, again, you're getting plus 510, so why not?
Jeff, what about on the Lightning side? Is there a player prop that catches your eye?
Yeah, Yanni Gourde. I mean, plus 125 here. I mean, just to score a point. I love it. I mean, this is a player who's getting a lot of ice time, over 16 minutes of ice right now for the Tampa Bay Lightning. You could take him over the 1.5 shots on goal prop as well. He's averaging 2.6 shots on goal over his last 10 games. This player's getting a lot of run. And again, I mean, these props, even the shots on goal prop, you're taking big, you're eating some juice there, but I mean, this guy's been so consistent. Those are pretty good, slightly undervalued odds. Again, we're only talking about over 1.5 shots on goal, but I think just grabbing him to score a point at plus 125. He's got 3 goals over his last 6 games as well. He's coming in hot. This is a player I think you should keep your eye on for DFS as well.
AJ, talk to me.
Well, the only thing that points a goal streak coming to an end did was, lower or rather increase the value you can get here out of that. Not by much. He's still plus 117, so it's not a huge value. So that's certainly in play tonight. But I actually really like getting plus 180 on Nikita Kucherov to score a goal in this one. Look, yes, dealing with that upper body injury, there's no way he's playing 100%. He's been primarily an assist guy of late. He is stuck in that 8-game goal drought, but the value is too good to pass up, especially when you consider his minutes with the man advantage here. It's easily an opportunity for him to get on the power play, fire one off at the net from the slot and put it home.
Guys, let's talk about how long this series will last. Jeff, I'll start with you because I know you mentioned earlier in this segment you think it's going to go 6 games. Right now, 5 games is the favorite on the DK Sportsbook at minus 625. So why do you expect this thing to go longer here?
I mean, it's just you've just got a classic defensive struggle here with 2 of the best, with the 2 best netminders in the playoffs so far. And when you have a netminder of the eliteness of Carey Price, I mean, he's just more than likely to steal you at least 1 game in this series. And again, Montreal, as we've seen, I mean, we can put these teams on paper. Yeah, they don't have the elite front line, but they didn't have the elite front line that Winnipeg did or Vegas did either. This just has not mattered to this team at all in the playoffs. And, with Carey Price back there, I think Montreal is going to come out and they're probably going to make this a much, much tighter series than people realize. So I'm very high on Montreal. If they end up, crashing and burning here, that's fine. They're a young team, but I just feel like we've discounted them so much. You look at the advanced stats in these two teams as well. Montreal was pretty close to Tampa Bay in a lot of categories during the regular season. They've been right up there in terms of things like, expected goal rate and things like that and scoring chances allowed in the playoffs too. So they're getting more timely scoring. I think this goes over 5.5 games. It's plus 116 to take a shot there minus 143 to go over 5.5 games right now. So, but regardless, I like this series to go 6 or more right now. I think Montreal makes this a close series.
AJ, you like 5 games being the favorite?
I mean, it makes picking the spot difficult, that's for sure. But the guys at the DK Sportsbook know what they're talking about here. But I'm with Jeff on this one. I think 6 games is a good spot to be in. The minus 143 is an okay price to have to give up a little bit of juice on that. For me, taking the over 6.5 at plus 250 is just a little bit too steep. So yeah, I think 6 games. If you want to find some value here, Lightning winning the series 4-2 at plus 415 is kind of where I would go on this one. That would also allow you to take Tampa Bay minus 1.5 games in the series spread at minus 136. So I'm with Jeff. 6 games, a 4-2 Lightning win here.
AJ, there is a showdown contest for Game 1. So who was your favorite DFS play in tonight's Cup final opener?
I'm really struggling to convince myself not to pay up for Andrei Vasilevskiy. That price tag to captain him is just so high to get him in there. So for me, I'm going to look at Alex Killorn, a little bit cheaper. He's actually got the 2nd most goals on the team behind Braden Point. He's 3rd in overall points. He's been definitely a little bit more streaky. 4 points in the last 3 games against the Islanders, but that came on the heels of a 3-game, pointless stretch. So it's a big hit or miss guy. There's certainly no guarantees there. The shot on goal total is okay in terms of giving you a bit of a floor there. But for me, just to get down a little bit, I think Alex Killorn. I'll be using Andrei Vasilevskiy, but I don't want to pay that captain price tonight.
Jeff, is there a price you want to pay? Let's go.
I mean, look, obviously I like the Montreal Canadiens money line tonight. And if you're thinking, big GPPs, I mean, if Montreal wins this series, like their ownership is just going to go through the roof. maybe not through the roof, but it's going to get higher. People are going to stop discounting them. This is the spot to take Carey Price in your captain spot. Look, just from a pure DraftKings production rate, Carey Price is outproducing Andre Vasilevsky over the last 10 games. He's facing a few more shots on goal. He's actually been a little bit sharper, if we're being honest. He's averaging over 18 DK fantasy points, whereas Vasilevsky around 16. So if Montreal gets the win here, it's going to be a big game for Carey Price. Like, he's, I don't want to say he's guaranteed to be the high scorer if Montreal wins, but it's very close to saying that, just especially with the way Montreal spreads their scoring. I think Carey Price and big GPPs is the play just for the leverage you're getting, and you pair him with Cole Caulfield, who, again, as AJ already mentioned, probably going to have a great chance to be on the score sheet if Montreal wins.
Taking an early look at running back rushing yard totals for the upcoming 2021 season. Let's start with the man many considered to be the best running back in the game here, Jeff. Tennessee's Derrick Henry. Titans added Julio Jones, but Henry's rushing total still high at 1550 and a half. That is a lot of rushing yards. Does he get there?
Don't forget expert dog trainer in my title from now on, please. Also,
Yep.
Put
it on LinkedIn, bud.
Look, why would anyone want to take the under on Derrick Henry's rushing props for any reason here? Let's break it down, though. 1550, it sounds high. It's really not. This is a dude who obviously broke 2,000 yards rushing last season. He had 1540 the year before in 15 games. And, again, Tennessee, just the way their team is created, third in rushing attempts last year. And you add on to the fact they had a bottom 3 defense. So, typically when we talk about teams that rush the ball a lot, it's behind a good defensive team that's giving the RB a lot of late game carries. Tennessee just threw that formula out the window last year and said, we're going to rush Derrick Henry regardless of the game flow. So Tennessee has improved their defense. They've certainly, invested some stock in there this offseason, and I think they're going to improve on defense. I think that's only going to mean more rush attempts for Derrick Henry. You've got the extra game added on as well. And then you've got the fact that Derrick Henry is just an absolute freak who basically is impossible to injure because of his size, Emerson. He runs like he's basically, a scat back out there, even though he's the size of most O-linemen. So, no, I want the over on Derrick Henry. I think this prop is too low. Do you worry about the injury concerns with the running back? You always do.
Yeah.
This is one running back I'm not that concerned about, though. Give me the over.
I think a lot of people are nervous about some wear and tear after he became the 8th player in league history last year to eclipse 2,000 yards. It's just a fact, Jeff. I mean, that happens.
You've seen this guy? He's like bench pressing cars. Give me a break. He'll be fine.
Yeah. No, I know the feeling. Minnesota's Dalvin Cook had a career year in 2020. He rushed for over 1,500 yards. His season total now for 2021, that's set at 1,350 and a half, 1,350 yards and a half yards. Is this an easy cover for the Vikings back?
Dalvin Cook is definitely more of the injury concern, right? Just the style of player is a smaller back, obviously, a little bit more of a scat back, but he runs pretty violently for a guy his size. So he's only played 14 games now in the last 2 years. Now, the good news is that he hit over 1,550 yards last season while playing only 14 games. He had a career year, 5 yards rushing per attempt. Very good offensive, a zone running scheme that he's in Minnesota. And while their offensive line, it's not terrific, they do have good zone blockers. I just don't see Dalvin Cook necessarily regressing to the point where we need to worry about him going over 1,350 in 17 games. Again, we have the extra game added on. The worry here with Dalvin Cook is injury concerns, but even if he plays 15 games, Emerson, I think he's going to hit this quite easily. This is another over for me for sure. You do have more injury concerns. I'd prefer to take the over on Derrick Henry if we're picking and choosing, but I'm going to take the over here on Dalvin Cook as well. I think this is too low, and this is a player who's just showed he's an elite of the elite last year.
Let's go to the quad father. The New york football Giants are hopeful that they can get a full season out of Saquon Barkley this year. His total is 1175 and a half. Can he get there coming off another major injury?
Yeah, this is one where I'm either just going to lay off or take the under here. And there's a couple reasons why. First of all, you mentioned the injury concern. I expect Saquon Barkley, still a young guy, is obviously a tremendous athlete. And we see these elite athletes just bounce back so quickly from these injuries now that he'll probably take a big workload early in the season. But what if he doesn't? What if the Giants just want to be, a little bit cautious with their investment? They did invest a little bit into the backup running back position with Devontae Booker. So I think you could see a little bit of a muted workload to begin the year. And then you also have the fact, what if the Giants are bad? Do they try and limit his workload then as well? So there's a couple factors there. The thing that scares me the most about Saquon Barkley, he's probably going to be running behind, if not the worst offensive line in football, one of the worst. This is a very young offensive line. They rated out bottom 8 in terms of pass protection and run blocking as well last year, and it really hasn't improved at all. So it's not really an elite spot for Saquon. I think this total is actually a little bit high for him, especially with the injury concerns. So this one would be an under for me.
Speaking of injuries here, Christian McCaffrey, he played just 3 games in 2020, and maybe for that reason, his rushing total is just over 1,000 yards. Is this a reasonable goal for CMC? 10-25.5.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a difference between the injury concerns for Saquon, which is like a major ACL knee injury, and then for McCaffrey, who really it's not of the same league of injury. Like, it should be something he bounces back from fairly quickly. I don't think it's going to limit his workload at all in the beginning of the year. So already we have a more positive indicator to the over there for me. Now McCaffrey's got a bad offensive line as well. I think Carolina's probably improved it a little bit more, or they at least have the potential to be better in terms of like the rush blocking and stuff than the Giants offensive line, but it's not a good O-line. You've got Sam Darnold back there. Their defense is still pretty young. At the same time, this one's just too low not for me to lean over here. This is Christian McCaffrey we're talking about, a dude who's averaged 4.9 yards per carry over the last 2 years when he's been on the field, over the last 3 years, when he's been on the field. You saw him get around 287 carries in that big season in 2019. And even if he doesn't approach the same rate of carries he in 2021, we've got the extra game now. 1,025, he's just got to stay on the field, I think. Even if Carolina's bad, he's probably going to hit the over here if he stays on the field. So this one's an over for me. Again, you're getting quite a lower total here on McCaffrey than Barkley, which is really the sell factor for me to take the over on McCaffrey.
I have one more interesting proposition for you, and it's this running back. It's a rookie running back this year. It's Najee Harris. So he steps into a Steelers offense as a clear number 1 option, and his rookie season yardage total is set at 1,000.5. Do you think Harris can break 1K in his rookie season in Pittsburgh? I feel like he doesn't have a whole lot of competition there anymore.
I mean, they still have a couple backs there. Benny Snell, Anthony McFarland. Again, this is I typically don't like to take overs on rookies, and there's a couple reasons why. If he fumbles the ball a couple times in the early season, Mike Tomlin, a veteran coach, probably going to look somewhere else. Now, Tomlin has been a guy who's just been like, okay, give me one back, and I'm going to run him till the wheels fall off. So there's opportunity for Harris, but this is really one where I'd probably, instead of taking the under, just lay off. This is a terrible offensive line for the Steelers in terms of rush blocking, or at least they were last year. And I'm not sure how much they're going to improve either. So he's a rookie. There's still a couple backs in the mix there. Again, guys Tomlin has used in the past. And then you've got the bad offensive line as well. It's just not one I'm really that interested in from a prop perspective to take the over. I would probably lean under here just for the rookie. Now, I say all that. I think Najee Harris has a terrific shot of grabbing the number 1 role and smashing this over. It's just not a bet that I'm that interested in. Again, mainly from the fact that he's a rookie and Pittsburgh's offensive line was pretty bad in run blocking last year.
We're going to be All right, the Canadiens haven't won the Cup since '93. The Lightning haven't won the Cup since last year. They'll get after it tonight in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. DraftKings contributor Jeff Bulwark, RotoWire's AJ Scholes are here for the opening face-off. Lightning minus 195 favorites to win the opener at home, but Montreal beat both the Leafs and Jets on the road in Game 1 earlier in the playoffs. So what chance are you giving the Habs to do it again tonight, Jeff?
Well, I'm giving them a good chance to do it tonight. I mean, I think this is a really interesting spot in Game 1. I mean, again, we just continually underrate the Montreal Canadiens. I mean, this is a team who every series, and we say, oh, this is it. You know, they're the big underdogs. There's no chance. I did it at the start of the Vegas series. I think I called Vegas in 5 or something like that. It's a team that's 2-1 in Game 1s in the playoffs. They've got a better netminder in Carey Price. They've had the extra rest. This isn't a team that's going to be rusty, but they've had the extra rest. Look, Tampa Bay, they've scored 2 goals or less in 4 of their last 5 games. And now they have to face Carey Price. This is by far a wide open game, in my opinion. And I think that you're getting great value here on taking the Canadiens, you know, at around plus 160 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 175, it's now up to. Again, these odds are moving all the time, but I really like the value getting on the Montreal money line tonight. I like the fact that they're, you know, coming in under the radar again. And I like the fact that they're kind of catching Tampa with a limited amount of rest here. Tampa obviously a little bit banged up with Nikita Kucherov. I think the Canadiens can jump out to a 1-0 lead here. And I think this series is going to go at least 6 games.
AJ, can the Habs do it again tonight?
Yeah, I love the value. I love everything Jeff just said. But at the end of the day, the guy that's probably going to take home the Vezina Trophy is the guy on the other end of the ice. And that's why the Lightning haven't had to score goals. They've got Andrei Vasilevsky, who's just been unbeatable. I mean, 4 shutouts in the postseason. That's crazy to even think about. So I don't expect the Habs to go down easily here. I agree with Jeff. I think 6 games is a pretty good target here. But I think Tampa comes out and takes this one right away to get off to a good start. You guys know I love the value. I love taking plus 175, taking a risk on that. But for me, I just think the Bolts are too big of an opponent here. I'm going to look the puck line on this one. Take them giving up the goal and a half. You get value on that still at plus 133 on the DK Sportsbook tonight.
Favorite Canadiens player prop, AJ? Hook me up.
Well, of course, I got to go on Wisconsin with our own Cole Caulfield here tonight, snagging a goal at plus 245. But honestly, with the way the odds look for the entire Habs forward, it reminds me of what we saw all playoffs with the Isles. There's just such good prices here across the board. You could easily look at Tyler Toffoli at plus 233, Nick Suzuki at plus 270. That full second line are the guys that are leading the way in scoring for the Habs, and you're getting great value. In other places to look at Cole Caulfield tonight, I like getting even money at plus 105 to get over 2.5 shots, plus 100 to score a point of any kind here, or even a little bit more risk for 2 points at plus 425.
All right, Jeffrey. But Kenny Ducey, you've already heard him. Eric Halterman is here as well. These are our baseball bros today. So try to focus here, Kenny. It's MLB price check. Which players do you like on tonight's 9-game main slate at the following price ranges? So start me off with a pitcher at like $8,000 or higher.
I'm going to go much higher than that. Freddie Peralta at 10.5K is my guy that I'm going with here. He's got a great matchup with the Chicago Cubs. Now, he is one of the prime suspects in the sticky stuff scandal. You know, there's guys on TikTok that have been tracking this thing for like months, and his fingers stick to his glove. But you know what? He's looked great. He had 10 strikeouts in his last start. He's facing the Chicago Cubs, and the Chicago Cubs are a very, very bad team, which I know that Eric can attest to. 203 over the last week they're hitting, 36.7% strikeout rate. 36.7%. That is like unheard of for a big league team to strike out that much. That is who the Chicago Cubs are. They are 3 true outcome kings. They just strike out a whole bunch. By the way, Chris Bryant, where is he? Does anyone know where Chris Bryant is? The guy has had like, what does he have? 3 hits since coming back? Look, this team is just really not hitting the ball at all. Freddie Peralta, 10 strikeouts last time out against a weak lineup. There's another weak lineup. Maybe when he runs into like the Dodgers, you know, he's not going to be quite the trusty guy that he was. But right now, he's still throwing, upper 90s. I'm still rocking with Freddie Peralta here among some pretty bad high-priced options, frankly.
Okay, Eric, who are you rocking with? Pitcher at $8,000 or higher.
Yeah, I'm actually going to end up in the same place. I think among the other expensive pitchers, Lucas Giolito is probably the next best one that I would consider. But Peralta is my top guy, even at a 5-digit price. When I look to pay that kind of price for somebody, I'm looking at elite strikeout upside, a bad opposing lineup, and pitcher-friendly park. He doesn't have that latter one in Milwaukee. It's one of the tougher places to pitch in the league. But when you strike out as many guys as he does, I care less about park factors because it doesn't really matter how small the park is if they're never hitting it in the first place. He's striking out 36.4% of opposing batters, which is the kind of number he can sustain, given that he struck out 37.6% last year. As Kenny mentioned, there's maybe some sticky stuff concerns, but he doesn't seem to be losing anything. And the Cubs are last in WRC Plus in the month of June. Just nothing really going right for that lineup at the moment. So that's enough. I mean, I wish this game was taking place in a more pitcher-friendly park, but given that the other expensive options all have a decent amount of questions about them, I'm on Peralta as well.
Who are you on then, Eric, for a hitter over $5,000?
Yeah, I'm liking Yordan Alvarez at 5,800. Really liking pretty much any of the expensive Astros who are looking like, quite possibly the best team in the league, best offense in the league for sure this season. And when you get those kind of bats against Thomas Eshelman, things could get ugly. Eshelman has just 2 starts this year, hasn't been anything close to good. Over the course of his career, he has a 5.45 ERA, and there's no reason to believe things are about to get better. He doesn't walk a lot of guys, but I think that's because they've already hit it over the fence. Just a 6.4% career walk rate, but a 12.1% career strikeout rate is just about half what league average is these days. You can get by with a low strikeout rate if you get a lot of ground balls, but he has a 33.1% ground ball rate, so just nothing really that suggests he's a big league starter. Alvarez hitting .302 with 13 homers on the year. He's now played 154 career games, so basically one full season, and he has 41 homers, 131 RBI, and a lifetime batting average of .307. This guy's still just 24 years old, too. I think there's a lot more to come from him, and we could see one of his biggest days of the season against Eshelman.
Where are you going in this department, Kenny?
Yeah, I'll be a little more. It's pretty simple here. Trey Turner, $5,600. Look, he's going up against Jared Eichhoff, who we all know stinks. We all know Jared Eichhoff is a bad pitcher. 7 of the last 9 games, Trey Turner's been able to get you double digits in the DKFP department. And he's going up against a team in the Mets, which he owns. He'll probably get on base a few times. James McCann will be catching. He has a really terrible arm, so I like his stolen base upside as well here. We all know that can be a big contributor here in the fantasy point department. So I do like Trey Turner quite a bit. Guy's been seeing the ball incredibly well. I like a lot of those Nationals against Jared Eichhoff. High implied total here. And I think that both offenses are probably worth a look, but, the Nationals just have the better high-priced names.
What about a value bat?
Value bat, I'm going to Christian Walker at $3,100. Yeah, I know, not the sexiest name. This is not the best team to be picking in daily fantasy, but look at a guy who's just over $3,000, really, really cheap. He has 6 hits in his last 4 games, 2 multi-hit games in there. He moved up to 5th in the order. He was slumping. He's been locked in as the cleanup hitter for the Diamondbacks. He was slumping. He was dropped to 6th, and then he really started to hit. Moved up to 5th last game. He could be back in the cleanup spot as early as tonight. And when you look at the matchup here, it is fantastic. He's a right-handed power bat against Wade LeBlanc, another guy who just really scares you, right? 85 miles an hour with that unhittable cutter. Comes back with 87-mile-an-hour sinker. I mean, that is just really ridiculous, right? You can't hit 87. But no, in all seriousness, Wade LeBlanc has really not struck anybody out, which is fine when you're a sinker ball pitcher because you just get the ground balls. Well, his hard hit rate is almost 50%. He comes into this with an expected ERA over 6. He's going to get lit up by a Diamondbacks offense that just hits left-handed pitching. And the prime suspect I'm looking at here, if I'm not looking at Ketel Marte up near $5,000, is Christian Walker at $3,100. He's seeing the ball really well right now.
Eric, value bat, please.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this guy in this category, but it's Cody Bellinger at 3,900. There's 2 types of value bats. There's the guys who are always cheap, who are hitting well these days, and there's the guys who are having down years, but in ordinary seasons would be way more expensive, and that's Bellinger. And I really don't think we should overreact to his 21 bad games this season. They have been legitimately bad. He's hitting just .233, and his expected batting average of .239 says that that's basically deserved. But again, 21 games, he's missed time with a broken leg, a hamstring injury. And he seems to be turning things around now, homering in back-to-back games. And again, this is a guy who you would be totally unsurprised to see up at 5,500. He's one of the best bats in the league from season-long fantasy perspective. He's a perennial first-round pick type guy. So anytime you can get a guy like that for under 4,000, even if there are reasons that he is priced that way based on his performance this year, even if he's facing a guy who I do kind of like, in Anthony DeSclafani, you just don't get this kind of talent this cheap this often. So I would jump at that chance to get him.
Eric, who is someone you are totally fading on tonight's slate?
Yeah, there's a couple of the expensive pitchers. I think we talked about earlier how a lot of the expensive pitchers are kind of shaky. Not really interested in Zach Greinke, given that he's seemingly forgotten how to strike guys out recently. And I'm definitely not going to pay all the way up for Trevor Bauer. He's the one guy who's more expensive than Freddie Peralta. Obviously, when everything's going right for Bauer, he's Cy Young winner, but I think he may have had some help with that. He's widely known as one of the people who was probably using the Sicky stuff, and you could see it in his spin rates. His fastball RPM went from 28.41 in May to 25.82 in June. One of the bigger drops that I've seen, and that's taken a bite out of his ERA with it. 2.24 ERA in May and June, and a 3.55 ERA. Or sorry, 2.24 in April and May, and 3.55 in June. And he's also facing a Giants lineup that is very good. Surprisingly, they rank 4th by WRC Plus this season. So, not going to pay up for him against an offense this good, given that I'm not sure he's quite the Bauer we're used to seeing.
Kenny, what about you? Someone you want nothing to do with tonight?
Yeah, same sort of deal. Trevor Bauer is on my list as well. 10.9K is just a ridiculous price to pay, especially against, I'm really surprised that he's this expensive against one of the best offenses in baseball in the Giants, as Eric touched on. And his spin rates are way, way down. I mean, they've just consistently dropped over the last 4 starts. And he's had one good start in his last 6. So, even dating back to the first couple of starts in that span when his spin rates were relatively normal, still not pitching well. And look, again, it's a guy that still has the velocity. He's still able to, he flashed the strikeout upside last time. But I'm sorry, maybe I'd be looking at him as a speculative GPP play, even at this price, against the worst lineup, because I don't think anyone really trusts him to be a good pitcher anymore. But against the Giants, I mean, this is a team that has hit right-handed pitching so well. They're still just around the top 10 in WRC Plus over the last week. They have a lot of talent from the left side, so I do think that this is just a spot that you absolutely want to stay away from. But I don't really agree with Eric as much on Zach Greinke. Still think he's good.
Interesting. Well, Kenny, finally, let's poke over to the sports book, shall we? What's your favorite bet on this Major League Baseball slate?
Poke over to the sports book. Look, I mentioned it earlier, but I like the Diamondbacks' first 5 run line here, money line, plus 120. I don't like Wade LeBlanc. I think everyone knows, 36 years old, not throwing hard. Everyone knows he's a bad pitcher and he's going to give up runs. And, especially the Diamondbacks, one of the things that they've always done well this year, despite all their struggles, they've hit against left-handed pitching. And even despite the fact that they've lost so many games over the last month, they're still in the top 10 in WRC plus to left-handed pitching. Now, when you look at the other side of the coin, Jake Faria is a guy that I actually used to think is really good. I still think he is. He's getting his second chance here as a starting pitcher. He's probably going to go 4 innings. So, and you're not going to get a true first 5 where it's both starters going all the way. But I do think that Jake Faria pitches enough in these first 5 innings to make an impact. He's got a great split finger, and this Cardinals offense is just all out of sorts right now. They are quickly falling down the NL Central standings, not hitting the ball well. A lot of their talented guys just not showing up at the plate. We saw Yadier Molina hit into one of the more ridiculous groundouts yesterday against the Pirates. So I really just love fading this offense. Jake Faria has the stuff to be a really good starter. His expected ERA this year good, strikeout rate up. And Wade LeBlanc, 85 and 87, that's what he's throwing at you, and the Diamondbacks can hit that. They have the bats.
Eric, bring us home.
Yeah, just first a quick note on Zach Greinke. He hasn't struck out more than 4 batters in any of his last 5 starts. So while he still may not give up a ton of runs, that's not the kind of fantasy ceiling I'm looking for. But for this specific question, I like the Giants at plus 155 over the Dodgers. Might be a little weird since I said I liked Cody Bellinger, but I think both of those things could be true. I think you can say that the Giants are a lot closer to 50-50 than his plus 155 odds suggest, while also saying that Cody Bellinger himself is significantly underpriced. These two lineups are right next to each other. Giants 4th by WRC plus, Dodgers 3rd. I don't think anybody would have had that coming into the year, but I mean, again, the Giants have just smashed expectations this season, and the Dodgers have been a bit banged up. And some of their top guys like Mookie Betts not necessarily performing up to the expected levels. And the two pitchers, Trevor Bauer is better than Anthony DeSclafani. Even, post sticky stuff, Trevor Bauer is better, but it's not necessarily a huge gap. Like I said, Bauer is down in the month of June, 3.55 ERA, 4.13 FIP. The walk rate is inflated up near 12% too. DeSclafani has been good in the recent past. He had a 3.89 ERA in 2019, so there's precedent for him being a pretty good pitcher. Had a 24% strikeout rate against the 7% walk rate that year, so it looked very for real. Last year, he battled injuries, saw his ERA spike all the way to 7.22, while his strikeout rate crashed to 15.8%. He's got the strikeout rate back up at 23.1% this year and a career high 46.9% ground ball rate. So he's really doing some of everything. That 2.77 ERA will probably rise, but it should rise to still a mid-high threes, completely acceptable level, which is close enough to what this version of Bauer is that I would still probably say the Dodgers are favored, but not by plus 155.
right, hello. What's up? The final sim of the early slate, the early classic on DraftKings. Madden Sims, baby. We've got the Falcons taking on the Carolina Panthers, the Falcons, as some hosts like to call them. Jeff Ulrich is here. No connection to that pronunciation. Hi, Jeff.
No, but the person who does sound that clearly was brought up in the correct manner. It is pronounced Falcons. Queen's English. You can look that up. I won't say anything more on the subject.
Okay, very good. We move on. What does your lineup look like for the showdown? We titled the free roll. I say because I don't want to put I don't want to put words in Jeff's mouth, but the title is let's fill a golf contest this week. Okay.
Yeah, look, I haven't made the golf contest this week. It's been a busy 24 hours for me. Driving, new puppy, as you know, if you watched the sweat this morning, you Emerson alluded to, but I am going to make it. You know what? I'm going to make it while we're doing the sim. It's perfect timing. I've learned how to use the DraftKings League, so we'll get that started. And I apologize. For not getting it started yet, DK Sim fan, but I know you're going to fill it this week. I put Julio Jones in my captain spot. I faded Todd Gurley. I got Matt Ryan, Ridley, Samuel, Joey Sly, and Ian Thomas. So I'm pretty balanced. Honestly, the last 5 times I've seen Carolina, they have been terrible in these sims. So I probably should have faded all of them. I feel like that's probably the correct strategy now that I'm thinking about this game a little clearer.
Tends to happen after lock.
It does. It's okay though.
It's 401, so I put Julio in the captain spot as well. It's funny because last sim I was with Ducey and we both captained the same player. So it's a little streak I'm on here. McCaffrey, Matt Ryan, Curtis Samuel, Russell Gage, and my punt play is Manhurts. Christopher Manhurts. So there you go. Jeff, you got a treat here today. I promised everybody we'd do pizza deals at 4 o'clock.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Let's go. Now I'm up for this game.
So we will do the pizza deals. We've been teasing it the last couple sims, so there's no excuse. We are going to pick 2 deals in the first quarter.
Last pizza deal we did, looked like nothing was going to happen for the longest time. Then it was Trey Burton, coming through, late game touchdown, late game bonus, pushed it into OT. Colts had it at the 5. Oh, and stupid Marlon Mack ran it in.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one, though, man.
Very good. That's the kind of challenging prediction you have to make. Burton to hit the bonus and score twice. So, Mike Ross, Matt Ryan hitting the bonus, not enough. Not enough there.
No, come on now. Get out of here with that.
Okay, the other rule, too, is if you are called on, you then need to go confirm your identity on Twitter. So we know that there is a connection and established verification to continue chatting with each other. This is new. Folks are now asking for pizza deals. They're throwing out who will be the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. which Jeff could just say, regardless of how well the player does.
Right. Yeah. Pick, who's the tight end 3 for Atlanta? Is it Luke Stalker? Pick Luke Stalker. We'll make that happen.
93, B-Brack, you were insulting my takes on Tom Brady on Saturday. You're not getting picked.
Oh, wow.
Think I forgot about that? Nope. Sorry. Maybe next time.
You're in pizza timeout. Wow, this guy's not in pizza timeout. Todd Gurley.
Okay, let's see. All right, new addition with the money bag, the dollar figure on the bag. Okay, Curtis Samuel, a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown.
Oh, wow.
And hits the bonus.
I mean, that is, if that happens, that's like a 2 pizza deal right there. A rushing and a receiving. I mean, look, that's a great offer. That's how you get a pizza deal right there, by coming up with the goods. But that one definitely has, it's like, It's a sub 1%er, is what we call it, but it's a good one. I like it. I like the
new edition. Go to Twitter, send over a message at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. All right, there we have a couple.
New edition. What are you complaining about? We picked you. You got it. You got to contact Glash on Twitter. So go do it right now.
Okay. Jonathan Stoll. Yeah, a little too easy.
JE has a pretty good one.
He's fading Julio.
JE with the Nats logo there.
I like JE.
2 defensive touchdowns, 1 for each team.
Okay, JE will take it. Send over a message on Twitter to confirm your deal. 1 DST touchdown for each team. As a reminder, a fake punt touchdown is not a DST touchdown. Nope. A fake field goal touchdown. That is not the defense. That is the offense. It is an offensive possession. First and goal, Ridley. Okay. We'll take one more, because I'm feeling generous today. Oh, we have a message on Twitter. Who we got?
Andrew Scarcell's is very fair. Actually, there's a couple here. I'll let you pick. The Guru 805 says Bridgewater has 2 rushing touchdowns. Andrew Scarcella, Ridley 150 and 3 touchdowns. There was a touchdown by Todd Gurley.
Okay, Andrew Scarcella, you're in.
Okay, Scarcella's in. Got a long way to go. But as we saw the last time we did a pizza deal, folks, it is not over till it's over.
I have one message confirmed from New Edition. Again, New Edition, I really mean this. Out of all the love and respect in my heart, I'm sorry. I did not know you followed me on Twitter. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't know.
Wow.
Well, because Twitter usernames can be different from...
I know. I'm just kidding.
I'm just giving the chat perspective.
I'm just bugging you. I know.
And you know what? I will do a 4th one. That's it, though, for today. The Guru. I was giving the Guru a bunch of crap last time about his NBA takes. But you know what?
Oh, no.
I'm a fair host. I am... It really does come from a good place. The Guru. Bridgewater. 2 rushing scores. The Guru to Twitter.
I like that one. That's a good one. I like that one.
Okay.
That's fair, but it's got some semblance of reality in it. We've seen it before. That's creative. Deserves a pizza deal.
Okay. We got 4 today. 4.
Wow.
At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. To confirm your deals, 1 of the 4 has been confirmed. Still waiting on JE, Andrew Scarcella, and the Guru. Okay, we got a request. Andrew is in. Andrew Scarcella in. Wow, here we go. That might be the most efficient we've been since the return of the pizza deal.
Well, you got me helping you out, man. I mean,
I know. I'm trying. You think I could do this with Ducey? I mean, no offense.
Oh my God. Ducey be like, that never happened. That's just crazy deal.
Exactly. What are we doing here?
Teddy Bridgewater can't run.
There's no chance that's going to happen, Glash.
Deuce. Love him.
Customer care. Who scored for Atlanta? Todd Gurley. Okay, we're still waiting on 2 messages. JE and the Guru. At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter. First name, last name. So I had a message here from Jonathan Stoll. And Jonathan, I think you're in the chat now. But see, Jonathan, you're a good example here. You can't go on Twitter and get ahead of the competition. You can't be messaging me a pizza deal at 1:30. That's cheating. You might not have known that, though. That's okay.
I like the initiative. Yeah, you got to
Yes.
confirm.
Oh, I respect it. Yes, very much so. But it has to be live in the chat during the game. And by during, I mean like in the first couple minutes. J.E. says he doesn't have Twitter. Oh, damn it. Okay, so we got to pick one more. I said we'd do 4. So J.E., just make one. Forget it. Fine, you're out. Got to have a Twitter. I need a way to communicate with you outside of the chat.
Yeah. Guys, I mean, like, the Twitter is not hard to get on, but if you don't have one, you don't have one. Or if you don't want one, you don't want one, I guess.
CEH says pizza deal. None of the 4 pizza deals hit. All right, let's head over to Twitch. I'd be fair to the Twitch people.
Yeah. Twitch, I was just going to say, you know, there's people over there.
So
Smash Lana's not getting one, but who are the other people?
Obi-Wan, you've already been picked. Enough. May the Force be with you. Wes says McCaffrey held under 10 points. Yeah, really. We want real points. Smash Lanta, Gurley, double bonus. Give me a touchdown.
He's already got a touchdown.
CEH, I'm here too. CEH, you just went over there on YouTube and said if the other 4 don't hit, I want a pizza. So, no.
Someone should go heavy on Todd Gurley. Like, he's already got a touchdown. Go like Gurley 4 touchdowns or something. That'd be
yeah. Look at Jeff. Jeff's giving you all the ideas.
Oh, I could play this game forever. I love this game. Like, I was disappointed when these went away because you guys in the chat blew it. Or actually, not you guys. One person blew it. Smash that like button too, guys. You know, Glash is bringing the pizza deal heat here. Let's get him up over 200 for the likes for this stream. That'd be awesome. Hope everyone's having a good Monday while we're at it.
Okay.
Kicker over 10 points won't do it. If you're going to do a kicker prop, you got to go like 5 field goals or something like that.
Jeff knows. Jeff knows. Robert Sparks. Gurley gets 40 points in the flex.
That's pretty reasonable. Up to you, though.
He's at 10.6. Guru, I got the tweet. Thank you very much. All right, what the heck? Fine. Robert Sparks. 40 points for Todd Gurley. 40.
Wow.
Flex points, not captain points.
Yeah, flex.
Okay. Robert Sparks.
Robert listened. Taking advantage of that hot Gurley start.
What I liked about it, too, is he didn't just copy you and say 4 touchdowns. He changed it up a little bit. I like that.
It's creative.
Credit. Give him credit. Okay, 40 points. Message me at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter.
Get in there, Robert. Get on the Twitter.
Okay. Come on, Sparks.
Message him up.
Let's go. Yes, we can do pizza in Canada, but as Jeff said, for a better take, a better prediction. That's it for today. Aww. I know.
Oh, but Glash, I wanted a pizza.
You should pick like 10.
Can you do more, please?
All right. Well, that's all settled. We're through the opening quarter.
Yeah, that took care of the first quarter.
Once we get a message from Robert.
What?
Robert. Go that far to pick you. Great idea. And you say, No Twitter, fellas. Giving you ideas. Robert, thank you, but what are we doing here? Like now
I'll tell you what. Yeah, everyone, the fourth pizza deal's off. If Todd Gurley goes over 40 points, we'll donate a pizza to like the Humane Society or like the SPCA. Okay, we'll buy the dogs a pizza or something. But that's two of you who can't be bothered to create a Twitter account. I can't handle that. Takes like 30 seconds.
This isn't hard. You can literally make this Twitter. You don't have to, you don't automatically follow people. You don't have to do anything. You just got to send me a message. That's all I'm asking for. God. Sorry, Robert. I don't mean to yell at you.
No, it's okay. We get it.
Right,
If you don't want a Twitter account, we get it. But Obi-Wan's right. It's a little lazy. Not going to lie. Anyways. The girly prop now goes to the Humane Society. We're just gonna get like a charity for these people, and instead of you getting the pizza because you can't create a Twitter account, we'll just give it to the Humane Society or something.
All right, Teddy Bridgewater rushing territory here. He lobs one in to Thomas. Touchdown.
Hey, he's on my team. This is the best I've seen Teddy Bridgewater play in like over a month in these sims.
Must be. There is no reason for me to message you back. You're just yelling at me and yelling about my ears. What is there to respond to? Jared says donate the pizza to Kaufman.
Okay, well, that's a good idea. Buy him like an extra, the works pizza.
Thomas, 27% owned, 2% the captain. New addition, Andrew Scarcella and the Guru are 3 pizza deals. And then if, thanks to Robert and his amazing idea, Todd Gurley hits 40 points, I feel like I'm doing a sponsorship read. If Todd Gurley reaches 40 points today in this sim between the Panthers and the Falcons, the DraftKings Dream Stream will donate a pizza to the Humane Society. Check us out at DraftKings.com. For details.
You nailed that. They always have those in the hockey games too. It's like, if an Oilers scores 4 goals today, Natasha Blankenship from something Alberta will get $1 million.
Also, if you were not picked, that means your chances are getting better, though, because people that are picked, they can't be picked again until everyone gets a turn. So there's 280 people here. There are still 270 of you or so that have not been picked. So your time's coming.
Yeah, and look, at this rate, just having a Twitter account and being in the chat, like, you're going to get picked soon because all these other people, they're in the chat, but they don't have the second step. They don't have the Twitter. So,
I mean, now at this point, if it's on me to do more the pizza deals consistently, folks will just get the point. You got to have a Twitter. And I know some of you aren't here for all 6 every single day, but Abby Rizzle says Brendan Buck. Yeah, I'm Joe Buck here on Fox. 136 entries in the Glash and Moose free roll in the DK SimFam Friends League. Out of focus. First place in the $250 free with Gurley and the captain. CMC in the flex with Bridgewater, Hurst, Thomas, and the Falcons defense. Pretty wild. What were your thoughts on that playoff yesterday? I'm sure you talked about it a bit on the sweat. Maybe you didn't. I'm not entirely sure.
No, we talked about it a little bit. I mean, yeah, it was wild, man. I mean, just sinking putt after putt there. Both of those guys going at it. It was crazy. It was a pretty wild event just from how close everybody was. Like you went to the final round with like I mean, 30 people legitimately had a shot to win on the weekend, so that's pretty crazy. I don't see that very often, but yeah, fun little event. Definitely a fun ending. And gonna have another like low-scoring event this week with the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Very low scoring. Rudy's gonna fly this week, so I'm gonna get that contest created. I'll do it in the second half. I would like an update from you though, sir. How did the movie date go?
Oh, this was discussed a little bit last night. Kaufman gave a very, 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 and very, very, very detailed. Wait, actually, have you heard anything about this?
I honestly haven't, just because again. I have not heard one. The only thing I heard was that you showed up a little late.
Yeah, it's true. I overslept. I woke up at 5 minutes of 11. The movie started at 11. Kaufman had like 4 texts to me. I'll go find them just to read them verbatim.
Let me guess what they are. Hey, buddy, are you coming? Glash, seriously, I'm here by myself.
Friday, 9:49 a.m. Middlesex Canal address, right? So he's just confirming that he's going to the right place. 10:33 a.m. I said I would be there around 10:40, 10:50.
Okay.
10:33 from Kaufman. You good?
That's 10 minutes.
7
Kaufman
minutes.
got to the movie 30 minutes before it started.
It said, you good.
Oh.
10:40. No, with 9 O's. 2 minutes later, 10:42. Dude, I hope you aren't sleeping. So,
Thanks.
I didn't set an alarm. I was up late the night before. Really just bad planning on my end. The funny part, the part that I'm leaving out, if you really should go back, someone might have recorded it and clipped it, but I'll try to speed it up because I'm right now going at Kaufman pace. So Kaufman called Sarah, or no, what was it? Kaufman texted Sarah and said, have you heard from Glash today? And she's like, no. Sarah was in Philadelphia. Sarah was on a little trip with her friends. Sarah wasn't even home. So I was by myself. I didn't set an alarm or anything. Again, very, very poor judgment on my part. So Sarah, one of Sarah's friends, who I've become friendly with, she lives in our building. Sarah texted her friend to come, like, to ask her to go bang on the door to try and wake me up. And I guess she told Sarah that she heard me go, I gotta bleep and go. So when her friend got up there, before she banged on the door, she heard me awake, and I was on the phone with Koff saying, I overslept. I'm coming. So I Dom Toretto to the movie theater.
Yeah.
Got there at about 15 past 11. We got there just in time.
The trailers are like 30 minutes long, so like,
No.
did you even miss the start of the movie?
No, we didn't. We were fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I really was.
Oh, you were at fault, but still, it's hilarious. I also love the fact Kaufman was literally like checking in on you half an hour before the movie even started.
I think it was because I didn't respond to his initial text.
Okay, I get it.
Which I get. Oh, Todd Gurley for the Humane Society. Close to the 7-yard line. Couple of, I'll give you the cliff notes. When we walk in, I say, so Koff's like, I'm going to hit the bathroom. I said, yeah, you want anything? I'm going to go to the concession stand. Koff's, so the way Koff answered, he's like, nah, I'm good. And the way he said I'm good was like he's not hungry. I'm like, huh. I'm kind of surprised by that because he had hyped up like he wants to have something to drink and have popcorn. I walk into the theater. I got a small popcorn for us to share, and I had myself a glass of soda. Well, Koff, I sit down, I get comfortable. Koff whips out a box of M&Ms. Oh, yeah, you didn't tell me about those. So Cough was all set. He had his little candy stashed away in his pocket on the way in.
He was all good for himself.
Yeah, jerk. Didn't bring me any. Then again, I probably didn't deserve it because I was so late. Then the other thing, our seats were directly next to each other, so there was not really a good spot to put the popcorn. So the popcorn was balancing on the arm of a chair. Really dangerous stuff. So this is at the very, very beginning. Cough was nice and offered me a handful of M&Ms. So I put my hands out like this, thinking he's gonna pour, like, because they're his M&Ms. I mean, he can determine the portion.
Good call. Yeah.
Just trying to be
polite. That's only the polite thing to do.
Yeah, he looks at me like I'm nuts and goes, "Take it." I'm like, okay. I mean, no, I just wanted to be like, I wanted to make sure it wasn't pouring too much, too little, whatever. And then, of course, he reaches over for the. As he reaches back, I give the M&Ms back to him. His arm comes across, and boom, the popcorn goes all over his lap.
Oh my God.
He goes, oh, what the, he's ready to, frustrated. So I looked at him and go, well, you better eat that.
Oh my God.
So
classic. That's a good story.
I mean, he ate it. He wasn't hesitant. Now, just to throw this out there, I thought Cough left this detail out. He never offered me another handful of M&Ms. He only one offer, but man, he kept even after the chat was calling it lap corn. Even after the lap corn, Cough had no problem reaching over and grabbing more. So I felt that was unfair. Also, Cough, like after a big scene, he'll just look at me and go, "Can you believe this?" Like, it's like, oh my God, you are so old.
That was exactly what we predicted he'd do.
Oh, he's a movie talker.
We predicted it though, didn't we? We were like, huh? Can you believe this? We even said it. I love that.
He pretty much was like whispering what he would tweet during a sporting event.
Don't blame the refs, Brendan. Don't blame the directors, Brendan.
How about that scene? Hashtag F9. As opposed to, how about them Celtics? Hashtag Celtics. He basically was tweeting in my ear. My big ear, must be.
So basically, you got to watch Fast and the Furious with Kaufman's Twitter feed.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Pretty much. Good time though. We enjoyed it. Good film. We made it on time for the first one, and
yep.
We got out. We were like, "Oh, what'd you think? What'd you think? All right, this, that. Okay, gotta go. Gotta move on with my life." And
sure,
it was good. But yeah, the headline is: I slept in. I was late. I get an F- for the date. Cough probably gets a D. Cough's negatives were only one M&M offer. Chit-chatty.
Yep.
It's probably... Oh, he
spilled popcorn. I mean, let's was clumsy.
He spilt the $7 popcorn. Me, I had the worst error of the day by being really late. The etiquette was not good on my part. I take full responsibility for that. Christopher has hopped in real quick to give the people an update. Christopher has hopped into our Zoom call from Game Ops. He's in the chat now saying, "Hey, Sim fam, we will get the stats right soon. There was an issue on this end. Sorry." Christopher, one of the day one members of the Game Ops team. Very transparent. Thanks, Chris.
Straight from the horse's mouth, as they say, folks. So there you go. If people were wondering if there was an issue with the chat, not with the chat. Well, there's issues with the chat, but but if there's issues with the scoring, then there it is. Appreciate that. Lisa Robinson says, Jeff, Glash is cranky. Can you make him a baba and send him to bed?
Is that like
Does
milking
sound
a
like
mom?
you need to get to sleep a little bit earlier, if we're being honest.
Lisa's just mad because she was spamming the chat last night with @Glash High, @Glash High, @Glash High, @Glash High.
Timeout.
No, she didn't get a timeout, but
Okay.
it's just like, hi, yeah, we see you. We get it. Rossi's fat cat, Glash, did cough or you yell focus at any time? No.
Did they? So
Cough's like my younger brother at a movie. Like, dude, I'm watching the same thing you're watching. Like,
what do you think is worse? The people like that who are just like legitimately like, turn to you and like chat like, hey, can you believe that, man? Like during the movie, or the people who legitimately ask you questions about everything, like, who's that guy again? Because my wife does that. Like if she can't follow something in a movie, it's like snap. Like, who's that? Babe? Like, who's that guy? And like, it honestly drives me nuts. Because, if I can't figure something out right away, I'll watch the movie and then I'll let myself figure it out. It's like a little game for me. But if she can't figure it out, it's like, she's asking.
what was she in again? What was that?
Yes.
Oh, shut it. Christopher from Ops relates.
I definitely don't use that language with her, but.
Oh, well, I mean, that's what you're really feeling.
Maybe.
We've been watching Loki, and my wife does the same thing.
Yeah. Who's that guy again? What was she? Was she from the start of the show?
Where's Ridley for a first down pickup? Freak of nature. Glash, did you yell? Great energy in the movie theater. No, should have done that. I'm good.
Oh yeah.
Real quick, we got an update on Robert Sparks. Robert Sparks was the man who predicted Todd Gurley 40 points. Just as an idea. Well, Robert responded to our criticism not having a Twitter. Robert now dragged his friend into this. Robert's friend named Stanley. And Stanley has sent me a message on Twitter. This is for Robert Sparks. He's a friend of mine with no Twitter.
Is he a friend of mine or is he a friend of ours?
Robert has since gone on the YouTube chat and confirmed that is my friend, Stanley. Isn't that generous and nice? What's the ruling? No, it's still going to the Humane Society.
Too late. Next time, though, maybe.
This particular, I guess I'll call it a failure on your end, Robert. Good effort, like good job, good effort. But this will not be held against you. Like you can still be picked down the road. So you have a good friend.
Very fair by Glash.
We've reached halftime. 13-7. Todd Gurley has a touchdown, and for Carolina, it's Ian Thomas. All right.
All right.
Look at some stats. Okay, see, look what's happening now. Corin says, I don't eat pizza or use my Twitter account. Uh-oh. See, now we're running into problems. People are abusing the pizza deals. See, this is what I was talking about. People have to come in here and ruin it, so now this really isn't his friend.
Wait, what? Corin 28?
Yeah, Corin Stanley is the person's name. Corin Stanley is the Twitter. Are you following or no?
I mean, okay, so...
So Corrent is now saying, I don't eat pizza or use my Twitter account, but I have a message from a Corrent on Twitter that says, this is for Robert Sparks. He's a friend of mine with no Twitter.
Yeah, but I don't think Corin is saying like it wasn't him that that messaged you. I think he's just saying he himself wasn't looking for the pizza deal.
Okay. All right. Well, either way, it's going to the Humane Society. So this is just useless conversation.
Yeah. See, he's confirming I'm right. He says I'm the one who sent it for him to use just because he didn't have one. He's just saying he wasn't interested in the pizza deal. Corin was saying himself. Very fair. Very fair. He doesn't like pizza.
I take it back. I jumped the gun on that.
It was confusing, but I mean, this is why it's good when we do the pizza deals together, Glash, because again, I'm like your assistant or something.
Juicy would be losing his mind if we did this.
Juicy would be nuts. I'm like the assistant to the pizza director, like Dwight Schrute, the assistant pizza director.
Ridley has 88 yards to the first half, six receptions. One of our deals was Ridley to have 150 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's kind of in play. I mean, he's got 88 yards.
Yeah, he's got the yards. He's got to go off on the touchdown, but maybe we'll get overtime. It's only a 10-7 game. It is a pretty good start from Calvin Ridley. What was did we do the 2 defensive scores for both teams?
Nope. JE said don't have Twitter.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he opted out. God, that was a good one too. I like that one. Have to keep that in mind for future games. Somebody had a big game from Julio. That doesn't look promising.
Yeah, 2 for 28 or 2 for 18. Excuse me.
I like I wish more people would go with like the tight end twos. Like I don't even know who the tight end twos are in this game.
These teams have terrible tight end depths.
Luke Stalker for Atlanta, and I think it's Manhurts for
Yeah. Someone should have gone like Manhurts touchdown and like 3 catches or something like that.
Well, right now the lone winner in the pizza deals, Poppy Herb.
Yeah, with Jace
Sternberger, 2 catches.
Jace the Snake. Sternberger. Extra barbecue sauce on my Sternberger, please.
Gordon 28 says, now say Eagles are 2022 champions as an apology for the misunderstanding. Wow. I was telling everyone at noon to apologize to virtual Tyreek Hill because everyone counted him out and he had a great second half, hit the bonus and scored a touchdown. And now someone's asking me to apologize. I can't do that. I'll apologize. I just can't say the Eagles are going to be champions in 2022. I wanted to read this. And by the way, if you're just hopping in, we had an issue. One of our ops team members had an internet issue, so they're catching up. Chris from ops. Chris is one of the day ones. He's in here getting everything all caught up. So thanks to Chris. He's been in the chat. Nice job. Does a good job. Domino Joe says, hey, Glash, any contests for tonight's playoffs or MLB? So is that what happens now? So Kaufman goes on vacation and now it's like it's kind of there's a missing piece.
There's a void to fill.
There is a big void. And whose responsibility is it to make them?
Is Cup on vacation now? Is that right?
Yeah, he's gone. He won't make contests. Good for him.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts.
True.
I'm not convinced it'll last the whole time. So I am going to create the golf contest, the Moose Open for this week. I'm only going to make it 100 players. Whoops, no one head-to-head.
Love it. Title of our free contest on the DK SimFam Friends League, which we are talking about. Let's fill a golf contest this week, okay? Okay. Rossi's Fat Cat says no cough, spamming our chat. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Domino Joe, I think what you're kind of getting at is, hey, Glash, you should make contests. But wouldn't that make me kind of a hypocrite if I start doing what Cough does? Because Cough comes on here, and I think it's all a good thing. I just give him a hard time. But he comes on here, and he makes these contests for NBA and baseball, and man, he always promoting them. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. That's not my thing. Like, Jordan Linderbaum's making contests. He's just as important to the fam as Kaufman is, and me. Can't believe I just said that, but it's kind of true.
All right, folks. Moose Open 3. Ready for business. Get in it.
Well,
she's out there.
Isn't it
She's
technically
live.
2 since the second one didn't run?
Yeah, it didn't. I know. You can say it. It's okay. My feelings won't be hurt.
Domino Joe, yeah, and that's the other thing. I don't have children to worry about for a college fund, so I don't really need the contest. As Jeff said earlier, if you guys have that like to offer, the like button, turn it blue if you don't mind. 340 of you watching. We're pretty much at 200 likes. Smash that like button for us. Would greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Another start to the week. We'll get out ahead of it. I'm sure we'll discuss as the week goes on, as we get later in the week. There is a holiday on Sunday. There will be no Sims on Saturday and Sunday on the Dream Stream. Figured I'd just let you all know now so you're not like, what the heck, man? We've got 2 Sims on Friday. Jeff and I will be part of that day on Friday. So just wanted to let you all know.
Yes, that's right. Only 2 on Friday, eh? Bit of a short week. Hope everyone's got some nice plans for this week. I know we got Thursday off here in Canada. Canada Day. Canada Day is on July 1st, eh, guys? Did you know that?
That's Thursday.
Yeah. Did you know that for real, that Canada Day was July 1st?
I knew it was right around the time of the 4th, but not exactly what day. Does it always end up on the 1st?
It's always July 1st, yeah. I got a question for you. Do you know where and what Saskatchewan is?
Yeah, I've been a bunch.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've been up here. You're a man of the world. You're an international man of mystery. I forgot. I was chatting with Steve Buchanan last week. He had no idea what Saskatchewan was. No idea. Nothing.
That's surprising. He's never seen Grown Ups? Hey, Saskatoon, eh? What's the line, Sarah, from Grown Ups? Saskatoon? Oh, was I right? Did I get that right? Okay, just trying to phone a friend. Ask the audience.
I think so.
He's never heard of Saskatchewan? He's never heard of the Rough Riders?
No, nothing. He's like, what is that? I pictured Buchanan as just like a real Boston dude, Boston guy.
Yeah, Buchanan's way of getting out is if he's on a Zoom call with MLB Network or
or going to like a
on-
live WWE show.
Yeah, or that, yeah. At the Lowell Auditorium.
Him and Edlow.
Those two
guys.
I remember before COVID hit, those two would be in the studio, and they'd plan out they were planning out a date for NFL Sunday to take a ride to a restaurant in just over the border in New Hampshire.
Right.
They could place their bets because, of course, the limitations here in Mass.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, this is just so funny.
It's ridiculous.
Two of them give each other so much crap, but they're like brothers.
No, I know. Absolutely, man. They should be on. Are they still doing their podcast, or is that on hiatus?
The fact that you even have to ask is really concerning, isn't it, about the state of the podcast?
It is. I think it's gone downhill since Steve took over. I actually don't know. It may be on hiatus.
Kind of feels like they just do it when they feel like it.
It does kind of feel like that.
God, this is my last sim today. Come on.
I think it'll probably be back for NFL. Who knows? I don't know. I don't make the content decisions.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I guess it's been a couple days since I've seen them do a podcast episode. I'm looking forward to I'm hoping I see those guys on a regular basis once football season starts.
Yeah, do some in-studio stuff again. I know. As much as I like working with people from home, I liked it when you guys were at studio. It was fun, you know. You guys were all kind of sweating under the lights. I'd just be here chilling at home. It was fun.
I think, if anything, now the experience of working from home and actually seeing, while we did see each other physically, but they were shorter stints in person. Now it's been like we've done more than ever. We're doing 12 hours a day, and even though Steve and Julian are too cool for us and don't do Sims anymore, this. Well, I mean, I gotta get that in there. Sorry.
True.
I don't feel bad about that. The chemistry has really it's reached new levels here at DraftKings.
Yeah, that's true.
So now being together in a studio, you thought that we would give each other a hard time there. I think now it's like there are just there will be rules, but man, there will be feelings hurt in person. James Smith on YouTube says, "New guy from Baltimore. You guys are awesome."
We appreciate you hanging out with us, man. We do, honestly, on this Monday afternoon. Everyone's having a good day. It's boiling where I don't know what's the weather like in Boston. We're having like a heat wave here, like record temps. So, what's it like there, Glash?
Oh, it's sizzling here.
Yeah, same.
97 degrees right now. It's going to be warm tomorrow and warm on Wednesday.
It's close to that where I live, too, if you could believe it. It's probably low 90s.
What time does it get dark there? Like 10?
Yeah. Yep, like 10, even later. Even like right now at this time of year, it's probably more like 10:30. I think, aren't we at like the longest day of the year here coming up?
That is so cool. That's what I miss about going to Saskatchewan this time of year. I was there a couple years ago, and it was like I got out of the game at 9:30 at night. It was bright out. It's so cool.
Oh, you can golf so late here, too. Like, you can tee off at like 6 right now and get in 18 holes. Not that I have time for that, but I used to.
That is sweet.
Yeah. It's got its advantages. Its disadvantages is when you have kids and they're trying to go to sleep, but it's also nice for them because they can just play outside all the time. It's a nice time of year.
Jason says it's 113 degrees in Oregon today. Chris Boyd says come to South Texas.
Wow, dude.
That's hot. That is hot. The humidity too.
I mean, I've been in Vegas in the summer when it's like legitimately been that hot. But that's like a very dry heat. You can actually still walk around in it if you're being honest. Like it's not that comfortable, but I know some of those places like you get humidity thrown up in there too. Oh my God. Unbearable.
So longest day of the year would be the first day of summer, so the 21st, as Poster points out and producer Drew.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it was this week or like last week or what. But yeah, so we're already past it.
Only 15 likes away from 200. If you don't mind, have a like to give. Be just a nice solid number to get to after the first half of the day.
Yeah, man. Throw out the like for the pizza deals, as we said. I don't know if we're going to hit any here, but again, you never know with these things, man. We certainly had no hope in the last one we did, and man, Trey Burton came close to doing it.
Coming up after this, stay tuned for the slate. Chirag Hero will be here. I think he's with, speak of the devil, I think he's with Ed Lowe. Yep, Julian is here.
Oh.
Very good. I haven't talked to
Ed Lowe
Julian.
appearance. We'll go.
Chirag and Julian talking NBA. Next is Game 5 between the Clippers and Suns is tonight. 3-1 series lead for Phoenix. Game 1 of the Cup finalists tonight, right?
Yes, Tampa Bay, Montreal going at it in Tampa Bay, obviously.
Very nice.
Yep. I mean, I know it seems weird to talk about hockey right now, but we're at the Stanley Cup Finals. You can go over the DraftKings DK Nation playbook. Got an article up there, a couple bets, things like that. DFS, if you're setting showdown lineups, some big showdown contests for it. So definitely worth checking out on the DK Nation, obviously. And Yeah, my article up there on DK Nation, and you can check it out, like I said, on DraftKings. So, but big showdown contest tonight for NHL.
Montreal stand a chance?
Yeah, absolutely they do, man. I mean, look, I'm not going to be shocked if Tampa wins in like 5 games, but I really think Montreal's going to make a series of this. Tampa's got the elite upper end, but I mean, their goaltending slips a tiny bit. Like Carey Price outplays Vasilevsky. Yeah, it'll be a close series. Montreal's been, just proving doubt is wrong the whole time. I don't know why that would stop here. Solid team.
Yeah, and you know how it goes. You get a hot goalie.
Yep.
Gotten this far.
And Montreal's like a younger version of Tampa. They just don't quite have the top end talent yet, but their bottom 6 is very good. We mentioned the goalies. They got a couple elite guys on the back end, so it could happen. Again, I'm not going to be shocked either way, but I definitely think there's some value in the Canadians, as you'll read from my article, especially tonight.
13-7, our score. We still have just the 2 touchdowns and a couple of field goals for Atlanta. Ian Thomas and Todd Gurley. Gurley has 8 carries, 24 yards, and the score. McCaffrey, 46 rushing yards. Teddy Bridgewater. One of the pizza deals was 2 rushing scores for the Guru, and he's got -1 rushing yards. The other pizza deal was Curtis Samuel to rush one in, receive a touchdown, and hit the bonus. And Ridley might be the closest one. He still needs 3 touchdowns, though. 150 yards.
Yeah.
95.
It is kind of funny. I mean, if we got like 2 Ridley touchdowns and somehow we hit overtime or something, I mean, could happen. You never know.
Gurley 4 for 41, Hurst 3 for 20, Ian Thomas 3 for 15 and a score, Anderson 3 for 23, Russell Gage has 2 for 30, McCaffrey just 1 catch for 2 yards, Julio Jones sitting on 2 for 18, Samuel 2 for 16, DJ Moore has just 1 catch for 24 yards. There you go. To the 4th quarter we go. Panthers are punting. Jeff, I was saying, so in your case, you've got Canada Day on Friday, and then, of course, we hit the 4th of July holiday here in the States. And then right after the 4th, we come back, and then we're going to be like, oh, football is, it really turns up like 6 weeks away.
It's actually funny because I think one thing I'm going to be doing this weekend, because we're not doing any stuff, is really just doing a lot of football research and getting into that, and probably even doing some best balls and stuff. So I was thinking about that too. This is kind of the time when I especially, just as a speculator, Brendan, start to really fire up the football stuff and start to make some actual decisions on what I'm going to be investing in for next year. So fun time. I love fantasy football so much. It's the best. I'm so excited for this season too, because again, last year it's great we got it in. We needed it at the time. The NFL powered through all that stuff that was going on, but it didn't really feel like a normal season. This year's going to feel so much different, I think, with fans and stuff and training camp. Give it to me all. Can't wait for it.
Yep, should be good. Lisa Robinson, who is the NBA stud for tonight?
NBA slate coming up next, Lisa Robinson, so stay tuned.
Chirag
and Julian will give you their thoughts.
That's actually a great call.
Probably just need to listen to Chirag, tune out whatever Julian says, but... Oh, man, Edlo's not even here for me to burn him. Still couldn't resist.
Yeah, you can say that again when he gets in the call.
Oh, I will. Actually, I miss doing shows with Julian. He's great.
No, he's
Julian, when Julian gets mad, his tone doesn't change. He just kind of talks a little sterner. His face scrunches up a bit.
He'll give you one of these, like...
Right, yeah.
You're right. He doesn't raise his voice like...
No, like Buchanan.
Or Deucey. Or Steve. He doesn't lose his mind. He just looks at you like you're... Like, really? Like, this is what you're going to attach yourself to? Vid always says they look like Shia LaBeouf.
We did I used to do a segment with Edlo. Like, this was way back when. This is like 4 years ago, where they'd bring me in for NBA. And because NBA isn't like my main sport, like they wouldn't have me talk about the players so much, but they just say, okay, Jeff, just give Julian a grade on your whiteboard. This is one of the ways the whiteboard with me started. And so Julian and then my segment would just be, okay, I'm going to give you this grade. And then the responses from Edlo would just be like, hilarious, because usually I gave him a bad grade and then. That was a fun segment. I wish we kept that one.
What was it called?
I don't even know. It was just like grading the curve or something like that.
You guys did an NBA segment, or not NBA, an NFL segment on the Sweat, NFL Sunday, and you incorporated the whiteboard.
Oh yeah, no, that's we had them like God, what did they have us do? I can't even remember. They just put up our points on the whiteboard?
I think it was like, over under point total, like for fantasy points.
Yeah.
For a certain player. The guru is advocating for Pat Connaughton. Everyone should roster him. Well, the Bucks don't play tonight.
I see what he's next level thinking then. Yeah, everybody roster him. You're right. Get in there and try and find Pat Connaughton.
Pat Connaughton, local guy. St. John's Prep kid. Meager 66 is leading our contest with Ridley captained. Ridley hit the bonus. He's at 117. His score here, though, the problem is Carolina's going to be too far behind. I think the pizza deals are in a bad spot today. Matt Ryan throws it away. Yeah, looking forward to the football. It really does. But see now that I feel like I hope I help some people, and now you are too, by acknowledging that you're going to do some research. I hope we're helping put it on people's radar, because it really does normally sneak up on you. But I've just been so used to the fact that we're going to go through the 4th of July and then bam, training camp.
No, I know, and like once the training camp hits and like the first preseason game goes, it's just, the news flow is like, it's never ending. It's like, this guy's playing. Oh, this guy threw interceptions in camp. What did this guy do today? So the NFL news flow is like very, very close here to being in like full effect. So.
Robert says, Jeff wants us to fill his own golf contest, but he has never bothered to create a sim contest for us sim fans.
What does he want? What did I do? What? I want you to what? Fill the what?
I'll read it again.
Okay.
Robert says, not Robert Sparks, different Robert. Jeff wants us to fill his own golf contest, but he has never bothered to create a sim contest for us sim fam.
You want me to create sim football contests? I mean, you guys have like 1 million of those. You really want me to create another one? I don't think you do.
I think he might mean if you're in the A chair, like you're the host.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I never do that. Well, no. I mean, I literally tell them. The worst is when Lamarca and I get on, because like if I'll get on with like Tom creates them. He's great about it. Tom creates them like a day before. He's a very diligent host / analyst that we have, by the way. Doesn't get enough credit. But, like Lamarca and I were like, we barely get our lineups in as it is. So clearly just like, the more irresponsible duo. But I'll tell you what, I will, you know what? That's a shout out. I get it. I hear you. I will try and start to create those free rolls.
within a limited amount of time from now on. When I'm in the host, when I'm in this seat, I'm not sorry.
It's a good apology. Hope that was satisfactory, Robert.
Unlike other people in the stream, Brendan, I don't take things like that personally, and I try and self-improve rather than, deflecting. And I'm not going to name names.
Name names, right? Yep.
Too much.
That wouldn't be productive.
You good?
2nd and 9 for Bridgewater. First down. 9-point game midway through the fourth quarter. Shout out to the Drew Stack. Chris coming in. Chris coming out of the bullpen to save the ops team today.
When you woke up late for that movie, was there any thought in your mind of just like, I'll just skip it and let's see what happens? And like, I'll be like, oh no, it actually was. I did meet Miss Theater. Why weren't you there? Or did you just fly out of bed? And
Could have been. I flew out of bed. I hustled. I was only 20 minutes. I turned a 20-minute ride into 15.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I was wondering, like,
seeing the Fast and the Furious, you had to do that anyways.
I was like, watch my luck. I'm going to get pulled over on my way here.
Just come in, pull the e-brake. The cops chasing you.
Koff kind of admitted that maybe he was getting pranked. Because I had the tickets. I bought the tickets online.
Someone from the DK Sim fam, I'm just going to show up with a camera. You've been pranked, Koff. How does it feel to be at the movies alone, nerd?
There was like no one there. Koff was just standing there with his arms folded, like.
So demeaning.
Oh, I left this part out. So when I roll in, I roll in. I'm like doing like the half jog into the theater because I know I'm late.
Sure, trying to show some effort for the coach.
First thing, Koff says. You better believe this is being brought up on the 4 p.m. sim. Come on. All right, let's go.
Oh, man. Classic. I just like that he was at the movie theater like half an hour before. Very pumped to see it.
He had said he was so surprised that I slept in because he said he had a hard time falling asleep. He was so excited to see it.
So excited. He legitimately doesn't sleep though. Like I'm not being facetious when I say that. Like I'll talk to him some days. He'll be like, "Oh yeah, no, I really didn't sleep, but I did have a nap at like 10."
Yeah.
Insane.
All right, 1st and goal, Panthers. It's not over yet. McCaffrey.
Well, this one isn't over, actually. Yeah, they could get the touchdown, the ball back, 2 timeouts.
J.E. has made a Twitter. J.E. has messaged me on Twitter. Big Glash, I'm set. I'll be back for that pie. All right, J.E. Good to see you. Glad this is working out now. Everyone's starting to get the hang of the Twitter thing. 330 of you watching on YouTube. Only 5 likes from 200. If you don't mind, hit that like button for us. Got 40 people watching on Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. I'm not going to read your whole comment, but it starts with Koff likes pain and humiliation. What? What? Care Bear says if Glash skipped the movie, he would have been verified. Okay. CEH needs Robbie Anderson here. 3rd and goal from the 1. Touchdown! Curtis Samuel.
Ooh, Sammy. I rostered that player. I understood that reference.
Oh, Rock Forever. Good point. I left this part out. See, I was not as ready to tell the stories like Koff was. Kaufman was almost late to the movie, too. He forgot his wallet.
Oh, jeez.
So he had to drive back home 5 minutes down the road.
Oh, so you guys went to a theater that was really close to him, too, compared to you.
It was closer. No. Like he left, and within 5 minutes of leaving, he had to turn.
I got it.
I was closer than him.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I mean, geez,
about 10
5 minutes away from your house. It's door to door.
Yeah. Damon says that's my captain. Jordan says used my like here. Thanks, Jordan. Ashley Edwards is in my lineup. Nice. Nice
point game. So we're not going to get OT. Hey, thanks for getting us. So basically, we're at 200 likes here. A couple more, but we're at 200 likes. Feel free to keep smashing that, guys. Onside kick, not successful. And get your NBA questions ready because the Slate NBA edition on the way. The guys are here. They're in the Zoom.
Now, are you going to say what you said about Julian now that he's here?
What, that you should listen to Schrog's takes instead of his? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Just a reminder.
Julian knows I love him.
Just in case you didn't hear it, that's all. All right, there's Todd Gurley trying to finish this thing off. In the NBA tonight, like we mentioned, it's Game 5 between the Suns and the Clippers. Suns can advance to the finals. It's a 9 o'clock tip. So you guys got plenty of time, but good to get in here early, get some advice, and guys will react to the news that's currently relevant.
Do you want my NBA take for the night?
Yeah,
Flash?
sure.
Play Pat Connaughton. All right. Do you want to do player of the game?
Sure.
It's got to be Ridley, right? Unless I missed someone. Oh, Gurley had a pretty good game. Gurley was like 60% owned, though.
Gurley, 18.9 points. We said 40, and we would donate a pizza to the Humane Society.
Right. We're going to give it to Ridley, though. 117 receiving yards, eight receptions. Didn't get the touchdowns that we wanted. Did hit the bonus, though.
Not my kid.
Did Gigi Moore even catch a pass in this game? Oh, he caught one.
He caught one. Julio was pretty bad, too. Julio Jones.
Yeah. Wow, 78% owned.
79% owned.
Ooh, rough sim for Julio. I put him in my captain spot, too. He definitely gets the Not My Kid award. 5.7 points.
I want to shout out the two DK SimFam members, Alexander, as well as Smash Lanta, who has now revealed his real name, which I won't say on the air, from Twitch. They have both direct messaged me on LinkedIn asking for a job, so they're trolling me, and I really respect that. So thanks for the message. I really do deserve that. Yep.
Head of HR, Brendan Glashian.
It's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, that's it. 16-14 is your final. Atlanta wins. Congratulations to the Falcons, Jeff.
Yeah, they deserve it.
They do. Gutsy win on the road. So, just for transparency, let's have a look here before we give it to the NBA guys on the slate. Atlanta, 9-4 now. The Falcons are 9-4. Carolina falls to 6-7.
I'm surprised Carolina's even got 6 wins. Every time I see them, they're just awful in these sims. It's actually a decent game for Bridgewater, but yeah, not very good showing.
Okay. Tyrone, you want to make sure you play Pat Connaughton tonight. You'll find him somewhere in the game center. Just look really carefully.
Tomorrow's game center.
No, tonight, right? Take a very careful look, and you'll be looking for a while, but it's there. You have 4 hours to find him. Just kidding. Don't do that. He's playing tomorrow, right? Okay, that's going to do it for the afternoon crew. Thank you all for your patience today. We had some new members from Game Ops, their first time working at it. So thank you all, as always, for hanging with us on the Dream Stream. Jeff, are you back tonight at all?
No, this is it for me. One and done for me today.
Okay.
I'll be back tomorrow night, though.
Okay, good deal. I am back here tomorrow as well at 6 and 8. Christian and Freeze Pops. Tomorrow, Rossi's on with the first 3. Christian and Tara Lynn will join you at 6 for Ravens at Browns. Thank you to producer Drew, as well as Andrew, our technical director. Chris coming in from Ops. Thanks to Chris. Thanks to Bert as well, who was helping out today. Zach and Kyle was here from Ops. So shout out to all the Ops team members this afternoon. That's it for us. Thank you. Stay right here, though. NBA chatter. Game 5 is tonight between the Suns and the Clippers. Suns looking to go to the finals. For DFS and sports betting breakdown, let's go to Shirag Hira and Julian Edlow.
Thanks, Brendan. I had a question for you, though. Can you hang out with us for 1 second? I need to know, what did you say about Julian and Steve in the third quarter?
Oh, I said they're too cool for us to do Sims now.
Too cool.
I mean, just busy. We have a lot of work.
You've always been busy.
I have been very busy. All the time that you get from me, you're very fortunate. So when I have time to sit around and watch some video games with you, I do. It's just rare.
Oh, stop it. When's the last time you did a Sim?
I don't know, like
You don't
months
even
ago, a few months ago.
I beg to differ. We'll have to go back and check. But would be nice to see you one of these
Maybe
days.
Maybe I'll join you sometime soon.
I know, I get it. Once the NBA season's over, Shirag, he'll come back and say, I got nothing to do now. Can I do a Sim?
No, I'm still busy.
It's called the Olympics. We're going to be covering it, I'm sure. So
All right. See, there's always something in the way. It's all right.
There's a lot in the way. We actually, great promo right now for the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
There it is.
July 29th, college football preview with Phil Steele, one of the best in the business, coming on the podcast. These are the types of things that keep me busy, Glash. Getting the best in the business.
Yes.
Breaking down sports, breaking down some college football. That's what we'll be doing.
I'll let you guys do the slate. This is one of the best crossovers in Dream Stream history. I like.
We should do more of these. I will say that. There should be more crossovers, a little 4-man booth for like 2 or 3 minutes leading into it.
Man.
Shrog, he's only saying that, Shrog, because he understands he's in the analyst chair. He actually has to give takes, and you get to facilitate.
I'm just wondering why, if you go after the best in the business, I haven't been on the Unreasonable Odds podcast yet. I mean, that's my big. But I'll just shut up and listen. It's okay.
You are next in line. You're next in line, Jeff.
Well then, we're getting to the party.
You guys are muted now.
Another question I have for you, Julian. It's 1,000,000 degrees outside. I'm sure your AC is blasting. Why are you in that hoodie?
Yeah, so my office is by far the smallest room in the house. So, I got a little kid at home. We can't let him overheat. AC is really blasting, and it feels nice, normal in the rest of the house. But in my office, it's so small that it really blasts, and it's a little chilly. So I had to grab a sweatshirt.
All right. Man, lucky you. It's hot out there.
We're doing very well over here. We're working up quite the bill today.
Yeah, man. I went into the office today and did some hits. It was super exciting. So happy to be there.
I saw that. I would not want to be traveling. It is legit like 97 outside. So I'm happy that I didn't have to go out. But I'll be back in the office next week to do some MLB stuff with the great Steve Buchanan and others. So yeah, we'll start to get some office stuff mixed
also,
back in as well.
Shout out to my boy Corey in the office, who I finally got to meet after messaging him about bet spurts for 75 million years. We finally met each other in person. So shout out to Corey for hooking it up with the bet spurts, because I know Julian, our boy over here, writes them every day.
NBA best bets today.
Let's go. All right. Now, onto the stream. Get your questions up. we're getting started for real now. About a half an hour to go in this show. So I want to take it up off the top and start with, I know your favorite thing is talking about showdown lineups. I know you've really, really broken down the best showdown lineups this season. So tell me, why do we not start with Chris Paul tonight?
I mean, there's enough good players in this game that you don't have to play Chris Paul. I personally like the spot for Chris Paul. One of my best bets in NBA best bets is Chris Paul over 31.5 points, rebounds, assists, which has taken some juice since I wrote it up. But I do still like it. I just feel this has kind of been the Suns' year, similar to that closeout game in Denver where Chris Paul couldn't miss, dropped 37. He's 11 of 41 since he came back from COVID from the field. And those were on the road in low-scoring games. Not that this should be a high-scoring game. The under's taking some money, but Chris Paul doesn't want to talk about 3-1. This is a must-win game for Chris Paul tonight because if you lose this game, now you can just the Clippers have a home game to even the series. That becomes the narrative. And you don't want that. So I'm sure knowing Chris Paul, he's in there preaching to his teammates tonight. We have to end this tonight. This is game 7. Treat this like a game 7. And I just think some of that dominance will show late. He'll be able to take over this game a little bit, shoot better at home, find his groove now that he has something under his legs. So I think that translates to the showdown slate, and Chris Paul is somebody that I would play. But going back to answer your question, maybe Paul George is a guy, if Zubats winds up not playing, now questionable with the knee, maybe he's a guy that, that gets 16, 17 rebounds in a game like this that you want in there. And then on the, building off of that, no Zubats, Ayton now becomes a guy that can maybe have a bigger game, and you have Ayton in there. Now you have a lot of money to play Chris Paul. Maybe you want to be contrarian and just switch to Booker at a similar salary. There's 3 stars in there, all without Chris Paul. So you can do it. I would just prefer to play CP, but I'll just back him on his player prop.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the points you made are really important because Ayton has been dominating the Clippers on the glass, but so has Paul George. It's not like there aren't rebounds to go around. So Paul George, double-digit rebounds in back-to-back games, setting up here for, the best high-end option. And out of the players of these 4 stars, in a sense stars, Ayton, I would say, is a star now too. Do you feel that Booker is the one that's the most avoidable?
Yeah, which is why, in a GPP, maybe you just go to Booker over Paul because of what the narrative is right now. And that's how you kind of differentiate yourself. But, shooting with the mask on maybe creates a little bit more difficulty. Took it off in the second half of that game. So it's just a way to be different. I'm not going to tell you why Booker would have a better game than Paul in this spot because I think it's Paul, but it's certainly possible, of course. So that's why you make that switch.
Yeah. So
I will say really quick, just going back and forth to kind of the props. Like if Zubats is out, that's a lot of rebounds coming off the board. So, I mean, Paul George, last 2 games already, 31 total rebounds in the last 2 games. You can look at Paul George. Let me see here. Paul George over 9.5 rebounds is plus money. So if Zubats is out, that's probably something I'm looking at.
Well, we have a question coming in from the chat. Zubac over 24.5 at plus money. At plus money, double at minus 120.
Yeah, so Zubac's props have been great this series. I've been doing really well with them. Hit a bunch of overs, hit the plus 480 double in game 3. Came back and hit it in game 4 at plus 125. That drop off is ridiculous. Shows you how mispriced it was. Now it's gone from the plus money to minus 125. in theory, yeah, I was ready to keep playing it. And then we see this news. If the knee is any kind of issue, I just don't think you can back a guy as inconsistent as him, that they could go away from for any number of reasons. I think the streak is over. Be happy that it happened. And yeah, even if he's ruled in, I don't think we can bet his props or play him in the showdown slate because there's too many uncertainties, really.
So, due to the uncertainty, who do you expect to step up then in place of Zubac? Who could possibly start? Zubac started the last couple of games due to the size, and now we have an entirely new lineup. Does that make Morris a little bit better? Batum, Batum has not seen the floor very much in the last couple of games. Under 20 minutes, 3 straight. He had that 37-minute outburst, but he only scored 24 fantasy points. And Morris, he has been playing a healthy amount of minutes, not overly out there, but are these two guys the ones that need to step up now for Zoo?
Yeah, so the first thing I would do is bet the Paul George rebound prop because that one can go away. So that's kind of like time sensitive. So that's what I would grab when we get the news. And then I would go to my showdown lineup and probably incorporate either of Batum or Morris. Batum has done nothing in very few minutes recently. Morris, you at least know, is going to get shots up. He hasn't been hitting them, but he's going to get shots up.
Yep.
I think one of those two guys you can play, and you got to get a body on Ayton. Ayton's going to be out there for 40 minutes, so I think Boogie Cousins has to get some run. I would imagine. So he's a guy for $1,000 that you can throw in there in showdown, and now if he gets, I think 12 minutes would be pretty kind of low.
He's shown, yeah, that's true.
So Zubac's 12 minutes feels like low. Like he would get like 12 to 18 maybe. So I think you got to throw him in there, and then you can kind of load up on stars.
That makes a lot of sense. So basically, the play is tonight is waiting for the news. If Zubac gets ruled out, you're saying go to that Paul George plus money rebounds prop, then come back and consider Boogie Cousins into your DFS lineup at 1,000, allowing you to spend up for easily getting in there Paul George. Then you select who you want, Devin Booker or Chris Paul. I'm leaning towards Chris Paul. Then there's money here to kind of break it down where you can say, all right, Morris, Batum, or Mann, one of these wing players definitely has to step up with Zubac out. And more than likely, we can maybe save some money at Morris because we know he's going to be a scorer, and then kind of decide which Sun to go with. I'm definitely fading Jay Crowder. His production has not been there. He's just a defensive stopper out there when he's out there. He's not doing anything from a fantasy perspective. But if you skip on Morris and you pay up a little bit to Mann, then you're kind of stuck in this scenario where you have to play Jay. If you look at Jay's game log, Jay, like the minutes are there. He's clunking the shots. He's taken 6 threes in back-to-back games and just not getting there. Do you see any possible positive regression at home? Because a lineup with Mann kind of forces you to go in that direction. If you're playing Chris Paul, if you're going with Booker, then sure, you have to come down a little bit here. But lineup with that, kind of touching on Jay Crowder, I kind of lean towards Bridges more, but could Crowder potentially step it up at home?
He could. He averaged 2.8 more DraftKings points per game at home this season than on the road. That's normal role player stuff, especially in the postseason. Shot decently better from 3, better at the free throw line. So I would consider it. Yeah. I do prefer Bridges. I just think, you look at the numbers, he can score more. He had the 13 rebounds last game, which was impressive. I prefer Bridges, but yeah, Crowder can definitely come alive at home, knock down 3-4 threes.
Do you think that if Zoo is out, I wouldn't consider DeMarcus Cousins a defensive stopper whatsoever. So he's just a body in there. So does that make Ayton kind of the lock at captain, or is Chris Paul's upside with the ball in his hands a little bit more of the way you want to roll?
Yeah, I would captain either Paul or Ayton. So it's the two guys that you said. I don't really have much of a preference. It's more what fits better for you. The one thing that I'll say, if Zubats is out, if you really want to cannonball yourself, you can captain Boogie and play George, Booker, Paul, and Ayton if you want.
Ooh, bring out the cannonball.
Not that it's. I mean, I'm not in love with this because you could get nothing from your captain.
But if
it's an idea,
it's definitely an idea here. If you're playing, it kind of sets up where then you get to pick one of these wings that steps up for Zubac.
Right. Then you can also, I mean, it just ties in well with, like you said, Zubac being out. Then you get one of those Clippers that's probably going to also get more minutes.
More questions coming in from the chat. What are your thoughts on a Reggie Jackson bounce back game? His points, rebounds, and assists set to 27.5. Is there any value there? It's more leaning on the under -118. So 27.5, does that appeal to you?
Well, I mean, bounce back game is really just bounce back shooting because he shot 8 of 24 last game, 2 of 9 from 3. What is it, 27.5 points, rebounds, assists? He had 26 last game. So, like, he was right there. If he hits a couple more shots, he gets it. I mean, he had pretty much the same exact game in game 3, considering that he finished with 27 points, rebounds, assists, but it was 23 points, 3 assists, 1 rebound. He just didn't rebound the ball was the difference, and he was making his shots. So I mean, it's different on the road. You look earlier in this series, Jackson was good on the road, 27 in game 2, 34 in game 1. I don't see much of an edge on it. I think a lot of it depends how much, Paul George tries to take over the game. Zubac's status really doesn't affect anything here for me. So,
well, maybe he gets a few more rebounds if Zoo is not in the lineup.
Maybe I don't see it changing much. Maybe it's worth a rebound, but this is probably nothing for me. And it's something that I did hit in, I think, game 1, definitely game 2, maybe game 1 as well.
Makes a lot of sense. Do you see any realm of possibilities where this game ends up in a blowout? The line has moved 1 point in favor of the Suns. It opened at 5.5, went to 5 this morning, is now -6 to the Suns. Do you feel that there's a chance for a blowout here? Maybe the Suns really just go and press the gas in the third quarter and the Clippers don't have anything left to get over the hump and they just kind of give it away? Or is this a close contested game where +6 now you want to set up and the Clippers can cover trying to push it because their back's against the wall?
Yeah, so I wrote up Suns -5 in best bets. That and the Chris Paul prop are the 2 things that I've bet in this game so far. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a blowout, but I do think that the Suns will control this game. And we saw kind of one of the comparisons I used, even though it wasn't to close a series, was last night in Atlanta. When you saw that Trae Young was hurt, that was a close game the whole way. Well, really a blowout Atlanta from the start, then a close game the whole way. And then you could tell that the Hawks just didn't have it and that Milwaukee was going to get over the hump and finish that game out. And then they won by 9, 11?
Yeah. You know what's really crazy about that? When you tweeted it out, I saw you tweet that out, and the Hawks were just finishing their run. They were up by 7 or 5 or 7 when you tweeted that out. Trae Young had actually come back in after kind of going out. You tweeted it when he went to the locker room. They put Okongwu in. Okongwu. They put Okongwu in, and they went on the run. A little bit of alley-oops, little action from Lou Williams, and the Hawks were actually up. And I was kind of concerned. I was like, oh man, are they going to feed off just their leader going down? But he came back in, was a shell of himself, and that actually ended up working out. But those are the kind of things that you look for when looking for a live line bet. Is a major player going down or injured or limited or something crazy happening, ejected, something like that, and then you take the other side.
I mean, injuries and ejections, those things don't really factor into live lines. So that's one of the biggest advantages you can get. And that's why it's not a great comparison to what I'm saying tonight. But I think that this could have the feel of a game. When these series end, especially when we get, later and there's a little bit more emotions involved than like a first round series.
Yeah.
If this is 5 points with 90 seconds left and we're right on the number, and the Clippers know, we got to win 3 in a row here, and the Suns have that energy going at home. Like, that's when the Clippers start hucking and missing threes. Chris Paul and Devin Booker start making their free throws, and that's what gets it from 5-9, 5-11 within a minute, and then you're getting your cover. I just feel like it's going to be right in that realm, and that the Clippers will fold, the Suns will make their free throws and finish this one out and get that cover. But you don't have to go all in on the cover, because DK Sportsbook is running the odds boost on Suns money line.
There it
money.
is.
So the first thing you want to do if you like the Suns tonight is
Opt in.
I believe it's $25. Get your $25 in on the Suns at even money. And then if your unit is more than $25, you just add to that on the Suns on the spread, and hope it works out.
There it is. All you have to do is go to the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, opt in, make your bet, and enjoy the free money if the Suns end up winning. I expect the Suns to win. CP3 going to his first NBA Finals. Before we jump into the NBA Finals, though, do you think the Hawks are done? Are they toast?
I don't think they're toast. I think the Bucks win. That's not a hot take. The Bucks series line right now is probably overpriced. Bucks
minus 2,000. Yeah,
it's overpriced. But yeah, we need to find out a little more about Young's ankle, his questionable tag.
It's a foot now. It's called a bone bruise on the foot.
True, bone bruise on the foot makes it sound maybe worse. I don't know. Ankles are pretty bad.
Yeah.
His questionable tag did move the spread a point. But Young and Embiid were on the injury report every game last round, and I think he's gonna play through it. The question is he gonna hurt his team playing through it, kind of like he did in that fourth quarter, where uncharacteristically we saw him playing even off the ball, which, Trae Young's whole value is almost like Chris Paul being on the ball. So if he's not healthy enough to do the ball handling, then he's not healthy enough to be on the court. But he's going to battle through it. So my question is Young going to be more of a negative than anything? And if he is, it feels like maybe a Bucks first quarter spot. It feels like maybe let's make sure Young's not okay and then bet Bucks in-game spot. We'll see. And then similar, like if the Bucks get this one and they go home for game 5 and Young is indeed hurt, that's going to be a maybe even 10-point spread, and one where I'll back the Bucks in some form to close it out. But we're a long way from that. Trae Young could be healthy. The Hawks could. They've
still home
proven
game.
Us wrong plenty of times. They were in this exact situation against Philly in one game 4 at home, so they could still bounce back.
Makes a lot of sense. More questions coming in from the chat. Payne played 20 minutes in the last game, put up 8 field goals. Do you see him as a better flex play than Terrence Mann tonight?
So Terrence Mann could get a little bit more run if Zubac's out. So that's one thing to consider. But, he's averaging like 20 DraftKings points over those last 2 games at home, playing like 32, 33 minutes.
He only played 20 minutes due to his little ankle tweak, I think. And with Chris Paul back in the lineup, you don't need him to really press as much.
Well, no, that was Mann.
Oh yeah. Man, right.
That a lot of minutes and meh production.
20, yeah.
But at the same time, I'm saying, you're probably going to keep getting those minutes, even though you're on the road, and maybe more opportunities without Zubac. So it's probably Mann for me, because Payne's dealing with an injury, even though he's going to be home. Those monster games were at home, but with Chris Paul out, it feels like a Chris Paul game to me, even if they do share the floor together some. So I think it's just Mann by default.
Well, and like you said, there's a chance for Zoo to be out, and there's someone that's going to need to at least step up on the glass, or at least I don't feel Zubac was a big offensive punch, but he was definitely some size on Ayton, took up some minutes. And
I almost disagree. He was doing some stuff on offense around the rim. That game the other night, Zubac started out the game with like 8 first quarter free throws, maybe, in the game that they won.
Yeah.
So he's scoring around the rim. He's a threat around the rim that they won't have if he's out from anybody else, except for Cousins for a couple of minutes here and there.
Yeah. And if it gets to the point where this game is getting a little bit out of hand, they're just going to go 5 flat and just try to chuck as many 3-point shooting shots as possible. This is the league's leading 3-point shooting team.
Yep, for sure. So, I mean, small ball from the Clippers if Zubats is out, which, I mean, small ball, your season on the line, like, that can be scary.
Yep. I want to go ahead and look at player futures, finals MVP. Is there anything left here in terms of value with these lines kind of now obviously sitting at a Suns and Bucks contest in the finals?
The
Does
finals is tough to call. I know the Bucks are going to be favored if we get that matchup, which makes Giannis. I mean, Chris Middleton would have to do a lot to take that award away from Giannis. So for me, if I want the Bucks, I'll bet the Bucks. I won't bet the MVP. So for me, the only way to bet it, I still think that Chris Paul should be above Devin Booker in MVP odds. So getting plus 400 on Chris Paul, and we talked about this when it was plus 1200 on Chris Paul, but we're here now. So, you know, if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. Plus 400 on Chris Paul makes the most sense to me out of any finals MVP, even if I think the Bucks have a 60% chance to beat the Suns.
What do you think about DeAndre Ayton? He's been playing fantastic basketball in his playoffs, and he could be the deciding factor in this series because, I mean, the three stars that are set up for each team, yes, Giannis is a player that plays inside per se, but DeAndre Ayton is actually that dude. So 2,200, is that appealing at all?
So I get why it's appealing. Ayton would be the MVP of this series. And like Chris Paul is only gonna, if they close it tonight, that's only 3 games from Chris Paul. Booker had the huge game 1.
And that's
Ayton
it,
has
really.
the game winner in game 2, the 19 and 22 and the big road win. Ayton would be MVP of this series. Now, we switch this to a matchup against the Bucks, like we're talking about, and it's a much bigger interior matchup that I just don't think he's going to necessarily thrive in quite the same. Like Clint Capella's been good, and Ayton's better than Clint Capella, but I mean, Chris Paul going against Trae Young has a much better matchup. So Chris Paul plus 400 is the only NBA Finals MVP that you can interest me in, I would say.
All right, let's look at team futures. Basically sitting here, Milwaukee minus 112 to win it all. I know you said you're leaning towards the Bucks if we get a matchup between the Suns and the Bucks. Is this the time to pounce on that, or do you wait?
I feel like it's already close to, like, we're close enough with 2 teams with pretty big leads. I know the Bucks are only up 2-1, but the Young ankle thing inflated the spread for game 4. Now they're kind of projected to win that one. I'm just gonna wait until we get this series. So I don't need to make a call right now. Like, I'm gonna wait until we get this potential series, and then I'll break it down, do some research, and feel more comfortable rather than trying to rush now and get better odds or anything.
Makes sense. Are there any other player props that stand out to you from tonight's game? I know you mentioned the rebounding from Paul George, and then we touched on points, rebounds, and assists for Chris Paul. Anything else jumping out at you?
So if Zubats is out, yes, I'll be grabbing the plus money on the Paul George rebounds. Chris Paul over 31.5 points, rebounds, assists. I will play Ayton points, rebounds, and assists, even though it's up. Like, if there's a third prop, that would be my third prop. Particularly if Zubats is out, then that becomes a little bit more attractive. And then it's the Suns for me. I think the Suns pull away in this one, and I'm laying that spread. I got it at 5.
Makes a lot of sense. Cool. So we went over all the potential kind of breakdowns for the DFS showdown. We broke down a lot of things on the sports book, but before we jump off, are there anything that you're looking at for any other sports? Or I know you've been doing some MLB picks throughout Twitter lately. So how have those been going?
They've been going all right. Baseball's interesting. You know, baseball, like you got to take, when NBA is over, I'm going to need a little time. Just relax, prepare some NFL and college football. You can't be doing baseball all the time, but I pop in and out, which you can do. Other sports, you can't do that. Baseball, you can because it's just numbers. Baseball's for nerds. So you can just look up these numbers and you're right back in the game. So I will say I do really like one thing in baseball before we get out of here. The Detroit Tigers.
All right.
Really a powerhouse team. They are plus 128 on the money line for the first 5 innings.
Okay, let's get in here. First 5.
The pitching matchup is ridiculous. Like I wasn't prepared to talk baseball, but this Manning guy is a pretty decent pitcher. He's looked good in his 2 starts for Detroit. And Eli Morgan for the Cleveland Indians has been an absolute dumpster fire. His ERA is like over 10. So I just don't get both offenses are meh. So I just didn't really understand this one. I thought this should be like a pick 'em. So we're going Tigers first 5 at plus money.
All right.
Yeah, good luck.
Sounds good. Well, coming up next is Ravens at Browns with Christian and Carolyn. And we will make sure to, from our producer, Andrew Johnson, going to make sure to toss to Bukes an NBA bet for tomorrow since you lobbed up a nice little baseball one for us.
Please do. I'm sure Steve's going to have some fantastic insight tomorrow on the association.
Yes, exactly. But if the Suns close it out, just want to let you guys know we will not be on because there's going to be no hoops. So Tuesday with Bukes, and then Thursday, Stan's going to be on, Stan the man, on the slate, breaking it down, talking some basketball and whatnot. And then Friday, Bukes will be off because we have a special show, Major League Eating, Cornhole. It is going down with all the different sports. So make sure, lots of stuff going on in the Dream Stream. Don't forget about it. But outside of that, thanks for hanging out with me, Julian. We'll be back together on Monday, maybe talking some NBA finals and see what's going from there. Outside of that,
pleasure.
Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 6 p.m. our happy hour sim, start to a new classic, start to a new showdown, and a pretty good matchup between AFC North combatants. The Ravens and Lamar Jackson, the Browns and OBJ. Should be a good one and should be a good broadcast because I'm joined tonight by none other than Terrellyn Asack, the pride of Wausau, Wisconsin. Terrellyn, how are you today?
I am great, Christian. What is going on? It's Monday. If you're having a tough Monday, hopefully we can cheer it up for you because Mondays sometimes stink. I mean, I started my day with getting my car towed, so that kind of stunk. So I'm just happy to be with the Sim fam and you because I know that you guys will just instantly cheer me up.
Right. If nothing else, the Sim fan is always good for some cheer ups and some well wishes and not at all claims of irresponsibility behind the scenes and dumps. They would never do such a thing. I mean, we would never do it either. We respect and admire all of you out there in Simland. And speaking of Simland, did you get a lineup in for our Christian Terrellyn? We're just going to make fun of Emerson for 70 straight minutes. Free roll, Terrellyn.
Wow. Okay. Love the name of that. No, I didn't. Wish I did because why are we making fun of Emerson?
I mean, just because. I mean, I feel like the right thing to do. I saw that DraftKings unexpectedly tagged him as Adam Kaufman earlier in the day on Twitter, and I feel like that itself is kind of a dunk. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we just roll with that. I'm sure we'll figure out something.
Okay. Wow. That is amazing. I totally missed that. I'm actually bummed I did. So DraftKings did at Adam Kaufman and it was a video of Emerson.
I don't even think they added him. I think they just said it, Adam Kaufman. And since Emerson has got the ongoing Googler for Adam Kaufman's name because he loves him so much, he found it that way.
Oh, yeah.
And then, you know, he put up the brave face and he was like, oh, I'm so honored. But like deep down inside, you could tell, like, tonight he's going to hit the Peloton for an extra few hours and just ride off the frustrations. And
cry onto his sassy Springer dogs. Probably just use their account to troll Kaufman. Wow, crazy.
True.
All right, so you obviously did better than me. You got a lineup in. Let me hear it.
Well, for whatever reason, even though it's a stacked Ravens defense, I was like, you know what? This seems like the right kind of day to captain OBJ. Let's throw Odell in there in the big money spot. Of course, I've got Lamar in the lineup because you don't fade Lamar Jackson. There's like a 5% chance of going through. And sure, 1 in 20 times you feel brilliant, but in his last 4, 28, 33, 37, 25, you have to go down to a game against Minnesota 4 sims ago where he had less than double digits, but that was pretty much a massive outlier for him. I think it's the only single-digit game he's had in his entire Madden career. He has more 50-point games than single-point games. So he's in there. OBJ's in the captain spot. Mandrews, J.K. Dobbins, Justin Tucker round out my Ravens, and Rashard Higgins, who I do not trust at all. But, hey, we'll see how it goes. He is one of my other, not punt plays, but, like, I got a lot of good cheap guys in there because if you're paying up for OBJ,
Wow, okay, so the trend over in the $250 free contest, everyone is captaining the Ravens D, and then they put Lamar Jackson. So that's the big trend over there. But you went with Lamar Jackson as your captain, right?
No, I want OBJ as my captain.
You went OBJ as your captain. Okay, I'm not really seeing that trend over here in the $250 free contest, Christian. So we'll see what happens with yours.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see just how badly I do in this contest. There are 56 of you that joined because I didn't make the contest until it was already like 5:30 Eastern time. Someone else had already, in fact, made a contest in our place to kind of low-key tweak us on our laziness. And for that, I appreciate it. So I don't know if that one got more or less. I haven't been paying attention, but what I did see right there was Lamar pulling down the RPO and immediately getting not sacked, because that's going to count as a run, but dropped for a loss of 4 there. So my Lamar play already unpleasant.
Woof.
Indeed. So, Terrellyn, why did they tow your car today? Was that like a parking thing, or your car was broken?
This was totally my fault. I have lived in Boston for like 500 years. And whenever street cleaning comes around, I always get towed at least twice a year. Like I always never check the street cleaning sign. I live in a different part of town now, so I'm not used to where I lived like the last 4 years. I had street cleaning completely memorized. Now I'm like, the days are all different. And yeah, I messed up. And it's tough to live on the side of town that Monday is street cleaning day. I lived on the side of town that Friday was street cleaning day. So you had a little time to prepare for it. Monday, street cleaning, like that's the last thing I am thinking about in the morning. But yeah, they got me. They took my baby and they towed her. But we got her back this morning.
What a rough recovery from your Sunday fun day. I mean, as someone who is a Sunday fun day proponent, why would you ever move to a neighborhood with Monday street cleaning? That sounds like you were just tempting fate.
Exactly. And you know what's funny is that one of my friends was like, because they drove in to see me, and they were like, "Oh, I'll just move your car later for you, like when I leave my spot, so you can," because they had a way better spot than me. And I was like, "Oh, absolutely not. Don't worry about it. My car's fine." And I was like, "Wow, if I had only listened to you, I wouldn't have had to pay $150 this morning, but it's okay."
And you're taking hours out of your day. That's brutal. In Pittsburgh, it used to just be they'd slap a $20 ticket on your windshield and leave you be. They wouldn't actually tow you.
So during the pandemic, and honestly, like even last month, they were not towing. So this just honestly, I feel started today. I have never seen so many tow trucks in Boston. It was wild. Like every car was being towed. Every car was being ticketed. Usually they just slap a $40 ticket on the car. But yeah, they brought up the big guns today on the 99-degree day. And then I talked to my friends over at the towing place. It's usually rough over there. Today they were nice because they were like, "This sucks today. We've been towing since 7 a.m. We've never had this many cars." The lot was filled. So rough Monday for a lot of people out there.
City of Boston just going after its residents. An adversarial relationship. Trying to be more like Philly. Which Philly apparently adds like if you are a tow truck driver in Philly, you are prospering nonstop.
Right.
Daniel Vickery over on YouTube, offering to clean your street for free. I'm assuming. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, that's really nice. I don't know if the city of Boston will let that happen. I feel like it's they have their own people for that. But thank you for the offer.
Honestly, what you should be offering to do is to move her car for her on Monday mornings before the tow trucks get out there.
Exactly.
Monday continues unabated.
Yeah, that would be more helpful for me.
See you over there on Twitch as well. Germ, first time playing Fortnite. Obi-Wan, Smash, Lana, a bunch of all-stars on that side. Heavy Kevy. And of course, the guys over on YouTube as well. Lisa Robinson, Jared Kilgore, Chris Boyd. Happy that you're all here. And Jared also captaining OBJ. Yeah, we will suffer through this together as we clearly should have captained Nick Chubb. Huge pickup there on 3rd and 2. So the Browns taking advantage of that early 3 and out from the Ravens. Potentially going to make that Ravens defense captain idea look bad. We'll have to wait and see here. Another fun part about my Monday, Tara Lynn, is that by the end of the night, I will learn if I'm waking up early tomorrow morning to leave for Omaha, Nebraska, or if I'm going to push that off to potentially a Wednesday trip as College World Series Game 1 looming large in the back of my mind. Hopefully this game will be through quickly enough that we'll be done in time for the first pitch, but we'll have to wait and see. I am my whole day has just been like a bundle of nerves, so we'll see where that goes. Is that a little Rashard Higgins there, or has it been more Jarvis Landry? It was Landry. So Landry, a good play early, 3 for 28 for him.
Christian, I have to bring it up because obviously you are a cheesehead. Have you talked to our friend Aaron yet? What's going on? I told you to give him a call.
No, he found out that I liked one of his dad's Instagram posts, so we're not talking anymore. As there's OBJ for the touchdown. Jared Kilgore.
Captain.
Look at that. An early 6-0 lead here for the home team as the Cleveland crowd going batty right now. Far removed from the days when Bud Light used to offer them free beverages just for winning a single game. It's all good in northeastern Ohio these days. Yeah, I honestly don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. And I think there are a lot of fantasy writers out there who are kind of like, all right, we know Devontae Adams is good, but like, do we want to make him our wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, not knowing what Aaron Rodgers' status is going to be right now? So it's going to be very interesting to watch how that all unfolds. I don't think he's going to sit out. Maybe he sits out like a week or 2 of practice and like tries and hopes that Jordan Love is bad enough that maybe the Packers begin to crumble and that icy facade begins to melt and they cave into whatever the hell Aaron Rodgers wants now. But who knows?
Who knows what that man is doing, but we know what OBJ is doing. Your captain, 48th touchdown for him and 140th touchdown for Baker.
Ooh, Fort bringing up today's Euro action. I don't know, Terrell, if you watched any soccer today. Were you perchance watching Croatia, Spain, or France, Switzerland?
No, I'm not a diehard soccer fan like I found out you are, but now apparently I feel like I need to get on the soccer bandwagon.
I mean, I'm more of a filthy casual. I really don't pay attention until it's a national level event. So like the Euros or the World Cup. I appreciate the MLS. It's just not something I'm going to be following all that carefully. Like, I understand the level of competition in the league has gone up considerably, and it's no longer as much of a minor league to the rest of the world as everyone as it used to be. But yeah, for me, it's like, okay, I'll pay attention for the Euros. I'll pay extra attention for the World Cup and like maybe go somewhere to watch those games. But games today were absolutely wild. Croatia, Spain. First off, Spain gave up one of the most egregious own goals I've ever seen. One of the defenders kicked it back to the goalie, and he just whiffed, and the ball ended up in the back of the net. Beautiful. Spain goes up 3-1, and Croatia 2 goals in the final 10 minutes to send it to extra time. Spain then dominates them in extra time, 5-3 game. A lot of goals, a lot of excitement, the best possible kind of soccer game, a lot of scoring. And then somehow France, Switzerland, like lived up to that standard. 3-3 at the end of regulation. They go to extra time, remains tied. And then that's a shootout win for the Swiss, possibly the biggest international victory of all time for that Swiss team. And it all happened when Kylian Mbappe biffed his chance to send it to an extra round of penalty kicks. Great save by the Swiss goalkeeper. Wonderful game. 2 incredible soccer games, the antithesis of that early Euro England-Scotland 0-0 draw. I'm sorry, 0-0 draw. As speaking of nils, that is exactly how many first downs this Baltimore Ravens team has right now, Terrell. And they are good for negative 12 yards through the first 6 minutes of play.
Yeah, I heard it was a very thrilling game today to watch. Didn't check it out. I have 2 really good friends that are Colombian, and their families are die-hard soccer fans. When I go over their families' houses too, it's all soccer decorated. They die for Colombian soccer, so they were really bummed, obviously, when Colombia got knocked out. And I was like, yeah, I gotta get more into soccer now.
Yeah, I feel like Colombia is a different beast altogether. Especially given their history and the seriousness with which their fans treat the game. I remember when they lost to America back in the 94 World Cup? 94 World Cup. Yeah, it was not taken well back home, let's say. But yeah, so they will be in the Copa America this summer, as Daniel points out. Yeah, that's definitely like, go hang out. Those fun as hell. Unless you're watching with like a soccer fan who's too intense. Like one of my college roommates was a Spanish guy who we had a glass coffee table. And every time he thought there should be a shot on goal, he would stand up pound the coffee table and scream shot. And that lasted approximately 3 games before he shattered the tempered glass into roughly 1,000 pieces. Nick Chubb still doing work here. Browns looking good early. That is the end of the first quarter. It's been all Browns so far here in the lovely state of Ohio, home to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and this ascendant Browns team. 7-0 Cleveland, and it looks like they're going to add at least 3 more, depending on how this drive goes. 2nd and 5 coming up at the 24. Baker Mayfield, look at that. 85 yards and a touchdown through 1 quarter. That's 85 more yards than Lamar Jackson has through the air, Tara Lynn. It has been grim. Lamar, negative points through 1 quarter so far. Negative total yards. This is not the game we expected from the Ravens.
No. OBJ day today.
Yeah. Which I'm fine with that. Let's keep it going. I mean, even though I have basically.
I hope you're fine with it. I wonder why.
Yeah, I have nothing from Lamar, but I have that OBJ touchdown, and I'm still in the top third of our Christian Tara Lynn. We're just going to make fun of Emerson for 70 minutes free roll. So very pleased with thus far. Also pleased with Tara Lynn. I imagine, I mean, with all your Boston experience, Celtics fan?
Celtics fan, yep.
So did you appreciate your new coach Udoka's statements today, saying he's going to push Jaylen Brown, he's going to push Jason Tatum, he's going to give them the Kawhi treatment that he helped Pop do with Kawhi Leonard down in San Antonio, push them to be the greatest they can be, push them to those all-NBA stats. Do you believe in Mr. Udoka? Do you think he is the best man for the job?
I do believe in Mr. Udoka. I think the Celtics locker room has been missing that chemistry for years. Ever since Kyrie Irving in the locker room, obviously that was a shakeup. I don't think the players really connected that well with Stevens, as much as people would like to speculate and say, oh no, they were fine. And the media really like to push that, oh no, like, do you see them on the court? Like, the Celtics really have this chemistry. I didn't see it. I don't think a lot of people have seen it. There wasn't that connection with Stevens. I mean, even Jaylen Brown has made comments. We've heard comments from multiple players just kind of acting like they're not the happiest. And then they're over there telling other players to not even think about coming to Boston. We've heard that. So hopefully this is going to change the Celtics locker room, really get that connection back there and get that toughness back out on the court that we've been missing from the Celtics. I don't know what that team was last year. It was pathetic in my eyes. I saw players out there playing that they were like 90 years old and they're a bunch of young guys. Hopefully, I am crossing my fingers because I love the Celtics and I love the NBA. I want this team to turn around this year. I'm hoping that it does and we get some more jive with this team.
Yeah, and I think you're right. That lack of chemistry has been there ever since they traded Isaiah Thomas away. I feel like that left a void that they were never really able to fill because they had a guy who really did crawl up from nothing in Isaiah Thomas, former 55th overall pick. But he outworked everyone. He got to be the guy. And then, you shipped out for Kyrie, who obviously had a very different mindset and left Boston with a very adversarial kind of deal rather than Isaiah Thomas got shipped out, but we still kind of like him. So it's a very different situation. I think Udoka, having been an NBA journeyman, is that an Austin Hooper touchdown? It is. So gets into the corner of the end zone, barely breaches the plane, gets those 2 toes down to make it 13-0 Brown. So a dominant performance to start this game from Cleveland and Eric Winaldo. We had some amazing soccer games today, and myself, I am a Croatian. My grandmother Her mother was shipped over basically as a mail order bride back in the early 1900s. And we have had a very strong connection to the motherland. So international soccer has been a big thing for us for quite a while. So I love watching
that.
the guys in the checkerboard shirts play. It's been wonderful to watch ever since they first busted on the scene with that 1998 run to the World Cup semifinals, to 2018's advance to the finals. And this year, I mean, they looked cooked early on in the Euro. They had too many older guys. You know, they weren't playing the younger guns. They were kind of giving the legacy treatment to all the guys who had made all those advances and won all those great games in 2018. They made the adjustments they needed to. They got the fresh legs in late against Spain and made all the difference in the world. So I've gone from being slightly underwhelmed by Croatia to being very optimistic about their future, even though Luka Modric is someday going to age his way off this team. Already 35 years old. That dude deserves a vacation. Mike Bauer dating a Croatian, very cool to see. Yeah, we're good people.
Love it.
Very hardy people. Great hair. That's why I attribute all these locks to. Strong Dalmatian coast heritage. All right, now you can see if this Ravens team can finally get off the schneid here. It's J.K. Dobbins, who was inexpensive today, and now giving you 0.3 points on that investment. So, you know, something like on track. It's Cleveland has now allowed -4 yards on the day so far. We're 10 minutes into this game, so the Browns defense clearly be better play. You see calling for Lamar to do something. I gotta imagine he will. It's okay, never mind. What? Really taking his time on that one. And third and intermediate coming up here as Jackson made the right call pulling the ball back on the RPO there and then kind of jogged his way right into a lineman. Let's see if we are about to have our third straight 3-and-out to start this game, or if, you know. All right. 3 possessions, 3 punts for this Ravens team. The good news is Sam Koch. I always forget because it's always like a weird name. Like there are a bunch of different ways. It's a 4-letter last name, and there are like 16 different ways you can pronounce it. Sam Koch.
I thought it was Koch.
Yeah, I thought it was Koch as well, but could be Koch, could be Coke.
It could be just a million things.
Yeah. Again, 4 letters shouldn't be that long. There we go. Anyway,
Coach? Or maybe it's Coach from what. Yeah. All right. The ch is silent.
Yeah, I had a frat brother who was Marty Cole, and it was still CH, and he was a New England dirtbag. So I don't know. I don't think Sam Coe is a New England dirtbag, but what are we talking about again?
No idea. So you pumped for your Bucks?
I'm excited. I mean, I am a born and raised Celtics fan like you, Terrelyn. So, okay. I mean, if it came down to it, I would take the Celtics over the Bucks. But people up here are a lot happier if Milwaukee is doing well. It's kind of like the Packers versus the Patriots kind of deal. I've been up here 10 years now. I've been to a bunch of Bucks games. In fact, I kind of miss the Bradley Center because Fiserv Forum, it's a beautiful, beautiful stadium. It's a wonderful arena. It looks great. I'm not thrilled for the citizens of Milwaukee who will be paying for it for the next 30 years. Like the Bradley Center was fine. It was kind of like the Metro Dome of basketball arenas. It was just concrete and boring and whatever, but it was a decent enough place to watch a game. As, hey, the Ravens defense going to come up with a stop there, give their offense a chance to get back into this one. But the great thing about the Bradley Center was that you could always get cheap tickets, in part because the team was not this team. But when the Bucks kind of slid into that 8 seed and took the Celtics to the limit back in 3-4 years ago now. I got to watch the Celtics play a away playoff game in Milwaukee. I got in for $20, which now $20 at Fiserv Forum now might get me one beer. Might. I don't even know if that's going to cover the full cost because
Right, you don't even know.
Yeah, outrageously expensive.
Huh. Yeah, but tough for my guy Trae Young last night. I mean, the Hawks were in the lead. Then he rolled the ankle, and now he's diagnosed with the ankle bruise. I'm very nervous. Is he going to be out? They're listing him as questionable for tomorrow. I love the Hawks. I'm going more with the Suns, obviously. I've become a Suns fanatic fan now, as all of us are trying to find out which bandwagon we're jumping on. I jumped on the Suns with Kaufman, but I really do love this Hawks team because they go out there with such aggression, and talk about a team with chemistry too. That locker room has chemistry. The Celtics need to learn from the Hawks. But yeah, really tough for Trae last night, and it was just tough to watch too, especially as they had that lead, and then, I mean, Jesus, boy, did they choke, and the Bucks just really took over that game.
I mean, Chris Middleton was just an absolute ice cold killer.
Fire, yeah, ice cold out there, true.
Love to see that, but yeah. Hopefully, I don't think Trae's going to miss. I don't think they could keep him down unless he actually broke his ankle. I'm sure they'll tape him up and maybe cortisone him, and he'll get back out there and say, hey, look at that. There's 2 straight first downs for the Ravens. They might be on the brink of doing something, although they're barely out of the shadow of their own end zone here. I think if you're a Hawks fan, you kind of are waiting for someone else to step up and make those plays, whether it's Bojanovic or whether it's John Collins, getting in there and taking some of the scoring load off Trae Young's shoulders. Because if he isn't able to do everything, then you guys are
Nate McMillan needs to think tonight about what he's going to do tomorrow, because like you just said, and even Daniel was saying it in the chat, they need a second star to pair with Trae Young. They just can't have Trae out there making all the shots. So hopefully Mr. McMillan is thinking about that tonight.
Yeah, and it's, what, they're playing with house money right now. This has just been a great validation of the Trae Young pick. Obviously, the comparisons between him and Doncic are going to be eternal, right? I mean, those two guys are going to trade each other, and Doncic was great early on. Trae Young is the guy who has the playoff wins. It's going to be a great low-key rivalry. Hopefully one day we'll get to see those two teams, the Hawks and the Mavs, square off, so we can see those two teams go at it in the NBA Finals. But like right now, this has been just a tremendous validation for Atlanta, who definitely needed some good news after, their football team botched the cap so badly they had to trade away the greatest player in franchise history and make Julio Jones a Tennessee Titan and only get a second-round pick in return, which still baffles me. Carolina, still, to this day, as Ravens onto the happy side of the field here.
I don't know if you heard, do you watch First Take at all? Some people hate it, some people love it.
I'm not a big fan of First Take. It's a little much for me. It's a little bit, it's too much sports shouting for me.
Yes, very, very dramatized, but obviously people need to have their different views. They need to add some sort of flair and drama to it. They're doing it right, but yeah, it does get annoying. Max Kellerman still says sometimes the most outlandish things. Yeah. Touchdown.
Hollywood breaks a tackle, goes 40 yards to the end zone. We got ourselves a ball game here, but the Browns going to have 82 seconds and 3 timeouts to figure out a counterpunch as Lamar on the board of the passing touchdown, and Hollywood with a double-digit play right there. 11 points in the flex for that touchdown reception. About 16 and a half if you got him in the captain spot.
So, Bozo Max Kellerman went on to say, this quote has just been eating away at me because I'm like, why do they allow him to even say this on television? But like you just said, they say things for clickbait and they say it for the shock value. And like, why did they even say it? But he went on to say that Trae Young has a higher ceiling than Steph Curry. How? Why? unnecessary comment. And he is defending that comment and saying, well, I'm saying that because Young is fearless under pressure and, Steph is careless under pressure. What does that have to do with comparing Trae Young, saying that he has a higher ceiling than Steph Curry?
How do you have a higher ceiling than the guy, the two-time MVP, one of the greatest shooters?
The best shooter in the league.
I think, if anything, it would even be a little bit controversial saying he could be the next Steph Curry, because he does look like that right now. He's got that range. He's got that ability. He's got the shooting that can power a team to new heights, even without a constellation of star players around him, big guys in the post. But yeah, better than Steph Curry. That's wild. That is a manufactured take for manufactured take's sake.
Exactly. I just had to bring that up because obviously we're talking about the Hawks, Trae Young. Will he be back? Will he won't? But yeah, I just thought that the comparison and the comment was frankly stupid.
Wow. Yeah, no, Curry's a lifetime 50, 40, 90 guy, and that's not going to change anytime soon. All right, Max. I would believe you more if you were talking about boxing, but sure.
Must be high saying he's younger. He hasn't had injury issues. I understand what he means.
The peak of Steph Curry's career, even if it's past him, is still so damn high. You're saying he can be better than the best shooter to play the game in the past 30 years? Better. You're talking this guy has to be a 3-time MVP to have a higher ceiling than Steph Curry. And how many 3-time MVPs are out there, really? You're really talking this guy up like he's going to be a Jordan, Bird, Magic Johnson type player. And maybe, but I don't think it's going to get that intense, that heavy.
I really don't as well. And Congo Cap, yes, that cracks me up. Stephen A. does always say, Max Kellerman should not be allowed to talk basketball, and he shouldn't. Yeah. Because some of the comments or the comparisons that Kellerman comes up with are so outlandish and so ridiculous that I'm like, okay, this was put in a script and it was told for him to be said, just to have clickbait, just to cause controversy, to stir things up. Because, you're agreeing with me, how, why, Trae Young, Steph Curry, doesn't make sense to me.
Ravens going to get the ball back here. 32 seconds, but Lamar passing his way to prosperity here, so maybe that'll help things get started. Quick shot at the tight end. That's not really going to help, but it does get Mark Andrews on the board for his first reception. It went for all of 4 yards, so Mandrew owners, enjoy your 1.4 points. Not going to do it. And actually, that incompletion probably saves them an extra play because that was going nowhere. It would have burned the last time out. We would have been in Hail Mary territory. But Lamar's got some decent arm strength. He might be able to make it to the opposing 20-yard line from here. Maybe.
So we've talked soccer. We're talking Simland. We just talked a little NBA action for you. Tonight, people, if you don't know, it's the Stanley Cup Finals starting tonight. Game 1, Montreal Canadiens at the Tampa Bay Lightning today at 8 p.m.
Yeah, which is, wild. A very 2021 season confluence there that the Canadiens and the Lightning can match up in the Stanley Cup Final, but two Eastern teams going at it. You kind of, if you flip the North America on its side.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise, then it's kind of an east-west kind of thing. So I guess that sort of makes sense to me, kind of, sort of, maybe, as we get a Justin Tucker attempt. Just a bit outside. Trying him from 55 plus. And if you're going to try it with anyone in this game, that's the man to do it with. Doesn't burn the clock all the way down, though, so we will get a Baker Mayfield Hail Mary attempt. He can probably get to the end zone from here. Have to go about 60 yards in the air, and it does. And we got a Hail Mary touchdown to Austin Hooper. Wow. Massive turn of events there.
Look at that.
So good. The Hail Mary gets Larry Fitzgerald, Jeff Janis out of the air by the tight end one. And all of a sudden, Austin Hooper, 2 receiving touchdowns. Baker Mayfield, 3 passing touchdowns. We're heading into the half. The momentum had been on Baltimore's side, but the Browns just ripped it right back. More than 200 total yards in the first half there, and that bomb at the end gets Baker Mayfield back on track for the passing bonus. So crazy finish there. A rare Justin Tucker miss, followed up by the Hail Mary there. But hey, let's talk about that Stanley Cup final a little bit more. Earlier today on The Sweat, the guys previewed tonight's NHL Game 1 Stanley Cup Finals matchup between the Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Can the Canadiens pull off the upset? Can the Habs do it? We got that for you coming up right now.
So what chance are you giving the Habs to do it again tonight, Jeff?
Oh, I'm giving them a good chance to do it tonight. I mean, I think this is a really interesting spot in game 1. I mean, again, we just continually underrate the Montreal Canadiens. I mean, this is a team who every series, and we say, oh, this is it. You know, they're the big underdogs. There's no chance. I did it at the start of the Vegas series. I think I called Vegas in 5 or something like that. It's a team that's 2-1 in game 1s in the playoffs. They've got a veteran netminder in Carey Price. They've had the extra rest. This isn't a team that's going to be rusty, but they've had the extra rest. Look, Tampa Bay, they've scored 2 goals or less in 4 of their last 5 games. And now they have to face Carey Price. This is by far a wide open game, in my opinion. And I think that you're getting great value here on taking the Canadiens, you know, at around plus 160 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 175, it's now up to. Again, these odds are moving all the time, but I really like the value getting on the Montreal money line tonight. I like the fact that they're, you know, coming in under the radar again. And I like the fact that they're kind of catching Tampa with a limited amount of rest here. Tampa obviously a little bit banged up with Nikita Kucherov. I think the Canadiens can jump out to a 1-0 lead here. And I think this series is going to go at least 6 games.
AJ, can the Habs do it again tonight?
Yeah, I love the value. I love everything Jeff just said. But at the end of the day, the guy that's probably going to take home the Vezina Trophy is the guy on the other end of the ice. And that's why the Lightning haven't had to score goals. They've got Andrei Vasilevsky, who's just been unbeatable. I mean, 4 shutouts in the postseason. That's crazy to even think about. So I don't expect the Habs to go down easily here. I agree with Jeff. I think 6 games is a pretty good target here. But I think Tampa comes out and takes this one right away to get off to a good start. You guys know I love the value. I love taking plus 175, taking a risk on that. But for me, I just think the Bolts are too big of an opponent here. I'm going to look the puck line on this one. Take them giving up the goal in the half. You get value on that still at plus 133 on the DK Sportsbook tonight.
Oh, and we're back. Sorry, we got a little bit distracted with all that NHL knowledge and me still trying to figure out how the hell the Canadiens got as far as they did. I mean, as to New England residents, there's nothing deeper ingrained in our hockey life than a deep-seated hatred of the Canadiens, the dirty, dirty Canadiens who barely snuck into the playoffs, fewer points than anyone else in the postseason, losing record in regular season. Yet here they are, 4 games away from hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup. And I mean, credit where it's due. Hockey is absolutely wild. The only sport where this kind of thing happens regularly. I kind of love it, even though I might not like the outcome if the Habs lift the cup. Anyway, through 2 quarters, the Browns are in control. This one in part because that Hail Mary from Baker Mayfield, as previously mentioned, 3 passing touchdowns, passing bonus within sight for him, 161, 3 touchdowns. Lamar only 77 through the air, only about 40 on the ground for him. So not quite having a true Lamar breakthrough day. Gonna have to throw the ball a lot more in the second half. His team is down by 14, and they need the defense to come alive here because the Browns going to get the chance to double dip to start the third quarter. They will be receiving the kickoff to start things here.
Reed Tees. No, I did not just take a nap, but thank you for telling me what I look like. Love to hear it. I saw earlier from Rossi's cat. No, me and Christian haven't given hair tips yet. We've been talking about too much what is currently going on in the sports world right now because Christian, I mean, I love it right now. There's so much sports to watch. That's the best thing about, we got hockey, soccer, NBA, Madden, Sims. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, it's been absolutely wild. It's just this.
Red Sox are absolutely killing it right now.
Exactly. Like from like noon on, my day is just crammed with things to watch. And normally, like that's the time where I'm just gonna throw The Price is Right on the background and see people are gonna. No, I can just pop over and like, oh, okay, the Swiss are making a comeback here. They aren't so neutral after all. Oh my God, my Croatian team's looking awful. I'm gonna turn this one off, and then oh my God, I gotta turn this one back on. So. It's been a deluge of wonderfulness. I'm sad to see it drop off soon with obviously NHL finals starting today. The NBA finals will be in a couple weeks. Oh, wow. Calais Campbell absolutely ruining Baker Mayfield's day right there. The big veteran, former Walter Payton Man of the Year. So not only a good guy on the field, but a good guy off it.
Do you have a schedule each day, Christian, of obviously you're a writer, you do The Sims, you have sports presence. Do you ever get stressed out about, I need to watch this game today, but I have to do this, and then I have to do this? Do you have like a schedule of, I have to watch this game at this time, make sure I check these highlights, and then write? Like, what is your typical day like?
Right. I mean, right now it's kind of nice because I'm mostly dabbling in NFL stuff. This is the rare downtime where I kind of got to think of ideas rather than just being like, all right, here are a million things I need to think of and consider. Here's what's coming up this week, what happened last week. No, right now it's been great. So I can look at things like, okay, what's going to happen with Joe Burrow in 2021? What's Zach Wilson going to bring to the Jets in 2021? Those are actually 2 topics we covered the last 2 weeks over at the post round. As a fumble there, and the Browns pick it up. So this Ravens team cannot get out of its own damn way. Punt return 5th. Browns pick it up, and now they take over at the Ravens 20. So barring a turnover or a couple of horrible sacks, this one could be Browns points. Although fumbles like this, when they do review it, Tara Lynn, it typically stays with the team that lost the ball. If I were a betting man, I would say this one is going to be Ravens ball at the 20-yard line. Yeah, that seems like it's in there. It sounds like looks like the ground caused the fumble. It did indeed. So the Ravens keep it, coming out in their weird Southern Cross formation. They got themselves their 300-pound fullback, Patrick Ricard. Love a good meaty fullback this time of year. As Lamar doing Lamar things, picks up 20 easy. It's a spin move and puts the ball on the turf, but his lineman all the way downfield jumps on it. Sorry, no, that was Mandrews that got that one. Big time pickup there. Disaster averted. So 2 straight plays with fumbles, 1 overturned, 1 recovered by the Ravens. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
Twitch fam, I do read the Twitch comments. I see everybody over in Twitch. We appreciate it. People watching on DK Live, people watching on YouTube, Twitch, everywhere. We love all of you. And thank you, Obi-Wan, for saying, never tell a woman how they look. It will never end. Of course. I will drill that to the day I die. If you tell me I look tired, that's a really big insult. So obviously, Reed Tease, did you know? I had to call you out.
That's good. Drop that knowledge on him.
100%.
Otherwise. I never tell a woman she looks tired. I never assume a woman is pregnant. Just two very.
Yeah, oh God.
Unless you see a baby physically coming out of that woman, nope. Just don't even breach the topic. Don't bring it up. What do you stand to gain there? Nothing.
I actually have a funny story about that. So I've even messed up too. And I was at a wedding recently, and it was with people that I have not seen in person for a while because of the pandemic, and obviously life gets in the way. You know how it is when you get older. It's really hard to make plans with friends that don't live in your neighborhood. Yeah. So I saw my friend's sister touchdown.
Ooh. Okay, Lamar trying to get back on that Lamar Jackson deal. He's not going to have a single-digit day today. That's going to be almost 20 for him with plenty of time left in this one. But Lamar,
people in the chat, Lamar heard you. He is finally waking up. Yeah, so I'm at the wedding. Haven't seen this person in a really long time, but I follow them on social media. Obviously, they posted their pregnancy announcement. They have posted the bump, all that jazz. So I'm sitting down. It's a little awkward. I'm an extrovert. I'm a talker. I can go talk to this plant that I have in my living room, all of it. So I didn't think anything of it. And I said to the girl, I was like, "Oh, you're pregnant." And she was like, well, yeah. And then the husband was like, well, what kind of line was that to say? Like, what if she wasn't? And I was like, well, I saw the pregnancy announcement on Instagram, so was that a joke? And then we all laughed, la-ta-ti-da. But, I mean, you announced it on Instagram. What was I supposed to say? Oh, my goodness, are you pregnant, or what's been going on? As I just have this huge bump sitting next to me.
Yeah.
So I guess I was supposed to ask.
Yeah.
But I didn't, and they truly weren't a fan of it.
I'm a little jealous that you're still getting wedding invites. Like, I'm at the point in my life where most of my friends have gotten married now, and like only half of them have gotten divorced, and they're still a long time away from their second wedding, which is of course not going to be nearly as spectacular. So, it's been a bit of a bummer. I miss having the nice open bar DJ experience. It's been a while. Like I've had no reason to dress up either, which is I'm actually okay. Yeah, like summer weddings, like ladies get to get away with a little bit more because you get to wear like a nice dress and you can breathe a little bit more. Guys, when you have that outdoor.
I love dressing up. Like the chat knows this. I'm a glamour girl. Everybody at work knows this. I appreciate a cocktail dress or a black tie event. That's why I love weddings. But I'm in a few of them, and it's taking years off my life and draining my bank account. However, when I'm at the events, I enjoy it and I have a really good time. When I'm not there, everything leading up to it, the bachelorettes, the bridal showers, just the rehearsal dinner, all of it, I am complaining probably like 5 out of 7 days a week saying, oh, I gotta pay for this now?
Yeah. Dude, it's a legit expense. And then like, okay, that's fine. I can drink and eat my way to make this worthwhile at the very least. Or if nothing else, at least cover the cost of my gift.
Right.
Yeah, that's the opposite side of the coin. Like guys got to stand there in their suits and whatever, but like guys also have a lot less pressure than if you're in the bridal party as male compared to as a female. Like guys, like early on it was tuxedos, and like later on it's been like, all right, well, let's all buy the same suit, and that way, you know, it's cheaper than renting a tux, and you get to keep the suit, and it looks good. It can be like, just something simple, like Republic or something. So I got a bunch of old wedding suits waiting in my closet once, I have a job that requires me to be places or look presentable.
Presentable. No headband. You got your suit.
Exactly. And then at that point, I'll go with the French braid instead, a lot more professional.
Love it. Yeah, the last wedding I was at, the groom actually gifted his groomsmen their suits.
Nice.
Nice, beautiful, tailored suits. I was like, wow, that's a nice present.
Oh, that's an expensive groomsman present. That's nice. Like,
I
for me,
know.
Yeah, most of the time
I
we
was
get
like, did Bill get a raise or what?
I gotta imagine that at TV's Jesse Cofield's wedding, they had some pretty extravagant bridal party gifts because that thing looked like
Jesse Cofield's wedding looked like it should have been on television. Very extravagant, beautiful. She was stunning. Everything about it. I mean, Emerson even said they got full-on fillets on their plates.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool to see how other people envision their weddings, and I like going to weddings and they're different from a wedding that I was just at. I really like seeing people's ideas come to life, and then the wedding stunk. It stunk. I mean, like I've been at weddings before where the food is just, I'm like, who approved this? Who?
See, I think that's part of why, like, I have no interest in getting married. We're okay here. We're both way too lazy to plan an actual wedding, so we're just gonna keep doing this thing we're doing. Like, we're good.
I actually have a friend like that too. They're like, it's just not our vibe. We're fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the 1950s anymore. I don't think anyone's gonna care.
True that.
We were thinking about like the destination wedding too, but then like that's a tough sell. Like on one hand, it gives you the latitude to like not have people there that you don't want there. Like, like all the scumbag cousins can't board a flight because they're on the no-fly list for doing whatever shady thing or whatever. Oh, they can't come. Oh no, that's too bad. Yeah, I guess you can't drive to the Bahamas. But then at the same time, like you have a lot of friends and family who just have legit reasons that they won't be able to make it. Like 2 years ago today, I was down in the Bahamas for a buddy's wedding. And while a lot of people did show up, it was mostly family, so like there weren't too many friends there. So it was like a bunch of people I was very excited to see didn't make it out. We still had a good time despite it being at one of the shadiest all-inclusive resorts I've ever seen in my life. But it would have been nicer to have, a few more friends there, a few other people that we hadn't seen, get the real wedding vibe.
We're at 64 over in the Twitch fam. Oh snap! Looking who's first in pre-roll. Then, literally a second later, past tense. Yeah, it stinks how sometimes you can be sitting on top in the free roll. Like that's what happened to me last week with Kaufman. I was beating him and I was rubbing it in his face, and he was like, "Hey, idiot! No, you're not. You're literally 5 people behind me now." So it can just happen so quick.
On the same token, Terrell, look who is last in that free roll. Ahead of only one player who Ziwa did not even make a lineup, so he has 0 points. But right ahead of him, Train Island, OBJ, Lamar, and then my next 4 guys combined have roughly 11 points total. Not my day in DFS, but I'm going to have a chance to come back at 10 and hopefully redeem myself. And Ravens working for redemption here as well. The defense coming alive. Offense going to start off this 4th quarter with a chance to notch a game-tying touchdown. We'll have to see if Lamar can continue his hot streak. Baker Mayfield passed for basically no yards there in the 3rd quarter. I think he had about 20. Lamar Jackson, 120 yards, not going to hit the bonus either. Might get it on the ground. He's been a little bit better. 4 touchdowns so far through the air, and the 1 remaining ground touchdown belongs to Lamar, so he remains pretty useful. 81 on the ground for him, so he's going to have a pretty solid shot at getting that rush bonus, especially now that he's got the ball. Looking at maybe 2 more Ravens possessions, and 1 good Lamar Jackson run means that he's going to hit triple digits, no problem. Oh, Nick Chubb with 48 as well. So if the Browns are trying to grind some clock, they might just hand it to him. He's averaging about 7 per clip. He might get there too, although tough to say given the strength the Ravens up front. My guy, J.K. Dobbins, only has 3 carries for 16 yards. Melvin Ingram, 3 for 11. Baker Mayfield added 1.9 points on the ground. And Kareem Hunt, 3 carries, 3 yards. Not ideal. Through the air, Jarvis Landry leads everyone, 7 for 47, but Austin Hooper is your highest scorer, 4 for 83 and 2 touchdowns, including that Hail Mary reception to end the first half. OBJ only has 2 catches, but one of them was for a touchdown. That's pretty good. And Marquise Hollywood Brown, 1 catch, 40 yards, and a touchdown himself. And hey, if you're looking for some football.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, right? Oh, thank you to the Kilgores once more for this amazing sign that gets a little bit beat up and more dog-eared by the day.
Yeah.
It's like another likes to draw on it and or soak up milk with it, whatever works for her. Anyway, today's post route breaks down all the parallels between Zach Wilson and Joe Burrow and why that's a good thing for the Jets and why that means he can probably make a pretty solid transition to the NFL. Maybe give Jets fans something to be hopeful about. Also, is there a coaching curse in Arizona? Might be. Check it out in today's post route, postroute.substack.com.
Check it out, people. If you're not, what are you doing? It's Christian.
It's real.
Support the man.
Thank you. That's what we've been missing on these streams. A good shame component. Just shame them into subscribing. It's free, people.
No, let's just shame it up.
Come on. You guys.
Google, no. What's with this chick? It's not Jessie. There's another girl that works at DraftKings. Yep, my name is Tara Lanazak. I've been working at DraftKings almost the same amount of time as Jessie. So nice to meet you. I'm also here as well. Thank you. Who else do I got to call out? Other than that, I love everybody else. What's up? Yes, at least TL looks at Twitch. I have love for the Twitch fam. I'm never going to ignore you guys. Are you kidding me?
All right, that is 96 for Lamar now. Yeah, we see you over there on Twitch, and we appreciate the support. And Jake, yeah, no man bun today. I did have it flying proud earlier, and by flying proud I meant like tucked back, and so no neighbors couldn't see it. Got the hair flowing today, and I don't know, something about the man bun makes me die inside a little bit every time I see it. It's great for keeping the hair out of my eye. I do appreciate that, but sometimes I see it and I'm just like,
why does it make you die inside a little bit? It's just
I feel like I want
to Game of Thrones or what?
Yeah. It just feels like hipsterish to me, especially like I'm going like man bun and a little bit of stubble, as Lamar well into the bonus now, 106. So unless he takes a terrible step backwards, he's going to finish with triple digits on the ground. I feel like the hair, like if anything, I should do like the man pigtails instead, make that my own.
No, what? Absolutely not. Please. What makes you think we should be doing man pigtails?
I mean, I just feel like it would look good for me. I feel like I have a good face. Great hair for it, clearly, but I think I have the face, the jawline to really pull off a proper man pigtail.
You do have a great jawline. I will give you that. It's like very Aaron Rodgers-esque. Sure. However, I don't know how I feel about the man pigtails.
We're gonna make it a thing. We're gonna do it. I mean, maybe like pigtails on the sides and the cornrows down the middle. So I got my foot in a lot of different camps, and I look like I may or may not have a problem with methamphetamine. So either way, I think it wins.
Hey, more power to you. I'll support you in whatever you do because you're my friend and coworker. But I'll probably laugh behind your back. But drop in the chat, YouTube, Twitch, wherever. Do you think Christian should get pigtails and maybe rock them for a Madden After Dark one night?
I think there's no question about it. I think if anything, they would appreciate the pigtails more.
Wow, Jake Williams, right off the bat. Hell no to man pigtails. I'd frown on that, Christian.
All right. maybe just the man braid. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe man braid.
The cornrows are just a lot of work, and also I would need to find like a good cornrow place. In college, I had a friend who could take care of them, and like she set me up one year. I went as Halloween as Bronson Arroyo, former Red Sox pitcher, which was a deep cut, but at least gave me a chance to like turn the long hair. Not like it wasn't this long, and like she was like a little bit like, no, you intentions to pull this off, but I'll do what I can. But like it was solid enough. I remember there was a lot of like a whole bottle of hair gel used, and my scalp ached for 2, maybe 3 weeks straight afterwards.
Cornrows in the summer, risky business, I would say, just because the sun. If you get a sunburn on your head, those cornrows, and they're already painful, yikes.
Yeah. That sounds awful. That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah. Have you worked with Kaufman or Glash since their movie date?
I worked with Koff that night, and I think he was disappointed not only with 9 Fast 9 Furious, but that I guess he and Glash didn't hold hands the proper amount of time, and maybe Glash didn't sneak him in the full suckling pig he was promised. He seemed a little bit down on the idea. Like he wasn't as peppy and enthusiastic about his movie date with Glash as I thought. Have you spoken to them?
No, I haven't spoken to them, and I've been waiting to. I just wasn't going to text. I was like, oh, should I text them after the movie? And I was like, no, I don't want to give into this and act like I've been waiting to hear how the damn movie date went, because they were talking it up for 2 weeks. I thought it was never going to end. And then I was doing a little seance in my apartment and praying that Sirius Celtics news was going to drop during the movie. It didn't. It worked in Koff's favor. Koff was like, are you kidding me? Like, Celtics Nation would never do that to me. I'm going to make some calls and make sure. I'm like, are you joking? And now I actually believe him, Christian. I believe him that Koff has that much power with the Celtics.
I mean, he commands an army of bleeding green goons online. It's impressive and a little bit terrifying.
Oh my goodness, we have insider info from producer Michael and Daniel. This is great. Love it. Let's read it. Producer Michael, think he said Glash was late for the movie. Daniel, Glash slept in and almost missed it. You are telling me that the bozo of all bozos, Glash, slept in? He was talking about this movie, Christian, you know, for 2 weeks, about this date with Kaufman, like they were going to Disney World. Like they shut down the park for them, and those two were going for Disney, and he slept in? A little disrespectful, I have to say.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, from the man who wakes up in the morning and goes for these runs and has to post how much he ran, how much he sweat, everything. He will get up early in the morning just to do that, and then putting in the time for the TikToks and to show his gross feet to everybody to make us all barf and be sick. And he slept in for his movie date with Kaufman. I'm going to think of Glash differently now about this friendship, because I really thought that those two were on their way to being the best of best friends ever, but sleeping in, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, fair. Koff got big time by the voice of the Connecticut Sun. I think that's the only explanation I have there. Koff, yeah, he's trying to be, he's the big man at 98.5, but now Glash, with all that NBA money, WNBA money, is kind of throwing his weight around, trying to make Koff feel bad. You know what? I kind of dig the power play there by Glash, and that's clearly what it was. It was clearly like a dating guru kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if this was planned by Glash too, because Glash actually had a very busy week last week. He did headlines for 98.5 one day, and I asked Koff if he listened. He was like, "Well, why would I listen?" I'm like, I thought you would support your friend. That's all I was saying, but. Maybe Glash didn't like that comment. And I was actually behind that conversation, so maybe, Christian, I stirred the pot and got Glash, that little hamster that runs in his head, to actually move the wheel and be like, ooh, How can I throw Kaufman off his game? I'm going to show up late to the movie.
The glass hamster. That is, they should have sent a poet. That's beautiful.
Glass hamster has 3 legs, eats string cheese, and thinks about TikTok all day. That's the hamster in Glash's head.
Just pounds the string cheese. Yeah. Ooh, Brown's in danger here of not only flaming out, but giving the ball back to the Ravens with plenty of time left on the clock. Lamar Jackson, by the way, not only bonus 2 rush touchdowns now, very nearly 39 points in the flex. So despite having negative 0.1 after 1 quarter, has still had a very Lamar Jackson type day. And Baker, oh no. Well, the Browns might be in trouble, Tara Lynn. 3 and out there. They burn no time off the clock. Lamar going to have plenty of time. 101 seconds and 3 timeouts to get this going. As the College World Series currently in a weather delay, only prolonging my anxiety. Going to make sure that I have to side-eye this game while calling the 10 p.m. with Tommy Freeze Pops. There we go.
Freeze Pops. He just had his birthday the other day. Can't wait to talk about that with him.
19 years old, though. Good for him.
Good for Tommy and his microphone.
Soon he'll be old enough to rent a car. Oh, and he just tweeted us out. So you get him at 8 p.m., I get him at 10. We get to share the glory of Tom's kitchen in separate shifts today. Beautiful.
Hey, any night with Freeze Pops, he's always bringing the fun. He's bringing the wooden nickel. I'm down.
Yeah. All right, Ravens going no huddle here. Lamar's X Factor is lit. He can, he slides down short of the first down marker, like he's daring this game to go to overtime.
Christian, are you more of a Lamar Jackson fan or favor him over Baker Mayfield, or are you team Baker Mayfield?
You know what? I'm kind of ambivalent on both guys. I appreciate them both. Okay. But like I wouldn't say like I'm a huge stan for either guy. I think I really like what Lamar has done. Is that Miles Boykin? All right. Like Lamar being able to overcome all we see him as a wide receiver and then going out there and leading the NFL in touchdown passes in the second year, winning the MVP. Love seeing that from him. And like Baker is a guy, like I get his intensity and it's occasionally annoying, but like that's a guy who went out and did all those ads his rookie season, crashed and burned his sophomore season. He was like, all right, I'm going to focus just on my stuff right now. I'm going to stop doing all this Instagram nonsense. I'm going to be the best Baker Mayfield I can be. And it worked for him. So like these are 2 guys who kind of got out of their own way and developed very nicely. And I kind of like the future of the AFC North, especially if it means the Steelers without a quarterback are going to struggle for a little while. If Mike Tomlin can somehow get this team to over 500, despite having no offensive line, despite having a 95-year-old Ben Roethlisberger softball pitching balls downfield, I'm going to be very, very impressed. That should be enough distance there for Justin Tucker. Although we did see Justin Tucker miss a field goal earlier in this game. It was about a 57, 58-yarder. This would be about 52 from here for him. Ravens have 1 more timeout, so they can run the ball up the gut, get him a little bonus yardage. Could be good if you've got J.K. Dobbins or Mark Ingram. Could be a pass here. Maybe they'll pass it, then run it. This seems like a run formation with Ricard in the backfield. And not a lot of bulk up front for the Browns, so it should pick up some yardage. Not really, though. All right, it'll be a 51-yarder if Justin Tucker can walk it off here. There's the time. All right. Yeah, Bishop agreed there. Baker's a really good quarterback who will only get better. I really like the progress he made. They had the exact right coach room. Kevin Stefanski has done wonders as a quarterback's coach and offensive coordinator in Minnesota before coming to Cleveland. He implemented a very good game plan for Baker, rolling him out, getting him on the move, taking advantage of his mobility and his ability to throw and run. I think he will be good again next season. I like Lamar too, especially with his upgraded receiving core. If Sammy Watkins can stay healthy, that's a boon. But Rashad Bateman is my guy. I think he's 100% that dude. I think he's going to have a very nice season for the Ravens. And okay, here we go. 51.5 yards for the best kicker in football. Tucker's kick is up, and it is good. It's not a walk-off because we got a second left, but barring a very, very unlikely kickoff return touchdown from Jarvis Landry, this is going to go from a 21-7 halftime lead for Cleveland to a 24-21 Ravens win. This is very much a pre-2020 Browns kind of game rather than anything we actually saw last year.
All right, Christian, who is your, I don't know what you call it. Do you have like Christian crushed it player of the game, like, or do you just do crusty cough?
We occasionally it's crusty cough. I'm gonna go with the postroute.com, postroute.substack.com player of the game. I'm gonna go and give that. As good as Lamar has been, I mean, more than 40 points in the flex, but he was really chalky, 95% owned in our free roll. Austin Hooper, 28% owned and 24 points. He was the difference maker when everyone had the amazing day from Lamar in their lineup. So Austin Hooper, you are the postroute.substack.com player of the game. And as far as
shout out to Hooper.
Yeah. As far as that babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Oh, few candidates.
Carolyn's bozo.
Yeah, Carolyn's bozo of the day. Nick Chubb kind of rocked it early. You know, he looked good. He was 8,200. He's about 40% owned. He got a lot of yards early, then did nothing in the second half. 4.8 total points for him. I think he's got to be the Carolyn bozo of the day for this 6 p.m.
Chubbs usually does some slight work during these games, but no, he was quite the bozo today.
He was expensive too. He was not a cheap roster at 8,200 in the flex, and yet he still found a way to let us down. But hey, Carolyn, we got a great game. I'm very excited. You're back at 8 with Tommy Freeze Pops. I'm back at 10 with Tommy Freeze Pops. Anything I missed? Any parting words for the DK Sim fan?
No. Hey, chat. Thanks for kicking it today. Yeah. Twitch, YouTube, DK Live. Love it.
And you know what?
Great time.
We're already over 200 likes, but if you want to give that a little tickle over on YouTube, we would appreciate it. Yeah, and hey, we're not done here because coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, former NFL cornerback Bryant McFadden joined former NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker to discuss defensive back coverages, Jalen Ramsey, and Patrick Peterson signing with Minnesota Vikings after a long, storied career in the desert with Arizona. You can catch that coming up next. For Carolyn Asek, I'm Christian DeAndre. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in just a little bit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings, and I am so fired up for today's guest, a guy that was a total stud on the field and now off the field. I feel like every time I check out CBS Sports HQ, I see him. He's got an awesome podcast, All Things Covered Pod with Patrick Peterson. You can check him out on social media at BMAC_sports talk. Of course, I'm talking about the two-time Super Bowl champ, Bryant McFadden. We'll get to Bryant in a second. First, though, it's a new week, which means, number one, Emery Hunt, another CBS Sports HQ superstar. I must be like a CBS Sports HQ hype guy or something. Another CBS Sports HQ guy finished up the NFC West draft picks today. So we now have talked about every single dude that was drafted and some undrafted guys. So check out the College Draft Podcast for sure. We also have a new week, which means we got new winners We got a new Spread the Word winner via social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Just engage in any way. Share, love, like, quote tweet, reply, whatever it is. I don't even know what they all are. Just do it. I'll notice it. You'll win whatever you want. Signed card, signed picture. I don't care. I'll send it to whoever. Sponsor confirmation email winner. You know they're all over at rosstucker.com on the sponsors page. Or you hear me talk about them like Keeps, trying to keep my hair, doing a decent job. I got the bald spot in the back. But if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/rosstuckernfl, you can't even see it because of Keeps, thankfully. And then the YouTube shout out. Love giving the cameo style shout outs later in the week. You just got to make sure you email me after I say you're the winner and say, Ross, I want the shout out to be for whoever. Speaking of shout outs, today's patron of the day, patreon.com/RT Media, Jill Tomasian. Jill, I got your question. We will get to that. First, we got a lot of Steelers news. How about the timing? A lot of Steelers news. And on the big show today, we got Bryant McFadden. It's big show time.
The Big Show.
All right, so I kind of already introed him. You know about him, long time in the NFL, 2 stints with the Steelers. But what is jumping out to me right now, he looks totally jacked. He looks bigger than he did when he was playing. Brian, are you able to hear me?
Ross, you hear me?
Yeah, you got me?
Okay, I got you now.
Ah, all right.
I
We
got
lost
you now.
for a second there. Anyway, all I was doing was just bragging about how jacked you look, man.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man. My saying that I live by now is better to look like you used to play than to look like you never played. So that's the goal I'm going for, just to look like I used to play.
You know what's so funny, dude? This is the truth. I want to weigh as little as possible for my joints, for my organs, for my life, but still look like, okay, that guy used to play. Like I lift weights and lift my neck. Well, first of all, I lift my neck because my head's so big, it would look weird if I didn't lift my neck. I would look like a bobblehead doll. But I lift like my upper body just so people be like, really? NFL lineman? Okay, yeah, maybe I can see that. I'm like a tight end right now. And I need to be a thinner tight end, but I'm like a tight end.
No doubt. No, Ross, you look amazing. And, it's a pleasure to be on with you. I've been a fan of your work for a long, long time. We got long, good history too, Ross. I think we go back to 2009, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the NFL broadcast boot camp.
Yeah, I was one of the alumni there. That was my 3rd year doing it. And that you were one of the first classes, and you're yet another broadcast boot camp success story, man. I think I nailed it all, but in case I missed it, obviously you got the podcast with Patrick Peterson.
Yes, sir.
You also are all over CBS Sports HQ. Those are your 2 main gigs right now, right?
No doubt. No doubt. My 2 main gigs. I enjoy it. I just love talking ball. I love talking sports. The podcast gives me an opportunity to talk other things that are not football related. But when it comes to my niche, you know what I mean? Talking ball, collegiately, professionally. I also do fantasy related content. Gambling related content as well, draft. I'm involved with 247 Sports, high school prospects, going to college football. And I just try to have my hands in a lot of different piles.
It's awesome, man. I'm the same. Love it. 42. Haven't had to get a real job yet. Let's keep it rolling as long as we can, man.
No doubt.
I am the first one to admit, okay, the thing I know the least about when it comes to football is coverages and routes. Like, I know what the coverages are. I know the route tree. But especially when they do hybrid coverages, man, or like they do one coverage on one side, one on the other, that's when they kind of lose me a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Because one of the go ahead.
No, I was saying, yes, sir. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on. So I got some coverage questions and some personnel questions. So let me start with the coverage question, because then it's going to be a bunch of personnel stuff. What coverages are you seeing more of and less of in the NFL these days, and why?
I'm seeing more double coverages. And what I mean when I say double coverages, prime example, you might get a call in the huddle. like for us in Pittsburgh, tight will me 63, right? So the number is the coverage, the potential coverage you could get based on the offensive formation, right? So the first number, which was 6, you will get a 6 coverage if they come out in normal personnel, meaning not a slot set, right? Regular formation. You know what I mean? You got 1, you got an X, you got a Z on the opposite side, tight end. Let's say 21 personnel. You come out of 21 personnel. Granted, you don't usually see that a lot, but if you see a team come out of 21 personnel, which is 2 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 2 running backs, no slot set, just a regular formation. Now you get cover 6. Now cover 6 for the secondary guys is to the strong side, you're playing quarters. So that corner that's on the strong side of the offensive formation, he's playing a quarters technique. So he's basically playing inside man of the number 1 wide receiver. So you basically have that wide receiver everywhere on the football field unless he runs a China route. A China route is basically a 5-yard in. A quick 5-yard in. That's what we call a China route. If he runs that China route and you're not impressed, now you give the pre-snap alignment, you give the alert China call because you're allowing your flat player to hear and recognize and anticipate he might get a China route that he would have to pick up. But if I'm playing bump and run, all of that is off. There's no need to alert any China because as a corner, that's my man everywhere on the football field. It only changes if I'm playing off technique. If I'm playing off, I have him everywhere on the football field unless he runs a quick China, which is that 5-yard in concept. But if I'm playing bump and run, I'm in his grill. I follow him everywhere on the football field for that particular play. The safety to your side, he has the tight end. And he's basically playing the same leverage. Inside leverage on the tight end. He has him pretty much the same responsibility as the corner if he is playing off technique like I just explained to you guys. Now to the weak side of the formation, that backside corner, that weak side corner, he's playing a half coverage technique, meaning he's playing like a cover 2. But for us in Pittsburgh, that weak side corner is basically playing a 2-man concept on that backside wide receiver, especially if that linebacker to his side gives a lock call. Because now if he gives a lock call, I'm playing 2-man. That linebacker will get the back if he flares to the weak side. You have a half safety over the top of you. So either you playing a generic cover 2 to the weak side, or you playing a cover 2-man to the weak side, depending on the communication you get from your weak side linebacker. So that's the 6 concept. But if you get a slot set, you get both wide receivers on the same side. Now you play cover 3, the backside number. See, the coverage was tight will me 63. The 6 is the first cover, which is quarter, half. You're playing quarters to the strong side. You're playing a half to the weak side. But on the slot set, you're playing a generic cover 3. And I know pretty much now I won't assume that everyone that's watching us and listening to us know what a cover 3 is. But a cover 3 is basically cover 3 zone. You divide the field in 3s, in a third. Both corners have a third. The middle safety has a third. The strong safety is playing flat. You have the other backer playing a flat to the other side of the field as well. So those are double coverages that I'm seeing a lot because now you got to basically be able to adjust to the formation that you're getting from offenses. And nowadays you're seeing offenses do so many different unique, exotic things offensively. You don't want to be in a generic one coverage all the time. So you see a lot of double coverages from defenses. One coverage that I'm not seeing a lot is the old-fashioned cover 2. The old-fashioned cover 2, you're not seeing as much of that as we've seen in years past because, like I said, the offenses have really upped their ante, Ross, in being so exotic. So many cross-directional routes, so many different looks from quarterbacks, being able to manipulate the defense with their eyes. And usually defenses do a bad job in disguising cover 2. So when you go out and play cover 2 and show your hand, you got 2 high safeties, we already know what you're in. These quarterbacks that are extremely smart, when they see and know what you're in, they're going to execute and be successful.
Dude, that was awesome on so many levels. So first of all, I think most of the listeners, when you said you're seeing more double coverages, I think most of the listeners probably thought, okay, they're double covering Julio Jones or they'll double covering whoever, right? What you meant was and obviously you described it, two different coverages based on what the offense of formation is, what they come out in. What I love about that is all of that stuff that just happened. We've got a lot of listeners, a lot of people that watch. They don't even know how complicated it is, how detailed it is. I always tell people, like, you cannot be a dumb guy and play in the NFL. Like, maybe D-line, maybe. But you cannot play in the secondary for sure. I mean, just think about that. Okay, if they're going to do like a China route, then you got to call China. You really – the thing I think that people are most surprised about is how – and obviously your co-host on your show, Peterson, is a tremendous physical talent, but that's not enough. Like, you don't become a really good player unless you're a really smart player at your position as well.
No question. You got to be a thinker. You got to be able to think on the fly. You got to be able to think when adjustments are being made, in-game adjustments. Because, Ross, you know about this. You know, sometimes you might go into a game with a particular game plan, and it changes on the fly. So, for me, defensively in the secondary, number one, you got to communicate. I tell young kids all the time that I talk to that are currently playing football, when you're on the football field, you're not in the library. This is the one opportunity to be as loud as you need to be. You're not in class. So stop being quiet. Talk, communicate. Because one thing about communication, if you communicate the wrong thing and everybody hears it, at least everybody's on the same page. So everybody is playing the wrong thing together, and the likelihood of it working out is more likely than not if everybody is not on the same page. So when it comes to that alert China call as a corner, you got to scream it. You got to yell it to my nearest flat player, alert China, alert China. Now he hears it. He's anticipating that China route. So if he hears you say China, 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 he know exactly what route is coming his way. But if I'm playing bump and run, if I'm going to choke the wide receiver, this is our signal for choke, right? When we see that, we know we're bumping. Now he knows, oh, I don't have to worry about number one. All I got to do is worry about rerouting this number two, which is a tight end. And if it's a pass play, looking for a back to come out the flat. If not, I'm playing with free eyes, playing with good body position, free eyes to help the safety out. So those are the things that you have to talk about. And then you go backside to the half side. If my nearest linebacker to the weak side tells me, hey, B-Mac, lock, 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 lock. Now I know he's taking the nearest back that comes his way in a flat type concept, a flat route. Now, my safety knows, oh, you know what? He's going to hug the inside. He's going to play like a two-man. He might disguise a little bit. So I might work with my safety, show like a middle safety to make this quarterback think we're playing some type of 3 or cover 7 or cover 1, which is a man-to-man concept. And then as he get into his cadence, we roll into our coverage. And by that time, awesome. By the time he dissects and sees exactly what we're in, he can't check because he's up against the play clock as well.
This is awesome. I know you do a lot of work down in Florida. I got to ask you about a couple of specific corners. Xavier Howard, you know, he had an awesome year. He's holding out. I guess, how good is he? And what do you think the Dolphins should do here?
He's a baller, Ross. He's a baller. I just did my top 10 corners on the Pick Six podcast last week. I think it should be releasing this week. I had Xavier Howard based on the production from last year. So this is how I assembled my list. Based on the production from last year and coming into this year, the expectations. I had Xavier Howard, my number 2 corner. Ross, he had double-digit picks. He had 20 PBUs. I mean, he balled out. He consistently got his hands on footballs. He's the second best corner in the game right now, if you're asking me, based on what he did last year. So how good is he? He's an elite type corner. When he's healthy, he has shown the ability to be a top-tier guy when he has been healthy. Last year, he was healthy, and he took the league by storm. And what will happen with the Miami Dolphins and Xavier Howard? See, this is the issue, Ross. So you know about the business side of things, right? And fans, this is something that fans are learning much more of. When they gave Byron Jones that nice, handsome ransom last offseason, and they drafted a corner in the first round, Noah Igbenogany from Auburn. Now you're you're basically giving notice to your top-tier corner who was injured in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, Xavier Howard. Listen, you better get it together because we just paid someone more money than you, and we drafted a corner in the first round. So you better get it together. So they basically kind of served notice to Xavier Howard. Hey, man, you got to be healthy. You better ball out. He balled out. So he answered the call. Now he's calling you guys out. How can you pay someone more money than me in the same secondary, playing the same position, and he's not better than me? That is the issue. So two things will either happen, Ross. Either Xavier Howard lowers his demand and being disgruntled and want to be removed or want to be paid accordingly, or they trade him. Because I don't foresee the Dolphins being able to pay two corners almost close to $20 million per year. Because I think Byron is getting around $18 million. Right now, Xavier is getting, what, $15 million? Would he even be happy in getting the same amount that Byron Jones is getting? I don't know. I think he want to be paid more than Byron Jones because he knows he's a better player. He has a better resume in a Miami Dolphin uniform than Byron Jones. So either he lowers his demands or they might think about entertaining a trade because also, too, remember this offseason, they brought in McCourty. You know what I mean? Veteran, savvy corner from the Patriots. So they've added more depth at the cornerback position. You know what I mean? Like I said, they just drafted Noah a year ago. They brought in Byron Jones. They added McCourty this season. Like, they have a lot of bodies at the cornerback position. They might not be the same guy that Xavier Howard is, but I think they're prepared for life without Xavier Howard if they need to entertain a trade.
Safe to say your number one corner is Jalen Ramsey?
No question. No question. Straight dog. Straight dog. The reason why I have Jalen my number one, I can easily highlight the coverage ability. I can easily highlight being able to efface the opposing team's best wide receiver. But I have Jalen because he's a football player. He's a football player that happens to play cornerback. Those are the guys that I love watching. You know what I mean? He tackles. He plays with bad intentions to the offensive guy he's going against or the offense that he's going against. And he brings energy. Not to mention he's a lockdown corner. So, yes, he's my number one.
I got to ask you a question about your co-host on your podcast. I thought it was interesting. Obviously, it's Patrick Peterson. The Arizona Cardinals, they sign A.J. Green. They sign J.J. Watt. Like, it's pretty clear to me when you bring in guys like A.J. Green and J.J. Watt that they're going all in for this year. I don't know if Steve Keim, the GM, Cliff Kingsbury, they're on the hot seat. Seems like they probably are. They need to win this year. I'm sure you've asked them this on the show, but how does Patrick feel that they're going all in for this year, but they didn't want him to be a part of it?
Well, initially, he kind of felt some type of way because he did a lot for the organization. There was a mutual respect from both sides, and that's just the part of the NFL that might not be so kind to Hall of Fame like players. We've seen Hall of Fame like players leave their home team. LaDainian Tomlinson wasn't in a Chargers uniform forever. Brett Favre, Emmitt Smith. The list can go on and on and on. You know what I mean? So initially it was a bit of I don't want to say hard feelings, but he felt some type of way. But the thing that Pat is extremely excited about, he's happy about the Arizona Cardinals giving him an opportunity, but he's even more happier being with a team, a defense, a head coach, and Coach Zimmer, a defensive staff that will allow him to be Pat Pete. You know what I mean? Play football the way he's been grown accustomed to playing football. Not to mention being around a talented group of guys, the energy, the expectations, the enthusiasm, especially not knowing what Aaron Rodgers is going to do in that division, the black and blue. If Aaron Rodgers don't play football, instantly the Minnesota Vikings become the number one team in the division. You know what I mean? So just the expectations and the hype that's surrounding the Minnesota Vikings has made it easy to accept being a part of a new team for Pat P. So he's excited. And yes, the Cardinals are making big time moves. You know what I mean? If you look at the draft, I really love their draft. Some of the guys they brought in, if they can get a healthy AJ Green to pair up with DeAndre Hopkins, you still got Captain Christian Kirk there, Rondell Moore, who we had on our podcast a few months ago. Just being able to solidify the pass catching position. You got James Conner, who was playing basically on a prove me year type of deal. They got some guys they've added. It's going to be a sticky division, but yeah, Pat, definitely wanted to continue to play in Arizona, as the case for most veterans who've been a part of an organization for such a long time. But that's not just how the NFL goes. No love lost. You got to understand you got a new opportunity and make the most of it.
If you're listening to this podcast or watching it, you like podcasts, check out the All Things Covered at AT Covered Pod on social media with Bryant and Patrick Peterson. And check him out on social media at BMAC_sports talk. Bryant, so great to talk with you, man. I didn't realize it was 2009, but I remembered you being at the boot camp for sure. I couldn't remember if I had your number in my phone or not, but it's awesome to have you on the show. Look, I don't know all the DB stuff, but right now I know that our listeners are going to be blown away by just hearing you break down some of the DB stuff, which is exactly what I was looking for. Thanks so much for coming on the show, man.
Hey, Ross, thank you for having me. Anytime you need me, just reach out to me. Thank you.
There he is, Bryant McFadden. Man, check him out on YouTube, by the way, as well. He is looking awesome. I'm jealous. I need to eat better, I think, and drink less. But keep taking my keeps. I need to keep taking my keeps because that helps me look better. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35. That means most of you listening have had some form of hair loss. I'm telling you guys, if you don't care, it's going to shave it. That's cool. That's cool. I got no problem with that. Go for it. Go bald. Look, a lot of guys like to go bald. But if you'd like to keep what you have, start now. There are only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. I've been taking both of them for a while. You can ask my wife. I have not lost any more hair. I don't know if I've gained any back, but I definitely have not lost any more hair. And I was losing it quickly. And I like how I look now. I got the bald spot in the back, but on TV, you can't see it. 2 FDA-approved medications. Get them both sent just right to your house. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, like I did a while ago, go to keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross.
Tuck's Takes.
Good morning, Ross. A lot of Steelers news to get to. Team released longtime starting right guard David DeCastro, and they signed Trey Turner.
Was not expecting that, obviously, Bry, but DeCastro evidently needs to have another ankle surgery. It'll be his third. Depending on how that goes, will determine whether or not he ever even plays football again. So the Steelers did the right thing here. They had to cover themselves, save $9.5 million on the cap. Now, Trey Turner didn't have a great year last year for the Chargers, but I think they think he's solid, reliable, and we'll see. I don't know if I envision DeCastro playing again. Smart guy, went to Stanford. He's made a lot of money. He's had a good career. I'd be curious to have him come on the show and talk about the pros and cons of playing again after a third ankle surgery.
Tuck's Takes.
The Steelers also announced that the NFL rejected their plan to have training camp in Latrobe.
Yeah, so I guess, Bry, the way it works is if the teams wanted to be away from their facility, if they wanted to go to a college like the Steelers have done for decades at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, and it is a magnificent setting, awesome place to have training camp. It's, Bry, have you ever been there?
No, I have not.
Well, first of all, it's out in the mountains and valleys of Western PA. It's the Appalachian. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, okay? And then, like, the practice fields are down, like, in this bowl, and there's just big hills all around it. So, like, they can get thousands of people there, and everybody's just sitting on the hill. Like it's like a high school game. Like they're just sitting on the hill. It's really pretty special. But that probably was the problem and why it wasn't approved, because maybe they couldn't make it secure enough for what the NFL wants from a COVID protocol standpoint so that they could have it there. I guess there's a lot of boxes they need to check to be able to have training camp away from the facility and the NFL did not approve of theirs.
Tuck's Takes.
Let's move on, talk about the New York Jets. They continue to work on their O-line, signing former Washington right tackle Morgan Moses, 1-year deal.
Right. We thought this might happen a couple weeks ago. There was a report that Morgan Moses had been offered a multi-year deal. Probably the money wasn't to his liking. He wanted a 1-year deal, go out there, ball out for the Jets, play well, and get a new deal somewhere else, or maybe in New York. But with Elijah Vera Tucker, Becton last year, Moses, the Jets are really trying to make sure Zach Wilson has some time to throw and can step up in the pocket and operate the offense, which I think is a very smart move by their general manager, Joe Douglas.
Tuck's Takes.
And finally, good news on the uniform front. The NFL teams are going to be able to wear alternate helmets beginning in 2022.
Right, except you had to already submit your 2022 alternate uniform already, which it's crazy to me you have to do it that early. I guess they need to make the jerseys to sell for the alternate. I don't know. But so a lot of teams aren't going to be able to do like the Bucko Bruce or, Pat the Patriot until 2023. So I'm glad we're going to get alternate helmets. They said it was about safety, player safety, I guess, with having more than one helmet. Look, I wore 2 helmets 2002, both iterations, the old school Washington Redskin helmet and then the classic Washington Redskin helmet. It didn't make any difference from a head injury standpoint. Whichever one you were going to wear in the game that week, you wore during practice that week. It made whoever was the guy that was like, we got to show we're being safe. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and let's make it so that they can only use one helmet. I just don't understand the logic there at all. I do understand that a lot of you want to join Joe Dolan and I in a best ball draft over at DraftKings. Bring it. I love best ball. Take advantage of any of our sponsors. I've been getting a bunch of people sending me Raycon earbud sponsorships or DraftKings email confirmations or keeps. Send them to me, ross@rosstucker.com. And then boom, you have a chance. Say, I want in on the best ball league. I want to go against you and Joe. And we're going to pick a couple each week. So very much looking forward to that. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
8 o'clock sim. It's me, Tommy Freeze Pops. Tara Lynn back for more here on the primetime edition of the Dream Stream. TL, what is going on?
What's up, baby? Lineups have locked. 8 p.m. I've been waiting for this sim with you because I wanted to say happy belated birthday to Tommy
Thank you.
Freeze Pops. You just celebrated a birthday. You posted pictures. It looked fun. Morgan looked terrified in one of them, but it looked like a really fun birthday. And out of everybody, you deserve a great birthday, Tommy Freeze Pops, because you're always giving the good vibes over in Simland.
I appreciate that, Tara Lynn. Yeah, it was a nice weekend. Birthday was on Friday. I think, 25th was Friday. We got dinner a few days before with her family at a hibachi place. You know how they're flinging veggies and chicken into people's
Fires
mouths?
everywhere.
Yeah. I got to be honest, my hibachi chef did not have great aim. I took a few pieces off the face, but, I held strong, and I definitely – I'd say I was probably in the 600s as far as percentage goes with catching, but his accuracy wasn't great. But no, it was a fun time, and I posted that picture of Morgan covering her face with the handkerchief because the hibachi chef was like, your turn. And she was like, absolutely not. No. So she just put the handkerchief up against her face and she was holding it over her mouth for the entirety of him doing that and was just like shaking her head no. So it's a hilarious picture.
I am so with Morgan on that. I am that person at hibachi that's like, don't even look at me, chef. I'm not trying to catch it with my mouth. I'm not that skilled. I'm going to look like an idiot. Don't do it.
And look, Tara Lynn, we're not revealing any secrets here. I think you take great pride in your makeup regimen. And I can't imagine a greasy piece of beef being flung at your face is something that you would enjoy when you've put meticulous details into the makeup that goes into your public going out. You're going out for dinner, you want to look nice. You got the makeup going. You don't want
100%.
Greasy veggies being flinged at your face.
Tommy, that's literally what I was going to say, but I always talk about makeup in Simland, and I feel like people are like, all right, we get it. But yeah, definitely that is why I am not participating in hibachi. I will sit there with my own plate.
The food's good.
Thrown at me. Yeah, food's always good. Always a good time at hibachi.
I understand why people don't want it thrown at their face, though. You're not signing up for that. All right, so what do you got in your lineup here? How'd you do in the last free roll, by the way, before we get into this one?
Didn't enter it in.
Oh, what a loser!
I know. I always feel like a loser when I don't enter it in. Let me tell you. But, today was rough. I started the day. It's 99 degrees here in the city of Boston.
That's too hot.
Yeah, it's really hot, especially when my living room AC decided to give me the big, screw you, Tara, we're not working today. So, yeah, don't get a living room AC. Sitting here with it's called an Arctic air fan. Does not feel like the Arctic still, but...
It's like a fancy fan, though. It's oscillating.
At least I'm getting a little bit of a breeze. Yeah, so I get the AC in my room, and I got my car towed. So when it just came time for me to set a lineup for the 6 p.m., I was still just processing. Tara, what the hell is your Monday? What did you do? What kind of carnage did you do in your last life to deserve a Monday like this? But here we are. I made a lineup, though, for the 8 p.m. Sam.
There you go. All right, so what's your 8 p.m. lineup here?
All right, I got Mr. Daniel Jones, got Chargers DST, got Eckler, Henry, Shepard, and obviously I had to be kooky crazy and put in Taylor.
Oh, my God. I forgot you do the backup quarterback thing. And I think the last sim we did was a Charger sim. Hey, you have your signature thing. That's what you do. I respect it. And I believe the last sim we did, you had a backup in your lineup and you finished ahead of Koff. So
yeah,
if it's not broke, don't fix it. Daniel Jones in your lineup with the incompletion there. Going to be 4th and 13. Chargers DST with the stop. Giants coming out to punt. I also have Chargers DST in my lineup. I have Sterling Shepard in the captain spot, Saquon Barkley, Austin Eckler, Darius Slayton, and Mike Williams. So
okay.
I kind of like this lineup. You know, I'm usually brutally honest about whether or not I like my lineup, and I like this one. Every time I do the Giants, I'm always kicking myself that I didn't put Sterling Shepard either in my lineup or in the captain spot. So I'm not allowing myself to feel that pain or regret today. I have put him in my captain spot. And I used to say this about Chargers DST, and now I have them in my lineup every time I have the Chargers. By the way, love these uniforms with the navy bolt on the helmet. These are excellent.
How sharp.
Very, very nice. Chargers have a great kit. They have all these cool uniforms that they go to. The good stuff entering the LA market. They already had cool uniforms. They just kicked it up a notch. I hate the Rams uniform.
Chargers have a sleek uniform. I really like
The
it.
Rams should not have switched their uniforms. That was a big mistake, I think. They look like astronauts out there. I want them to just look like the classic Rams. Like,
yeah.
They have like the big like cartoony numbers. It's just they have the weird like off yellow. Like, dude, we're not going out for a trendy brunch here. Like, you don't need to have an off white, off yellow shirt on. Like, just we're talking about football uniforms here.
Yeah, like were we hurting in the uniform department for the
No.
Rams? We decided to pick Comic Sans font for the numbers. I'm really confused by that. It is
Like the Rams, to me, the Rams had one of the classic uniforms in the NFL, right? Like with the horns on the helmet, you get the blue and the yellow. It looked good. You get the horns on the side. What are you doing?
tough. Jake Williams, what's up? I do backup quarterbacks. I tend to do it. I don't do it every time, but I do it when I'm feeling a little frisky, a little spicy. It's my shtick. I like to do it just to beat people and say, hey, I beat you, and I had a backup quarterback in my lineup. So I did it one day with Cough, and it was honestly one of the greatest days of my life. I don't know what that says about my life, but yeah, it was awesome.
No, I respect that. You're doing it to embarrass people, even if it puts you in last place sometimes. I respect the commitment. We have Mike Bizzle saying that I'll take those crispy G-Men uniforms every day of the week. Yeah, Giants have a nice look. They haven't really changed it up too much over the years. I like that they've reincorporated their old school helmet that says Giants on the helmet instead of the New York. I think that's a cool look. I do really like the fact that the NFL has relaxed its uniform helmet policy, where they're going to allow teams to have more than one helmet per season. So you're going to see a lot more of the old school jerseys coming around. I bet you're going to see more alternate jerseys in the mix as well, because they can have more creativity with their helmets. That starts next season, so the 2022 season. So I'm looking forward to that. Saquon Barkley gets bottled up here. All right, so you said that you had your car towed on a Monday, 99 degrees, and I saw that you were away this weekend. So that has to be like extra painful for you, because whenever you come home from a vacation or a weekend away by the beach or something, that first Monday's already difficult, because you probably you ate well that weekend. You probably had a few Diet Cokes with the gals, and you're just getting back to normal life on your Monday, and then it's extremely hot and your car gets towed. So I feel for you today, Tara Lynn. That's brutal. What happened with the car towing?
Thanks, Freeze Pops. At least someone feels for me. Glash decided to make fun of me. Kaufman told me to grow up. All of it. Yeah, Jake Williams.
They don't get it. They don't get it. They haven't lived the lives that we live, Tara Lynn. We are different. We go out.
Fun.
We're out and about. We're hitting the town. We're adventurous. Okay.
Yeah. They just want me to sit in my apartment and just think about all of the jobs that they have, while I have to try to control them for Sims and produce their content, and then they totally just tell me to kick rocks, and Glass just takes full screens whenever he has the opportunity.
Get out of here with that.
Yeah, they're just jealous that I'm bip-bopping, zigzagging, doing all of it. I'm all over the place. Side note, Jordan Warren, that takes the fun out of it. You're here to embarrass us, TL. No, doesn't take the fun out of it for me. I'm having a great time when I put a backup QB in my lineup. So, back to my story today. I woke up around, usually get up around like 8, start my day, do a little run, or I go to Pilates, all that jazz. Get my coffee. Need to stop buying coffee. That's a whole other story, but we'll get there one day when I decide to grow up, as Kaufman wants me to do. So, I kind of feel like lately I've been extra geriatric. I lose my keys, my wallet, my phone. I don't know where anything is. And that's been happening with my car. I'm like, where did you park it? Because where I live, you just kind of have to find a spot anywhere. So one day I could be parked near my apartment, or I could be parked literally, it almost feels like I'm cities over. So I was thinking, I'm like, where did I park my car yesterday morning when I got back from the Cape? And it was a really hard time to find parking because everybody was out Sunday fundying and they like to park on my street. So I didn't get to park near my apartment whatsoever. So I'm walking around, mind you, 99 degrees, sweating up a storm, dripping. I'm like, where is my car? I was in a full-on panic, mayhem. And then I saw 5 tow trucks on all of these streets and I was like, oh snap. Your car got towed, didn't it? Then I called the tow place. I mean, I'm very familiar with the tow place because this has happened to TL before. It's street cleaning today, and I parked on a street cleaning street. I did not check yesterday. I wasn't thinking about checking, hey, check if it's street cleaning tomorrow.
You're just trying to park and get home as soon as possible.
That's what I was saying. I was like, park quick so you can run inside and enjoy this iced coffee in the AC and take a nice shower because I was in an Airbnb all weekend. The shower was very suspect. I was just excited to be in my apartment. And also, too, I like hype myself up for whenever I travel. I always make my bed before I leave. So when I come back to just a nice,
great feeling,
made clean bed. And I was like, yes, I'm home. You're amazing. I made my bed. I'm a grown up. Nope. Car got towed. $150 down the drain. Oh my God. What's up? Here we are, but my car is back in my possession, and that's been my Monday.
Oh, just so brutal. It's the worst. So I've done work on the weekends when living in Boston before, and when you get back to your apartment on like Sunday evening and everyone's already home for the night and there's just nowhere to park. I've been in that situation where you're parking on the street like 15, 20 minutes away from your apartment. This is when I was living in Alston, where there's very suspect parking. And yeah, it's a brutal situation. Or when I would work overnights at one of the stations in Boston and I would come back and no one had left for work yet. So there's no street parking near my place. And again, and I'm already dead tired at 7, 8 a.m. in the morning and I have to park a 20-minute walk away from my place because there's just no parking. Just absolutely awful. And then, just like you, when you're that tired and you're just trying to get home, you're not paying attention to the street signs.
No,
and then for whatever reason in Alston, they clean the street like every week. Doesn't look like they do, but apparently there's all sorts of street cleaning going on. It's not very effective for my money.
Guys cleaning. When I go on runs, I'm running literally through rubbish and debris.
Saquon.
Saquon.
Looking like Tara Lynn on one of her runs to the house. Just juking through all the garbage. 6-0. Giants going to be 7-0 after the extra point. Saquon in a whole bunch of people's lineups. We'll take a look at the ownership on Saquon here in a second. It's his 78th touchdown in Simland. Barkley, 16.5% owned in the captain spot, 72.9% owned in the flex. And honestly, he is a guy that's so boom or bust for the Giants lately that I understand why his captain percentage is maybe a little lower than it would have been, I don't know, a few months ago. But it just feels like lately he's not popping off for the Giants like he had been. I don't know why. The AI does what the AI wants it to. But there you go, Saquon Barkley helping y'all out. 68 rushing yards already for Saquon Barkley in the first quarter. There's a minute 16 left, so definitely B-word watch.
Barkley's been putting out his running now on Twitter, on Instagram, him just getting some
his rehab, yeah.
that surgically repaired knee, let me tell you, it's looking pretty good.
I am all in on Saquon having a big season. I am all in because not to shamelessly promote the podcast here, but Jason Garrett was he's the offensive coordinator for the Giants. He joined us on Great Dane Nation probably 6-8 weeks ago, and we talked to him about Saquon Barkley coming back and being a focal point of that offense, and he was like licking his chops. It was like it almost got uncomfortable how giddy he got with the prospect of having Saquon Barkley re-entering the fold there. I think it's just going to unlock everything for that offense. I think the Giants take a step forward. I don't know that they're like a Super Bowl contender per se, but I think that they, with the infrastructure they have in place with Joe Judge, and they kind of ended the season on a high note last year. I sort of like the momentum of the Giants, and I wouldn't be shocked if in like 2 years, if Daniel Jones keeps taking a step forward, that they are a real threat in the NFC. I think Saquon's that good, and I just hope he's healthy.
Yeah, you can't question his talent. Obviously, he's been through the injuries earlier in his career, these past few seasons. It stinks. But when he is healthy, I mean, Saquon's one of the best running backs in the league. So I'm hoping that we have a nice, healthy Saquon for the Giants.
100%. So going back to getting your car towed, though, it's just so demoralizing. Because you don't feel like you did anything wrong, right?
No. And then you start
That's
to
the worst
spiral
part.
if you're like me. And then, like, you'll just be like, well, this, and this stinks too. And you stink. And why did you do that? And why didn't you look? And this is money that could have been used towards this. I spiral like it's wild where the mind goes. It goes out of control. And all just because I didn't look at the sign. Like, your life's fine, Tara. You just didn't look at the sign. Had to pay a little money. But yeah, getting your car towed does really dirty tricks to the brain.
100%. John Horn wishing me a belated happy birthday. Thank you, John. Mike Bizzle, I appreciate the compliment. Chargers getting the sack. Daniel Jones going down. I like to see that. Chargers D in my lineup. What's up? I believe you said they're in your lineup as well.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Miyagi saying Crowder sucks. I don't know if he's talking about Jamison Crowder of the New York Jets or if he's talking about Jay Crowder of the Phoenix Suns. I like both of those Crowders. Crowder of the Jets, really good in Simland. Jay Crowder, former Celtic, and he's just kind of a dog. Like, every team he's on, he becomes a dude that's important in their rotation. Chris Paul, all he's done is pump Jay Crowder's tires all postseason, every interview he's given. We'll take a look at the stats here. Justin Herbert, 3 for 6, 50 yards, no tuds. Daniel Jones, 2 for 4, 13 yards, no tuds. Saquon Barkley, 4 for 68 and a touchdown. Austin Eckler, not doing much yet, but again, we're only 1 quarter in here, 2 for 6. And Herbert has that 1 rush for 9. Going to take a look at the receiving stats here momentarily. AD Poker saying it is Jay Crowder he was talking about. Yeah, I like Jay Crowder. I do. I think he's a nice piece. He's a good defensive player. He has good range. He's a great passer. Clearly, you saw the what are they calling it? The Valley Oop the other night. That was like the best play I've ever seen. I'm like still in awe of that play. Austin Eckler, 2 catches, 13 yards. Leading the way in the receiving category. Keenan Allen has 1 catch for 16. Golden Tate, 1 for 12. Evan Ingram, 1 for 1. Early leader in the clubhouse for that wooden nickel, Evan Ingram. So there you go. Those are your stats. TL, through 1, where are you in the free roll?
Let me check it. We are...
I'm in 47th. But, like, nothing's happened outside of that run, and everybody has Saquon in their lineup, so.
Yeah, everyone's a Saquon lover. I am 114.
Okay, so there you go. We're both kind of bringing up the rear here, but hey, you know.
Yeah. I don't think
what
it's
are you
that
gonna
bad.
do?
I'm happy about it.
Chargers DST with another sack here. I mean, they're playing great football. They always come to play here in these sims. I'm going to take a look at the paid contests associated with this sim. There's a bunch of them. So strap in, everybody. The $250 free contest for the Giants and Chargers. We have a two-way tie for first place. It is DeTruth 931 and Mark Cart 01 tied in that one. Madden Stream 1K flea flicker for this one between the Giants and Chargers. We have a solo leader, Pamiwa 01 in first place there. The $250 free contest for the late slate has Lynn 18 as a solo leader, and the 3K Monday night special 1K to first, Rams 0009, the solo leader by almost 20 points, blowing out the competition. Obviously still almost 2 full sims to go there, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. That's a blowout right now. The sim showing Keenan Allen on the screen. For my money, one of the most underrated receivers in the league. I'm looking at him having a big year for the Chargers, with Herbert taking another step forward. Herbert taking off. That might be another sack. Maybe it's a short gain. Yep, 2nd and 9. So Chargers DST continuing to dominate here outside of that one long run from Saquon. They were captained in 3.2% of lineups. 23% of lineups overall. Wow, that's pretty high ownership for defense. Giants defense, not so much. Captained in 0.4% of lineups, 5.7% of lineups overall. Herbert, oh, that's going to be a penalty. Probably a hold. So, Tara Lynn, our man Cough's on vacation. That has to at least help you with the daily headaches that he provides, right? I mean,
I can't believe that Cough took a vacation. I'm kind of
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Does anyone know when was the last time that Cough actually took a vacation? I wish
not since I started working at DraftKings. I've been with the team since mid-October, so it's weird not having him here. Gotta be honest.
I've been with DraftKings for over 3 years now, and I've never seen Kaufman actually take a vacation. So, I mean, well-deserved. I'll give him that. But, yeah, a little weird not having him here. I'm kind of, not as annoyed lately, and I miss the annoyance.
It's one of those, it's like absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Indeed.
Chargers going to punt it away. Dean Murray saying, Tommy, the Chargers have the ball. I guess I said the Giants had the ball. I meant to say the Chargers, if that is the case.
That was a mistake, Mr. Dean. That was a mistake.
Thank you, Dean, for helping me out there. What's up, Twitch fam? We got Obi-Wan over there. We got Ziwa Wee Mega. I think that's how you say that. Ziwa Wee Mega. Smash Lana. West Dreamer. What's up, everybody?
What's up, everybody?
We see you, Twitch fam.
Great question for you. Did you work with Kaufman or Glash post movie date?
Yes. I got the full rundown on the movie dumpster fire that was that quote-unquote date. That's a big gainer there from Darius Slayton, 28 yards, going to put the Giants in the red zone here. Yeah, I think Glash gets a full-on F- for his performance that day.
On this a little bit, and we touched on it a little bit in the last sim, so we won't kill it, but I'm happy that now I'm actually working with somebody that worked with Kaufman or Glash, because I just heard from Michael and Daniel that Glash was late to the movie because he slept in. Is this true?
Big time. Yes. Yep. It seems to be the case. I put everything that happened that day on Glash. Glash gets a full-on F- for his performance that day.
And did he sleep in? He said he was he tired? Did he not set an alarm? Like, what was his excuse?
So I don't know if it was a sleeping through an alarm situation or what have you. So I don't know if I can give a firm answer there. All I do know is that we talked about this movie date between those two guys for like 3 weeks on the Dream Stream. And the day it happens, and the guy can't even get there on time, and then he spills an entire large popcorn on Koff's lap. Just a brutal performance all around by Glash. Brutal.
He spilled popcorn?
I think technically,
I did not know
I think technically Koff spilled the popcorn, but Glash put it on the arm of the chair between them. Brutal placement of the popcorn bucket.
Like, they are my bozos, but this story just really signs, seals, delivers how much these two are actually bozos.
Yeah,
like
no, they can't. They can't function in real life society.
Weeks. No, they should be just only in Koff's backyard or whatever the heck they like to do, because those two out there in the real world, they can't handle it.
They can't do it. Touchdown, Giants. Evan Ingram. Heard me say he was in the leader spot for that babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. And he said, not so fast, my friend. Gets in the end zone. That's going to be 14-0 Giants after the extra point. Check out the ownership on Evan Ingram here. It's his 31st touchdown in Simland. Captained in 10.8% of lineups, 43.2% of lineups overall in the flex. Evan Ingram is one of those dudes who's really good at one part of his job, but doesn't give you sort of the full package. But I think if you're a Giants fan, you're all right with having Evan Ingram on your roster. Like, you'll forgive the fact that he's not an incredible blocking tight end, because he's such a good pass catcher and such a good athlete that he can help change your offense in that way, and you can make up for it in other ways. You know, your tight end 2 can just be a really good blocker, or you bring in another offensive lineman to help with that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So Evan Ingram, to me, I almost think of him more as a receiver than a tight end with how little he's involved in the blocking game there for the Giants. So I'll be curious to see how he continues to progress. And I think a lot of his progression is going to be on Daniel Jones's back, right? Because if you're a pass catcher, you need a dude throwing you. And I'm curious what you think about this Daniel Jones situation in New York, TL, because I forget who it is on the broadcast team who is really high on him heading into next season. I mean, it might be Rossi. Rossi always has weird dudes that he thinks are going to just have.
Yeah, Rossi always picks out dudes and I'm like, why?
He's like, Devin Asiasi is going to make the Pro Bowl next season. I'm like, what?
I'm like, why did you come up with that?
He's the tight end 3 on the Patriots. He didn't do anything as the tight end 1. But
Can you explain?
Yeah, like what do you know that I don't? So what do you think about Daniel Jones? Do you think that he's going to be the long-term answer here in New York, or do you think at a certain point here in the near future they're going to say, you know what, let's go up in the draft and get someone else because this ain't working?
I'm actually wondering. I have to say, I don't have a solid answer. I'm wondering the same exact thing as a lot of people speculate. I don't have like a hard take like Rossi does with Asiasi. What the heck, Rossi? I'll have to talk to him about that at a later date. But I think Jones, I don't see the competitiveness that I would like Jones to have. I know that's been a narrative that has been talked about a little bit, but just when I watched Daniel Jones play, I do think though that he came into that locker room and became a leader for that locker room. Do I see the competitiveness in kind of that grit out of Jones? I don't know if he has what it takes. And some people just don't have that trait in them. They can play in the NFL for years or the NBA for years and they just don't get it. I mean, for instance, Ben Simmons. he cannot get around in his mental space how to shoot a three. Who knows if Jones just doesn't have that in him, just to be like, I gotta have that grit and that drive and that competitiveness that the Giants need. But maybe they can have him excel in different ways just to have him really kind of prove himself this season. I'm a little out on him, but also I'm hoping that he can turn it around.
I'm curious what Saquon Barkley does for Daniel Jones in the way of progressing as a QB, because when you have a guy that you can hand the ball off to or dump it off to for, screens that go the distance, because Saquon's that good, like that's going to do a lot for your confidence.
Right.
But I like that take by you, Terrelyn, because I kind of feel the same way. He doesn't scream leader the way that a Peyton Manning ever did, or even like a guy like Joe Burrow super early on in his career might not have command of the locker room like a Brady or a Manning because of their experience, but has that swagger about him right away where you know, like, oh, okay, this dude is the alpha in the room. And I don't think you need to be the unquestioned alpha in every room to be a great quarterback. I don't think Tom Brady is that way. I think he kind of leads by example. So there's different ways of doing it. And Daniel Jones hasn't done the lead by example thing yet because he's just not that consistent yet. He's a good athlete that throws a lot of picks. And he had that hilarious fall down when he had that breakaway run on national TV. I forget what night of the week it was, maybe Thursday Night Football. He was going to the house and he just tripped over his own feet because he's kind of a doofus.
Right.
But yeah, we haven't seen that yet from him. So I think that's a very fair take by you. The Giants sack Justin Herbert there. 4th and 19 coming up. Giants having a nice first half.
We'll see what happens with Jones. I mean, I'm hoping he can turn it around, but they fell short of winning the NFC East. And I think he needs to
Joe Judge is still mad about that, by the way. He's probably still yelling at the Eagles for tanking that game. Like, what? He was kind of a baby about that. I liked Joe Judge's season, but like, dude, you can't be that mad at the Eagles for doing what they did to help themselves out. Why don't you be upset that you didn't win more games where you didn't have to rely on another team to win to get in the postseason? Like, so don't look elsewhere. Look inward. Like, that's on you, bro.
It is on him.
Such a baby.
Baby. Wine.
So I know you've mentioned in the past that you're going to pull for Washington football team in the NFC East. Is that because you think they're going to win the NFC East, or you just like what they got going on?
Oh, I think they're going to win the NFC East now because I'm a diehard Washington football fan. Me and Jeff. Well, me and Jeff decided to be BFFLs, and we're like, let's pick a team that nobody's really raving about, because I think we were on a sim with Emerson, and he just went off about the Jaguars, literally the entire sim. He's like, America's team, the Jaguars, blah, 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 Gardner Minshew's haircut. I cried for days. Why did he do that? I'm going to find his barber and kill him. So all that stuff. So I was like, you know what? I just kind of want to, be sassy, like I am, obviously. I'm going to pick a random team that no one talks about, because I do feel that when the Washington football team changed their name, you don't really hear that much about the team, because I still think people are like, so is this what we're sticking with, or what's up here?
So
I don't really hear that much in the media about them.
Let's talk more about this.
I want to support them.
So let's talk more about this on the other side. But before we do that, earlier today on The Sweat, Kenny and Chirag previewed tonight's Game 5 of the NBA Western Conference Final matchup between the Clippers and the Suns. The series heads back to Phoenix, and the Suns can close things out with a win tonight. Chris Paul can make the NBA Finals for the first time. Let's watch what the guys had to say.
The Suns are one victory away from making the NBA Finals for the third time in franchise history. First trip since, I believe, 93. Let's dive into some best bets ahead of Game 5. DK Live manager Chirag Hira and DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Good morning, gentlemen. Home tonight against the Clippers, 5-point favorites, trying to get CP3 his first trip to the finals. Did they get it done and cover, Kenny?
I think that the Los Angeles Clippers cover in this game. Now, I'm not sure the Los Angeles Clippers are going to win. I've been very, very bullish on them all series long, but let's just break this down and look at all the 4 games in this series. I really just have not been impressed with the Phoenix Suns, and I'm a guy who loves the Phoenix Suns. I've been yelling Mikal Bridges' name for the entire season. But look at game 1, right? Ty Lue, experimental lineups. This team was gassed. That they basically rested their stars a little bit, or their best players. They only have 1 star. And they were within 2 points in the final minute. Game 2, Paul George, they lucked out with those 2 missed free throws. The Suns escaped. Game 3, they lost. And Game 4, we can all agree that both teams played awfully. So the Phoenix Suns have not really played a good team game in this entire series. Game 1 was the closest thing, and really it was just Devin Booker's heroics that got them there. Chris Paul has slowed down the pace as we thought he would, but he's missed a lot of jumpers. He just does not look the same right now. And the Los Angeles Clippers, they really just haven't had that good game that we know that they're capable of. Game 1, they did have a great 3-point shooting performance, but I still think that they're capable of a ton more than they've shown in this series. Paul George, I think that he'll bounce back a little bit from 2 bad games. And look, this team could be out of gas, but to me, I don't see a lot separating the 2 sides. I think the Clippers actually have the better A game if both teams brought their A game. So I do think that 5.5 points, or 5 points as it were, just a lot to lay with the Suns. I think the Clippers here make this game very close.
Who covers, Sharad?
I think there's 2 ways that this game plays out. A really tight contested contest, which sets up for the Clippers to cover, or a blowout with the Suns being able to take this game with the Clippers being gassed. I'm leaning towards the blowout a little bit just because I think this is finally the game that the Suns can feed off their crowd. And you're right, it was the last time since '93 that the Suns made it to the finals. So I think this is kind of that scenario where they feed off their home crowd and pump it up to get this blowout win.
There you go, guys. Check out the Sweat every single day right here on the Dream Stream, 11 a.m. every day, 5 days a week. You're getting Sweat. You're going to learn all the stuff you need to know ahead of that night's action, some reaction from the night before, talking hoops, talking baseball, maybe a little hockey in the mix. When football starts, cranking up, we'll talk gridiron. It's good stuff. Sweat, 11 a.m. every day here on the Dream Stream. So, Terrellin, you were talking about the Washington football team, and you're saying that people are just focused on the fact that they have no name, and and they're not actually focusing on the fact that they have a good roster. I do think that heading into the postseason, there was, and people have had a little amnesia about this, there was a little bit of buzz heading into that WFT Tampa Bay matchup for Washington to upset the Buccaneers. Like a tiny little bit of, remember Chase Young was like, I want Brady, give me Brady. Everyone was liking that front 7. Brady can't move in the pocket. They're going to get to him. They're going to disrupt him. This is the type of team that Brady doesn't play well against, blah, 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 blah. And they actually held their own in that game against Tampa for a little bit, and then it ended up, getting away from them. So I agree with you that we spend way too much time wondering what the next name of that team is going to be. I think they're going to end up sticking with Washington football team. But I do think that they have a nice roster. They brought in some good pieces.
They have one of the most well-rounded rosters, and we don't talk about it.
I would say that if they had a better quarterback, I'm not even saying elite quarterback. Like if they had Matt Ryan, we'd be talking about them as being one of the best teams in the NFC. I really believe that.
We're not talking about it because of Fitzmagic.
Yeah, and Fitzmagic's fun, but he's Fitzmagic. He's going to, steal you a couple games a year, but he's going to lose you, 5. And then you're just going to kind of be 50-50 the rest of the way. That's Fitzmagic for you.
Yeah.
Magic or tragic. Eckler with the nice run there to open up the second half. Let's take a look at the contests real quick. Tara Lynn,
Let's
where are
check
you
it.
in the free roll?
Let's see. Check it out now. Oh, so brother. TL has dropped dramatically down, but you know, we expected that. TL is sitting at a hot 124, beating
Wow.
4 people. Not really, because Ziwa never makes a lineup. I don't know why you do this to me, Ziwa. Please put in a lineup.
Because he doesn't want you to finish it last. He's helping you out. I think that's
Ziwa has my back.
That's actually sneaky Tara Lynn's burner account that she makes a entry and then doesn't actually submit a lineup, so she doesn't finish in last. I'm on to you. That's a catch there by Keenan Allen to pick up the first down for the Chargers. All right, we got a new leader in the $250 free contest for Giants versus Chargers. Fireball 999. Fireball. They're in first place. They have Saquon in the captain spot. We have a new leader in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker for this matchup. Jar Jar Danks 19. Jar Jar Misa. Jar Jar Binks. They're in first place. And the Madden Stream $250 free contest for the late slate new leader, Run Thon G2. I'm going to go with that. They're in first place by 2 points. So good luck to you as you continue on in the evening. And the 3K Monday night special 1K to first, Rams 0009 holding on strong to their lead ahead of Ronnie Baby. They are now at 127.32 ahead of second place, who has 112.02. So really strengthening their lead here in this one. So congrats to them. I don't know where I am in the free roll. Let's see. Chargers in the red zone here, 1st and 10. Herbert's got 3 wide. Mike Williams with the grab. Going to be 1st and goal from about the 5 coming up here. I'm in 94th, so we're kind of in the same club here, Tara. Oh, I just fell again, 95th.
Ugh. I was just saying that last time. It's like you can just fall so quickly.
Well, you know what? Sterling Shepard's in my captain spot with a big old bagel. So that's not going to help you when you're trying to win a contest. Eckler.
Yeah. Doing crap.
Touchdown. Austin Eckler with the score. First rushing touchdown of the game. Going to be a 7-point game after the Chargers kick the extra point here. Austin Eckler always has high ownership in Chargers sims. That's his 81st touchdown here in Simland. Captained in 24.4% of lineups. Owned in 75% of lineups. So a lot of people happy after that Austin Eckler score. That's one of those things that, like, I have him in my lineup and I get excited, but then I realize, oh, everyone else has him in their lineup. So I'm not that excited anymore.
No.
So there you go, Austin Eckler with the score. It's a touchdown game here. And I like to see that. You open up the second half with a score. Why not? Daniel saying that today is the 15-month anniversary of Simland. There you go, June 28th. Happy 15-month anniversary.
Happy Simversary. Smash a like for the 15th anniversary, people.
15 months. That's a big anniversary. So, Tara Lynn, I mentioned a bagel for Sterling Shepard. What is your favorite type of bagel? And what do you have a preferred cream cheese? Do you like your bagels toasted? What is a typical, ideal bagel situation for Tara Lynn? Do you even like bagels? I have to assume you do. Bagels are delicious.
I do like bagels. I love. So it depends. Depends actually. Like, am I eating this bagel quickly on the road? Because I've done that before. I'm like pulling up
Context
to the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. Yeah. Am I like going somewhere, you know, or am I sitting down, I'm enjoying the bagel, and then I can go to a mirror after and check my teeth? Because I I do love everything bagels.
Those dang poppy seeds.
And then what if you're with people that there are people out there that will not tell you because they don't want to.
No, because they're
say
embarrassed.
it, and they're even like, oh, do I tell them right now? And then we have
Evan
to have
Ingram.
like, oh, it's stuck in there.
Yeah. Evan Ingram with
Yeah,
the
but
nice grab there.
Number 1 bagel would be cinnamon raisin bagel. Number 2
Ooh.
bagel, everything bagel.
I did not expect you to say would you cinnamon raisin?
Cinnamon raisin bagel.
I did not expect that to come out of your mouth just now. So
What were you expecting? What kind
I
of
thought you'd
bagel
say
that?
everything, to be honest. Everything or plain. Those are kind of the goats. You don't really think about a cinnamon raisin in the bagel context. At least I don't. I always think of cinnamon raisin in the toast context. Like if you get a loaf of cinnamon toast, Pepperidge Farms, you know,
Yum.
throw that in the toaster, put a little butter on it. That's delicious. That's when you get a good report card. You have a good report card. You bring it home at the end of the quarter, and your mom rewards you with like some tasty breakfasts instead of just like Cheerios. She'll go out and get you Reese's Puffs, or she'll buy the cinnamon raisin bread. That's what we would get. If we got good report cards, we would get good breakfast.
You would get good bread.
Yeah. We were rewarded with good grades by getting Reese's Puff cereal or cinnamon raisin toast for breakfast.
Or
that's how my mom motivated us. Yeah. Like some kids were like, my dad would give me $20, or, you know, we'd go on vacation if I got all A's. So it's like, I used to get Reese's Puff cereal and cinnamon raisin toast. She'd spring the extra $3 at the grocery store. But I never thought of it in the bagel. So do you put butter or cream cheese on it? Or not?
I put strawberry cream cheese on it.
Oh, okay. Ooh, wow, you're exotic with your bagel order.
I am exotic. I'm exotic myself, and also with my bagel choices. I love it. I actually had one this weekend on the way down to the Bachelorette. Strawberry Dunkin' Donuts, cinnamon raisin bagel with strawberry cream cheese, but they put the cream cheese on for me, and I hate that because one side of the bagel is always smothered in cream cheese, and the other side's like plop plop, like no cheese on. They do it every time.
Okay, so this is where context is important, though. If I'm driving and I'd rather have the bad cream cheese setup than no cream cheese at all.
Okay.
So that's where I would say, and if there's no one else in the car to do it for me, and like who's gonna really do it for me? Like if I'm in the driver's seat, my buddy isn't gonna cream cheese my bagel for me. You know, like, hey Ben, can you put cream cheese on for me? Like, sure, honey. Like, no, he's not gonna do that.
Hey Ben, I know you got your own bagel and your own coffee, but can you cream cheese my bagel as well?
Yeah, right. So if you're driving, you deal with it, but I agree with you. I like to spread the cream cheese myself. I can evenly distribute everything. Ed Zone Dance making a funny fat joke saying Tom must have been on the honor roll. Makes sense. Get it? Ate a lot of Reese's Pieces cereal.
People.
Good joke. I got to give credit where credit's due. That's a good joke.
Yeah.
Giants 3rd and 7. Pick it up. Evan Ingram having a nice ball game here. He heard me and he said, "Shut up."
He did.
I'm going to have a big game.
Heard you in Simland, said, "Suck it, Tom." Mike Bizzle totally going off the rails. I always pick a croissant when given the chance.
So I like croissants, but if I'm going to do a croissant, that's like for me, and maybe this is weird, I'm picking a croissant in like the sandwich context over a bagel. Like if I can get a bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant,
yeah,
I'll do that. But if I'm going to just do bagel versus croissant without like a meat or egg involved, I'm going bagel.
Are you sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese guy?
Depends on my mood and where I'm consuming said meat. If I'm at home, if my friends are making brunch at like someone's apartment, or like if Morgan or I are making breakfast, bacon at home always better. But I think the bacon at Dunkin' isn't great, and I'm going sausage at Dunkin'.
Yeah, it's a little sus.
Yeah, sus is a great word for it. Saquon with the score. Giants get on the board again. It's going to be a 21-7 game. Now, you never go ham then, right? You just, it's sausage versus bacon. You don't even consider ham.
I don't even honestly really consider sausage. I'm bacon.
Wow. So even at Dunkin', you'll go bacon.
Yeah, but I really don't mess with Dunkin' for like a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Gotcha.
I go more for like a breakfast place to do that.
Makes
couple
sense.
here in Boston. But yeah, I've given Dunkin' their tries. And guess what? I'm always very underwhelmed. I'm like, ugh, what was that? Ugh.
It is a little sus. That's the way to put it. Saquon Barkley owned in a whole bunch of lineups, as we said earlier. 16.5% of the captain spots in this one. 72.9% in the flex. So congrats to all y'all.
Yeah, congrats.
Where does that put you in the free roll here, Tara Lynn?
We have dropped yet again extra dramatic.
How?
We are just above Ziwa.
I'm in 92nd, so I can't really speak.
We in Ziwa holding down the fort for you people. I do it for you.
John Horn calls me a big sausage.
That's nice.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but I
No
like
idea.
sausage. I like sausage. Sausage is very tasty. So I appreciate this bagel conversation. I saw someone throw out the onion bagel as their goat bagel. And I appreciate that because the onion bagel is sort of like the base of an everything bagel. Like you need a good onion bagel to create an everything bagel. So I think that's a solid take. CEH saying chicken salad on a butter grilled croissant. Woo! Speaking my language, CEH. That's good stuff right there. Willow tree chicken salad. You ever had willow tree? Delightful.
No, I have not.
Yeah, hit up your local Stop and Shop. Grab a little willow tree chicken salad. That's good stuff. Daniel Jones, 12 for 15, 140 yards and a touchdown. Justin Herbert, 11 for 18, no touchdown for him. 119 yards passing. Going to take a look at the rushing stats here. Saquon Barkley hit the bonus. 13 attempts, 105 yards, 2 tuds. Saquon showing up to play in this one. I wish I had him in my captain spot. Austin Eckler, 6 for 29 and a touchdown. Justin Herbert has 3 carries for 18. Saquon is showing everyone why you put him in your captain spot today. Evan Ingram, 5 catches, 39 yards, and a touchdown. Keenan Allen, 4 for 59. No one else has a receiving touchdown in this one. Golden Tate, 3 for 23. Eckler, 3 for 10. Mike Williams, 2 for 29. Darius Slayton, 2 for 59. Sterling Shepard, 1 for 10. Going to take a look at the paid contests here. New leader in the $250 free contest for the Giants and Chargers. It's a big ol' 12-way tie for first place. So I'm not going to read all your names, but the first name that pops up is Mojito Mamas. So Mojito Mamas is one of the 12 in first place there. So congratulations, Mojito Mamas. And to all of you, I hope you hold strong there. New leader in the 1K flea flicker. We have, let me get this one. Dominate Humbly 3. I like that. Dominate Humbly, baby.
Yeah,
He's in first place in the Madden Stream 1K flea flicker between the Giants and Chargers. New leader in the $250 free contest. This one is Bradente. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Bradente with a caliente lineup here. He's got a full point lead over second place in that free contest. And Rams 0009 continuing to dominate in the 3K Monday Night Special 1K, going to first place. Thanks for checking in with us tonight, everybody. We got Daniel, Michael, June, Daniel, the other Daniel, on the production staff tonight. Solid squad.
Got a good squad in the house tonight. Good energy in the sim, too.
Great energy in the sim.
Yep. Holler at Twitch, holler at YouTube, holler at people watching on DK Live. We love you all, and thanks for kicking it.
Always enjoy when you guys are kicking it here with us on the Dream Stream. Jeffrey Orris saying pork roll on a bagel. Love pork roll on a bagel. Shout out to our New Jersey. Oh, if you're ever down in Jersey, down at the shore maybe, go to a little breakfast spot. Depending on which place you're at, they'll call it either pork roll or Taylor ham. Both the exact same thing. They just call it different names for whatever reason. Delicious breakfast meat.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. Good to know.
Very good stuff. One of my friends who's from Red Bank, New Jersey, which is a nice little town, turned me on to the pork roll situation. And
Right.
I was very, very pleased. Shout out Twitch fam. We see you guys out here still. Care Bear says he lost $100 today.
Oof,
That's
Care Bear,
unfortunate.
I did too.
Tara Lynn lost hers on her car getting towed, though.
Yeah, Care Bear, I lost it on getting my car out of tow land.
Long Stroke 821 saying, Tomcat, how you be doing? I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Having a nice Monday. I meant to bring this up earlier. I met a member of the DK Sim fam in person shortly before this sim. To my knowledge, I might be mistaken on this, Tara Lynn, and you've been a part of the Dream Stream longer than I, so maybe you'd know this. To my knowledge, the first time a DK broadcaster has met a DK Sim fam member in person.
I would
True
say
or
yes. No, true. Definitely. I haven't heard it from anybody else. I've heard everybody, besides me. So, SimFam, step up your game. Getting mail and fun presents from the SimFam. But no, I haven't heard of somebody meeting somebody from the SimFam. So
That's right. So
the day before the Sim.
Yeah, so Creature from the Glash Lagoon is the username they typically use on YouTube. They've been in the DK SimFam since the beginning. They pop in here and there. They've been busy with their work life. I talked to the guy for like 90 minutes in person, so that's why I feel like if it sounds like I know the guy and talking about him, it's because I just talked to the guy. But yeah, he's been busy with work, but in the beginning, when things were slow, he was in here every single day. Creature is a good dude in St. Louis for work, going to the Cardinals game. He's got a suite with his friends. So he hit me up in the Twitter DMs. He said, hey, I'm in town for the week. We got to meet up. I said, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Because I've interacted with people from the Sim fam off of this platform before. Bad Boys of Pop has hit me up. We've had some good conversations. The Batman, Justin, down in Louisville, obviously has hit up a few of us to send out some Louisville Sluggers, which is pretty cool.
Right.
But Creature, first one to meet me up in person, had a few Diet Cokes down at Ballpark Village, and it was a great time. So anytime you guys are in St. Louis, you want to slide in the DMs, go grab a drink, I'm always game. I love the DK Sim fam.
Okay,
love this
but you're
community.
leaving St. Louis soon.
Okay, that's true. But once I'm in New England, you can do the same.
Yeah.
Feel free to slide in the DMs. I'm here. I like having an excuse to go out and meet new people.
Do you have a Dream Stream shirt? Freeze
No,
Bob?
I don't have any DraftKings apparel.
So, this is what I have.
Here, let me zoom in. I can't see. Replace pin. DraftKings Engineering. Wow. What is that?
Me and Glash grabbed some of the shirts when we were doing an office clean out one day, and I was like, that's a nice, comfortable material. So I was like, I'll just wear it, whatever. And I actually really like the t-shirt. I saw Jesse wearing a Dream Stream tee and I want one.
Yeah, I want one
really
too.
Good quality, and the graphics are really cool.
Yeah, I need to get one of those.
We're gonna start selling them too. I feel like
all right, well,
love it.
Touchdown here. Daniel Jones looking like Josh Allen on the run. That's what everyone thinks is his ceiling. Sterling Shepard, my captain. Hey-oh, with the touchdown. That's going to help me get out of the 90s, I think, in the free roll. Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, that might help me get away from Ziwa.
Because Tara Lynn is, she's threatening with last place here. Well, not technical last place, but basically last place in the free roll. So yeah, that'll help you out because you have Sterling Shepard in your lineup.
Yeah.
Let's check out the ownership numbers.
Yeah, help me out a little bit.
On Shep here in a second. Here we go. Captained in 3.3% of lineups. I am one of those. And owned in 33.4% in the flex. Giants taking a commanding 28-7 lead over the Chargers. And again, you guys know this by now, but we're simming the 2021 season. I believe we're in, and you guys on the production team can correct me if I'm wrong, week 14, week 15, something along that lines. So
are we in week 14?
Week 14, thank you. If this happened in real life, it'd be a massive upset. Chargers at home are supposed to take a big step forward this upcoming season. And if the Giants, who are a middle-of-the-road team, are able to come in and do this to Justin Herbert during his sophomore season, where he's supposed to come out and be one of the probably 10 best quarterbacks in the league, 15 quarterbacks in the league, if he takes a real step forward. I mean, he had a great year last year, but everyone's kind of projecting him to get to that consistent spot next season. This would be a massive upset. So I don't see this happening in real life. I don't see reality mimicking Simland here in week 14 of the NFL season. But Tara Lynn, I was going to say, you and I both know we have a DreamStream Zoom meeting tomorrow with the department.
Yes.
Will free swag be brought up on the meeting? Because I think it did last time.
I'm going to bring it up, actually. They're going to be like, anyone want to say anything? I'm going to be like, you know what? I actually do.
I think so. We did this, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, and someone brought it up at the end of the meeting, and one of our bosses was like, yeah, just, whenever you email me next, just put that you want a free t-shirt on there, and we'll figure it out. And I just kind of forgot to do it, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. But I also don't want to be like that guy that's submitting like my timesheet or whatever. And, oh, by the way, can I get a free 2X t-shirt, please?
Please,
Can you send me a picture of the options and I'll let you know which one I want? Like, I don't want to be that guy.
1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, I'm going to bring it up because I can't keep.
I mean, DraftKings engineering? Like, what are we doing? TL has been a part of DraftKings for 3 years. Can't get this girl a quarter zip or something?
And like sometimes I dress up for the Sims because it just depends on the day. I actually really do miss dressing up for work. When I was in the office, I was always dressed up.
Fire outfits.
Fire outfits. It's good for Instagram. It's good for Twitter. It's good for my reels. I can't put any of this on. I'm in DraftKings engineering. No one's gonna look at me. Are you serious? So
I don't even know what that is. So is that just like the engineering team at DraftKings has their own set of t-shirts?
Yeah, even they got their own set of t-shirts.
Our engineers have their own t-shirts? I can't even get a DreamStream tee?
Yeah, I have the sweatshirts, I have the winter hat, I have all the winter stuff. But, I mean, and I have my polo. I would just, that DreamStream shirt, it caught me eye, let me tell ya. And that's in the Irish voice.
I was going to say, did you just turn into an Irish pirate?
I did. I said, oh, it caught me eye from afar, and I needed to
Oh, ahoy, matey! I'm going to be needing some of that DreamStream booty. 3rd and 10 upcoming here in this one between the Giants and Chargers. Chargers not going to be able to come back, but maybe some lineup contest jostling occurs here with a minute 20 remaining. Herbert throwing to a spot, his receiver unable to get there. Terrelin, I know we've had fun here, but now it's time to get serious. Who do you think should be the wooden nickel Krusty Kaufman player of the game? And who do you think should be the babysitter Billy player of the game?
Literally, this is my favorite part of The Sim. Only with you, though, because I love the concept of the wooden nickel.
Yes! By the way, fourth and 10, before we get to that, and I should have said this before
Fine, cut me off.
we went into the awards. 4th and 10, Chargers just went for it, threw to the end zone. It did not come down with the catch, so the Giants are going to run out the clock here. Back to Terrelin. I apologize.
I would have to say, like, just for my lineup and for others out there who had Shepard, Sterling Shepard stunk on ice. Personally, for me, I thought he was going to produce more. So he's getting my Terrelin, what the poop did you do tonight, Sterling Shepard? He only gave me 11 and a half points.
Yeah.
What was the salary tonight? 7,200. He did not.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, he had the touchdown, but you expect more from Sterling Shepard, especially for
I wanted more than the TD.
Yeah, I mean, for what he's been doing for the Giants of late in Simland, I didn't look at the stats recently, but I know I've had the Giants a whole bunch, and the dude's always catching crazy touchdowns. Shep didn't show up in the way he normally does. I am cool with that. I'm not going to push back. I don't like it because I sit in the 2 chair often in the Dream Stream, so I've been there, and Koff will be like, well, that's not actually who should win. It's actually this part. It's like, look, it's my job.
He does
okay?
do that a lot.
You're in the 1 chair, I'm in the 2 chair. I give out the awards, you read the stats. That's what we do. So I am going to respect your Shepard selection here.
Yeah, I mean, 1 receiving TD, 35 receiving yards, 2 receptions. I wanted more from Shepard, so he's getting my. And then I would have to say Saquon Barkley, and we've been hyping him up. He's going to get the wooden nickel, baby. 2 rushing touchdowns, 10 receiving yards, 111 rushing yards, 1 receiving, 100 plus rushing. Let's go, 42 fantasy points.
It's the bonus. Saquon gets the wooden nickel. If he's ever here in St. Louis, him and I will go grab a free cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef. And honestly, it's a very mini cone, so I feel like it'll fit in with his. I'm sure he has a very regimented diet. We're talking like this much ice cream. It's a nice little treat. Daniel Jones, 17 for 20, 194, 2 touchdowns. Had a nice game, honestly, for Daniel Jones. Nice game. Saquon, as we mentioned, 16 carries, 111 yards, 2 tuds. Eckler, 6 for 29, didn't really show up. Definitely in the clubhouse for that Babysitter Billy Award as well. He did have a touchdown, so it saves it a little bit, but him and Sterling Shepard are hanging out in that club, no doubt. Golden Tate, 6 catches, 53 yards. Keenan Allen, 6 catches, 68 yards. Evan Ingram, 5 for 39 and a tud. Sterling Shepard, as we mentioned, only 2 catches, but he does have that touchdown. Virgil Green, 2 catches. Mike Williams, he can also be in the clubhouse for the Babysitter Billy Award. Only 2 grabs for him for 29. Saquon had a catch to go along with his bonus running. Darius Slayton, 2 for 59. So there you go. That's going to do it here for me and Tara Lynn on the Dream Stream. I hope that you guys had a good time. Tara Lynn, always enjoy hanging out with you. You are off for the rest of the night. I will be back here for Madden After Dark with Christian. Always have a good time hanging out with Christian, a fellow Rhode Islander. Tara Lynn, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Freeze Pops.
Coming up next on
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Rocket Mortgage Classic Picks, Bets, Preview, One and Done, and even a recap of the extended edition of the Travelers Championship. Jeff Feinberg. head a shake, pal. Like, figure it the out, okay? I don't know why I'm already on edge. I'm actually quite happy for this tournament to be going on. I'm in a good place. Jeff Feinberg is also in a good place right now because although I did not hit a winner last weekend, my guy made 5 consecutive bogeys to end his round. Jeff Feinberg did hit a winner after, what was it, 8 playoff holes with Harris English?
8 playoff holes. I guess both of their 18th holes in many ways would have felt like a playoff. I feel like I told my wife I'd be able to help in like 5 minutes, as Kramer was like lining one up on 17, thinking, okay, the moment might be too big. And I don't know, it was cool. Never ended. But yeah, I was jealous of you most of the tournament, though. I'm like, how did I not listen to Pat on Bubba? Like, I should have picked Bubba. What kept me off Bubba? But hey, I don't know. Sunday comes, English, killed it. Love it. Thrilled.
It's funny because in the first look show from last week, I was all over English just based on what was happening at the U.S. Open. It was just very reminiscent of what Shez did 2 years previous, coming off a West Coast U.S. Open, putting together a really nice week at the major, then going out and winning at the Travelers. But instead, I just bet Charlie Hoffman, so that didn't really work out. Before I get too far into this, I want to remind everyone to play in the best tournament on DraftKings, the Pat Mayo Experience Listeners League. Link is in the description right now. Also join the newsletter. I send those out for golf season, at least, on Wednesday evenings. I got some shout outs here, Jeff. We got a bunch of people who won the Harris English bet, tailing you. So you're making people money, unlike me. I believe that's 3 winners in 5 weeks for you, too. But the Lex Express turned $1 into $500 on DraftKings. Pretty good. D. Huger won $5K, taking down the Listeners League. Congratulations. Dave Marensky, believe I pronounced that wrong, but still, he turned 10 cents into $20. It's huge ROI. Shane Smith, obviously the big winner of the week. Congratulations, dude. He won the 555. That was good for $100,000. But I do, Jeff, want to give a special shout out to this newcomer on the scene. I believe his name is Saul Goodman, DFS. He turned $14,177 into $964. That's a big week.
Way to go, Saul. Way to go, buddy.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for following the picks.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He can have fun with it. It's funny, not as many people like catch on or like take the bait like they used to, though, with those types of tweets.
No, Big T is really the king of it when it's like, oh, I'm in for 22,000 and he cashes like $800. Like, hey, I won $800. People are like, no, you did not. I don't think you know how math works. It's bad that people have caught on to it, honestly.
It's a great week. Shout out to DraftKings also, Pat, who they had by far the best English number on the market, 50-1 DraftKings Sportsbook. So shout out DraftKings.
Yeah, so hopefully you hit it at 50-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Did you see my announcement that I'm hiring for football season?
I did see your announcement. Yeah, apply within.
Yeah, so it's the pinned tweet on my Twitter account right now. It's also up on facebook.com/thepme. I'm hiring at least one host for NFL season for a fantasy football show that I'm launching probably in around 3 weeks' time. We got some big names lined up for it, but I also think this is a great opportunity. If you have zero experience in the space, you have some experience in the space, and you're just kind of a grinder at like a smaller place, and you want some more exposure, and you think you're pretty good, just submit me a 5-minute video. The instructions are in that tweet to Mayo Media Inc. 2 at gmail.com. If you do not follow the instructions and you go over that 5-minute time limit, I'm throwing your email in the trash. Like you can't follow instructions, you're not going to get a job. Shocking how that actually works. But I would recommend doing it sooner rather than later, because if I get like 20 submissions in the next like 10 days, the deadline is July 10th, by the way, I'm going to watch all of those. And if 200 come in on the last day, I might have to pick and choose because you waited too long. I want someone who's eager to go get this job. So you can find all the instructions on that tweet. It's a paid gig. So if you're looking to hop into the fantasy football scene, production experience would be a bonus, not necessary. I want to try to find some talent out there. And Jeff, I'm thinking, do you think you have the stomach to do an every week Charger show? Bolt up with Jeff Feinberg.
Yeah, fine bolt.
Fine bolt.
I don't... Yeah, I mean, I think so. I'm already, geez, I don't want to go here, but every time Brandon Staley opens his mouth, Pat, like I fall in love more.
Jeff, when was the last time the Chargers had a coach that you didn't immediately like? I remember you were glowing about Anthony Lynn.
All of them. All of them. He was Octavia by his first week on the job. I don't believe that. He got their name wrong at his introductory press conference. He started 0-4. I mean, there's still room for Staley to start 0-4. But yeah, no, this feels different. This feels different. It's not just me. People that have heard him speak, you don't make the ascension in the coaching ranks like he does, as dramatically insane a leap as he made from one level to the next, to the next, to the next. And you're like, that's so weird. How did he do it? And then you hear him speak and you're like, holy. So let's go. Fire it up. Training camp starts in about a month. Thought I would be able to stay calm maybe until late July, but no, I can't. Can't do it.
I'll have fantasy football shows on Wednesday and Thursday, NFC South and AFC South, to round out the division previews. The other 6 divisions are already up on Mayo Media Network and the Pat Mayo Experience, Adja Podcast. Andy Lack, your boy, is going to be on the Pat Mayo Experience tomorrow. First timer, breaking down golf as well. Plus, the Euro show is going to be out Monday evening. And starting next week, I'm not going to make the official announcement yet, but there is going to be a new golf program on Mayo Media Network, Jeff. Not featuring me or you, though.
Do tell.
Why, I can't. I'm going to wait. Even you don't know. So I've talked to the people involved, and I'm excited.
Okay. That's exciting.
Yeah.
More golf content.
Yeah, more golf content. You got to quadruple down on golf. We're quadrupling down on football, golf, and UFC, and see where that takes us over at Mayo Media Network. Plus, the Everyday Euro show is still going on. John Reed has his Everyday Wimbledon bets, are 5 minutes long each. My pick show and DraftKings ownership show on Wednesday. The video will be up on Mayo Media Network. If you're a podcast listener and you're listening to this podcast right now, subscribe to Daily Fantasy Sports Picks and Bets The Mix. I'll throw that link into the description down on, or just in the description of this podcast. You subscribe to that, it will come out on that feed on Wednesday. I don't want to overwhelm the PME feed. The other feed is where the overwhelming short-form content goes, and that's a short-form show. Let's talk more about Travelers. I read the Bubba Watson post-game interview, and I actually kind of liked his state of mind. I don't know what, he hit that approach on 13. He took out a 5-iron and tried to get to the green in 2, and I don't know what happened. I was watching it without sound. After he hit it, I was like, oh, he laid up. But he clearly did not try to lay up, but he did end up laying up. And whatever happened from that shot on was just god-awful golf. But in his post-game, he talked about it, and they were just like, hey, how do you feel? He's like, you know what? I'm just happy I was in contention. That's what I want to do. And he's like, I threw up all over myself. If that happens again next week, it's fine. I put myself in it with a chance to win on Sunday. It happens. I thought that was a pretty good mindset to have.
Incredibly healthy. They all acknowledge how hard winning is. He obviously realizes he didn't have the golf required to win a PGA Tour event down the stretch on a Sunday. The only guy that can't seem to make that work, I guess, would be Finau. But every other player of that high end skill, Pat, they're just no, get me there. I'll take care of it enough. Put me there. The math will work in my favor. I'm too good for it not. Or sometimes you get lucky, not even have to getting good. And in many ways, you could have argued Bubba could have gotten to the finish line getting lucky, because I don't think anyone thought sniffing 12 was gonna having 12 on 18T was gonna do anything for you at 3:30. But it was. But yeah, he obviously had a tough day. I enjoy those post-round press conferences. I enjoy the transcripts, getting to read them. Even Brooks, Pat, because they're nonstop with him about, he forgetting the Bryson stuff. There's now the thread that he leaves out there with his focus for non-majors, and he's continually asked about it. And every time he's asked about it, he sheds more light on it. He's like, yeah, listen, it's hard for me to focus at these events, be it a Thursday, be it a Sunday, for whatever reason, the courses, and he kind of alluded to the courses aren't hard enough that he can't force the focus. Well, at the majors, every pin is 3 yards or 3 feet from being in trouble, where you have to be focused. And he's like, here, most events, everything's like 8 feet, 10 feet from trouble. Like, I don't know. I can just get by. So I don't know. I kind of do genuinely love his honesty, and he says it without saying it. Like, no, like he kind of said, anyone can win these. The majors, it doesn't work like that.
Well, that's what I wrote about and talked about in the Sunday show. If people want to go back out and check out the first look and research when I dig into the stats, is when you get to these easy courses, especially in a field of 156, like the Travelers, like this week, like next week at the John Deere, like the entire field is live because it's not hard. Like if your wedges are, if you're hitting everything to 12 feet and you're making a whole bunch of putts, you're going to be there in the end. Like there's a reason that KH Lee can go out at the Byron Nelson and just run away from everyone. And then when you get to the US Open, it is the who's who in golf because the course is just so much harder. Like people always think like the easier the course.
Oh, Hostler had one.
Yeah. But like the easier the course, like it doesn't look good because Bryson ends up going out and winning last year at this event. And, that's going to happen from time to time. If the best guy shows up with like their A game, they're going to win these events against the weaker fields. But I think it really normalizes the talent between the high end and low end when you get to an event where it's just basically a putting contest.
I think that's incredibly well said. I think that's essentially what Brooks alludes to every time they want another thread on it. And whether they mean more, the majors, to how hard they are, there's a consortium of factors that or just the fact that he's so successful at them that whatever he's doing is working for him. And it's not like he hasn't been able to win. He got the win in Phoenix this year. He lost at the finish line at a WGC last year. He won that WGC the year before. Like, it's not like he hasn't had runs in non-majors. He played great this week. And yeah, I don't think he's like interested in seeing like trying to get more focused for these events. Like, I don't think he wants to mess with like the recipe that's like working so great for him. He knows he'll pick off enough of these randos, even if the general public doesn't think he's capable of it.
Well, and you mentioned like the WGCs. He has a good track record of WGCs, although I don't think he's ever actually won one. He has a bunch of like second and third place finishes, and a second and third place finish. Brooks is obviously
didn't he win one?
I don't think that he did he? He came second. He lost to Thomas at St. Jude. Did he win that the year before?
Doesn't he have like a 1 and 2 there? Or maybe he won there when it wasn't a WGC?
No, I think he.
Or am I just
I think that he had a second there when it wasn't a WGC.
Huh.
I think. Anyway,
whatever. I'm just here to say he's so good. He's gonna pick enough of these like random tournaments off, and he said every pin is like 3 feet from trouble at a major. Like my focus probably goes up because of that. And here I can make a 15-foot mistake and be just fine.
He did win the WGC at St. Jude in 2019. You were right. He came second last year to Justin Thomas when we had the monies on him. Remember Thomas hit that awesome shot from underneath the tree on the last hole?
Yes.
Devastating.
He survived a water ball or just missed a water ball too. Whatever.
You brought this up last night, and I thought it was pretty interesting. And maybe people are so beaten down on it from this point that we all just kind of laughed at everyone like during the match play. It's like, oh my God. After like two good rounds and two good matches at the match play, it's like Kevin Kisner, Ryder Cup team. Like Harris English is almost qualified for the Ryder Cup team at this point. He's an 8th in the point standings. Like a couple pretty good, like another really good finish or a high finish at the British Open or a WGC, or he wins like the Wyndham or something like that. He's going to be on this team, not as a captain's pick, as a guy who qualified.
And when do they cut off? I mean, the FedEx Cup playoffs are in play there as well. And he had some great runs last year. Didn't he just lose to DJ? So the multi-year results are there. And yeah, I was just saying it in jest, but it gets nauseating when I wasn't even saying they needed to turn that broadcast into a Harris English for Ryder Cup debate. It's just so insulting to the audience when they try to force Kevin Na, Ryan Palmer, Kevin Kisner Ryder Cup conversations on us. Like, oh, I wonder if Stricker's watching. Yeah, man. Ryan, like, who gives a
It's
Like,
not, but it's not even
dude.
gonna. It might not even end up being a debate with Harris English. He might just be on this team.
Oh, yeah. That's another part of it as well. Someone even joked with me in my DMs, like, if this team has Phil and Harris English, should I just be betting the plus 150 Europe right now? I'm like, you know me, I'm always on Europe, but I'm not ready to make those types of decisions. I think the big numbers will still be there. It's a fun conversation to start having. You count the months on your fingers. We're almost kind of there. And I guess in many ways, when guys like Finau and Webb lose their footing, there's room. There's room. Be it Kokrak crazy enough, who, if he does something special, why wouldn't he be in the position English is in to not even have to be a captain's pick?
Well, he's 16th in the standings right now. Like, even if he won this week, that'd be 3 wins for him in a year. But he doesn't have like the major performance. Like, Harris English has 2 top 5s at the USA because the US Open ran twice. He finished inside the top 5 both times at the US Open. He won the Tournament of Champions. He won Travelers. Like, that's giving him all those points. Even if Kokrak wins the Rocket Mortgage this week, I don't even think he passes Finau yet.
Okay, that was probably an unfair comparison, because it is right. You even get to include Harris's like amazing finishes last year. So yeah, it is all there. I think there's spots on all these teams that are probably in question that might not have been in question when we did shows at Christmas.
Well, there is a few people up here. Like Keimer moved up to 21st in both ends of the standings with his second place finish to Vic over in Germany for the European team. But the European team is looking pretty nice, minus 1 guy. And it's only going to take a few more decent finishes from either Lowry or Guido to earn their way onto this team. Like Vic Perez still has the final spot in terms of the world points for the European team. But right now it's Rahm, Fleetwood, Hatton, Rory, Hovland, Casey, Westwood, Fitzpatrick, Vic Perez. And then you have like Lowry, Guido, McIntyre. They're all lurking. Sergio and Rose are lurking down the list a little bit more. Poulter and Wallace are down there too. Like, you can construct a pretty good team here. Like, it's pretty solid from top to bottom. And depending on how they end up
ranking, they're like outranked like 2 to 8 in the top 10 in the world, I assume.
It is, but I mean, all the world ranking points are skewed towards American events, which they should be. They're stronger fields, but that isn't to take away from. That doesn't mean.
No, but even someone joked on.
Go ahead.
Sorry, someone joked on Twitter. They showed the world rankings, and like everyone's American, but Rahm, and obviously it'll remind me of someone else, probably Rory, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, guess what? America will still find a way to lose the Ryder Cup.
I do think, listen, the Americans should win. It's at a very generous course to them at Whistling Straits, and they have just a lot of great players on this team. But when you go, Harris English is up to 12th in the world rankings, by the way.
Yeah, he was 19th. I think I even used that in my argument for him. Like, I don't know. Like, I think he's 19th in the world, I think, coming into last week. So 12th. Yeah.
Yeah, so Rahm is 1, Rory's 10th, Hatton's 11th. Those are the 3 top Euros. Victor is 14th. Then you really have to go down the list to find Casey at 21, Fitz at 23, Westwood is 20. Westwood is 27.
I'm amazed when you did that points list that Fleetwood still has that footing. Like, he hasn't done anything.
I don't know where I can't figure out where it's coming from. I don't know how the year.
We do remember where he overloaded finishes, and I don't know what European Tour event he got triple max points from or something in the last 8 months. But trust me, like, I've been bleeding like a fish sometimes with this guy. The results aren't there, so I don't know how he has those points.
Yeah, and he's second on that list too, so I don't know how far back they're actually drawing from. Just looking
at last night, I thought he was vulnerable. Like, now it seems like he'd really still have to mess up, even worse than he already has.
Hi, Paul. What's up?
Uh-oh.
Oh, cardboard fell down in the background. Paul's going to fix that. We'll continue on as we go here. Just looking at Fleetwood's numbers, like 7th in the Abu Dhabi Championship to kick off the year. He had the T5 at the match play. That's helping. He was 2nd at the Scottish Open at the end of last year, 3rd at the Portugal Masters. In the race to Dubai, he was 10th at that tournament. Like, he doesn't have a lot of missed cuts, so he's just kind of like piling up points. But if you go back farther than that, I mean, like the like, are we going back to 2019? Like, if we go to the end of 2019, he was second at the race to Dubai. He was first the week before at the Nedbank. He was T2 in Dubai, third at the Honda Classic. Like, if it does actually go back that far, I'm pretty sure that's where his points are coming from.
Listen, to me, I don't think there are that many players better than him, and they'll probably want to keep Mollywood together for at least one more ride.
Which Molly ends up making the team? Because I think it's neither.
Yeah, I guess Molly could be a captain's pick, though.
That's tough. There's 3 spots available for captain's picks on the European side. I don't know if he's going to get one of them. Like, if everything stands as it is right now, you'd have to think like McIntyre, Guido, Lowry, Rose, Sergio, probably all have better cases than him right now. Poulter.
Yes,
Poulter is probably more likely to be a random captain's pick than anyone.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot to fight for at the back end of that team. That's why I bet Poulter so hard at Barracuda. At Palmetto, which English was in the final group at. He laid an egg, but final group at 1 week into that great US Open. It's easy to look back after a win to be like it was coming, but form player kept his form. Happy that was my form guy riding. Yeah, that back end of the Euro team seems like it's wide open. Like there are moves to be made for a consortium of players. And you even said it, like Victor Perez is in a spot, right?
Yeah.
Like how locked could that be? Like that's got to be loose.
Yeah,
it's got to be loose.
It's funny because looking at Perez right now, he's 9th in world points, but that currently has him on the team because the guys ahead of him have qualified through European points. But he's also 6th in European points. Like Bernd is knocking on the door. Like Rory kind of needs to have a good Open, a good Scottish Open, and a good Irish Open to keep his European points up because he's just getting them all through majors right now. So this is really the time where he goes out and puts up some European points on the board. He's still 4th in European points, but like Wiesberger or Perez could catch him if they have like a nice 3-week run here in the Rolex series. What happened to the French Open, by the way? Wasn't that usually like last week or this week? Did they change that around?
I guess it all got moved around. And I guess quickly got to mention, I didn't see many. Well, firstly, lots of people hit me up asking if I bet Hovland. No, I didn't bet Hovland at 6-1. And I was mad at myself for a bit, Pat, because even if I got, a certain sports book to make me my exotic, like buy a field goal prop, what would that have been? Like 15, 18? And he still wouldn't have covered it.
Yeah, he didn't cover it. He didn't cover the -2.5.
So I guess I look stupid. Not that I didn't bet him, but like, people like, he can't even win the Euro event by the field goal. How do you think he's going to win the PGA events? Obviously, I'm just having fun, guys. Like when I bet Hovland, it's like a 90%, 92% stake on that normal number. And then me having fun with something that I kind of do actually believe in. And he's going to win like a hurricane on tour. And he went from the injured eye to a win. Great week. And Martin Keimer's making moves again. It's a great week. Had a blast. Nelly Korda won. Fun week of golf.
You know that Keimer hasn't won since the 2014 U.S. Open?
That is pretty wild. He's had this crazy little run of form, though, right? So people are excited. If he wants to like fully commit to a Euro Tour schedule, he should get that win, right? Like,
I would think. Do you think that like if he continues to play well throughout the next part of the summer, like has a good I'm not saying like win the Open Championship, become like T17 at the British Open and have some good results, pick up one of these European wins along the way, considering he won a major at where the Ryder Cup is. Do you think that puts him in discussion?
Question: who would you rather, Westwood or Keimer?
Well, Westwood,
is there room for both?
Westwood's on the team, like he's on by points. So
I guess, yeah, he won the race to. Yeah, you're right. He's like locked. He probably can't even move.
He can move. He could get caught, but he's probably not going to.
Doesn't feel possible. I forgot about that. He was like European Tour Player of the Year last year. He has amazing points.
Yeah, and then he went like 2-2-2 through the Florida swing like that, and one of them was the Players, which was worth a ton of points.
Yeah. Sorry, stupid comment. I don't know, man. He's a vice captain. They announced him in Harrington on the weekend, I think, Pat. No, him. Harrington's the captain. Him and GMAC are the vices.
Well, GMAC doesn't look like he's in any danger of playing himself onto the team, but if Keimer does get, like I said, he's moving up to 21st in both. It's going to be hard for him to actually qualify. He'd basically have to win the British Open to get it on points. But if it almost comes down to like the Billy Horschel, Chris Kirk type rule for the European side. Like, do you just take this guy, like these guys who are on absolute heaters at the moment, and try to keep him going if he can put that together? I would say that Guido's the one. Like, Guido's actually earning a spot onto this team, I think.
Very possible. They're getting ready, man. They've got it's Rome 2024, or I don't know what the schedule is. I don't know how they'll get back on normal schedule, but yeah, Guido's making his moves. That should be fun. I'm curious what his plan is now for the summer.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't have full status on the PGA Tour, so. And he's not.
He could probably get exemptions if he wants them.
It's tough because Zalatoris is taking all the exemptions.
Yeah.
Which is, it f***ed over that guy who just had like remember the guy who auto-qualified from the Corn Ferry Tour because he won the 3 events?
Oh, yeah. I don't know his name.
Yeah, I don't know his name either. He didn't get into the field this week because he needs to get one of the sponsors exemptions, and they had to give it to Zalatoris. Like, it's ridiculous Zalatoris doesn't have full status on the PGA Tour. He's like the number 28 player in the world.
And the rules changing too, and he's still going to get screwed. I don't know what to make of that. That's super weird.
But Guido,
you could put them in a real awkward place, right? When he's not allowed in the FedEx Cup.
He probably is not going to qualify for he has to win an event, essentially.
Has to win to get into the FedEx Cup. Is so freaking weird.
Guido's run right now is second, fourth, and he was T13 at Travelers. It's pretty good. Has gone from 192 in the world to 68 in the past 4 events.
I'm here for it. Let's go. That was good times.
All right, let's talk about the Rocket Mortgage Classic. It's the 3rd year of this event, Detroit Golf Club. It's a Donald Ross design. We're out of the Pete Dye swing. We're into the Donald Ross swing. We got this. We got Wyndham. We got the Tour Championship. All coming up, 7,370 yards, but it plays a lot shorter than that. 3 of the par 5s you can get 2 and 2. You can make a bunch of eagles. This is, I guess now that the Byron Nelson has played at, the Bunny Ranch, or whatever that place is called, this is probably the easiest course on tour. It's going to be an absolute birdie fest. Lashley won at -25. Bryson won at -23 last year. And this was the debut of Bryson's strategy last year of just like, I'm going to hit it as far as possible. I don't care where it goes. And then he did the exact same thing at the U.S. Open, and it worked at both places.
I would agree. We kind of sort of came out of the restart like, okay, we're going to watch Bryson closely. And like, no, this seems like it's working. We should bet him to win the U.S. Open.
And then you did, but I didn't because I'm a dummy. But looking at it, this is the course with the 3rd longest driving distance on tour. The average drive is over 300 yards. So everyone hits it a mile. So when you look at some of these par 4s that are a bit longer and the par 5s that are a bit longer, they're not actually long because basically every single hole plays like 30 to 40 yards shorter than its actual listing because there's so much roll on this course when it gets baked out and everyone's driving it so far. Like, the average green and regulation rate is 73%. The fairways hit is like 66% with guys with drives of that distance. And even some of the shorter guys are going to get out there in distance. So it's not that dissimilar to what happened last week, except there's no real punishing holes. The guys are just, instead of the winning score going to be like -13, it's going to be like -24 or something like that. So it did correlate last year, and I don't know if it's going to change if it was a 1-year blip or not. We won't know until the tournament is over. But strokes gained off the tee, like if you were up there in strokes gained off the tee last year, like you basically finished inside the top 20. So I gave extra weighting to that. Now, it wasn't that way 2 years ago when Lashley won. It was more of approach and putting. Last year, it was driving and putting. And a lot of guys inside the top 20 lost strokes on approach somehow. They just drove it really well, and they putted really well. This is where we got into that discussion last year about what constitutes strokes gained approach versus strokes gained around the green, because Bryson kept hitting it so close to the hole.
I got to be fully honest with you. For starters, we've got 2 winners. One of them was essentially the super chalk, and the other was a Monday quali who probably would have been north of 500 to 1.
Yeah, you could. He didn't even end up eligible on my books. He was first round leader too, so he wiped out the first round leader market, and he wiped. I don't think he was eligible on DraftKings that week. He was such a late entrant into the field.
So it's such an anomaly. Like, okay, what are you supposed to learn from that? Like, I'm not here to say anyone can win. Or a skill set. Also, I'll take it further and say, if this is played on Canada Day weekend, I don't remember watching Lashley or Bryson win. I probably didn't watch them win. I go up north and enjoy myself and get away. So I don't know. This tournament's kind of a blur. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I won a bet yesterday. I'm like, I'm going to see this board great. And I don't have a clue, man. I don't have a clue. So
I remember discussing this with you a year ago, and I think Bryson was 5-1 to win this event last year, and he's like plus 750 this time around. But it was kind of like either bet Bryson or just go to like 60-1 and bet 5 guys for the same price, and hopefully you get lucky. Like that's going to be it's not going to be a high investment week for me because it's a holiday weekend. People are going to be off. I probably won't be sticking around to watch a ton of the Rocket Mortgage, although it's kind of it's fun when you have like 5 guys try to see you can shoot 63 on Sunday in order to win. Like there is some appeal to that to me. I like watching a nice birdie fest from time to time, especially coming off the US Open, and guys on the back nine at Travelers with all that wind really started to struggle going into it. So I think I'm going to take the approach of maybe bet 1 or 2 guys from like 25-1 to 40-1, and the rest will be like 70-1 plus.
You sort of laid it out like perfectly last week, whether you were on the right winner or not. You're like, no, it's a great week. You can build a fun little card. And you got to Sunday, like outside of Hitchcock, who ended up holding his weight the whole way. The entire like final 8 guys on the course, 6 guys on the course were from that like 40 to 60 pocket. Bubba, Cam, English, Day, that was the race. So I don't know. I guess I'm saying again, I don't know, but I do agree. I can never have the willpower to totally resist the good players. So that 20 to 40 to 1, 25 to 40, 50 to 1 speaks to me, but I don't know. Tell me why the math works on this super bond that he's just gonna make it click.
Well, let's talk about the favorites then. Bryson is plus 750, so 7.5-1 to win the event. Reed and Matsuyama both 14. Webb Simpson 18-1. Zalatoris 22. Anderkurst this week, by the way, after I wrote him up in my column. Kokrak is 25. Neiman 28. Sungjae, Wolf, and Kisner are all 33 and 35-1. Those are your favorites in this field. I'm thinking about betting Kokrak and Wolf. That's where my mind goes when I see this. So
you're just playing like the Bryson profile?
Yeah, just I'll play Bryson light at 4 and 5 times the odds and hope that they have a better week. Bryson last year winning this event became the first player in the ShotLink era to be first in strokes gained off the tee and first in strokes gained putting in an event. Like he really had to get it going both off the tee, be the best off the tee and be the best on the greens to beat Wolf last year. It's just hard to see. I mean, he can definitely win. If he gets the irons going at all, he's probably going to win. But him replicating being the best putter in the field is going to be tough.
Yeah, I agree. I will just say, talking through some of the board here, I saw a post-round interview with Reed where he kind of, not to the same extent that like Brooks pointed out, but because Reed plays so much. And the reporter, I thought it was a great question, and I'm going to have to paraphrase because you think I should remember it when I think it was so good. But he's like, you play a lot, like, how do you sort of keep your focus? Like, how do you just stay with it, like, mentally through all, like, the competitive rounds of golf you play? And Reed's like, it's hard. I'm kind of in, like, a mental, like, blur right now in terms of playing golf. Went from the US Open, stopped at home for a couple days, say hi to the kids, back on a plane to Hartford, back on the plane. I'm sure he's probably even going back home to see the kids for a couple days, back on the plane to Detroit. So, yeah, I mean, obviously this field, you could, if Reed has it, he could win with like
Listen, I don't want to get into the discussion of if Webb has it, he's going to win. Zalatoris has it, he's going to win. I agree. If any one of these top guys has it, they're going to win. So
I just didn't like. I'm like my minor in like psychology from Western. I don't think Patrick Reed is in a place to win this week, so he's going to win by 7. But that's just what I saw. Anyone under 25 is a write-off for me. I'm silly enough to like still be enamored with Neiman's driving, Pat. And I want to say if he needs to rely on around the green, like he's already lost. So like, why should I care? In terms of an outright bet, you could debate that for like DraftKings, but he's still been so good off the tee, you know, from a distance perspective. And I don't know, to me, the smallest thing's going to click and we're going to get it to 3 feet. I know you're waiting for that to happen in a couple weeks, but I still feel it.
It's just been really choppy for him. Like the driving and irons just haven't been as good as they were. Like they've been pretty pedestrian basically the past 6 weeks or so. He was pretty good at Charles Schwab, but not great. Really good at the U.S. Open ball striking. That's why he came T31. But even last week, he lost off the tee. He barely gained on approach. He actually chipped and putted pretty well last week. That's why he was able to stay in T36. Like, oh, he's just kind of middling around. I'd like to see I want to see him start playing a little bit better. And of course, if he gets it all together, like you said, he's one of the top players. He gets it together. He's going to win this week. I just don't necessarily see it. I don't think that's where I want my investment to go. I just think that someone like I said, like Kokrak is just being undervalued in this. He played this event 2 years ago, was one of the leaders in ball striking, couldn't chip, couldn't putt. I mean, that's classic Jason Kokrak, except now he can putt. So if he can get that going.
What did he do at the U.S. Open?
He missed the cut. He was bad at the U.S. Open.
I don't care.
There's a bunch of guys. Man, there's good players who missed at the U.S. Open.
I agree.
So
I was just curious.
Yeah, he was marginal off the tee, marginal around the greens, or marginal with his irons, bad around the greens. Like, he's not good around the greens. We know that. He just won a tournament when he kept leaving the ball in the bunker. So not too concerned about him. Like, he's won twice already this year. This seems like if it plays out that off the tee does mean a lot, like, we know that he can get the driver going really, really well. The irons can get hot, and he's just consistently been putting. He's one of the best putters on tour this year. And
really good. Yeah, no, you're absolutely
you're
absolutely right.
Like the fact that his name is Jason Kokrak means that I'm seeing him at 28-1 right now. That feels disrespectful for the performance that he's put up in the past year. Like, I think that Neiman is overall a better player. I think that Sungjae is overall a better player, but they're not better players this year by any. It's not even close. Kokrak is way better than them. So either those guys should be 50-1 or Kokrak should be like 18-1 with Webb Simpson.
What's up, everyone? It is the 10 p.m. sim. You are joining us in the midst of a smorgasbord of other great sports, and we are so grateful to have you. I'm Christian DeAndrea. He is Tom Ace, Tom Carroll. He of the St. Louis area, but soon back to the home state, the motherland. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Heading back to the motherland, my friend. Moving to Pawtucket, Rhode Island on Labor Day.
Oh,
so very excited for that one.
Very nice. Well, congrats on the move back to the great state in the nation. Without us, there is no America. I think we can all agree about that. Without the Gatsby being torched, there is no American Revolution. So every time you write a check to our government, not to King George, thank the great state of Rhode Island, because we did that for you. You're welcome.
We were the last state to ratify the Constitution.
Yes, because we were
needed
at that point.
Our stamp of approval to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Tom, I saw you got the early, you got in there early to create our free roll. How does your lineup look for this game between the terrible defense of the Detroit Lions and the pretty good defense of the Denver Broncos?
So I got to be honest, I got caught up watching basketball and didn't make my lineup. I feel like an absolute loser. I gave Tara Lynn a bunch of junk because she didn't get her free roll lineup in for the sim she had with you guys, at 6 o'clock. And here I am, an absolute moron, watching NBA, forgetting to get my lineup in. This is unbelievable. This is the second time in 2 days that I have not had a free roll in for a broadcast I was on. The other day was because of Wi-Fi issues. I was dealing with trying to get reconnected before the game started. So I'll give myself a pass there. This is inexcusable. I should have had a lineup in. This is awful. I'm so disappointed in myself. All right, well, I hope you got a lineup in.
I did indeed.
Okay, I will live vicariously through your lineup for this one.
I think you might like it. I don't know. Too late, I realized I probably should have put the Denver defense in there, facing the Lions at home. Denver D is probably a good play. Instead, I just went nuts spending on wide receivers and TJ Hawkinson. My captain, Cortland Sutton, because it's always Cortland Sutton. I got Kenny G in there. I got Marvin Jones in there. Hawkinson, Judy, and the Ham man himself, KJ Hamler. That is my 6-man squad. And if any of you out there also have that lineup, I'm so sorry for the 50th place finish we're about to split in this 110-person contest.
By the way, we have a comment about the jerseys here on YouTube, and I agree. Yeah, interesting jerseys on both sides. I like these throwback alt jerseys for the Lions from the mid-2000s, and these are some super deep-cut Broncos unis.
Well, they got the old helmet in there, which is a design they can bring back this season now that you can have these helmets going. But I think whenever the Broncos have deferred to a throwback, it's been the Orange Crush and not these, which are kind of in between. I think the Black Lions jerseys are good look. I wouldn't love them all the time, but solid third uniform. I don't know how I feel about the blue accents in this Broncos. I mean, if they were
the orange helmet is not a great look.
I don't mind the orange helmet. It's the shoulder patches,
You want more blue.
I want less blue, I think, or more balanced blue. I don't know. This is I reserve judgment for later, I guess.
You're gonna need some time to noodle on this one. What throwback uniform are you most excited to see again?
You know what? I talked this out with BK. He's got me. He's got me bought in on the Orange Crush jersey.
Of course he does. Come on, BK. Come on, be less biased here.
The Rams throwback will be a striking reminder of how badly they biffed their new jerseys that came out last year. And I'm gonna be Homer. The Patriots, Pat Patriot, red, white, and blue, big shoulder stripes, beautiful jersey. Perfect to look at. Absolutely amazing. Will it be the highest selling jersey out there? Will Mac Jones in his Patriot throwback be the highest selling jersey out there? Probably not. It'll probably be Tom Brady in creamsicle orange, but a man can hope. A man can dream.
So I'm happy you brought up Mac Jones because we haven't had a chance to talk about this. You and I haven't done a sim together in ages.
True.
You and I, both Patriot fans. I, personally, not pumped about Mac Jones. Not that pumped about it, guys. We've had some time to sit on it and think about it, and he's had some mini camp stuff go on, which I don't, read a lot into, so my opinion hasn't really changed at all. We are now, 2 months removed from the draft-ish?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the pick as we sit here today?
I still like it. I would feel differently had they moved up to get him and spent some actual assets on it, but they did the best they could with what they had, and I don't think, I think I would have been frustrated had they waited till the second or third round, went with a Davis Mills type or someone like that. I don't think it would have been. It made sense to get Mac Jones there. And listen, we don't really know what Bill Belichick can do building a rookie starter from scratch because he hasn't had to do it ever. I mean, he didn't have to do it with Tom Brady because Brady got to sit back for a year. Didn't have to do it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jacoby Brissett Brissett only played 2 games, and Brissett was still fine. He was still, for a third-round quarterback, a pretty good value pick there. So I think
still in the league, still getting jobs.
Yeah, I like him a lot. So I am not disappointed with the Mac Jones pick. I liked hearing what I heard from him out of camp. It really kind of towed the line between things look great and he does look like a rookie and it's going to temper expectations. Not tempering expectations, though, this Lions offense, that's Marvin Jones, former Bengal, current Jacksonville Jaguar, into the end zone for 6. The fans at Mile High frustrated.
So LaMarca was telling me that consistently Marvin Jones is among the most underrated players in the league, in that he's a guy that you should look to late in fantasy drafts or maybe a waiver wire guy. Do you like his landing spot this offseason? Do you think he can continue to be kind of a steal in the fantasy market?
I like him a little bit more as a team guy than I do as a fantasy guy, just because that is a deep Jacksonville lineup right there. Not only do you have DJ Chark atop the depth chart, but Laviska Shenault has been getting rave reviews all.
Great name.
That is a guy who is he's on the rise and he's super versatile. He's kind of got some Curtis Samuel bona fides, but a little bit more of an upside. So I think Shenault is probably going to settle in that wide receiver 2 range. Jones would be the 3, and maybe he could cede some targets to Colin Johnson, who was a 5th-round pick last season, who I actually really like. Johnson is a big-time target, huge guy. He's like 6'6", great in the red zone. I really like what he brings to the table there. Trevor Lawrence has got a full cupboard of wideouts to throw to. His tight ends, not as much unless you really like Luke Farrell, who...
Whoa. Come on. Don't be disrespectful to Tim Tebow like that.
I am absolutely going to be disrespectful to Tim Tebow like that. I feel like that's the only way to show respect to Tim Tebow.
He's going to eat your respect for lunch and dominate. He's a winner.
Yeah.
So what should our ceiling be for Trevor Lawrence this season? Like, best case scenario for Trevor Lawrence this season will be what? And then what should the basement be?
I mean, I think you can take a look at what some recent rookies have done and kind of get the idea of where Lawrence would be. I mean, the easy comp would be a guy like Andrew Luck. Yeah,
you got Drew Lock on the mind in front of our face.
Yeah, if he comes out and throws like Drew Lock, I think Jags fans are going to throw themselves into the Gulf of Mexico.
Bust City.
Yeah, but I think you can look at him as a guy who will go out there and he'll throw for a ton of yards, a la Andrew Luck his first year, a la Joe Burrow last year, because he's going to be throwing the ball a lot. He's a rookie on a bad team. So I think from a fantasy standpoint, he's going to put up numbers. He might even get you up around 4,500, 4,800 passing yards over the course of the year. There are going to be some interceptions. The interception rate is probably going to spike a little. It's going to be higher than it was at Clemson, but I still feel like he can give you 30 to 35 touchdowns, and he's mobile enough to give a little bit of value on the ground as well. I think if he slides in your season-long fantasy drafts, you got to take a look at him there, even as a quarterback, too, with some high upside. That would be pretty nice. You definitely want to take him before a bunch of veterans like, well, for sure, Ben Roethlisberger. I think I'd take him before Jameis Winston just because we don't know what the hell's going on in New Orleans right now. You know he's going to be the guy. You know his targets are there. You know he has guys who can make him look better, and that is going to be very beneficial to slide down his learning curve. Flattens him.
Does Drew Lock have any chance of being a good quarterback in the NFL? Like, or is he just too inconsistent? Does he just scream backup, career backup? Because that's what it feels like to me early on here.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Tom, I think I would rather have Gardner Minshew than Drew Lock. I liked what Lock brought into the league. I liked his potential. He's got a big arm, but he just doesn't make those reads. He doesn't progress through what he's seeing downfield quick enough. And the one great thing about him is, that rookie season, he won games. And that was his big deal. He was winning games. He was getting out there, and he was 4-1 as a starter. And you said, okay, maybe he's got something about him. Maybe we're taking QB wins a little bit too heavily into account, but he looked okay out there. He wasn't throwing a ton of touchdowns, but he wasn't throwing a ton of interceptions either, and his completion rate was tight. This year, teams are ready for him, and they just absolutely harangued him. His touchdown interception ratio, 16 touchdown passes in 16 games, 15 interceptions. That's a league high. I'm sorry, 13 games. Still not great. His completion rate dipped. His accuracy numbers dipped. Everything about him got less efficient in year 2 once teams knew what was coming. I don't think he can make the strides to get to be even a league average starter, and I think the Broncos knew that because they went out and acquired a league average starter in Teddy Bridgewater.
I like Bridgewater, and I know you mentioned him as being league average, and I think that's perfect because he gets a lot of slander on this here dream stream amongst our broadcaster friends. I personally don't mind Teddy Bridgewater if you're looking for a, pun intended, bridge quarterback here while you're trying to find the guy. Bridgewater can keep you competitive because the Broncos have talent on their roster. Like, with the right quarterback, once they finally get that guy, it'll be a really good team. Bridgewater will keep them competitive while they continue to find that guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's good enough to take advantage of all the young talent. He's going to make those guys better in a way Drew Lock could not. So I think that's going to be the big advantage to having him there. He'll be consistent. He'll avoid turnovers. He'll keep the offense moving forward. He'll give that defense a little bit of time to rest and recharge, and that's so important. I mean, I was a little bit confused with the Broncos basically spending all their skill points in free agency on keeping that defense just an all crunch berries mix of heavy hitters. That secondary is great. Patrick Surtain in the first round. I think I would rather have had Justin Fields, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I think Surtain is going to be good. And I know BK has had nothing but good things to say about him.
Justin Simmons, bringing him back. Big contract.
Kyle Fuller's there. You get a comeback here from Von Miller. Matthew Stafford just did something that was kind of like football right there. You have a good enough defense that even if Drew Lock were the quarterback, I think we'd still be considering this Broncos team as a potential playoff team. I think adding Teddy Bridgewater, a guy who's not going to go out there and throw 15 interceptions, a guy who will steady himself in the pocket, a guy who, if he can get back to his early season 2020 form, will be a godsend in the Rocky Mountains. This is a team that could win double-digit games.
Yep, I agree with you. Jordan Lindenbaum saying Teddy B is league average at best. Freeze pops. He didn't have a single multi-touchdown game last season, and that is despite a talented wide receiver group. And I mean, we're in lockstep, Jordan. We're saying he's a league average quarterback. I don't think that he profiles as a guy that can have a ceiling much higher than that. What Christian and I are saying is, you don't need a guy who's going to be an elite quarterback to be the quarterback of this Broncos team that has really nice pieces. You need a guy who's not going to throw a million interceptions like Drew Lock to play quarterback for you. And I know BK. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Christian.
Yeah, no, to borrow a Bill Simmons phrase, he's not a guy who's going to add too much to the table. He's not going to take anything off the way Drew Lock did. Lock may have the higher upside, although I'm not certain that that's the case. but Bridgewater's going to give you steady play. You can win around him. We know the Vikings did it when Bridgewater wasn't even that good as a rookie and as a sophomore. They won 11 games with him there. I think this Broncos team has a similar makeup and can get to a similar spot as Drew Lock comes forward for a first down there, and that is Jerry Jeudy. 1 catch, 13 yards for him.
BK was saying to me on a broadcast we did at some point this offseason that it's going to be a real QB competition in camp. And I do think that they should present it that way. Because, like you mentioned, Drew Lock might have the higher ceiling. So let's say they're bringing in Bridgewater. Maybe that lights the fire under Lock that he needs to focus in and be a more accurate, less risk-averse, more risk-averse, I should say, quarterback. But I just don't see that. Like, nothing of what we've seen from Drew Lock at the pro level so far tells me that he's going to become that guy. He has great arm strength, and he'll be a gunslinger, but I just don't see him being the dude that will check down when he needs to, or throw the ball away when he has to, or take the sack when he has to.
Yeah, honestly,
it just doesn't feel that way.
If he reminds me of anyone, it's like Ryan Mallett, guys who have that high profile and look the part and have the big arm and look great in warmups, but just can't cycle through on time. And this is a guy who's been today. 1 for 5, 13 passing yards. This Broncos team has done very little, although they do have the ball now. They can tie this up. They're on the happy side of the field, I believe. But Locke has that. If he fired every pass into the ground, bang, 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 he'd have the same passer rating as he does right now, 39.6.
It's not what you want if you have Drew Lock in your lineup, which not a lot of you do, because 5.2% in the captain spot, although 41% owned in the flex. That's actually a lot higher than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's like bad secondary he's going up against. If anything, he should thrive. This is a Lions team that really, really struggled to get stops and stop guys through the air, despite having spent big on Matt Patricia's guys. Well, Matt Patricia tried the Patriot way somewhere else, and guess what? It didn't work, because it rarely does. Brian Flores might be the only guy to pull that off, and he still hasn't gone to the playoffs yet, although 10 wins in Miami. Let's give him credit for that. There's a lot. Yeah, I can understand. I almost pulled the trigger on Drew Lock too, and sometimes he goes out and has absolute bangers. I think the first game I had here with Drew Lock, he threw for like 3 touchdowns, 275 yards. He was nearly perfect in the pocket. It just, those are so few and far between, you can't really trust him, just like in regular fantasy.
Kenny Galladay with 2 catches for 24 yards. Marvin Jones, 1 catch, 1 touchdown. You like that percentage there if you're Marvin Jones. So not a lot of dudes with a lot of catches in the first quarter there. 7-0 Detroit on top of Denver. We are simming the 2021 season here. And Lions at Denver, not a game that I hope to watch a lot of.
Not going to get flexed
in week 14.
That one's staying at the 1 p.m. Actually, it's in Denver. That'll be a 3:25.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. Denver's always in that red zone window.
Yeah.
After I finish watching the 1 p.m. Pats game, I'll throw on red zone, so you get however many games are on in that window, usually 3, 4, 5. Denver's always in there. Last season, just not a fun team to watch.
Oh, that was the nice thing about being in an NFC town, because it wasn't the same in Nashville, it wasn't the same in Pittsburgh, it wasn't the same in Indianapolis. But up here, the local game is an NFC game, so you don't have to worry about getting superseded by a Steelers game. You'd always get the Packers game, and you'd get one AFC game, and it would be the game of the week. And then that way, between that and prime time, I was getting 10 to 12 Patriots games every year. I would have to shell out for a Sunday ticket or a premium package. Is that a nice catch? No. 1 for 7 now for Drew Lock.
Yeah, the first year I lived in St. Louis, the first full season of football I was here for, so 2019, the Patriots played in all but 2 nationally televised games.
Ooh, we're about to get a 59-yard field goal attempt from Brandon McManus in the thin air of Mile High Stadium. It's up and
it's short.
Out the back of the end zone.
So I didn't have to get Sunday Ticket if I just want. I got it because I wanted to have access to the games for work. But as a Pats fan, I only had to go to the Patriots bar in St. Louis twice. Every other game was on my TV locally. It was amazing.
Very nice. I badly miss my spot in Indianapolis, which sadly no longer exists. Didn't even make it to COVID.
Oh, bummer.
Like on the north side of Indianapolis, great Sunday deals where it was like $5 for a dozen wings, half off pitchers. Perfect. The wings were the best I'd had in Indianapolis. They'd have Sunday Ticket on, and they had those little speakers you can move around, like, and you hit the channel on them. It was like a speaker, so you could get the local audio.
Awesome.
So I'd go there with my laptop, pop it up, I'd have my fantasy app going, and I'd just be watching my team lose in real time while the Patriots were throwing Matt Castle out there and somehow winning games but not making it to the playoff. I remember week 17 so vividly because I went to another bar that no longer exists in the north side of Indianapolis, the Beer Cellar. They had one in Nashville as well. And I remember just sitting there and having a few beverages and thinking, there's no way this 11-win team is not going to qualify for the playoffs. And then I remember just sitting there afterwards, just kind of being like, I know I can't complain about this given the last few years, but I'm still very sad.
It honestly, if they made the playoffs, they go on a run. They finished the season so hot. Remember how they blew out that Arizona team super late in the season? And remember, Arizona lost in the Super Bowl. Larry Fitzgerald put the team on his back, though. But still, I was high on the Pats at the end of that season. I was bummed when they missed the playoffs. Yeah. If they hadn't lost that dumb Wildcat game to the Dolphins early in the season, they would have gone on a run. I believe that.
Yes. Sorry. We are headed to the bottom of the seventh inning stretch in a game in which I am very, very invested between a couple of college teams that we will no longer name. And should one team come out ahead, I'm actually going to have a heart-to-heart with producer Drew and see if I can move my schedule around. Omaha, about a 6-hour, 15-minute drive from me. I have some things already down there. Might be making the trip diagonally through Iowa. It's really, even when you I think I might even just go directly through Des Moines instead of the bypass and deal with the traffic just so I see something other than farmland. Because my God,
driving through that stuff is tough.
Yeah. It's different. Like it's one of those things where it feels nice because it's straight and you can see everything and there's no surprise. You're not going to round a corner and there's going to be a speed trap. No, everything's right there in front of you. But at the same time, it's like, all right, I'm already burned through 3 podcasts.
It's mind numbing. By the way, we have a new member of our production staff training on the stats for this one. It's one of the new Daniels on the team. So for people wondering when stats will be updated or why things are going slower or why things are missing, yada, yada, etc., all of that will be corrected at some point. Just be patient and everything will be correct. Touchdown. He's in your lineup.
Ooh, it is. The Hawk himself. A guy a lot of people are saying could have a breakthrough. Jared Goff in the lineup, a check down passer, a guy who might be looking at his tight ends a little bit more. But I actually think the other guy in this game, the other first-round tight end from that same draft, Noah Fant, will have the better season. That might actually be an interesting side wager at your season-long fantasy drafts this year. I don't know if you guys do the same thing we do. We often talk up a lot of side performances, and there's a little bit of, okay, we'll write this down. Okay, who will have the better season? Hawkins.
Side bets. Love side bets.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is one I would be interested in. I think Fant will have the breakthrough, and Hawkinson will be fine. I mean, in an NFL where tight ends are having less and less of an impact consistently, I'm not saying they are not playing a big role in a passing game, because clearly they are. Everything is going vertical. If you have a good tight end who can run that dagger route that allows your verts to fly, it's invaluable. But consistency has not been a big thing for the NFL's tight ends lately. I mean, really in a season-long fantasy standpoint, it's Darren Waller, Travis Kelce, George Kittle or bust. And Kittle still missed 8 games last season. So stock up on tight ends. You don't know who's going to boom, who's going to bust, and who's just going to miss a whole bunch of time.
And, I mean, in Detroit, who else is catching the ball? They got to throw the ball to somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, how confident
Who's
are you?
the second best pass catcher on that team?
Bresh Perriman, Tyrell Williams, Quintez Cephas, Amon
tough.
Ross St. Brown.
I think Hawkinson should go a lot higher than you'd probably realize in your season-long fantasy drafts because of that. Targets alone.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go higher than guys like Hunter Henry and maybe Jonnu Smith, just because we don't really know.
Because they're going to share. Yeah, we don't know what that's going to look like. We don't know who's going to be throwing them the ball. Like, do you think Mac Jones has a shot to start week 1? I don't.
I'm honestly not certain. It's one of those situations where I think they will go with Cam for week 1. I think Jones. I think Cam will be better than last season. I think he'll get some wins under his belt, and I think Bill Belichick will stick with him longer than a lot of people expect. I don't think we see Mac Jones until we're into the double-digit weeks of the season. You know, week 11, week 12. That's when we get to see Mac Jones take the field. Just because, I mean, I think if he had really lit the world on fire during minicamp, I would be behind him a little bit more. But he, expectations were tempered at the end there, and he was maybe not as good as, he wasn't a complete revelation. So, that is one janky-looking horse face on those helmets. That is something you will see in your nightmares.
Yeah, when people use the word horse face as like an insult, that's what they're talking about. Like, oh, that person has a horse face. That's the example. So if you think that Mac Jones, we're looking at like a week 11, week 12, taking over the job situation, and I know you said Cam Newton's going to be better, so is he not going to be good enough to keep the job, or is it just like, hey, this is the plan, we're sticking to it, Mac's going to get the job after the bye? Like, if Cam's playing well, I don't see Belichick giving up the spot to Mac.
I think
it's weird to think about Belichick in this context, right? Because we had Brady for 20 years, and we don't know how he handles these situations because he's never had to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Newton will be better, but I think the big problem we saw with him was that he made some fatal mistakes. He fumbled. He made some bad reads. He wasn't taking the opportunities he was given to hit the outside routes. And I think that eventually is going to wear on Bill Belichick to the point where he's like, let's see what else we got here. Even if Mac Jones makes some mistakes, we know that Cam Newton's going to be making them too. He hasn't gotten out of the mode last season where he's either trying to do too much or just missing shots. So let's give this kid a shot, see what he can do. And I feel like that's what the situation is going to be. Obviously, it all depends on where the Pats are in the playoff race, how well Cam Newton is playing, et cetera, et cetera.
Which of these rookie quarterbacks do you think is going to have the best season?
You know what? I made a case today over on the post route for Zach Wilson having a Joe Burrow-type rookie campaign as the Broncos getting closer and closer and turn this one into points. That's Judy there.
Are you on the Jets train with Ducey? Are you guys all aboard the Jets train? Choo-choo!
Are you kidding me? How dare you? I'm not aboard the Ducey. Come on, man. Little respect. Get home.
Put some respect on my name.
Yes. Yes. Come on. No, I think the Jets are going to be bad again, but I think they will be better. I think Zach Wilson. I like his receiving core as Melvin Gordon, untouched into the end zone, 4-6. The former Wisconsin Badger, former single game rushing yard NCAA record.
That's right.
Until it was beaten by Joe Mixon literally 1 week later.
I was going to say, I forget who owned it first. It was so Melvin Gordon had it, and then Mixon. It was literally the next week. That was literally so weird. Next week.
Yeah. Gordon did it at Camp Randall. I had friends up here watching the game because it was against Nebraska. I watched it from the Green Bush Kitchen. It's a great little Italian spot, not too far from the stadium. Not a lot of people know about it because it's like one of those nondescript, old-school Italian places. So it's like
love that
brick front, and it doesn't look like it's a restaurant. And they have a great bakery, which is no longer attached to it, but their bakery makes the best donuts in town. Anyway, watch that game there and just kind of like cackling, laughing at every time Melvin Gordon got a touch and turned nothing into like 15 yards. It was
incredible. he hasn't really had the career that we all thought he was going to. I know injuries played a factor in that. It's just hard with these running backs, man. There's been so many awesome running backs in college. Like, I'm a BC fan, and that same season, Andre Williams was incredible, Heisman Trophy candidate, and just out of the league. It never worked. It's really hard to predict with these guys. Unless you are in the mold of a Barkley or a McCaffrey or Dalvin Cook, where okay, they can catch the ball, they can do it all. Like, unless you are a no-brainer awesome running back, like, everything else is so hit or miss, and that's why you continue to see that position be undervalued year after year after year.
Right. Yeah, and I think there's going to be
bad sack by staff.
No, and the Broncos going to take a time out there and see if they can't get even further back in this game. No, there's actually a great opportunity in New York for a rookie late round back. Their round 4 pick, Michael Carter.
I've heard Lamarca talk this guy out.
Yeah, and my colleague Sarah Hardy, former SB Nation NFL editor, works with me over the post route now, talking about big, thinks he's going to be the underrated breakthrough rookie of the year, and it makes sense. He's going to get a lot of looks because the rest of that running back rotation, Michael Pirine, Tevin Coleman, Ty Johnson, not a ton of competition to beat out there for sure. And then you have a Jets team that should open up the box a little bit by throwing effectively with Zach Wilson behind center. They have some good wideouts now, some talented wideouts, let's say, guys who really need to prove it, guys who need to show they can do it consistently, because that has been a big deal there with guys like Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, Jameson Crowder, who they liked so much and they appreciated all the hard work he did so much they asked him to take a pay cut instead of before they could release him. Elijah Moore. They have some horses now. They can open up the box for their runners to thrive a little bit. They got some new blockers. I like what they're doing there. I don't think this is the year they're going to win more than 6 games, but hey, you know what? Kenny Ducey is occasionally right, and it hurts my heart to see.
Wow. You're a bigger man than I. Kaufman's Movie Collection asking a question about the stats. Like I mentioned, in case you're just joining us, the stats are being taken care of by one of our newbies. They're still training. They're working on it. Everything's going to be okay. We're all working here as a team, manually updating the stats. So
the Broncos are going to do something here.
Broncos are driving here, so everyone
they might just try for the field goal here. But a 53-yarder for McManus, that wouldn't be too bad. And there's that man, Jerry Jeudy, having himself a decent first half despite a terrible quarterback job.
Here we go, timeout. So we're going to get the field goal try. So yeah, everyone, just be patient. Everything will get squared away.
Solomon Grundy, the BYU kid, is not good. I disagree. Zach Wilson made a ton of plays last year, especially on intermediate and deep ball passes, the plays that are toughest to make. And he did so. He wasn't throwing to guys like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson like Joe Burrow was. The guys he was throwing to were 3 guys who barely made an impact for BYU the years prior. As that kick is up, and it is no good.
No good. 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
It looked good.
It had the distance, maybe went just a bit wide. Here's the replay. Oh, yeah, push it just a bit to the right. So 2 50-plus yard kicks for McManus. 0 of them have gone through. And we got a Stafford Hail Mary coming here. You'd have to throw it about 65 yards in the air to make to the end zone for here. But at the 6 p.m., we saw one of these completed from the Browns. Did not help them win. They had a very Browns finish.
That's a heck of a heave. Oh, it had the distance.
It indeed. So that'll take us through 2 quarters here at Invesco Field at Mile High Stadium. Lions 14, Broncos 7. Broncos starting to come alive a little bit. That defense beginning to click. The offense doing something behind Drew Lock. Not sometimes you can call it football if you're being charitable. Anyway, that will take us into the break here. I am Christian DeAndre. That is Tom Freeze Pops himself, Tommy Carroll, my guy. The Rhode Island Dirtbag crew is on for this 10 p.m. Madden After Dark sim, and it's been pretty solid so far. And hey, we got to throw to the sweat clip coming up. In fact, earlier today on the sweat, Jeff Ulrich Moose himself, previewed a Derrick Henry rushing prop for the 2021 NFL season. And here's a hint. Even though Julio Jones is in the lineup, I say take the over no matter how much it is. 3,000 yards? Do it. Let's go and see what Jeff had to say.
Tennessee's Derrick Henry. Titans added Julio Jones, but Henry's rushing total still high at 1,550 and a half. That is a lot of rushing yards. Does he get there?
And don't forget expert dog trainer in my title from now on, please. Also,
Yep. Put it on LinkedIn, bud.
Look, why would anyone want to take the under on Derrick Henry's rushing props for any reason here? Let's break it down, though. 1,550, it sounds high. It's really not. This is a dude who obviously broke 2,000 yards rushing last season. He had 1,540 the year before in 15 games. And, again, Tennessee, just the way their team is created, third in rushing attempts last year. And you add on to the fact they had a bottom 3 defense. So, typically when we talk about teams that rush the ball a lot, it's behind a good defensive team that's giving the RB a lot of late game carries. Tennessee just threw that formula out the window last year and said, we're going to rush Derrick Henry regardless of the game flow. So Tennessee has improved their defense. They've certainly, invested some stock in there this offseason, and I think they're going to improve on defense. I think that's only going to mean more rush attempts for Derrick Henry. You've got the extra game added on as well. And then you've got the fact that Derrick Henry is just an absolute freak who basically is impossible to injure because of his size, Emerson. He runs like he's basically, a scat back out there, even though he's the size of most O-linemen. So, no, I want the over on Derrick Henry. I think this prop is too low. Do you worry about the injury concerns with the running back? You always do.
Yeah.
This is one running back I'm not that concerned about.
All right. Thank you, Moose, for that. It gave us time to opine about terrible bowl games past and our alma maters, our local teams. Anyway, we are through 2 quarters of this Madden After Dark game. Neither defense really showing up the way that we thought. Actually, the Lions defense has been a little bit better than advertised. A bad passing defense, but they have stood up pretty well to the non-expertise of Drew Lock. He's completed 46% of his passes. And Matthew Stafford, despite that ramshackle secondary, or that kind of lockdown secondary, is got 2 passing touchdowns already, halfway to the Bundy. So it could be a very interesting finish here in Mile High. 2 teams that we expect very little from in the real world. But hey, here in Madden, the sim stakes are very real. No one pay attention. I definitely didn't just drop that baseball I've been tossing around nervously while I watch this College World Series game in the background. If you're like, hey, Christian's tweaking out and a bit more of a mess than usual, this is what I'm like when I watch sports I actually care about. I am insufferable. I'm the guy who stands up at the bar, and I'm the guy who I eat nonstop. Like I will put down 30 wings, no problem. Just like wing, drink, wing. The nerves energy is a lot, man. It's a lot.
I'm the exact same way. And honestly, one of my least favorite people in the world is the person that tries to police that at the bar, right? Like, hey, sit down. Like, no, you sit down. All right? Aren't you paying attention to what's happening on the TV? No, you sit down. I'm already sitting. Well, stay sitting and leave me alone.
Yeah, just let me do all the weird crap I need to do to feel better about this game.
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
And the same goes for the person that's in the 300s that tells you to sit down. Like, no, we're sitting in the 300s. We're allowed to stand up.
That's the thing that, I wasn't sure when I was making the jump from college ball to watching pro ball in basketball games. College basketball games, you're in the student section, especially as one as great as the school I went to, where you have the raised platform and students are not on the baseline, they're on the sideline. It's great, a great place to watch a game, but everyone stands the whole game. I moved to Indianapolis. The first thing I do now that I have money, I buy an Xbox, I buy a TV. I get Pacers season tickets because I'm like, hell yeah, basketball, let's do this. I'm into it. Let's keep it going. I have money. I'm an adult. And then I go and it's like, do people just stand the whole time at these regular season Pacers games? No, of course they don't. That would be foolishness. I'm not going to do that 41 straight games.
No, so yeah, that was another rude awakening. I also was like, oh man, am I gonna feel like kind of a dork going to this game, like in my work clothes, like a suit on? I was like, no one cares, dude. Get over yourself.
It's such a different vibe.
Yeah, who do you think's looking at you at a Tuesday night Pacers Timberwolves game?
Nobody.
No one. Yeah.
My favorite thing is when you're at, and for me, Boston games, and it's clearly the businessman that got like a free ticket that goes after work. He's got his shirt and tie on, and he buys the jersey at the stadium to feel like normal, and he puts it on over the shirt and tie. Those are always my favorite.
Those are beautiful.
Got the jerseys, got the tags on it. Oh, fumble! That's going to be.
We're going to
get getting a Danny Shelton. Danny Shelton.
Danny Shelton. No!
Oh,
come on!
Awesome.
Oh, we were so close.
Would that have been the heaviest player to score a touchdown in Simland history?
I think it might have been. I think that might have been the case because we've seen some big dudes make it, but not that big. Wow. To the brink of the goal line, and I believe, was that Kenny? Did I see some star power under him? Was that star power from Justin Simmons making tackle there?
Which Lions running back is going to score here? Or are we going to get a fullback? Are we going to have to break out the Freeze Pops fullback minute? Oh, no fullback.
This time, but looks like it's DeAndre Swift in the backfield. I can't really tell. Now it's Carry On, and he does a very Carry On Johnson. Oh, it's DeAndre. All right. That one's on me.
It's 3rd and goal, a little more breathing room, so probably not going to get a fullback here. I could see Hawkinson again.
Ooh, yeah, Hawk would be a nice red zone target. I mean, Galladay's a big dude. It's kind of crazy that he didn't get any love from FBS colleges when he was in high school. Maybe he grew a little bit bigger afterwards. This guy is like 6'4", 200, with decent speed. The only place that wanted him was North Dakota. Peterson.
Go for it.
Ooh, AP would have been a nice vulture touchdown there. There's a guy whose name we do not call often, but today, 5 carries. Not a bad return on his $2,400 investment, but you played under college football. But here comes a Matt Prater chip shot here.
Back at his old stomping grounds.
The only good UCF grad kicks that one.
So we were talking about Derrick Henry at halftime over on that sweat clip, and you said hammer that over. And I know we've talked about the Julio Jones signing ad nauseum at this point, the Julio Jones trade, I should say. But I have to imagine that you think Julio joining that Titans offense is going to just open things up for a dude that is already almost unstoppable running the ball.
Yeah, and I think the guy who really benefits from it most is A.J. Brown. I think all you got to do is look at the quality of targets Calvin Ridley got last year with the Falcons when Julio was in the lineup versus when he missed games due to injury. Yes, of course, Calvin Ridley got more targets without Julio there, but his catch rate went way the hell up when Julio was in. His yards per catch went way the hell up when Julio was in. His yards per target went way the hell up when Julio was in the lineup. That means he's not going to see nearly as many double teams. In fact, that buffer zone that Corey Davis gave him last season is only going to grow with Julio in the lineup. And I love Julio Jones. I know he's an older guy now, but he is big enough that even if he suffers a slight downtick in speed, this is a guy with 4.3 speed to begin with. He's fast as hell. He's basically a superhuman being. Even if he's only running like a 4.45 now with 4.540, he's still fast enough to get downfield. He's got that resourcefulness that he just adds. Who's covered? Sorry. Yes.
Drew Lock almost getting sacked there, gets the ball away. 3rd and 16 on the way here.
Well, yes, the bigger concern for me is in what that tight end group is going to look like. If you are the Titans, if you can really trust Anthony Firkser all that much more, and I think he can. I liked what I saw from him. You know, he doesn't blow you off the field with his athleticism, but on field he plays explosive, he plays mean, he puts his head down and runs through guys. I think he's, I don't think he's going to be a Pro Bowler by any means, but I think he'll be a good enough 3rd or 4th option for that team that, they're going to keep opponents from stacking the box to stop Derrick Henry. And like always, we're going to see Derrick Henry absolutely thrive in the second half of games.
Yeah, he like gets better with age. It's like every game is a fine wine for Derrick Henry. The season as well, right? Like as the season goes along, it's like his engine gets warm.
Yeah.
It's like the only player I've ever seen play like that.
Oh, exactly. And you think a dude that size like should not have cardio. Like I don't want to live in a world where Derrick Henry can run a better, faster 5K than I can, but I'm almost certain that's the case. Like he would absolutely smoke me, and he would be giving up 100 pounds. I would be giving up 100 pounds. Just,
Dude, he is a freak of nature. He's huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Lions with the first down run there. 1st and 10 for Detroit. Up 10 here in Denver. So in real life, I have to imagine the Broncos take care of business against the Goff-led Lions. How bad are the Lions going to be next season? Are we talking like 0-16 level Lions? We've seen it happen in Detroit.
Yeah,
I guess it would be 0-17 this time around.
Yeah, and that would be an amazing record to set. Be the only team in NFL history with 0-16 and 0-17 seasons. If anyone can pull that off, I think we know it's the Lions. That offense is going to be bad. It's basically a gap year for them, right? Like they don't have big expectations this season. If they're basically going to do what the Jaguars did last season, right? If Gardner Minshew can wow us, then great. And if he can't, we have a top pick in the upcoming draft. We'll be fine. We'll get our franchise quarterback. Then we'll start rebuilding from there. I think Dan Campbell will be so angry and so jacked up on the sideline. He won't let them go 0-17. That offense is going to be a bottom 5, bottom 3 offense without a doubt. The defense has some nice pieces, but I really don't know what to make of them. I don't think they got appreciably better, but maybe just not having a coach they hate on the sideline will make them play better, because that seemed to be the going theme, the lasting review of Matt Patricia's time in Detroit. Everyone kind of hated his guts. So I think they're going to lose a lot of games. They're going to have a top 5 draft pick, but I don't think they're going 17. Ooh, nice little wheel route there to pick up the first down. Lions going to have a chance to extend this lead as the 4th quarter looms. That's that route DeAndre Swift ran in week 1 where he dropped a game-winning touchdown.
I forgot about that. Yeah, the wheel route.
Yeah.
So do you think they're going to be the worst team in the NFL? Or is there another team that you're targeting for that spot?
No, that's a great question. They're obviously going to be up there, but I think the Eagles might be even worse this year.
Wow, okay. I like this.
I'm not convinced about Jalen Hurts, although he does have some very nice offensive weapons to throw to. And this is an Eagles team that basically is playing this season on all Madden mode, right? They're going into the year with almost $50 million in dead money on their salary cap. That is a massive disadvantage. They know they basically need to sit this one out. There's no benefit to them winning besides maybe seeing if Jalen Hurts is their quarterback in the future. I think the Eagles will be worse than this Lions team, but you can also make the case that a big reason why the Eagles were so bad last year is because everyone got injured. If they just have average injury luck, they should have the more talented roster. But yeah, the Lions and the Eagles are going to be 2 very bad teams. The Texans as well, because we don't know what to expect from them. They went out this offseason and signed 35 mediocre guys who, great, you need depth down there for sure. You don't know what Deshaun Watson is going to do. Against Tyrod Taylor,